This young man slapped himself hard in the face to see if he was dreaming, because as soon as he woke up, a huge fiery hole appeared right in front of him. The story must start from 2012. Entrances to underground cities continuously appeared all over the world. After a series of exploration, struggle, and development activities, governments of various countries confirmed 5 things. First, the entrances could not be destroyed. Second, if the underground city cannot be breached within the stipulated time, the entrance there would reverse, and monsters from the underground city would surge out into the world. Third, humans who accidentally entered the underground city and survived would become adventurers, thus embarking on a transcendent path. Fourth, the higher the rank of monsters in the underground city, the greater the benefits when conquering that place. Fifth, the highest-ranking bosses under the underground city could still survive nuclear bombardment. The male protagonist, Trin-Hai, happened to be one of those few lucky people. Standing before the gate to the underground city, Trin-Hai scratched his head and muttered, "This really throws a difficult question at me." He began to ponder. In his memory, Trin-Hai clearly remembered that 5 years ago, the death rate when entering an underground city was 50%, meaning half lived and half died. For him, a person who wasn't short on money, the author of popular hit stories, becoming an adventurer was clearly too risky, Trin-Hai pondered. Or should I just report it to the government or the Adventurers Association? I remember that ordinary citizens who discover an entrance and report it to the authorities will receive tangible rewards, rare treasures, I think. The young man opened his phone, and a notification at the top of the news feed instantly froze Trin-Hai. Shocking, an employee at the Then Association was arrested by the police. According to initial reports, this person was involved in a major smuggling operation related to the underground city. Trin-Hai shook his head, crossed his arms, and his face twisted. Forget it. What if I'm unlucky enough to encounter an employee looking for money or profit? It'd be like leading a wolf into my house. Selling it to a corporation is even worse. An underground city entrance can be used fewer than 10 times. Corporations would want to prevent me from selling it shared style. First, they'd cause my untimely death. Second, they'd control and monitor me before the usage count reached 0. Putting hope in the ethics of capitalists is even harder to believe, but leaving it alone won't do either. Once the deadline passes, the entrance will reverse. If someone dies or public facilities are damaged, just not reporting it could get me 20 years in prison. Trin-Hai sighed and then decided, then I'll search to see what type my house belongs to first. If it's a composite type with a high death rate, I'll move somewhere else before calling the police to deal with it. If it's a hunting type with a high survival rate, I'll handle it myself. With that mindset, Trin-Hai began researching. Entrance classification, danger levels, survival rates. When the information appeared on the screen, he breathed a sigh of relief. His luck this time wasn't too bad. Trin-Hai's entrance was a level 2 hunting type, an introductory level due to its small size, meaning moderate and controllable danger. 2 days later, the doorbell rang. Trin-Hai opened the door to find a shipper waiting, holding a large package. While signing, the shipper suddenly leaned close and whispered suspiciously, "By the way, did you discover an entrance to an underground city, bro? Otherwise, why would you buy so many prohibited items?" A chill ran down Trin-Hai's spine. He quickly opened the package, raised the stick in his hand, and chuckled foolishly. "I bought it for fun. My old one broke, so I had to buy a new one. Is there any problem?" The shipper was startled, quickly turned away, leaving a nonchalant remark, "Nothing, I was just asking." Trin-Hai watched the retreating figure, his heart filled with unease. Although he knew ordinary people were very superstitious about this, being asked directly by a stranger like that was truly unsettling. Right after that, the young man turned back to look at the goods he had just received, his gaze becoming resolute. Trin-Hai began unboxing each item, and after fumbling for a while, he had equipped himself with a complete set of armor. In Trin-Hai's hand was a fire axe, which had probably been upgraded. Trin-Hai tried swinging it a few times, realizing it was quite heavy, and the chest armor was a bit tight, but he could still move adequately. He stopped before the door, gazing intently at the space beyond, took a deep breath, and stepped in. The moment he set foot inside, the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. A dense, overgrown forest appeared. Trinhai's eyes darted around, assessing. It's not an underground cave system. It seems my first opponent is very likely a whirly-apart. A faint smile crossed his face. It looked like his investment in this outfit wasn't wasted at all. After calming his nerves, Trinhai began searching for information on the status board. According to reliable sources from the adventurer community, as soon as a newcomer steps into the underground city, they will automatically activate the adventurer board and unlock the escape condition. And sure enough, he found his personal status board displayed right before his eyes. Trinhai, Novice Adventurer, Race, Human, Adventurer Rank, Level 1 Noob, Occupation, None. Basic Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 10, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Willpower 11, Title, None. Seeing the stats, Trinhai froze, speechless, and muttered with a frown. If I remember correctly, a normal person's basic attributes are all 10. 8 is weak, 16 is considered excellent. I haven't been training, so my strength and agility are only 9, which is reasonable. But 16 intelligence is truly unexpected. Although it's the most useless attribute, 16 points in intelligence is considered rare in both the association and corporations. After all, strength, agility, and constitution can be improved with training, but intelligence cannot. Trinhai felt a fleeting sense of pride, but he tried to remain calm. He moved on to the next section, clicked to view the escape conditions, and immediately a notification board popped up with the first quest, the Mermantide hunting season. His face changed instantly, then he shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. Why Merman, I'm allergic to seafood. Can I get a normal opponent? The scene shifted to a dense bush in the forest. A merman-like monster was patrolling, holding a spear. Meanwhile, Trinhai suddenly charged out from cover, swinging his axe straight at the target. However, the loud sound of his attack alerted the monster. It immediately retreated, causing Trinhai to only land a single blow on its arm. Realizing that an adventurer had entered the forest, the monsters began to react. The battle lasted longer than expected. After a tense struggle, Trinhai finally managed to kill the first monster. Drenched in sweat, he slumped to the ground, panting and groaning. Hold on, is the difficulty standard in this underground city wrong? Even a lone monster almost killed me. If I met a whole squad, I'd be screwed, seriously. Immediately after that, a notification popped up stating Trinhai had leveled up to level 2. But on the board, another line of text appeared, mocking his level as to weak, which infuriated the young man. Damn it, are you insulting me? Trinhai picked up the spear, muttering, Alright, that's enough for today. I'll hire a PT to boost my stats, then I'll come back here to challenge more. He left the combat space, returned to his room, and flopped onto the sofa, complaining bitterly. Damn, I'm so tired. I've used up all my energy from the past half year. But before he could rest, a system notification suddenly appeared in the middle of the screen. He stared blankly, then suddenly remembered. It seems completing a quest gives rewards. The system quickly sent a notification. Checking, adventurer has exited the underground city, beginning calculations. Trinhai grinned confidently. My demands aren't high, just give me a potion to boost my attributes, and I'll be fine. However, the system returned a result that wiped the smile from his face. Calculations complete, rating E, can you be any weaker? Reward, white tier supply item. Trinhai yelled out, full of indignation. So what if I'm weak? Everyone starts somewhere. Oh well, it's better than nothing. Let's see what this thermos does. After that, he took the water bottle, but as soon as he finished reading the description, Trinhai lost his temper and threw it far away. Who'd want this piece of trash? The next day, Trinhai was at the Jim Wells Training Center. He walked in and told the receptionist, Hello, I have an appointment with Coach Ann. A cheerful girl replied, you must be Trinhai. Coach N is waiting for you in the VIP room. Please follow me. On the way, Trinhai observed his surroundings, thinking to himself, I didn't expect such a small center to have a gym specifically for new adventurers and those who need supplies. Although the annual service fee is equal to the royalties from my new book, if it helps improve my physique quickly, then the money is worth it. The assistant started a conversation. Mr. Trinhai, have you ever worked out at a gym before? Never. She maintained a gentle demeanor but began to ask more deeply. Then why are you spending so much money to hire coach and newbies who need to build a foundation usually only need a regular coach? Or perhaps, Mr. Trinhai, you've been a rookie adventurer for a while now. Trinhai was slightly startled, thinking, what kind of direct questions are these? Then the young man replied with a relatively reasonable explanation. If you have the means, you should hire the best, right? My goal is to become an adventurer, so regular training isn't the best choice, I think. The assistant simply replied gently, oh, really? Then you certainly can. Trinhai began to feel nervous as he prepared to face the person adventurers called the best trainer in Mangsan City. The gym door slowly opened, and the assistant gently reminded him, have a chat with trainer and for a bit. When the door was fully open, Trinhai was surprised to see a scholarly-looking young man wiping sweat, appearing to have just finished training. This is completely different from what I thought. I imagined a muscular guy, but it turns out to be this soft boy. But immediately after, from behind the scholarly young man, a powerfully built, muscular man with cold eyes emerged, radiating killing intent that shook the entire room. The man spoke in a deep, gruff voice. My course is so expensive, yet you still managed to make an appointment. Trinhai flinched, turning sharply with a startled expression. Are you kidding me? Is that a Nim, the ranked trainer? And Nim looked straight at Trinhai, speaking directly and without beating around the bush. You want to become an adventurer? With no way out, Trinhai began his first training session. And after only a short time, he was exhausted, groaning from fatigue. I can't take this training anymore. And Nim calmly took the weights from Trinhai's hand, commenting placidly, okay, that's enough for now, you've worked hard. 30 kilograms, 5 reps, so your maximum lifting capacity is about 35 kilograms. As a beginner at the gym, combined with your current weight, this lifting performance is still a bit weak. Trinhai lay there panting, tired and blaming himself. Damn it, what the hell is this? Even though I know I'm super weak, this is too little. Normal guys can all lift around 50 kilograms, right? Another trainee approached, Timoy, a fellow student at Jim Wells Center. He coldly assessed, Mr. Trinhai's foundation is too poor. 35 kilograms is his limit. Converted to adventurer attributes, that would be 9, right? And Nim stepped forward, his eyes stern. The strength, stamina, and agility of an ordinary person are equal, with not much difference. For you to want to undergo 3 adventurer attribute transformations in 1 month is impossible. Trinhai turned to ask, his voice still breathless. Then how long will it take? And Nim replied directly, if you train every day, it would take about a quarter to reach 11 points for each type. This 11 is an approximate number on the chart, which means he would be as strong as a normal person. Trinhai wiped his sweat and nodded. Understood, then let's start with a quarter-long training plan. Where do I pay? Trainer pointed and said succinctly, just give it to me. Timoy smiled, extending his hand as if welcoming a new teammate. Great, I won't be lonely anymore. Nice to meet you. I'm Timoy, an adventurer contracted with Jim Wells Gym. I look forward to your guidance. Trinhai also happily replied, I'm Trinhai, I write novels. I look forward to your guidance. The scene shifts to a fast food restaurant. Trinhai and Timoy are sitting and chatting at a table. Timoy starts the conversation. Speaking of which, why did a newbie like you sign up for Cochin's class? Even though it's very effective, it's too expensive. You're not in a hurry, you could practice at home or hire a cheaper coach. Normally, only those who are super rich or have a contract with the association go to Cochin. If I hadn't signed with Wells, I couldn't afford him. Trinhai chuckled, replying as if it was no big deal. Because I have money to spare, I earn a lot from selling books. If my goal is to become an adventurer, then I must find the best training place. Hearing that, Timoy nodded, then lowered his voice. I see. I thought you discovered the entrance to the underground city, and that's why you became an adventurer. But since you set such a goal, as a senior, I'll teach you some basic knowledge that's currently circulating so you don't get scammed. The first time an adventurer descends into the underground city, they'll receive a corresponding title based on their performance. This title can be chosen to be worn or not. When receiving attributes or blessings, the title's attributes will also be visible to other adventurers. There are some hunters who specialize in hunting for low-level underground city entrances, so they often wear their titles and appear next to suspicious individuals. If attracted by the suspicious person's title and showing unnatural reactions, the entrance hunter will know the target has become an adventurer. Then, by following them, they'll find the entrance to the underground city. After speaking for a while, seeing no reaction from Trin Hai, Timoy thought, it seems he's not a real adventurer. But this kind of weak person who's both rich and wants to be an adventurer isn't very valuable. Knowing he was being scrutinized, Trin Hai kept his face completely emotionless, his eyes showing gratitude and admiration, nodding and saying, "Is that so? I've learned a lot." Outwardly calm as he was, Trin Hai was screaming fiercely inside. Good thing I took off that title. I and the title Murphic are equally matched because it sounded so embarrassing. Otherwise, I would have been totally exposed. Timoy stood up from his seat and called Trin Hai. Brother In's contract is almost done. Let's go. Scene shifts to a training office, and Nim is sitting with his chin in his hand, deep in thought, facing his assistant. His voice slowly echoed, as if analyzing a subject in a report. Among famous authors, some specialize in writing about adventurers. No wonder he has money, and his motive for buying my course is to train and become an adventurer. The assistant spoke up, clearly in agreement. Furthermore, he has no specific requirements for the course, unlike someone who discovered an underground city entrance and needs to clear the underground city within a month. Above Nim's head, a title clearly appeared, Newbie Killer. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became heavy. He growled. That's right, the probability of Trin Hai being an adventurer or discovering an underground city entrance is very low. So when Timoy brings him back, even if he can't see my title, just follow the procedure. Before the elite underground city appears, we can make an extra profit. It's an opportunity not to be missed. Back in the main hall of the center, Timoy led Trin Hai back to the training area. At this time, Nim and his assistant were waiting. When Trin Hai walked over, he immediately noticed the title above Nim's head. And Nim spoke as if nothing was wrong. The contract is done. If you read it and find no issues, sign it. Trin Hai scratched his head, maintaining a calm expression. Okay, but inside, he felt a silent shock. Even Wells, a level trainer. Without revealing any weakness, Trin Hai continued towards the payment counter, where the center's assistant was waiting. From behind, Nim stood with his arms crossed, watching him and commented. He looked at me very casually, his gaze not lingering on the title above my head. It doesn't seem like he's the one who discovered the underground city. Timoy, did you do anything unnecessary? Timoy calmly replied, No, I'm an adventurer contracted with Wells. And Nim shook his head and turned away. Then there's no need to pay attention anymore. Personal information appeared, and Nim, level 13, Timoy, level 6. At the counter, Trin Hai handed over the contract. I signed it. The assistant smiled and handed back the original. This is yours, please take it. Trainer and will take you for a body checkup later. Trin Hai nodded, okay. In the gym, Trin Hai was running on the treadmill, his face flushed with exhaustion. Sweat poured down like a shower, while Nim calmly took notes. Finally, he ordered, Stop, it's pretty much as I guessed. You're really weak. No more agility tests. For the next week, mainly improve your strength and physical fitness. When are you free? Trin Hai panted, but his reply rang out with determination. I'm always free. And Nim glanced at him. Alright, come tomorrow at 10 a.m. That night, in his bedroom, Trin Hai buried his face in the bed and mumbled, I didn't expect a large-scale gym to be like this. using the name reformation for compliant adventurers and adventurer designed to fish for information. If I hadn't acted well, I would have almost been exposed. No wonder this place has AAA level training. I'm afraid places all over the country. He suddenly stopped, as if remembering something important. Wait a minute, looking at it this way, any service related to adventurers has a trap, including where I bought my armor. It's a good thing I thought buying from the same place would be like confessing before being questioned. Otherwise, I'd have been exposed right then and there. It seems I've underestimated the danger of this profession. Trinhai clicked his tongue softly. I have to change my plans. Everything is ready, armor, weapons, spirit, all set. Trinhai stepped into the underworld, muttering that he had intended to train until he was stable before entering. But I didn't expect it to be so brutal out there, with everyone targeting low-level adventurers. Although I was lucky to escape the trap today, it won't be like this every day. Trinhai took a deep breath, his hand gripping the axe handle tightly. I guess I'll have to risk leveling up as an adventurer. Trinhai opened his status board to check. This new quest made him frown. The requirement this time is a pair of fishman eyes. Huh? Immediately, memories of the previous day's battle came back. He snapped his fingers, telling himself, "That's right. I wonder if the eyes of the one from yesterday will work." Without hesitation, Trinhai immediately went back to look for the corpse from the day before. But when he arrived, a shocking sight appeared. The monster's corpse had been almost entirely eaten from the lower half was beginning to rot. He quickly covered his nose, frowning in thought. Damn it, it's completely rotten. It seems some creature has been eating it recently. But the eyes are still there. Lucky, no need to fight today. Let me go round here and check the terrain. While Trinhai was engrossed in digging out the eyes, another creature was stealthily approaching from behind. A small sound startled him, making him spin around. A new fishman was silently advancing, its eyes filled with murderous intent, as if wanting revenge for its kind. Trinhai let out a sigh of relief, then sneered. "A fishman, I thought it was someone else. You scared me." He pointed at it, saying confidently, "Just a lone fishman, I won't." But before he could finish, another one jumped out from the bushes, making Trinhai's face turn pale as he yelled in astonishment. Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best. Damn it. 1 is fine, but 2, no way. The sky gradually turned to dusk. The prolonged chase left both sides exhausted, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. One of the two monsters raised its spear, signaling its comrade to continue the attack. Trinhai, drenched in sweat, wiped his face and gave a provocative smile. "Ha, still arrogant when death is near. Don't you realize?" Then he pointed towards the forest. "Your accomplice lost track." The monster froze. Just then, Trinhai stepped forward, his body radiating fierce murderous intent. "Now it's my turn." A heavy slash took down the first one. Immediately, the other one charged forward, but when it witnessed its comrade fall under the axe blade, it froze in panic. Trinhai grinned, his eyes cunning, relentlessly giving chase. "Don't run, little one." As soon as he returned to his room, Trinhai immediately received a notification from the system, detecting the adventurer has exited the underground city. Calculations begin. Calculations complete. Adventurer evaluation. Your performance is okay. No rewards. Trinhai broke out in a sweat, gritting his teeth, wanting to curse. What the heck, I got a higher rating this time, but still no reward. He slumped onto the sofa, hand on his forehead, sighing in frustration. So the drop rate in the beginner-level underground city is that low? No, that can't be right. If other adventurers also encounter the situation, how do they make money? Or is there some knowledge I don't know? Tomorrow, I'll try asking Timoy and the trainer. Alright, let's behave for a bit before confirming they're no longer monitoring me. A rookie adventurer with an entrance to the underground city. The next morning, Trinhai returned to the Wells Training Center. He asked the assistant, "Hey, aren't Timoy and the trainer coming?" The assistant smiled and replied, "Timoy went to the next city. He'll be back in a few days. Trainer and has some business, so he hasn't arrived yet." He nodded, calmly saying, "Alright then, I'll go practice in the VIP room first." A few days later in the training room, Trinhai was still diligently running at high intensity. Outside, Timoy and Nim were observing. Timoy raised an eyebrow. I was gone for a few days, and this is his intensity. He's diligent. At this rate, he'll soon be able to raise his strength and agility to 11. And Nim added, if he maintains this pace and doesn't get injured, he could reach 12 after 1 quarter. Timoy turned and quietly asked, speaking of which, are you planning to recruit him to work with Wells permanently? This wealthy and motivated seed could become a loyal adventurer. And Nim shook her head. I asked him before you came back, but he refused. He wants to follow the black market path to become an adventurer. Timoy shrugged. Well, in that case. Back to Trinhai. Even though sweat poured like rain and his body was exhausted, he still struggled to keep running, step by step. Timoy walked over to him, his voice serious. You're pushing yourself too hard, you'll get injured easily like that. Trinhai breathed heavily, but still replied with a smile. The sooner the better. If it takes too long, my money won't last. Timoy was silent for a moment, then his eyes became thoughtful. He envisioned the escalating cost chart over time for a black market adventurer and finally just nodded, that's true. At a fast food restaurant, Trinhai ate while lost in thought, including Coach N's invitation from the other day. I can confirm that Timoy and Coach N have eliminated the possibility of me being an adventurer with access to the underground city. Next, I'll find a suitable opportunity. As he was engrossed in thought, a familiar voice rang out. Why are you so spaced out? Timoy appeared, placed his food tray on the table and sat opposite him. Trinhai was startled, briefly flustered. Is something wrong? Not really, I'm just too tired, so I'm a bit dazed. Timoy looked at him for a moment, then nodded in understanding. You're not doing well, you know? Training too much can easily lead to injuries. If you get injured, it'll affect your progress. Trinhai sighed. Yeah, I know, I'll probably reduce the amount. By the way, have you made any money back from this profession yet? Timoy shrugged, then shook his head, answering himself. It's still early. At this rate, I'll only break even when I reach level 11. Trinhai wondered, why does it have to be after level 11? Timoy began to explain in a steady voice, like someone perfectly familiar with the leveling system. Because low-level adventurers, especially from 1 to 5, are very easy to play. With an experienced person leading the team to complete missions and return, the mortality rate is extremely low. Adventurers without ambition usually choose this method. From level 6 to 10, mission difficulty increases and information about monsters becomes more valuable. This stage mostly involves gathering information. Although the survival rate isn't as high, it's still playable. Only when it reaches level 11 and the difficulty of the underground city becomes unplayable, that's when adventurers like me start to profit. At this stage, adventurers desperately need to increase their strength, equipment, artifacts, skill books, all of which boost their survival rate and sell for a high price. Hearing that, Trinhai offered his thoughts. I don't understand. After level 11, if the underground city is so dangerous, why don't they accumulate resources from levels 6 to 10? If they wait until then to level up, then. Timoy calmly replied, there are many reasons. First, the Adventurers Association Council doesn't force adventurers to clear the underground city. So most adventurers only start considering returning to normal life once they reach level 11. Additionally, what the underground city yields is only enough to allow adventurers to barely maintain a foothold in the elite underground city. Compared to levels 11 to 15, which are both high-earning and dangerous, gathering information and logistics work at levels 6 to 10 can recoup some initial investment. They don't need to risk their lives at levels 11 to 15 anymore. Trinhai fell silent, his eyes gradually becoming profound. So that's how it is. Adventurers from level 6, no, even earlier, had already split into different pods. Scene change at Trinhai's apartment. He sat with his legs crossed on the sofa, absorbed in scrolling through his phone, muttering to himself. I see, no wonder I couldn't find much useful information and tips on the forum. Turns out it's because the majority of adventurers make money from it. Reliable tips and news require a fee. Low-level adventurers found by sellers to possess an entrance to the underground city will be completely scammed. But what surprised me more was this. So this underground city only gives me quest completion rewards and turns those who accidentally enter here into adventurers. Just these 2 points. Without hesitation, Trinhai began to put on his armor and check his equipment, his voice decisive and clear. Considering I'm not short on money and all the dangers related to adventuring out there, I should try to escape this underground city on my own first, then decide whether or not to become an adventurer. Yeah, I'll use the method Timoy taught me first. Now, I'll focus on gathering information, and once I'm confident, I'll clear the quest. A notification popped up immediately after Tide Merman Hunting Season. Challenge Level 2, current challenger level is. The condition for escape is to find the lake and completely destroy a squad of Tide Mermen. The number of remaining challenges in this underground city is 7. After passing the gate, the number of challenges will reset to 0. The number of days until the entrance reverses is 19 days 1843. Trinhai squinted as he read, then started. This mission doesn't require combat? Good thing I consulted Timu's knowledge and bought a supporting drone. Otherwise, if I had to find the lake by myself, who knows when I'd finish. In a damp and dark area of the underground city, a pack of merman monsters gathered near the lake's surface. Meanwhile, one suddenly raised its head, discovering an unmanned drone hovering above, its eyes flashing with vigilance. Through the transmitted signal, Trinhai was observing everything from afar. The screen clearly displayed the exact positions and movements of the entire pack. He particularly noticed one individual that was more fearsome than the others, a merman with sharp teeth and blood-red skin. As if sensing something watching it, the creature threw its head back and roared. Trinhai leaned in to get a better look. Was that thing a merman just now? The images from the drone transmitted to Trinhai's screen were sharp in every detail. On the screen was a strange creature, still in merman form, but much larger, exuding an imposing aura, completely superior to the frog-faced merman Trinhai had encountered before. Though momentarily surprised, he shook his head, let out a breath, and muttered, "Oh well, forget it." For him, the priority now was to complete the escape mission first. It wouldn't be too late to hunt down that merman afterwards. He pressed the control button, sending the drone deeper into the forest to search for clues. But unexpectedly, the noisy engine accidentally attracted the attention of a few mermen near it. After circling for a while among the dense canopy, an image appeared on the screen that made Trinhai frown. No wonder there are mermen in the deep terrain of the underground city. Turns out there's a huge lake deep within the forest. Suddenly, a distinctive orange-red merman lunged out from somewhere, in a state of extreme panic and rage. In an instant, he managed to control the drone to block right in front of his chest. Good thing he reacted quickly, or he would have met his ancestors by now. But seeing the drone already completely shattered, the young man could only cry bitterly. Wah, I just bought this controller. After observing for a while, he secretly assessed, no, this is not the time to be thinking about these things. This merman is too fast. I need to be very careful. Just then, 1, 2, then 3 more mermen emerged from the bushes, surrounding him. One lunged unexpectedly, its claws sharp as razors, tearing open the chainmail part of Trinhai's armor. A critical blow that gave him no time to react. Blood gushed out, soaking his entire right arm, and he screamed, "So dangerous!" At the other end, that elite merman also stopped short, his expression bewildered as if he couldn't understand what was happening. Trinhai looked at his arm again, gritting his teeth. If I hadn't been wearing iron armor, I would have lost my arm completely. Is this monster truly something a novice adventurer has to face? The elite merman stood frozen for a few seconds, then roared in anger. How are these humans so hard to kill? You guys, quickly help. Immediately, the swarm of Tide mermen all grabbed their weapons and surrounded Trinhai. The red-orange one alone was already a problem. Now he also had to divide his attention to deal with the incoming mob. Trinhai shouted in despair, no matter what, The difficulty in this underground city is truly disgusting. His eyes quickly scanned towards the exit, and a thought flashed in his mind. What if I run? Just then, the system screen displayed an urgent notification. Underground City, Tide Merman, Challenge Level. Escape missions through the gate are repeating. Inside a damp cave, past the goblin den, continuous booming sounds echoed like firecrackers. A muscular man was repeatedly punching the soft corpse of a goblin, while someone standing nearby frowned and said, "Hey Tring Sung, you're looking a lot like you're taking your anger out on that monster's corpse." The person speaking was BBC T-Min, an adventurer from MyVU Tech Corporation, a top 500 company globally, and the person opposite him was Tring Sung, level 5, title Thunder Fist. Tring Sung tossed his hair, not bothering to hide his arrogant demeanor. Completely destroying it is just because this goblin was too weak to withstand my punches. BBC T-Min looked at the flattened corpse stuck to the cave wall and could only sigh in admiration. It would be strange if it could withstand it. He's clearly only level 5, but has overall strength comparable to a level 9 adventurer. A monster like you entering an entry-level underground city would have no rival. Tring Sung's voice was cold. Yes, there is. If I encounter the legendary BC, I will meet a powerful monster that only appears in the next level underground city. Whether I win or lose, as long as I keep my life in its hands, I will receive a reward of an artifact upgrade ticket. At that time, I will be even more capable of entering the ranks of legendary level adventurers. Tring Sung stepped out of the cave, his arrogant figure towering. BBC T-Min watched after him, secretly admiring him. Indeed, it's clear that while we're both level 5, he's already set his sights on legendary level adventurers. We're truly not on the same level. It's hard to talk. But no matter what, the promotion ticket, artifacts, and the path to a legendary adventurer. Until now, it's all just a rumor. Meanwhile, on this side, Trenhai is struggling to survive amidst a school of mermen. A notification just popped up, cold as a death sentence. Escape mission. Survive for over 3 minutes while being hunted by mermen with extremely high combat power. Complete the mission to receive an additional reward, a promotion ticket and artifacts. He yelled, despair mixed with resentment. Damn it, I was about to make my escape, and then they pull this stunt. What the hell? Do they want to kill me or something? In front of him, the elite merman signaled, and its subordinates immediately charged forward. A fierce battle erupted. A breathless sound escaped Trenhai's throat. He whispered, I guess I've been pushed to the brink. Blood poured from his head, streaming down and dyeing his face red. His dazed eyes stared blankly. He knelt down, his arms limp as if completely despairing. Seeing that, the elite merman disdainfully ordered, this human is yours. The young man seemed to be sinking into despair, wishing he hadn't become an adventurer in the first place. A spear was pressed against his throat, but Trenhai didn't budge. In his mind, a flood of memories suddenly rushed back like a flashback. He suddenly realized that for all these years, he had always been troubled and thought about the underground city. He had imagined many times that if he truly became an adventurer, he wouldn't be like the protagonists he had written about, those who had to go through dangers, fighting for their lives. Yes, even though Trenhai was afraid of death and weak, his adventurer's life absolutely wouldn't end here. He clenched the axe handle, his eyes blazing, his entire body ignited with fierce determination. He would risk everything against those who dared to stand in his way. The elite merman turned its head, astonished. Trenhai, alone, was spinning among the tidal mermen, fighting frantically. On second thought, what do I have left now? What can I still use? As if hearing that call, the system responded immediately, displaying the most suitable new title. Without hesitation, Trenhai activated it. Using the title merman and I are equals. The title's effect activated instantly. The title's attributes automatically searched for the strongest merman in the area. Immediately, he gained strength equivalent to the target. Attribute increase, strength +1, speed +8, perception +6. Trenhai's body felt light and his limbs became noticeably more agile. His moves were decisive, each strike hitting the target without a second of hesitation. The axe blade swung up, and a tidal merman was decapitated in front of its comrades. Trinhai roared, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Good, with this speed, the current me can do it. The elite merman, the leader of the monsters, froze. It couldn't believe its eyes. Strange, this human is completely different now. What did he do? Trinhai pointed his spear at it, shouting loudly, "Only you, boss." Only now did the leader truly become vigilant. It roared, "You only defeated a few low-level ones. Don't get too cocky." Trinhai knew well that even though he had been enhanced, if he still used an axe and wore armor as before, he wouldn't be able to defeat this red-orange merman. He threw his axe aside, bent down to pick up a nearby spear, his eyes sharp, his will burning. If I don't try, how will I know? There's only one chance. His entire plan revolved around a life-or-death gambit, using his unprotected head as bait, waiting for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow, targeting the opponent's attack style and weak points. If he failed, Trinhai knew he would have no way out. This life-or-death sensation made him tremble with excitement, truly exhilarating, completely absorbed in it. Can't stand still, this is the moment. Trinhai gritted his teeth, waiting for the moment of approach as the elite merman charged. The distance between them was now less than an arm's length. Trinhai thrust the spear directly into its throat, piercing its fatal vital point. Ha, I'm pretty good, huh? But at the same time, the enemy's final claw swing cut Trinhai's major artery, blood continuously gushing out. As soon as he finished speaking, Trinhai collapsed to the ground, his eyes still shining brightly even though his body could no longer stand. The elite merman struggled, using its last bit of strength to try and pull the spear from its throat. Its face contorted, it cried out in pain. Damn it. It couldn't accept the bitter truth of being defeated by a weaker opponent, but after a few struggles, it faded and lay motionless. Trinhai, however, was in a critical state. Blood from his neck continued to gush out, showing no sign of stopping, and his consciousness began to fade. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Escape mission complete. Detected the intelligent abnormal merman has died. Starting calculation. The item for this mission is a normal thermos. Trinhai struggled to pick up the item, his arm trembling. He whispered, "Use the artifact upgrade ticket on the thermos." A flash of light. From a mundane item, a super artifact was born. It was a new, rare, and strange type of healing potion. Effect: creates a different flavor each day. Can be used to heal wounds and restore stamina. Without time to think, Trinhai grabbed the potion and drank it all in one gulp. The wounds on his body gradually healed and his skin regained its healthy color. He smiled. A few minutes later, he woke up, looked at his body, and the cut on his neck had completely healed. Trinhai nodded. He opened the system panel, his adventure interface still simple, level 3, profession, none. But now, Trinhai possessed 2 titles. His basic attributes also changed slightly. Even a single extra point in touch was enough to make Trinhai feel like he had received an unexpected gift. He thought to himself. The system replied, "Tide Merman Hunting Season Mission, destroy the hatchery." Trinhai immediately sagged. Thinking of the hatchery, he sighed. Never mind, I'm still not strong enough to handle that mission yet. He stood up, carefully tucked the axe into his belt, then went to collect a few spears left by the merman, and then proceeded to escape. As soon as he stepped outside, Trinhai immediately felt something different. He frowned. Is it an illusion? Why does this entrance seem much bigger? Driven by curiosity, Trinhai reached out to touch the entrance again, but an invisible force repelled him, pushing his hand back. The system displayed a notification. Level insufficient. Cannot enter this underground city. Remaining challenges, 10. After passing through the gate, the number of attempts will reset to 0. Days remaining until the entrance reverses, 89 days. He was stunned, not high enough level. Did this underground city upgrade? That means I just completed the escape mission for a higher level underground city. No wonder the difficulty increased so much, and it even dropped so many rich rewards. Before he could fully recover, a new notification appeared. Hidden profession. Trinhai vaguely remembered someone on the forum emphasizing that hidden professions were extremely rare. Without hesitation, he pressed confirm. The system displayed, check shows the adventurer does not have a profession. Do you want to use the dead man's profession change certificate? After he selected yes, the system announced, changing profession to dead man. Just as the system was about to complete, a mysterious black-purple circle appeared beneath Trinhai's feet. It expanded rapidly, engulfing him completely. New profession, dead man effect, perception increased. The closer to death, the more strength and agility increase. Attribute points increase from 1 to 4, waiting to be unlocked. Trinhai was stunned. Could this be what the world is like after perception reaches 16 points? Even with his eyes tightly shut, he could clearly feel every nook and cranny of the room. Trinhai dared not imagine what else he would be able to see if perception was 20 points. He then thought of the title born from death and opened its information. Title effect when severely wounded, near death, or facing a stronger opponent, strength +4, agility +4, perception +4, total after activation, +12 stats. Trinhai's eyes widened. The conditions for this title are no different from the dead man profession, are they? Wait, that means the dead man, born from death, will give me 8 strength, 8 agility, and 9 perception under extreme conditions. Holy cow, this is awesome! From now on, when I encounter strong enemies, I can automatically activate this effect. After defeating them, I'll use that healing potion to restore my status. Moreover, the potion's effect isn't just that. With it, I won't have to worry about getting injured from working out anymore. It's restored once every day, so I can train as much as I want. A month passed just like that, and Trinhai was still diligently working out at the gym, lifting all kinds of weights and panting heavily. The moment he strained to lift the enormous, super heavy barbell above his head, Timoy witnessed it. Timoy was utterly shocked. This is unbelievable. Who would have thought that not long ago he was scrawny and weak, yet in less than 2 months, he achieved results that many people take a full year to get. This amount of training would drive anyone else crazy, but he could train continuously. This alone shows his outstanding physique. He must be at least level 16, maybe even 17, 18. Coach An, are you sure you're not seeing things? After stopping for a moment, Trinhai turned to see Timoy staring at him, feeling a bit puzzled. Taking the water bottle from Timu's hand, he took a long gulp, but Timoy still wouldn't drop the old topic. Are you really not going to join the Wells Club and become a contract adventurer? Trinhai replied bluntly, I don't want to be an adventurer tied down by a contract. Timoy sighed softly. What a shame. Timoy thought he'd get to be your colleague and we'd clear the underground city together. Trinhai smiled in response. Even if we're not colleagues, we can still combine our efforts, right? Oh, I'm planning to buy an adventurer position from some freelance intermediaries. Do you have any honest advice you'd like to share? Timoy nodded, not hiding his seriousness. Honestly? Trinhai suddenly remembered. The freelance union, if he recalled correctly, was the largest freelance organization in the country. Timoy confirmed. Right, if you want to go the black market route to buy an adventurer position, I'd suggest you choose the freelance union for assurance or use the underground city entrance they operate themselves. This advice surprised Trinhai, because buying and selling adventurer positions inherently carried significant risks. Timoy further explained, sellers feared encountering fake rookie hunters, while buyers feared being scammed out of their money and abandoned. However, when the freelance union acted as an intermediary, everything would be different. Although the transaction fees were high, they were the leading entity in deals related to the underground city, providing strongly binding and transparent contracts. Trinhai nodded. So that's how it is. Clear plans were now forming in his mind. Upon arriving home, Trinhai quickly lay down on his bed, opened his phone, and immediately searched. After some searching, he discovered that in Trenangsho, only one seller in Vantio City was trustworthy enough. After some time, Trinhai managed to contact the seller, a person nicknamed Old Driver Vantio. Trinhai himself used the nickname Mingson Resident, who likes to write. After the two sides exchanged details about the position, the remaining slots were just right, with only 2 spots left. So the schedule was set. 2 days later, as agreed, Trinhai went alone to People's Park in Vantio City. Despite the considerable distance, with just a glance, both quickly recognized each other. A loud voice called out from afar, "Over here." The man waving was old driver Vantio. He confirmed immediately. "You're the Mangson resident who likes to write, right? This guy is the one who controls the entrance to the underground city, the cellar." Old driver Vantio urged, "Only you're missing, hurry up. After signing the contract, I will lead everyone into the underground city." At the gathering point, the person in purple was drawing the contract signing symbol. He is the contract master of the Rogue Alliance. The contract master began to announce, the contract content includes 3 points. First, the buyer transfers the remaining amount to the account designated by our side. The seller assists you in performing services, such as transforming from ordinary people into adventurers, if you survive and return from the underground city. Our side will transfer the remaining amount to the seller's account. Second, after entering the underground city, the buyer is not allowed to violate the safety agreement, and the seller is also not allowed to abandon or use violence against the buyer. Third, no one is allowed to disclose the specific location of the underground city entrance to anyone. Do you have any other questions about the contract content? People spoke up one by one, first Ling and the team leader, then Trinhai, nicknamed the Mangson resident who likes to write. Other people, such as Han, also had no objections. The contract master loudly proclaimed. Then the contract is immediately established. Immediately, a glowing symbol appeared on everyone's arm, widening everyone's eyes. My right hand is glowing. It's truly miraculous. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide their astonishment. The contract master nodded. "All right, my work is done. I hope there will be future opportunities to serve you all." Having said that, he left. Old driver Vantio waved his hand. "Everyone, please follow me later. I'll lead you to the entrance of the underground city." The entrance was hidden in an abandoned building complex, located in a sparsely populated area. The group silently ventured deeper inside. Only at the very end, a pale blue gate appeared, open and waiting. Someone from the Adventurer Forum, nicknamed Underground City Money Manager, spoke up. "The location of this entrance is indeed very secret. No wonder it hasn't been discovered by officials or capitalists." As soon as that sentence echoed, Ling and the team leader exchanged meaningful glances. No one noticed that they were secretly calculating something in their minds. To keep the user group from waiting too long, old driver Vantio hastily urged, "Everyone, enter in order." This underground city raid is the level for Enchantress Forest. Before them was a pitch-dark forest, thick with mist, every small corner swallowed by shadows. As soon as the group entered, Vantio's accomplice, who had been waiting, stepped forward and immediately asked, "How are these new people?" Before he could reply, the newly transferred adventurers appeared one after another. Some were excitedly thrilled, while others curiously observed the gloomy scenery of the underground city. As for Trinhai, he remained calm, quietly following at the back of the group. Vantio and the other man exchanged glances and subtly smirked. He muttered, "That's fine, I can't tell who's like a hedgehog." That ambiguous attitude did not escape Trinhai's observation. He frowned slightly, speculating, "So there are 2 sellers." Immediately after, Vantio loudly called out, "All right, everyone, look at me. Follow me and yell into the air, 'Adventurer Screen.'" All the adventurers followed, shouting in unison, "Adventurer Screen." Right before each person, a personal screen appeared, allowing them to view basic information and a separate quest board, something only they could see, with no worries of others prying. Con, Vantio's friend, quickly spoke up, "Please report your escape missions here, and we will handle them one by one." Murmurs rose from the user group. "Seriously, are my basic attributes really that low?" It was Trinhai's turn. He quietly looked at the quest board in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. Succubus Forest, Challenge Level 4. Your escape condition is to listen to the succubus's voice. As for the clear condition, defeat the succubus. Trinhai shivered slightly. A warning bell immediately rang in his head. A succubus. It seems this type of monster isn't on the beginner-level underground city monster list on the forum. A sense of unease crept into his heart. This underground city is probably not like the one back home. There might be some fatal flags. As for the difference among survivors, if a beginner-level underground city monster isn't on the common new player map on the forum, there are two possibilities. One, it's very rare too. The adventurer who encounters it will die here. Suddenly, the contract symbol on the underground city money manager user's hand glowed brightly, accompanied by rapid warning sounds. Warning. Warning, this person has violated safety regulations and did not state their escape mission correctly. Trinhai observed calmly, his eyes subtly glancing towards the person with glasses, thinking, is that person with glasses lying? They immediately turned to criticize. No way, nothing's even happened yet and someone's already violated a rule. The underground city money manager user awkwardly explained, it must be a bug. My escape mission really is to collect high-value medicinal herbs. Vantio's old friend's face suddenly darkened. His eyes were full of murderous intent. A contractor's contract isn't absolutely flawless, of course, but for a novice like you, it won't have any errors. Your escape mission is definitely not this one. You're lying to us. The underground city money manager user trembled, collapsing onto the cold ground. Just then, the leader user stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, stood in front of Vantio's old friend, and calmly said, he just entered the adventurer world. He doesn't understand the rules. A mistake can still be forgiven. Please be magnanimous and give him another chance, alright? Then he gently pushed the underground city money manager user's shoulder as if signaling, yes, please give me a chance. The underground city money manager user immediately bowed, clasping his hands and pleading earnestly. Vantio's old friend was silent for a few seconds, then replied curtly, don't let there be a next time. Everything finally settled down, and Vantio spoke up again, as if nothing had happened. Everyone, state your missions again. Don't get them mixed up this time. The group listed their missions one by one. Find the succubus in the lake. Listen to the succubus's voice. Look at the succubus for 10 seconds. Another person also had to find the succubus. In summary, all missions revolved around 3 requirements. Find the succubus in the lake. Look at the succubus for 10 seconds and listen to the succubus's voice. It might not sound too dangerous, but depending on the actual situation, nothing could be said for sure. Vantio's friend mumbled softly, if we're fully prepared, this mission should be quite simple. Hearing that, the Henhenhin user breathed a sigh of relief. Good, if it's not dangerous. After the formation was stable, veteran driver Vantio quickly shouted, not letting the group wait long. I'll now lead everyone to the lake in the forest where the succubus appears. Everyone follow me, don't get lost. The place they needed to go was not too far. Amidst the dark trees, a deep lake appeared, as if hidden in the heart of the shadows. Upon reaching the edge of the lake, Vantio immediately signaled the group to stop. Vantio's old friend said nothing and stepped forward. He took an item from his adventurer screen and carefully approached the water's edge, step by step. Seeing this, the newcomers couldn't help but wonder. No one understood what he was doing. But this was one of the professional secrets only veteran drivers like Vantio knew. Not many outside knew that, with this method, the succubus would be summoned out of the lake. His singing echoed throughout the forest. Just a moment later, the water surface began to ripple. At the center of the lake, a figure gradually appeared, a girl with flowing gray hair, her pointed elf ears clearly visible. The succubus is out. The cry of user security guard class leader rang out excitedly. Immediately, the adventurer's tasks were completed one by one. Now for the challenge of listening to the succubus's song. Vantio quickly took out the earplugs. Warning, everyone, cover your ears for a bit. The succubus is about to sing. If you don't cover your ears, the succubus's singing can damage your brain. Level 1 adventure newbies, if you listen to the whole song, you'll die right on the spot. The whole group immediately panicked. everyone fumbling to insert their earplugs. Some even used both hands to tightly cover their ears. The singing began, a song mixed with enchanting, seductive flute sounds, causing everyone to fall into a daze. The world seemed to soften, everything melting into the sound. It wasn't until blood began to seep from his nose that Trin Hai woke up with a start. "Am I bleeding from the nose?" He quickly wiped the streak of blood with his hand, his heart pounding. I only listened for a moment, and luckily I had earplugs in so I didn't hear it clearly, otherwise I'd probably be dead by now. It lives up to its name as an underground city creature that doesn't appear on any beginner monster map. Dangerous, terrifying, yet full of allure. A shout rang out, "Everyone's mission is complete." Has everyone completed the escape mission? If we're done, let's head back the way we came. Back the way we came. Suddenly, a challenging voice rang out from user I Don't Mind Sarcasm. He directly questioned, his face still stained with blood. "Before coming, I investigated. The plants and minerals of the underground city are all very valuable. Are you rushing us out like this because you want to monopolize this underground city? We've already paid, so why can't we take some valuable items from here to sell?" The old driver Vantio couldn't accept that, quickly refuting, "Hold on. Our contract doesn't have this clause." User I Don't Mind Sarcasm smiled, flipping the argument, but it also doesn't say we're forbidden from picking up high-value items here after completing the escape mission, does it? Hearing that, Trin Hai turned and quietly asked user Ling, "Can adventurers pick up herbs and minerals in the underground city?" You didn't know? Actually, most adventurers don't have the ability to clear the stage. Their main profit comes from transporting supplies and monster intelligence from the underground city. Old friend Vantio interjected, "So you think that after completing the escape mission, we can't do anything, so you want to make trouble for us?" User I Don't Mind Sarcasm sneered. "Why not, you fool?" Old friend Vantio looked sinister, "But there's one point you haven't considered. That is, I haven't signed a contract with any of you." Just as the old driver's companions were about to leave, user Ling and the captain unexpectedly blocked their way. He looked annoyed. "What do you mean by this?" Ling replied casually, "Nothing, just annoyed." The captain added, his voice full of hidden meaning, "I think our friend here is right. It's just a few herbs and minerals. No need to be so calculating." Vantio suddenly became sharp, quickly refuting with logic. "But based on contract document Article 1, if he doesn't survive and get out of the underground city, we won't receive the remaining payment. If you die while harvesting herbs or minerals, it will cause us a lot of damage." The captain turned to retort, "You can protect us, and in return, we'll share a portion with you." The old driver forced a smile, gritting his teeth. Sorry, the old driver doesn't want to take that kind of risk. The captain argued relentlessly, "Is it really just because you don't want to take risks? Or does this underground city hold other secrets that you're afraid we'll discover while harvesting herbs?" Vantio's expression immediately darkened, contorted as if being squeezed. He growled, "I understand now. You're not a new adventurer. You're here to complete a clearance mission." Vantio gritted his teeth and called out, Old Liao, what are you doing?" The atmosphere immediately tensed. The user named Ling crossed his arms and warned, "You should be able to tell who's stronger between the two of us." Old Liao was speechless, his face flushed with anger, but he suppressed it, unable to do anything but grit his teeth and declare, "Let them have the underground city. We're leaving." The old driver, Vantio, hadn't had time to react, running after him and calling out, "What?" On this side, user Han still couldn't believe they had retreated so easily. The user underground city money manager chuckled, saying softly as if he'd seen through everything, "Isn't it obvious? The super nice guy and his friend are always speaking up for us." The people he referred to were the captain and Ling, two adventurers who seemed even stronger than that group of drivers. Hearing that, the captain chuckled excitedly, "You flatter me. Actually, I'm not the strong one, my friend is." As for Ling, he said nothing, but his silent demeanor was like a proud admission. At this moment, Trin Hai began to feel something was off. According to what Moi had taught, The contract masters of the Handicapped Alliance shouldn't make such basic mistakes as letting imposters infiltrate like this. Everything seemed illogical. The captain, still energized by the compliments, continued in a magnanimous tone. Everyone is free to choose whether to go alone or come with us. If you go alone, you'll reap your own rewards. But if you come with us, you'll have to split half of the clearance reward. Hearing that, user Han looked utterly surprised. That much? The user guard class monitor interjected. That much? Didn't you listen carefully, uncle? It's half of the clearance reward. These two adventurers aim to clear the level, and new adventurers usually have an extremely low clearance rate. Even if we split half, we'll still be ahead of 90% of new adventurers. Don't complain when you're getting a good deal, uncle. Beside him, the user Underground City money manager gritted his teeth and trembled. Who would have thought that an ordinary citizen, whose bank accounts were all frozen because their leader violated the rules, would have a chance to turn their life around in this underground city after 2 months? It's truly unimaginable. User Han was still confused. So, this is a good thing then? The captain explained, in a way. Whether a new adventurer clears the level or not also depends on luck. The sooner you get the clearance reward, the easier your path will be later on. Han was stunned. So, even if I only get half of the clearance reward, after reaching level 7, I'll still be stronger than most adventurers at the same level? The captain added confidently, if you don't waste resources, then yes, you'll be stronger. Hearing this, everyone became excited, clamoring, let me join, me too, and me. Elsewhere, the group of old drivers who had just left were also complaining non-stop. They walked and vented their anger, muttering bitterly. Before signing, they said it only covered escape. Nothing else. Now that the job's done, they've gone back on their word. Old Liao growled an order. All right, we're far enough now. They won't follow us. No need to keep up the act. Vantio immediately sighed in relief, dropping the act at once. Life gives you a role. Why not play it? But you played it a bit too well. I almost thought you'd really lose to that guy named Ling, the combat expert. Old Liao smirked in admission, but it's true I'm inferior to him, and he's also wary of me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to persuade me to leave. So that's how it is. So you think they can clear the level? Old Liao answered concisely and definitively, no, they can't. That combat expert, Ling, is useless against the succubus. That captain seems to be on the charm route, even though they're all at level 5. But they don't have enough means to threaten the succubus. I guess at most 1 or 2 of these adventurers will make it out alive. Vantu casually walked with his arm over his shoulder. So it's no different from the previous times. As for the other group, each person was holding a sword, examining it carefully. The captain spoke up at this moment. Since everyone has decided to team up to clear the stage, I won't hide it anymore. I have an effect that grants attributes to teammates. I believe in the effectiveness of the captain title. The info panel appeared. Title Captain. Effect. Self-charm increases by 3. Becoming captain adds 1 to self-attributes. Planning. 50% chance for teammates to agree unconditionally. Team members gain 1 point in any attribute. Note, if a group of adventurers go together, their stage clearing missions are the same. Everyone was excitedly murmuring, he really did. My strength increased by 1 point. I increased my perception. Shanghai was no exception. With the deceased profession, your current basic attributes are Strength 12, Agility 12, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 16, and Charm 11. You possess 2 titles, Me and Tide Murphic, equal in strength and talent, born from death. At this moment, the user Underground City Fund manager raised his hand, his voice full of concern. I have another question. This time, besides the flute sound calling the succubus in the lake, we don't know any other way. The succubus is hiding in the lake. How can the stage clearing mission be completed? Upon hearing the user Underground City Fund manager speak up, the user I don't mind sarcasm stepped forward confidently and replied, not a problem. He quickly equipped the title Dog Provoker, a title that gives a minus to charm effect and plus to stamina. When activated, this title allows him a 20% chance to force dialogue, a 50% chance to force the target to become enraged, and causes the opponent to lose 2 intelligence points. The user guard class leader shouted in panic, "He's an adventurer too." The user I don't mind sarcasm bent down, picked up the largest and heaviest stone from the pile of rocks by the lake, posturing as if preparing to unleash a decisive blow. Just getting its attention is enough. With a powerful throw, the stone cut through the wind and shot straight into the center of the lake. Immediately, the Dog Provoker title was activated, and the water surface turned with violent ripples. Not long after, a girl suddenly appeared on the lake surface. The succubus had revealed herself. The user I don't mind sarcasm raised 2 middle fingers to the sky, shouting without reservation, "You idiot! Come here!" Title Dog Provoker Effect Judgment. Success. The succubus, enraged to the point of madness, immediately charged towards the group of people standing there. The user I don't mind sarcasm still commented approvingly, "It worked. I've enraged it." Combat expert Luong rushed forward without hesitation. "Leave the rest to me." Shouts echoed from below. Everyone move back. Let the combat expert control the succubus. Others covered their ears, looking for an opportunity to attack. Luong clenched his fists, facing the succubus head-on. It seemed like an easy target, but the punch went right through her. What's going on? Luong's punch went right through. What the heck? Everyone was bewildered. The user I don't mind sarcasm started to get scared, forcing a wry smile. Wait a minute. A roar like an enraged bull echoed through the forest, striking at everyone's mind and body. Even though they had covered their ears and prepared beforehand, the group of adventurers couldn't avoid injuries. Nosebleeds gushed from each of them. No way, this succubus turns out to be a ghost. But even so, no one backed down. The captain yelled, "Luong, can you do it?" Luong nodded, his gaze firm. "Yes, but it'll take some time." Luong was preparing to unleash his special move, the love fist he obtained last time in the underground city. Although he hadn't fully mastered it, it was still enough to inflict damage if timed correctly. Slow is fine. The captain remained calm, looking at the frenzied succubus in front of him and speculating, "This succubus probably doesn't have any particularly special tricks. I have a feeling the rewards from this underground city will be very rich." Just then, a woman who hadn't spoken until now pulled her hood down to cover her face and suddenly spoke. Foolish choice. Without waiting for anyone to react, she turned and left. Trinhai reached out and called, "Wait, why do you feel?" "No way!" Trinhai frowned, sensing something was wrong. Is there a problem with their choice? But before he could get an answer, the girl activated her title. "They don't think I exist," judging the effect to be in progress, unfortunately. She left the underground city just 3 seconds before the effect was confirmed, completely erasing Trinhai's memory of her. He stood frozen, his eyes staring into the void in front of him, until the user, the class monitor of the security class, slapped him hard. He finally jolted awake. "Why are you standing there mumbling to thin air? There's no one over there." He pointed ahead, but the spot was now empty. Was it an illusion? Suddenly, Trinhai stared at the eerie, red glow in shock. "It's here." A powerful aura was approaching, right from the direction he had looked earlier. A red mist and a bone-chilling aura were swirling and moving closer. A huge swarm of succubi appeared, each one hideous and bloodthirsty. At the same time, Luong was still fending off a barrage of attacks. He took advantage of his succubus's momentary lapse to deliver a critical punch that made the opponent writhe, sweating profusely. It turned out that the title combat expert actually worked on succubi. Just as a glimmer of joy appeared, a new worry struck. With his acute hearing, Luong immediately warned, "We were wrong. This underground city doesn't just have one succubus." So those 2 merchants didn't have good intentions. But the warning came too late. The succubus's sisters had all arrived, appearing one by one from the shadows, quickly surrounding the adventurer group from all directions. Amidst the chaotic scene, the adventurers repeatedly screamed in despair. "No way, there are too many. No, this many earplugs won't be enough. Luang immediately commanded, his voice decisive. What are you waiting for? Run. Everyone ran headfirst without further thought. While fleeing, old memories of deep hatred suddenly resurfaced. Scenes flashed back, Din, Tuing Heen, and also Cao Thuadong, and a level-wanted criminal, a level 7 adventurer. After thinking about it for a bit, I guess I should still spare you. Who says I love nothing more than others suffering, living in hatred and misery? They hadn't run far when the succubus's silhouette appeared right behind them. What kind of joke is this? I haven't even informed Din and Tuing Heen yet. Han cried out in despair. In an instant, she made Han vanish in a bloody mess. As for the guard class monitor and the underground city's financial manager, the situation wasn't any better. Both were surrounded by a swarm of approaching succubi. No matter if they screamed, begged, or struggled, the outcome was still despair. Who do you think I am? I'm gonna be a legendary adventurer. Get lost. Oh, Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cooperated with the robbers to steal customers' money. Boo-hoo-hoo. The succubi were even more amused as they listened. They flashed eerie smiles. In a flash, only 3 survivors remained, the captain, Luang, and Trin Hai. Both the captain and Luang had been blinded by the succubi's attack, but Luang still struggled, yelling, "Come on, I'm not afraid of you, come at me." The captain was almost out of strength. He collapsed beside a rock, muttering, "We've all been tricked. No wonder those 2 entrances didn't limit adventurers of level 3 or higher. So that's how it is. They intentionally lured level 4 and 5 adventurers in to try and clear it. They wait for us to be completely wiped out, then collect more information. What a brilliant plan. At this moment, the top priority is to survive and get out of here." Trin Hai turned to the captain, asking for his opinion on whether they should kill the succubi. If so, he should speak up. Besides their sound attacks, these succubi have other methods of attack. Although their power is small, they can interfere with matter. Even though I dodged the first scream, I'm not sure I can resist them enough to get out of here. It was then that the captain truly paid attention to Trin Hai. I can't believe a newbie like you reacted faster than an old hand like me. But your hearing's gone, so how can you still hear me talk? Trin Hai answered with a calm face. The captain nodded. Based on my judgment, this underground city can't be cleared. Those succubi are immune to physical attacks, and their resistance to fire, lightning, and acid is also extremely high. Honestly, this isn't a map that a team of level 4 to 5 adventurers can solve. Trin Hai glanced over and asked. The captain paused for a moment, then replied, "Yes, Luang picked up something in this underground city called Blessed Cleric's Sacred Oil. Luang's cleric's fist could injure the succubi. Applying that oil to his sword would injure them, but it would only injure them. I don't think rookie adventurers can destroy all those specters." Trin Hai ignored him and boldly stepped forward with his sword. By now, Luang was lying faintly on the cold ground. The succubi froze when they saw Trin Hai approaching. The reason he was so confident was because he still had a trump card he hadn't used. The system immediately checks the player is facing a monster of higher strength, activating the second effect of the deceased. Strength +4, Agility +4. The title born from death successfully met the conditions. Strength +4, Agility +4, Perception +4. Both Trin Hai's demeanor and gaze changed completely, full of killing intent and determination. He walked closer to Luang and asked softly, "Can you hear me? I asked your teammate, and he said that to pass this level, I need to get the Blessed Priest's holy oil from you. Can I borrow it?" Luang's lips moved, his voice weak. "To pass the level, give it. I'm sorry. I'm blind. I'm afraid I can't control the screen to get it out for you." "Is that so?" Trin Hai sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Luang suddenly had an idea, "But I have another way for you to get it." Without hesitation, Luang gathered all his strength and delivered an extremely powerful punch to the center of his chest, shattering his ribcage without uttering a sound. The moment blood splattered on his face, Trin Hai was startled. "What are you doing?" It turned out that the way Luang was talking about was to drop items upon death. System notification adamantite, bone fragment, blessed priest's holy oil. Items dropped after Luong's sacrifice. Trinhai could only sigh, damn, this guy completely misunderstood me. Actually, I didn't even need that bottle of oil much. After both the Born from Death and Deceased effects were activated, I already had 20 agility, which is more than enough to escape these succubi and get out of this underground city. I just wanted to see if I could pass the level. No matter what choice was made, Luong's death was inevitable. Not wanting to let down the fallen, Trinhai decided to use the item he had just picked up, the Blessed Priest's holy oil. He poured the precious liquid over each sword, not missing a single spot. The succubi seemed to have prepared in advance, setting up an encirclement formation. They flew in circles in the air, gracefully like spirits surrounding Trinhai. He rudely snapped, "Hey you guys, fly lighter, you're making my eyes sore." Unexpectedly, the succubi seemed to understand the provocation. Instead of continuing to circle, they began to launch their attack. Trinhai tightened his grip on the sword hilt. System check complete. The white longsword has been blessed. Damage against evil creatures increased by 2 points. The sword immediately shone brightly as if fully charged with power. He entered combat mode. Damage against evil creatures increased by 2 points. Huh? Alright, then it's time to counterattack. Outside the entrance, old driver Van Tiu and his comrades were ambushing. They held their breath, waiting to see who would be the first to escape. Thanks to the title, "They Don't Think I Exist," the girl quietly passed by unnoticed. Only Van Tiu suddenly felt something strange. It feels like someone just left. No way? Old Lu yawned, his eyes half closed. Are you seeing things? Oh, but it's true. Even though I didn't see anyone, it felt really strange. The girl with the title "They Don't Think I Exist" thought to herself, as expected, these guys are using the uncrackable underground city as a trap, luring adventurers to challenge pass-through missions, trapping people to die in the underground city, then taking the items they drop, or killing heavily injured adventurers to steal their loot. The client's son must have been harmed in the same way. They Don't Think I Exist quickly sent a message. Investigation complete. Your son entered a problematic underground city before he died. The adventurer who sold the location to your son is a corpse scavenger. Inside the underground city, thanks to the divine elixir oil, the priest's blessing, and the title Born from Death, Trinhai turned the tide. Each of his sword strokes seemed to burn the souls of the succubi, leaving them no time to react. In the final moments, he wiped them all out. Trinhai collapsed, breathing heavily. That was close. If there were a few more, I'd have to use a recovery potion. Ding, the system continuously announced badge rewards. Reminder, receiving rewards in badges will yield more than receiving them individually. Current challengers remaining 2. Escape condition and clear condition completed. Some attributes also increased significantly. A special notification appeared. Your death dance with the succubus was truly outstanding, delighting the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death decided to bestow a reward. Even spirits cannot kill me. This reward can be exchanged for 1 death immune judgment against damage caused by undead creatures. Trinhai, now out of character, cheered excitedly. A death immune judgment against damage caused by undead creatures. What an overpowered reward. He immediately opened the interface to examine it more closely. System calculation complete. Though only level 3, he had taken his first step on the path to becoming a legend. Gained 3 new titles: Lone Wolf, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Undead Slayer. Hidden Profession skill unlocked. Rare equipment, Tome of Wishes, Furnace of Anomalous Items. Special Words of the Sea, a musical chord recording the succubus's singing. Friendly reminder, excess equipment can be compressed into the furnace to fuse into higher grade equipment. Trinhai was overjoyed. The rewards from this underground city are plentiful. No wonder it was so difficult. On the other side, because his eyes were blind, the captain could only rely on his hearing. Why is it so quiet? Mang's scribe, are you still alive? Trinhai had almost forgotten about him. He quickly ran to the captain, his voice full of concern. How are you feeling now? Can you stand up? The captain grimaced in pain. It's a bit difficult. The succubus injured my internal organs. Everyone else is dead, right? Cheng Hai replied silently, yeah, the former class monitor of the guard class, the former financial manager of the underground city, your uncle, and your two teammates are all dead. The captain said to Cheng Hai, this isn't your first time in the underground city, is it? Not only that, you probably possess a very powerful title or profession, or even both. Cheng Hai scratched his face, feigning innocence. I thought you wouldn't actively expose me. The captain resigned himself to fate. Now it's just me left, so it's meaningless whether I speak or not. If I say I can cooperate to conceal your identity and give you all the rewards obtained in this underground city, can you spare my life? If you're not at ease, then use the unilateral contract document my teammate dropped to bind me. Cheng Hai raised his sword. But if you die, you'll keep my secret anyway, and I won't have to make a contract. The captain replied, then you won't get the mission reward from this underground city. A document and a reward from an underground city can almost never get through the gate. Clearly the latter is more valuable. Cheng Hai slightly paused his sword. He knew he had been figured out. That wasn't all. The captain continued, his voice becoming more serious. Old driver Yun Xiao and his accomplices are definitely waiting near the entrance to ambush any survivors. Trust me, those vultures aren't easy to deal with. I can help you create a diversion, giving you a chance to counterattack or escape. Letting me live and come out with you is the best option. Just then, squeak asterisk, the underground city gate began to change. Old Liao immediately recognized the familiar sign. See, now this is when people are coming out. Hey, I guess I misjudged earlier. Old driver Yun Xiao said as he flexed his wrists. But when he saw Cheng Hai supporting the captain, Yun Xiao panicked. Wait, the underground city gate is closing, which means they've already passed through. Old Liao noticed the abnormality and shouted, no, that's not right. Be careful of the one on the right. He's not simple. Asterisk whoosh asterisk. A cold sword thrust directly through the old driver's heart, ending his life in a single blow. Old Liao witnessed this scene, frozen in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Cheng Hai had by now activated two deadly titles and also tested the newly acquired reward Dance with Death, putting himself in a life-threatening state in exchange for triple damage. Only 1 kill per life. The system reminded, in a life-threatening state, an intuition score over 18 allows the user to pre-read the opponent's next move. Holding the still bloody sword, Cheng Hai declared casually, let's take out the weaker one first. Old Liao roared in indignation, Dongshan local, you're really bold. Cheng Hai glanced at him with a smirk. What's this? Does someone really think they can keep deceiving others forever and the victim isn't allowed to take revenge? What kind of logic is that? Shut up, Old Liao shrieked like a madman, activating his cowardly runner title and drawing a poison dagger. The system announced the title effect, Speed +2. On Cheng Hai's side, he also activated the Poison Wolf title. The title's effect was, in situations without teammates, Strength +2, Agility +2. Both plunged into a battle to the death, the combat speed so fast that their movements were invisible, leaving only the clang of weapons colliding. In a corner, the captain, though exhausted, couldn't take his eyes off the battle. He considered himself knowledgeable, but this battle surpassed the comprehension of a level 5 adventurer. The captain closed his eyes, silently acknowledging. He feared this was a speed that even level 7, or even level 8, adventurers couldn't achieve. Now I understand why they say whether an adventurer can become a legend or not is determined before level 5. No matter how fast Old Liao was, Cheng Hai's aura of death was still an inescapable scythe. He faltered for just one beat and took a sword strike right down his spine. Damn it, I have another title now, but I'm still not as fast as you. I can't believe it. It's utterly illogical, unbelievably unreasonable. At this speed, he guessed Cheng Hai's agility had reached a threshold of 17, perhaps even 18. Cheng Hai smirked, a challenging look on his face. Daring not to compare speeds anymore, Old Liao switched to his trump card, something he'd been saving all this time. The adventure interface appeared. He pulled out a sickly green glass bottle, and without hesitation, smashed it directly onto the ground. A foul, pungent green smoke poured out, stinging every nostril. Above his head, the title poison bearer appeared. I prepared this for that combat expert, but for you, it'll have to do. Old Liao's body began to mutate, his veins turning a gloomy green, capillaries wriggling visibly under his skin, rising like earthworms. His pitch-black pupils also turned a bizarre pale green. He charged straight at Shanghai like a madman. Come on, try the mutated spider venom I bought at a high price from the black market. Shanghai immediately retreated, but it was too late. The venom spread like lightning through his body, causing him sharp pain. Old Liao smiled sinisterly. Oh, your poison resistance is even worse than a normal person's. You can't even counterattack. Shanghai tried to swing other slashes, but the opponent still disdained him. Too slow. This won't even hurt me. Shanghai remained in a ready stance. Spider venom. This is the trick you prepared for us, isn't it? Old Liao bared his teeth, his voice gleeful indeed. It's a specialty from the level 7 underground city, stir-fried spider blood. It can weaken the strength, agility, and stamina of low-level adventurers. So far, level 5 adventurers have died by my hand, and you'll be the 5th. Shanghai didn't flinch. So what? You didn't just prepare this little trick, did you? Show me everything you've got. The words were like a cold shower on his pride. He yelled furiously. Of course not. My poison bearer title will make my whole body toxic. The longer you linger with me, the more poison you'll be exposed to, and the longer I'll drag you out. I'll wear you down until the toxins enter your body and you bleed to death. This vicious tactic made the captain, barely clinging to life in the corner, break out in a cold sweat. Even a combat expert facing him, if they couldn't end the battle quickly, would surely die from attrition. Anyone below level 6 who encounters this will definitely die. No wonder he and his teammates were so confident, waiting like vultures to pick at the corpses, so this was the title they had. Shanghai also understood why these two dared to arrogantly wait outside the entrance. He silently opened his system, one step, one kill, predicting the enemy's next move. Born from death, strength, agility, perception +4. Hidden profession, comprehensively increases strength, agility, constitution. Side effect, poisoned, randomly reduces stats. The spider venom made Shanghai's eyes bloodshot. The whites of his eyes stained green, and his left side began to go numb. Without hesitation, Shanghai immediately turned off the Dance with Death skill, which was tripling the poison damage. The system announced, Dance with Death skill has been deactivated. Poison damage returns to normal. Trinhai immediately vanished after that, then suddenly reappeared right in front of old Liao, giving him no time to react. No way, how can you be so fast? Guess, Trinhai's eyes were like sharp blades, signaling death. His figure flickered in and out of sight, and his sword's shadow danced, leaving old Liao no time to react. The sword blade was like a flood, thousands of slashes cutting through the opponent's thick skin. Don't get too smug. Even with his body torn to shreds, his mouth was still tenacious. At this point, Trinhai risked his life to taunt back. Too slow, this can't even hurt me. He couldn't believe it. No way, no way. You're clearly just a poison wolf. Why are you stronger than a level 5 adventurer like me? Trinhai decided to let him fully experience what his companions had gone through. A powerful sword thrust from behind, piercing his lung, tearing his heart in two, causing blood to gush out like a spring. Trinhai leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Nothing is impossible. In a comfortable place like yours, how could you see the danger of walking with death? Huh?" Old Liao used his last breath to resist, but if you don't change your strategy for living, you won't get far, my boy. Evil individuals must hunt weaker evil individuals to accumulate wealth and power, which can then contend with the adventurer organization before level 10. My path is the right one. Trinhai heard him, that just felt tired. For ordinary people, you're probably right. But for me, someone who walks with death, reaching the limits might not necessarily mean I can't be stronger than death itself. Old Liao completely collapsed under the blood-stained sword. The captain witnessed everything with his remaining swollen eye, muttering, "No way." Someone so strong was still killed so easily. Suddenly, Trinhai whirled around and stared at the captain, making him jump, then made a shush gesture with his hand. The scene now shifted to Vantio City Hospital. Trinhai was lying in bed when he heard a voice call out, "You're really unlucky, too." As soon as he saw the person enter, Trinhai sat up. "Timoy, why are you here?" He immediately complained. "The first time I went down to the underground city, I encountered a monster immune to physical attacks. After barely making it through, I was blocked by carrion vultures." He then continued, "But thanks to this time, I gained the title revived from the dead." Timoy nodded upon hearing that. "That's right, a blessing in disguise. Which of those legendary ranked individuals didn't face stronger opponents when they were only level 5? Oh, right, a private tip. Don't let others know your main title. If that intelligence leaks out, it'll be fatal for adventurers. Adventurers don't just need to guard against monsters." Trinhai awkwardly replied, "So that's how it is. I understand." Meanwhile, he secretly thought to himself, although the owner of the entrance to the forest of the female demon was reported by the government to have died at the hands of a survivor, I investigated. That person's title leans towards group combat, and their single combat ability isn't strong enough to kill two carrion vultures at once. Thus, Timoy kept his eyes fixed on him, so immediately after, Trinhai asked in confusion, "Is there something on my face?" Timoy had to change the subject. "No, I suddenly remembered that Coach Cow will return to SN at the end of this month. Once you've recovered, remember to report to the gym. Your training plan is about to enter phase 2. After giving his instructions, Timoy left gloomily, and Trinhai also glanced away absent-mindedly. His attention was focused on the empty bed next to him. The question from that day echoed, "Aren't you going to be a strength-type adventurer?" The captain replied, "This trip to the underground city made me realize I don't have that ability. If I develop normally, my limit is only around 15. Compared to risking my life in the underground city, I'd rather earn a little money in the underground city around level 10 and then retire. But you're different. You have the potential to become a legendary adventurer. The prerequisite is that you have to change your lone wolf habit." Trinhai asked very curiously, "Why is that?" The captain had to explain further that playstyle, while it can increase the evaluation points for escape and clearance missions and acquire more rare items, titles, and skills, it's only suitable for places below level 10. By round level 15, the difficulty increases significantly, and you won't be able to do it alone. If you want to join the ranks of legends, you must build your own team before level 10, otherwise, once you reach level 11 or higher, you'll be isolated and lose opportunities for development. Even now, Trinhai was still a bit worried. A team? The scene shifts to the coffee shop at the end of the street. A special meeting was taking place there. Haven pushed a few photos forward and said, "The vultures who killed my son are dead. The person who killed them is one of these two survivors. Who do you think is the benefactor who helped my son get revenge?" After hearing that, she didn't dare to answer immediately. Then she touched Trinhai's photo at him. At that moment, in the hospital morgue, compartment number 26 suddenly started leaking electricity. Then a countdown appeared. Inverted underground city remaining 16 hours, 28 minutes, 22 seconds. Everything paused there, and the next day arrived. Suddenly, someone called out to him in the air, "Trinhai." The younger brother of the Fist brothers immediately asked, "Hey, are you the one who cleared the Enchantress Forest? We're very interested in you clearing that underground city. Name your price." Trinhai replied coldly, "Not for sale." The older brother burst out laughing. He says, "It's not for sale. Do you think we're negotiating?" The younger brother then sat close to him and said, "In other words, hand over all the loot you got, right now." Just then, Nurse Anan rushed over. "What are you doing? Move aside. Don't disturb our patients." The younger brother urged, "More trouble. Let's go, bro." After they left, Anan reassured him, "If they bother you again, remember to find me. My brother is a level 10 robber. They wouldn't dare touch me." Trinhai awkwardly thanked her out of politeness. Unexpectedly, she grabbed his hand tightly. "No, I should be thanking you. My friend died in the Enchantress Forest. You and Mr. Van escaping from this underground city is a service to the people. My friend's family and I are all very excited. Trinhai became even more embarrassed. So that's how it is. Back at the morgue, the countdown had finished. At that moment, the entire hospital was engulfed in lightning. Even though Enin was speaking in front of him, her figure blurred. He yelled in panic, "This is the phenomenon of the underground city going berserk and randomly pulling people in." The very next second, he himself was hit. Thus, Trinhai was swallowed inside. A few seconds later, he fell with a thud onto a patch of ground. His nerves reacted, making him frown. That hurts so much. Immediately after that, the scene before his eyes made him even more stunned. They were all standing in a cemetery full of graves. The system immediately displayed the information. Challenge level 5. The escape mission is to deal with 100 skeletons. The clearance mission is to survive for 1 hour. All 20 people stood frozen in the eerie space. Just then, Enin shouted, "Don't be afraid, we're being pulled into an entry-level underground city. Everyone, please follow me and open your adventurer screen to confirm the escape mission." Chuduk nearby was very confused. No way. Even coming to the dentist, I got pulled into an underground city? On the contrary, Trinhai was completely calm and opened his screen. The cemetery's information appeared once again. After reading it, he felt a little scared. A survival-type underground city, level 5. This isn't good. How many people will die this time? That news quickly reached the Adventurers Association. What? That phenomenon happened at the hospital. 20 people disappeared, and Chuduk is among them? Outside the hospital, countless people were gathered, watching. Thongla quickly arrived at the scene. He asked sternly, "What's the situation?" The person in charge immediately reported, "We have a list of the disappeared, 3 adventurers and 17 civilians. We also found the entrance, but..." Thongla frowned. But what? Back inside, they discovered that their escape and clearance missions were identical. The 2 brothers' fists then went to a different corner. It turned out that the difficulty of their escape mission was different from the crowd's. Next, the younger brother glanced sinisterly at Trinhai. "We'll deal with him after we finish our mission. There are too many people right now, so it's not convenient to act." On this side, Trinhai was shouting, "This underground city is extremely dangerous. Pick up the weapons on the ground, form groups of 3 to 5 people, complete the mission, and escape." Just then, one guy questioned, "Finish and leave? Who are you to command us?" The person next to him seized the opportunity to sneer. Maybe he wants to take all the spoils for himself, chase us away, and monopolize all the treasures of the underground city. Trinhai retorted angrily, "No, this place is really dangerous," and then defended him. This is an extremely powerful adventurer. A few days ago, he cleared a high-difficulty entry-level underground city, even partnering with a companion to eliminate the carrion vulture. The crowd quickly became agitated. They all knew about it, but some thought Trinhai had used that opportunity to rob and kill people. Trinhai heard them but chose to ignore it. Even though the rumors weren't positive, getting the newbie's attention was enough. Then, Chuduk stepped forward. "Wait, if it's really as dangerous as you say here, do you think we can complete the escape mission? Not to mention the difficulty of eliminating the skeleton soldiers. Even if everyone listens to you and teams up, it will eventually turn into a scene where the young form teams, and the old are left behind. Have you thought about those who are left behind?" The crowd immediately turned their opinion. They all seemed to feel that following Trinhai's guidance for this mission would lead to their demise. Chuduk gradually felt more satisfied. "Idiots, my brother-in-law was right. When dragged into an underground city, you have to lure the civilians to gain a voice. Use that power to force experienced adventurers to be free bodyguards. So what if you cleared a high-difficulty underground city? Once you start caring about the lives and deaths of these idiots, you'll become my bodyguard." Next, Trinhai sighed. He turned to look at NN and the boy. "Do you trust me?" Though they didn't answer, their willingness was clearly etched on their faces. Trinhai quickly gave an order, "Then follow me." I'll lead you to complete the escape mission." That Chuduk immediately shouted in a panic, "Who gave you permission to go?" Trinhai stopped when he heard the shout. Meanwhile, Chuduk began to coax him. "As the only adventurer with raid experience, shouldn't you stay to protect us?" The other men also shouted in agreement. "That's right, responsibility must be matched with ability. You should help us with the mission." After a moment, Trinhai finally spoke. "First, I'm not a government adventurer. I have no obligation to protect you guys." While Chuduk was still bewildered, Trinhai continued. "Second, don't try to bind me with morality. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to chop off your leg before I leave and abandon you here to fend for yourself." Hearing those words, he collapsed onto the ground. Trinhai led Enin and the boy away, ignoring the curses of the others. Next, two other people also stepped out from the crowd. A patient immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" The younger brother explained, "We think he's right. If the mission is to survive for 1 hour, it's definitely more dangerous the longer we stay. For normal people, completing it quickly and escaping is the most logical thing to do." He swallowed the latter half of his sentence, and staying here would mean being forced to be free bodyguards. We're not stupid. At the same time, Chul's team arrived at the morgue. The situation terrified him. "Why is it this place?" A staff member next to him asked blankly, "Is there something wrong with this underground city?" He trembled as he replied, "It's not about whether there's something wrong or not. It's about how many people will actually survive and get out of this underground city in the next hour." In the underground city, a skeleton soldier was eliminated. Trinhai had sliced off its head with a decisive sword strike. Then he turned and said, "You too, do as I just did. Use this sword to cut down those that crawl out of the graves." Enin took the sword and asked, "What about you?" The very next second, 3 more skeletons appeared before them. He calmly tapped the screen and replied, "Me. I'll practice with these guys a bit." As for the 2 siblings, another skeleton had been shattered. The younger brother yawned lazily. Then he instructed, "After we finish these, let's switch shifts, okay?" At the same time, Trinhai's iron axe had split another skeleton in half. In just a few short minutes, countless bone fragments lay behind him. Trinhai, wearing the title of Spirit Assassin, gained damage points. While sweeping, he realized that no more soldiers had appeared. It seems the number isn't infinite. The good news is it'll reduce pressure on new players. The bad news is it'll make it harder for high-level adventurers. Next, he turned to look at An. The surrounding skeleton soldiers have all been killed. Let's move. As for the others, they were using their swords the way Trinhai had instructed. Chuduk, leading the group, commanded, "Anyone injured, step back. The rest, pair up into teams of 2 and take turns clearing them out. Try to hold on for another 40 minutes and we can go home." In about 10 minutes, the ground was covered in bone fragments. A few men were even proud, seeing that the skeleton soldiers weren't difficult to defeat at all. Chuduk, full of disdain, secretly cursed them, "Fools. These soldiers being weak doesn't mean this place is simple. On the contrary, the weaker they are, the harder it is to survive here. Because there are things that can pose a threat to high-level adventurers." How annoying! The monster supply here is less than I expected. Even though I advised the weak not to join to deter half of them, I've only gotten for monsters so far. The difficulty will increase in another 10 minutes. If there are no new monsters after 10 minutes, I'll have to find a way to get 6 more skeletons myself. On the screen, the countdown was about 36 minutes. Nearby, another skeleton was destroyed. Trinhai asked kindly, "Have you completed the escape quest?" The boy obediently replied, "Yes, I have." Next, Trinhai asked An, "How many more do you need?" She stammered her answer, 8 more. On the contrary, he didn't scorn An because she had given all of them to this kid. Then, Trinhai instructed, "You go back first. We'll continue with the quest. Once we're done, we'll meet outside." Outside the underground city, someone screamed in horror, "No one has passed the gate in 10 years. Thongla added, "Not only that, its survival rate is also very strange, almost entirely new adventurers." She eagerly asked, "Why is there such a strange place? Normally, The stronger the adventure, the higher the completion rate, right? He explained in a deep voice, because it has a mechanism called the Stronghold's Tomb, which is also an escape quest. The quest difficulty for veterans is 10 times that of new players. When a new player completes the quest and escapes, the boss of the underground city, with power beyond the control of the remaining strong adventurers, will actively kill the rest. Almost all veterans will die in this mechanism. Thongla secretly called out, "Chuduk, be vigilant. The nature of this underground city is that whoever escapes first survives, if others complete the quest." Just then, the boy saw the notification, confirmed departure from the underground city. Before pressing the button, the boy spoke up, "Kind adventurer brother, nurse sister, goodbye." They also said goodbye to the boy. After that, only a few specks of light remained in front of them. Seeing no one else, Trinhai spoke up, "I'll give the remaining skeleton soldiers to you. Once you finish the quest, meet up with that kid." The gate of the underground city gradually changed color. Everyone waited nervously. Someone has completed the quest and escaped. Player 020 quickly ran out of the teleportation gate. Thongla was extremely surprised. Why is it a child? Inside, the system immediately announced, "Adventurer 020 has departed. The graveyard enters phase 2. They quickly became chaotic. Some worried and some admired the boy. Chuduk suddenly realized, so that's how it is. The nature of this underground city is a race against time. So he called out, "Lu Min, Vuong Kaidong." The two quickly followed him, both startled to hear their names called. In another corner, the news also caused panic. Little brother was the one who completed the quest, that Trinhai guy? The younger brother immediately denied. No way, not to mention he has two burdens. Just finding 100 skeletons to kill is hard enough. While the older brother was still curious, the younger brother made a discovery. Several dark figures were appearing on a nearby mountaintop. Those were the undead knights, Crid. In the distance, Chuduk and his group were leaving the crowd. Kai Dung couldn't help but ask, "It's fine that you called us along, but explain, why are we going so far? It'll be dangerous if we encounter those soldiers." Lumen immediately defended him. If he dared to do it, there must be a reason. Didn't you see? He saw the quest board change. That's why he called us out. I'm just afraid he knows more than us about what's about to happen in this underground city. The very next second, both of them simultaneously froze. In front of Chuduk, a pack of skeletons had emerged. He summoned his weapon and said, "Prepare to fight." Turning back to the crowd, they started to worry because Chuduk and his group hadn't returned yet. The next second, heavy horse hooves echoed. One of them quickly turned back, but he quickly fell into despair. The faces of the Fist brothers terrified him. Or rather, Kola Duck and their severed heads were what was truly terrifying. At the same time, Kai Dung had lost an arm. "Chuduk, Lu Min, you two bastards." His eyes filled with resentment, facing death. He yelled, "I curse you to never find peace." Meanwhile, Chuduk ran ahead and asked, "How much more do you need?" Lumen checked again and replied, Chuduk then reassured him, "It'll be quick. From our recent experience, we should only look for small skeleton soldiers. We might make it in time." Just then, Lumen shouted again, "Wait, the number of survivors is decreasing. Something's happened at the base." Back to Trinhai. He was hearing the question, "What does phase 2 mean?" Trinhai immediately speculated, "It's probably an increase in difficulty. More powerful monsters will appear. Just ignore it. How's the escape quest going?" And quickly opened the control panel. "Let me check." She was instantly shocked by a slight difference. Immediately after, she told Trinhai, "Something's happened. Everyone's dead. Now there are only 4 people left." As recorded by the data, those people had been finished off by Kola Duck. He looked into the distance. The machine counted, to left, to right. He immediately spurred his horse. Kola Duck had made his decision, to the left first. On this side, an argument had broken out. "I told you, the boss of the underground city is here. If you want to live, we have to fight these skeletons to see if we can finish the quest before the boss arrives." Lumen lost his temper and shouted back, How can the two of us defeat these soldiers? Even one try-dunk couldn't do it. Chuduk replied irritably, we don't have time to look for the small ones anymore. Just then, Kola Duck had ridden his horse to them. He commented coldly, still lacking 2 more, seeing the spear tip approaching. Chuduk silently prayed, brother-in-law, help. But perhaps the people outside hadn't heard in time. The two of them were already gone. Scene change, a question echoed in the air. Are you done? Anan turned around and replied, almost done. Then her sword severed the bone of a soldier. While she exhaled in relief, Trinhai had finished putting on his outer armor and joyfully exclaimed, I'm done. He coldly said, give me back the sword, you go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered something. Kola Duck had ridden his horse very close to Anan. Immediately, Trinhai yelled, Duck. At the same time, he activated Dance of Death. On this side, Anan had seen a sharp point right at her neck. Luckily, Trinhai managed to run over and save her in time. Kola Duck froze, seeing his failure. Next, he pressed his weapon, causing it to crack from the boy's strike. The system immediately announced the highly poisonous blade was damaged. Its effect reduced to 0. After a push, Trinhai retreated. He looked at him with great apprehension. To Strong, a notification panel suddenly popped up, warning, adventurer encountered a leader-level boss. Then, a series of his titles were activated to deal with life and death. Finally, the system even flashed a line of text, good luck. Next, Trinhai gritted his teeth and said, understand, you staying here would only get in my way. Anan immediately replied, I understand. I'll go outside and wait for you. You must survive. And so she had exited the underground city. Kola Duck stood silently like a statue. Trinhai then said, now it's just the two of us. I guess you won't let me go, right? Despite hearing this, his face remained cold. System reminder, survivors 1, evacuated 2, 63 skeleton soldiers eliminated, remaining time 15 minutes 7 seconds. Outside, the boy joyfully exclaimed, it's the nurse. Meanwhile, the female staff member asked Anan, are there any other survivors inside? She heavily replied that there were still. The other half of the sentence she didn't dare to say, but Trinhai currently, he was continuously clashing with Kola Duck. At a critical moment, he suddenly straightened up. Next, his spear slammed hard against the boy's sword. Trinhai immediately worried, this won't do, my speed and strength are both inferior to his. Even if I barely sense his movements, I could still die. While he was thinking, Kola Duck had retrieved his weapon. It turned out Kola Duck had circled behind him, startling him. Damn it, I can't escape and I don't have time to block. Just like that, that single slash sent him flying. Kola Duck was extremely pleased with the feeling of victory. He suddenly spoke again, such a difference in strength, yet he could survive for so long. Within the praise, there was a hint of sarcasm, not bad. Trinhai wondered, he seems to be talking to me. No, now's not the time to think such nonsense. He continuously urged himself, think, come on, think. What must he do to survive against this boss? The clock had now counted 5 minutes. Thongla shouted in despair, there's no way. Report back to Zhangshou. Say that in Vantio Hospital's underground city, 17 civilians were caught in it. To survived, 3 low-level adventurers unfortunately died. Anan angrily questioned, what are you saying? It's not time yet. The boy also loudly agreed exactly. Despite this, Thongla advised, I understand your feelings, but please don't fantasize about unrealistic things anymore. There's a boss at the entrance of this underground city. Even if I'm a level 9 adventurer, I can't be sure to survive in there for more than 15 minutes. The person you're waiting for, even if he's level 5 and exceptionally skilled, would only last a maximum of 5 minutes. But 5 minutes have passed since you came out, and he hasn't gotten out yet. Do you understand what that means? Anan completely broke down. No way. If we hadn't implicated him, then Trinhai would definitely have survived and gotten out of here. Thongla also implicitly criticized, it's all because of you all. If there wasn't an adventurer who liked to meddle and help you two with the evacuation mission, then Chuduk would have been the one most likely to evacuate. Thinking this, he clenched his teeth. Then Thongla turned and walked away. I'm going out for a smoke. You help those two newcomers with the procedures. She stammered, asking, what about the entrance to the underground city? He immediately explained, when it goes berserk, it'll drag people inside, but after they're all dead, the gate will automatically close after half an hour. Then it will appear anywhere in the world in this type of underground city. The handling method has been detailed very carefully by the association in the internal training manual. Record the information of survivors. Ignore the rest. Of course, if you're not at ease, just keep monitoring it till the end. Back inside, Trinhai had been impaled by the sharp point. Kroll was extremely satisfied. You are qualified. However, the young man did not respond. Next, he directly flung Trinhai to the ground. He also didn't forget to add, I look forward to your performance after you become an undead. Then, the weapon was crushed by him. The surging magic power suddenly condensed into a sword again. He used it to slash a circle in the air. Then cracks of darkness began to form. In an instant, it opened into a teleportation gate. Kroll coldly led his horse inside. Back on this side, the young man had to accept the truth. I lost. But he quickly had another idea. With this boss, his completed body would be valuable enough before it returned. Using the gift of the Lord of the Undead, immediately after, the system reminded, Adventurer Trinhai has been judged to meet the activation conditions. Even the undead cannot kill me. It switched to another screen, beginning the transformation into death. Strange shimmering rays quickly flew up from his wound. Next, a faint pink aura enveloped Trinhai. In another dimension, the spatial gate gradually opened. Upon completing the transfer, Kroll stepped out. Just then, a constellation of darkness rushed towards him. From within the stream of light, a figure landed. The dark emissary immediately asked, weren't you sent to the graveyard? Why are you back? He was feeling quite regretful, having made a trip in vain, thinking someone had activated the Night King's dinner invitation. Then, Kroll recounted, I discovered a new adventurer. He is qualified to become our colleague. If he were to be a skeletal prisoner, it would be a waste. I intend to ask our Lord for a Dark Knight's helmet, to transform him into a reserve servant for the Dark Knights. The Dark Emissary was somewhat puzzled. If I recall correctly, the level to enter the graveyard is only level 5. Adventurers at this level haven't even found a suitable profession and title yet. And yet you're so certain he'll become a legend? Kroll secretly frowned. He already has. Returning to the graveyard, Trinhai had woken up. This time was really too dangerous. If that guy hadn't left voluntarily, I wouldn't have survived even with an extra life. Just then, an equipment window opened. It turned out the system was announcing, the Lord's gift has been used. Even the undead cannot kill me. Immediately, his brain exploded. The mission is complete. But why isn't the exit button showing? Even so, he summoned a longsword from thin air. Well then, I might as well make the most of it. Before that monster knight realizes I'm not dead yet. About half an hour later, there was also a surprise in the real world. Why hasn't this entrance closed yet? So Trinhai is still fighting. He's still alive. She quickly spoke up. I'll go report to the team leader. Outside the stairs, Thnel was sitting alone. He was harboring a worry. Chujisi died in the underground city. His wife would surely take out her anger on the survivors, if not handled well. Immediately after, a subordinate ran over. Team leader Thnel was a bit annoyed at being disturbed. What's with the panic? She hastily recounted, the entrance to the underground city still hasn't closed. The time has clearly run out, but it's still there. Upon hearing this, his face turned to panic. Towards the graveyard, white bones had covered an area of land. Next, Trinhai pressed the check button. The system was making a suggestion. Do you want to settle everything at once? Without hesitation, Trinhai decided, settle everything at once. So the system immediately processed, starting the settlement. Once the settlement was complete, a series of notifications about items acquired and specific information about the general appeared. He had some thoughts, so the knight's name is KH Logc, and he's a legendary rank. I remember only the highest level underground cities have creatures of this rank. But this graveyard is only level 5. Why is there such a super strong boss? Speaking of which, if the boss in this underground city is that strong, has anyone actually cleared it? Returning to the real world, Fnell was back in his original spot. She quickly urged team leader, look at this. What does it mean if a low survival type underground city, after going berserk, still remains open after its closing time? Fnell frowned tensely. There are two possibilities. 1. The adventurer involved in this underground city has completed the clearing mission, but hasn't finished the exit mission. 2. The underground city has leveled up, and immediately speculated it must be the first type. The boy also bravely said, that's right. On the contrary, Fnell had his own thoughts. Impossible. The graveyard has long been deemed almost unconquerable by the association. Rather than someone clearing it, I'd rather believe something has changed. Upon hearing this, and the others were a bit annoyed. Immediately after, a plume of smoke emanated from the entrance. Player 020 shouted, someone's coming out. True to his words, Trin Hai was stepping out, and was very excited to see him. It's Trin Hai. Trin Hai was rather nonchalant. You all are still here? Fnell looked at him with annoyance. What the hell? Meanwhile, Anan had run close to Trin Hai, which made Fnell certain he actually cleared it. Scene shifts to the King of Wu's castle. In the main hall of NU, KH Law GC respectfully knelt. King of Wu. He replied in surprise. This is the first time you've proactively sought an audience with me since entering the graveyard, isn't it? The King of Wu let out a strange breath and called, KHA Law GC. At that moment, the humans had moved to the chat room. The note-taker began to record Nell's words. Do you know you've just become the first adventurer to clear the graveyard underground city? Trin Hai asked blankly, the very first. He took out a stack of papers. You're about to become hot property. This underground city, though low level, is very famous. You're the first to clear it. So your shared experience will definitely be recruited by many places. Of course, that includes the government. He asked sarcastically, so this is a recruitment round now? Fnell began to say, yes. Your performance in the two underground cities, the Succubus Forest and the Graveyard, has proven your potential. A super rookie like you is very rare to find again. As the person in charge of Vantiu's underground city, I naturally won't overlook you. Outside the corridor, one adult and one child were standing there. The boy 020 began to get impatient. Has Brother Trin Hai still not come out? Sister Anan, do you think that person wants to steal Brother Trin Hai's general's reward? Otherwise, why would he want to talk to Brother Trin Hai? The next second, Thongla spoke up, I'm not that despicable. Besides, why would I covet the reward of a level 5 underground city? The boy annoyed him even more. Who knew? Just because you don't need it doesn't mean your relatives don't either. Trin Hai had to stop him. Don't talk nonsense. We've been talking for so long because we're discussing the benefits after joining the Adventurers Guild. The boy was still a bit suspicious. No way. You have to become a civil servant. Trin Hai replied with a hint of surprise. Why do I feel like you have a strong opinion about the guild? After that, he chatted a bit more with the boy, but inadvertently brought up the topic of the immortal adventurer. A few minutes later, they moved to a fast food restaurant. Only now did the boy realize a truth. Are you the author of the immortal adventurer? No way. Trin Hai immediately confirmed. 100% guaranteed. I can show you the draft of part 2. Just then, Trin Hai suddenly noticed something. An's expression was a bit unusual. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating? She had to ask, can you not join the guild? Hearing that, he was a little surprised. Why? And then recounted, I heard my brother tell his friend that most adventurers regret it after joining. Hearing that, he became even more curious. Did your brother say why? And trembled as she replied, he didn't say, but I remember their expressions at the time seemed like something very terrifying. The atmosphere at the dining table immediately froze. A few seconds later, Trin Hai spoke up, I will consider it carefully. Thank you for thinking so much of me. And quickly replied, I should be thanking you. Turning to this side, a glass had been shattered. Chu Swang furiously yelled, Are you still recruiting the guy who saw my brother die and didn't save him? Thongla, you've become the person in charge of Vantiu City, so you've forgotten how you got promoted, haven't you? He explained in a deep voice. I haven't forgotten. Besides, I'm inviting him in not to protect him. The underground city he cleared is very special. In a few days, the whole country will know about it. If he chooses to join other organizations, it will be harder to deal with him. But if he becomes a government official, especially among high potential individuals, you know what awaits them when they pass level 15. Xu Shuang angrily dismissed it. That's too long. Besides, just because he has potential doesn't mean he'll pass level 15. I want him dead next week. Finally, he compromised. Alright, I understand. I'll have to use someone else to do the dirty work this time. That evening at an old apartment building, a mysterious figure was sitting in front of a computer screen. Just then, someone messaged, there's high-value intelligence related to the graveyard, guaranteed for only 3 days. How much can you pay? Old Hong asked in surprise. Graveyard, all intelligence about this underground city has already been exploited, hasn't it? Anyway, he replied to the message, and the other party said someone new had just cleared the graveyard's gate a few hours ago. Meanwhile, Thongla said, that'll do. She asked fiercely, are you sure? He explained proudly, the first clear reward for a level 5 underground city might be nothing to high-level individuals. But for those from levels 6 to 10, especially the wanted ones who struggle to acquire resources and supplies, it's a delicious bait. The black market intelligence side, upon getting news of low-level individuals with rare items, will leak it to those people. If this adventurer Trinhai's information is leaked, in no more than 3 days, wanted adventurers will surely swarm in like rain. The news quickly spread to another building. Vin Deng, originally an 11 wanted person, also received a message. The message on his phone read, information just came in about a new adventurer who cleared a level 5 underground city, a place almost impossible to pass. Old rules, half the spoils. After reading it, he cracked a sinister smile. Back to Trinhai, he was on the phone. It'll take 3 more days for my information to be entered into the government system. Thongla replied, yes, I remember you're from Shandong, aren't you? I'll arrange a temporary hotel for you, so you won't have to run around these next few days. He refused, no need, I plan to visit Shandong. I'll be back in 3 days. Thongla didn't insist. Alright, see you in 3 days. With that, he hung up the call. He looked thoughtfully into the distance. The important thing is whether you'll still be alive in 3 days. The next day, Trinhai arrived at his home in Dongshan. He was a bit surprised. I haven't been back for a few days. Why does the entrance to this underground city feel bigger? He decided to get closer to check, but its repulsive force stopped him. The system didn't forget to warn, cannot enter until level 6. Trinhai speculated, must reach level 6, so it's for levels 6 to 10. Considering his current rank is level 5, at his previous leveling speed, he'd only need to clear about 2 more level 5 underground cities to reach level 6. Last time, browsing the forum, I saw a level 5 underground city looking for people. I think, let's see the full text. Seeing the full post on the forum, Trinhai was overjoyed. Thank goodness. He typed quickly, hello, what are the recruitment requirements? The other party replied, need someone with experience clearing a level 5 underground city, with a profession or title. After clearing, based on contribution, I'll pay a few black market coins as an entry fee. At the gym, Zhu Mao asked in surprise, black market coins? Why are you asking about that? Trinhai explained, I was browsing the forum and saw a place where adventurers trade, but they don't use cash, they use a type of black market coin, so I was curious. Zhu Mao then explained, actually, besides low-level underground city entrances and information about underground cities that no one bothers with for newbies, adventurers can use black market currency to trade. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What's so special about it? Why use it instead of cash? He took a drink and added, black market currency is mainly found in underground cities level 10 and above. I once asked Ko Chan. He said it would be useful when reaching level 10, but he didn't specify what for. Trinhai was also interested, so that's how it is. Where do adventurers who haven't reached level 10 get that stuff? I want to earn a bit too. Tumao generously replied, newcomers can try selling things they don't need at the demon market. Do you want to sell? I'll take you tonight. He happily thanked him after hearing that. The meeting that night quickly arrived. He took a few steps and said, the Dongsun Demon Market is only open from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. every Monday. It's so crowded, but only 1/10 are adventurers. These stalls are the same, selling a mix of genuine and fake goods. Non-adventurers can easily get scammed. Trinhai immediately deduced, sounds like an antique market, doesn't it? Then Tumao suddenly turned away. In short, don't rush to buy anything. Just look around carefully to get a sense of the prices, then decide, I have some business, so I can't go with you. So Trinhai was left alone in the trading area, but he was incredibly grateful to him. I didn't expect him to be not so bad after all. Alright, let's make the most of it. Demon Market. Here I come. At the first stall, he saw people selling cheap dog skulls. And the goods at the uncle's stall across the street displayed fine items like swords and knives. After walking a while, Trinhai saw them selling minerals. Soon after, he spotted a stranger hanging a wanted to buy sign. The sign read, buying items dropped from the underground city related to succubi, capable of summoning succubi, prioritizing items with damage. After reading it, he immediately guessed, this person wants to conquer the succubus forest, huh? Right after, Vindong spoke up, young man, do you have what I need? In fact, he immediately thought of 2 items, the succubus summoning whistle and the sword that once had holy oil on it. Without hesitation, Trinhai asked, I do, what's your price? He beckoned with his hand, let me see it first, we'll talk about the price later. Trinhai honestly said he needed to go home to get the items, and Vindong immediately implied that if he didn't hurry, he wouldn't buy them anymore. About 30 minutes later, the moon was high, and the goods were also at the demon market. Here they are. Vindong flipped through them to assess. The whistle can indeed summon a succubus. I'll buy it for 6 black market coins. Next, he shifted his attention to the remaining item, and this sword. Trinhai seized the opportunity to introduce Holy Attribute, plus to damage against evil spirits, provides immunity to physical damage from succubi. Vindong pretended to be impressed. Interesting. How about this? I'll buy this sword for 8 black market coins. Let's become friends. It'll be convenient if we need to trade later. After the friend request notification showed success, he said, it's done. Seeing Trinhai turn to leave, he smiled and said, take care on your way. But even though he had walked far away, his gaze remained fixed on him. He himself had a terrifying background, a level 7 adventurer, wanted within a rank bounty. Everything he did was to lure him into a trap. He's a bit too careless. Scene change. The next morning at a park. It was already noon, so he complained. It's been over an hour, and the person with the nickname for C's is home still hasn't arrived. I'm not waiting anymore. Hello dear friends, I am TUCB Birch, the owner of the level 5 underground city, the Goblin Lair. To my left is Ms. Lam from the Adventurers Association. This conquest has already been reported to the government. Everyone can rest assured about the vulture issue. Even if some people call me long-winded, TUC continued, these 3 uncles have teamed up with me no less than 3 times. Their strength and character are quite good. After that, he turned to introduce Vin Cone, this time's financier, Boss Vin, a normal person. Finally, our new friend, the Shandong native who loves to write and is also very lazy today. They are all adventurers level 3 or higher, capable of rescue work. At this moment, Trinhai was somewhat judgmental. Why do people with underground cities always like to gather in parks? I'm getting obsessed. Right after, TUC urged again, everyone's acquainted now, right? Now follow me to the entrance. The road is a bit long, so everyone should bring bread and water with them. In a hidden corner, Vindong, who also goes by home is where the heart is, was secretly chuckling. I knew that guy sold items, but didn't buy equipment at the demon market. He definitely did it to buy tickets into the underground city. On this side, their vehicle had stopped at a section of the road. The team was following TUC one after another. After a few minutes, Vincone was a bit tired. How much longer do we have to walk? He immediately reassured them. Almost there, the entrance is right in front of us. The grumpy man then somewhat complained. How did you discover this entrance? It's too far. He honestly replied, it wasn't me, but an old friend here discovered it and sold it to me. He confirmed with surprise, really? There are still people discovering underground cities these days who don't want to conquer them but sell them instead. At the back of the line, Trin Hai could still hear TUC's voice. Because the goblin lair is difficult for newcomers, and when the entrance was discovered, my friend wasn't alone, but after completing the escape mission, only one person came out. Considering his relatives already had adventurer status, it makes sense to sell the underground city he couldn't conquer for some clues about other underground cities. Then use the remaining money to share with the families of the deceased, right? After hearing that, he wavered. That's true, but I don't think this matter is as simple as you guys say. TUC got angry and spoke louder. You really are something. We've cooperated so many times, and you still doubt me? Immediately after, Lam announced, we're here. A book with records about underground cities opened. After reading it, she was very certain. The shape, color, and size of the entrance are exactly like the entrance to a level 5 forest-type terrain goblin lair underground city. Danger assessment complete. We can enter. TUC calmly turned. Are you relieved now? After that, the team members started to enter. But then, Trin Hai and T-Mao were suddenly stopped. It turned out TUC wanted to announce, let me confirm again, after entering the underground city, we will be responsible for the goblins. Your job is to protect Mr. Vin. No objections, right? This 100 kilograms of meat is entrusted to the two of you. T-Mao cautiously questioned him. What about the escape mission? The clearing mission is the same, but what if the escape mission is to hunt goblins? TUC firmly asserted, then we will prioritize helping you to first, and then do the clearing mission. She quickly compromised. Then I have no objections. To easily receive a reward, I'm more than happy. Trin Hai also chimed in, me too. After some bustling, their entire team entered inside. Next, the other two said they needed to kill two goblins. He then understood. It seems the missions are the same, only the quantity differs. Meanwhile, TUC was diligently explaining the underground city's escape mission based on the adventurer's rank. Usually, the mission for newcomers is to find the goblin lair. For levels 2 to 3, it's to enter the lair. For levels 4 to 5, it's to kill a certain number. Wang Quan looked over with interest. So that's how it is. No wonder mine and hers were different. Then, TUC clapped his hands a few times. Everyone, listen up. Considering that Dongshin's people and Miss Lazy's task is to protect Boss Wang, if we encounter goblins later, let's prioritize them, okay? The other for all replied understood and followed the command to depart. Only Cheng Hai was having trouble. It turned out his mission was even more terrifying, an escape mission, fighting a goblin warrior, a pass-through mission, participating in killing a goblin warrior. 2 hours had already passed since they received the mission. On the ground, a goblin had been stomped to death. He asked blankly, you don't need it? Cheng Hai replied, no, you kill it. Wang Quan, standing outside, was a little surprised. This is a 5-star level underground city monster. Doesn't feel very strong. So he was then explained that this was just a small monster. To encounter a real boss, they have to go deeper. Normally, a goblin warrior boss requires 3 to 5 people to defeat. As for regular goblins, as long as there aren't too many, they can't do anything to us. Wang Quan wiped his sweat and replied, is that so? Then what if there are even more than 2 goblin warriors in the lair? Can we still fight them? TUC immediately denied, of course not, but a tribe only has 1 goblin warrior. To this day, only 1 team of adventurers in the whole world has encountered twin goblin warriors, but the probability is too low. We won't run into them. Wang Quan smiled with relief. Well then, I can rest easy. but he didn't know there was a light bulb at the end of the cave. Moreover, a fierce goblin warrior was also standing nearby. Suddenly, a horde of goblins appeared from the cave entrance. The tallest of the trio immediately ordered, "Let's finish this quickly. Don't let these goblins report back." Then all three charged forward at the same time. In contrast, Lin was much more timid. "This is troublesome." Tiusi heard her voice and inquired, "What do you mean?" So she explained, "Since we entered, we've encountered goblins for times. Normally, a tribe only has a few goblin warriors, but we haven't even left the main road yet. Obviously, this number is unusually high. Perhaps we've hit the jackpot." Behind them, Sumao had to strike up a conversation with Wang Quan. "Uncle, you have so much money. Why do you still want to be an adventurer? If you don't want to miss out on the underground city, you could just invest in potential adventures." Wang Quan scratched his head shyly. "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I'm participating to lose weight." Sumao was a little doubtful. "What's the connection between losing weight and being an adventurer?" Wang Quan eagerly explained, "I've asked around, and among the known professions, there's one that doesn't require training. You just sit still, consume excess energy, and you can get stronger. Don't you think that profession suits a rich person like me who doesn't like heavy labor?" The more she listened, the more disheartened she became. How much money would you spend just to lose weight? The world of the rich is so hard to understand. Immediately after, someone else approached. "What are you two talking about?" Shanghai, now wearing his armor, gently suggested, "Let me join too." Wang Quan looked at him with satisfaction. "You've even prepared your armor. You're truly professional." In contrast, Sumao looked at him puzzled. "Did you also wear this outfit into the underground city before?" Shanghai confidently replied, "Yes, if it weren't for this outfit, I would have died long ago. Conversely, I don't understand why you guys aren't wearing it." On the other side, a goblin had just been eliminated. The trio of adventurers has stopped fighting. It's done. Time to switch shifts. The next wave of goblins is up to you guys. Xiaoxi replied with great enthusiasm. "Just leave it to us." Just then, Shanghai suddenly understood the evaluation mechanism. Sumao, standing next to him, casually asked, "Don't you know, the less external help you use in the underground city, the higher your evaluation will be when you complete the mission. No wonder you didn't have to kill goblins. It turns out you used this armor to clear the underground city before. I'm afraid you don't have many titles now either. What about your profession or equipment? So, besides basic attributes, level, and height, how much better are you than a new player?" She kept misunderstanding Shanghai. "This is tough. Although I knew random team matching wasn't reliable, I didn't expect it to be this bad. In an 8-person team, two people need to be protected." Just then, the other teammate approached. "You three, talk later. The goblin squad blocking the path has been eliminated. We can continue moving forward now." Shanghai awkwardly ran at the very back. "Oh, okay." About 10 minutes later, the entire team arrived at a place with 3 cave entrances. Xiaoxi looked worried when she saw it. "Why are there 3 paths? Normal level 5 layers usually only have a maximum of 2. Lin then spoke up. "It seems my worries before coming here weren't wrong. We've encountered a special situation." She explained very seriously. "This is underground city intelligence that has not yet been authorized for public release. Normally, for every 50 low-level underground cities, a special situation will appear where the difficulty is higher than the rank itself. This is what we call a special situation. Special situations mainly come in 3 types. 1 is an increased number of small monsters, 2 is an increased number of bosses, and 3 is increased boss strength. For example, what we're facing is very close to type 1. Shanghai immediately understood. According to her, the underground cities he'd encountered before also seemed to have problems. Just then, Wang Quan asked, "So if we continue deeper, there's a possibility we'll encounter even more goblins?" Lin coldly replied, "Yes." He nervously suggested, "That sounds dangerous, doesn't it? How about we stop this time and go back?" Unexpectedly, someone objected, "No. Although the number of goblins in this underground city is higher than expected, the boss isn't stronger. Our mission to clear the dungeon isn't to eliminate all the goblins. As long as we act quickly and decisively before the goblins discover us, we find the boss and kill it, then we can still clear the dungeon. Sumao immediately countered, but the boss's strength not changing is just your assumption. What if it also got stronger? By then, we might have already lost our lives here. Xiaoxi and Sumao started arguing more fiercely. Just then, the other teammate approached Lin. "Excuse me. If an underground city has a special situation, will the rewards be higher than usual?" She replied concisely, "It depends on how much the difficulty increases. The highest could drop rewards for players level 14 to 15. Immediately after, Xiaoxi and Sumao's argument was interrupted. "How about this? Let's vote by a show of hands. Whoever wants to continue stays. Whoever wants to leave goes back the old way." He thought for a moment and accepted. "That's a good idea. It's fair to both sides." Xiaoxi angrily shouted, "Stay or go. It's up to you. Are you satisfied now?" On this side, Lin began to lead everyone. "Let's start voting. Raise your hand if you want to stay." The trio of adventurers unanimously agreed to stay. Xiaoxi also raised her hand, feeling very pleased. As for Wang Quan, he cautiously chose to retreat. Sumao also decided to stop. Truly an unreliable team, completely lacking any sense of danger. But when she realized the situation, she grew even more enraged. Right after that, Sumao yelled, "Are you crazy? It's understandable if high-level people want to take risks, but you're weak and still want to butt in?" Xiaoxi had already reached Wang Quan by then. "If everyone has made their choice, let's part ways here. Boss Wang, I'll return the entry fee later." He generously shook his hand. "No need. Let's just consider it making friends." Meanwhile, Sumao had already left. He panicked when he saw the only person who would go with him had left. After that, everyone saw Wang Quan frantically running after them. "Wait for me." After the conflict passed, he asked Xiaoxi, "Do we really have to go left? I think going right is better." He twisted his wrist and suggested, "Then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins, the other listens to them." He asked what if it's a draw. He immediately decided that if it's a draw, they'd take the middle path. Both put all their determination into this game. "Scissors!" He decided to yell louder to suppress Xiaoxi. "Rock!" Finally, Xiaoxi won on the last count. "Paper!" He celebrated while his teammate was furious. "I should have thrown scissors." Then, Lam turned to instruct Shanghai when the boss appears later. "You don't need to go up. Just focus on killing the small monsters. Don't let the imps interfere with my spellcasting." He listened and confidently replied, "No problem." The scene shifts to the two who chose to turn back. Wang Quan kept stammering, annoying Sumao. Finally, he dared to speak. "Why do you look down on them so much? Is this underground city really that dangerous?" She was a bit surprised and asked, "How did you know I looked down on them?" Wang Quan awkwardly replied, "I'm a businessman, so I know a little about basic face reading." After that, Sumao revealed, "I chose to retreat mainly because of this title. The danger warning effect indicates the danger ahead to the user. Before, in the cave, I used it to detect entities deep within the cave that could be life-threatening to me. Combined with the intelligence provided by the official Adventurer Guild, this entry-level underground city must have two extremely rare bosses. Calculating the ratio, an underground city with one boss requires 3 to 5 adventurers of the same rank to clear it. So if there are 2 bosses, the few of us definitely can't clear it." Wang Quan curiously asked further, "Why didn't you explain it clearly to them? Everything." Sumao immediately retorted, "Do you believe that if I explained it clearly to them, tomorrow there would be intelligence about me and this title of mine appearing at the Intelligence Guild? Everyone is just strangers who meet by chance. Why should I sacrifice my own interests to stop them? Moreover, as a temporary teammate, I tried my best to persuade them while ensuring my own safety. It's their business if they don't listen." Hearing this, Wang Quan became even more uneasy. "Why are you telling me all this?" Sumao coldly replied, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. You also don't get involved in this world. And besides, There's no reason for you to offend a potential adventurer like me for a small intelligence fee." He then breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly, Su Mao's footsteps halted. Seeing her face darken, Wang Quan grew even more worried. He gently asked, "What's wrong?" Su Mao trembled as she replied, "We can't go any further forward. Outside, there's an even more deadly danger." Back inside, Xiaoxi had already started attacking the imps with his weapon. He bravely fought 6 of them alone, but fortunately, he received support from behind. Lam was closing her eyes, concentrating her will into her palms. When she opened her eyes once more, the light in front of her covered her face. Then a stream of fire coiled, twisting into the cave, leveled to elemental magic, blazing inferno. While Xiaoxi was still bewildered, the imps had been incinerated. Seeing that he was unaffected, he realized that the elemental armor Lam gave him before the battle was for this purpose. The teammate standing next to Lam was also very impressed. No wonder she's an official adventurer and level 5. Her title, profession, skills, and equipment have all been raised to the same level. And she even revealed the rarest magic user class set. Just a few seconds later, the imp's skin turned gray. They were all scorched and fell to the ground. Xiaoxi heard and immediately gave her a thumbs up. "Well done." Then Lam gave an order. "Change turns. The next imp turn is yours to handle." Deep in the cave, an imp shaman was secretly smiling. Just then, countless specks of light began to form before Trenhai's eyes. The system panel quickly announced, "An unrecorded boss has appeared. The comprehensive assessment level of this underground city has increased." Immediately after, an imp's foot rushed towards them. Seeing the imp shaman, a level 6 war adept, they were all panicking. "Is that a boss? It looks a bit different from regular imps." He frowned and replied, "It shouldn't be. It's so small. It doesn't look like a warrior at all." Lam immediately shouted, "Wait, everyone, be careful. This is an imp shaman, not an imp warrior." Its sinister smile didn't fade even after its identity was exposed. Then the imp shaman ordered its subordinates to charge. Lam quickly commanded, "Strike fast and win quickly. When the imp warrior appears, we must end the battle, or we'll be in danger." As the team charged forward, the wall to Lam's left let out a cracking sound. Then Trenhai also noticed the strange phenomenon. In an instant, the stone wall was suddenly breached. The gigantic imp preparing to strike down was indeed the imp warrior. Lam froze before the figure that was several times larger than her. She was completely immersed in terror. How did Imp start using tactics too? What about this underground city? When she was contemplating, the enemy struck with a blade. But after a few seconds, Lam knew she was still safe. The system then appeared, "Narrow escape." Then Trenhai ordered, "Fall back, I'll handle this one." Xiaoxi saw them and also shouted, "It looks like they're in trouble over there. Send someone to help them." He angrily retorted, "With so many imps, how can any of us leave?" On this side, Trenhai alone was struggling to push back the imp warrior's blade. Meanwhile, he instructed, "You go help them, I can handle this side by myself." Lam still wanted to object, so she was reprimanded by Trenhai. "Standing there dazed affects my performance. Go." After hearing that, she clenched her teeth so hard she trembled. Lam quickly ran off. "I'll deal with the imp shaman as fast as possible, then I'll come help you." Then the imp warrior smashed the ground in front of it. That made the imp warrior certain that it had eliminated the intruder. But in reality, the blade was only uselessly destroying the ground. Trenhai unexpectedly spoke, "Now, no one else will bother us." He slowly turned around. When he raised his sword, a series of notifications also appeared. Dance with death, actively entering the hanging by a thread state. 1 strike per step, weakness reminder. Entering the hanging by a thread state, simultaneously when perception exceeds 18. The opponent's next move can be seen in advance. It was filled with hatred. Blood had tensed the nerves on its forehead. Then the imp warrior lunged at Trenhai. He was extremely nimble, sliding past and slashing it. After that, Trenhai even stopped in a perfect pose. He was more confident now. This boss's strength was terrifying, but it was too stupid. Even without using one strike per step, he could probably still dodge most of its attacks. At this moment, the Imp Warrior noticed the slash wound on its calf. Its entire body flushed red, glaring at Trinhai with blazing fury. Then the system noted entered frenzy state, increased pain tolerance, halved rationality, increased speed and strength. That surprised him even more. Immediately after, its large body charged again. Trinhai quickly appeared and disappeared like a ninja. Too easy. Although you've increased a lot of speed and strength, after going berserk, your moves are unplanned, making it even easier to dodge. So this is the usual difficulty when challenging a 5-star underground city boss. Trinhai's eyes suddenly narrowed, to be honest. He was a bit disappointed. After saying that, he swept aside the Imp Warrior's blade. Deprived of its weapon, it immediately became dazed, then stared wide-eyed at him. Next, Trinhai spoke coldly, "With your level, you're not even worthy to be my appetizer." His cold, sharp sword emitted an immense aura of killing intent. Sensing that, the Imp Warrior immediately fled. Trinhai couldn't help but wonder, you don't even have the courage to fight to the end? It seems I shouldn't expect too much from 5-star cities anymore. At the same time, it was like a fierce battle on Lamb's side. The teammate leading the trio angrily shouted, "How many more imps are in this cave? If this continues, I can't hold on." Little C urgently said, "Lamb, use fire magic again." She angrily retorted, "Do you think I don't want to? That Imp-sama keeps using low-level magic to interrupt my casting." Just then, a mechanical green light was forming. Everyone was extremely confused when they saw the dungeon clear notification. Lamb calmly reassured them, "It's the Shandong citizen. He's dealt with the Imp Warrior. Everyone, just hold on a bit longer. He'll probably come to save us." He thought and replied, "Not necessarily. He's completed the dungeon. There's no reason for him to risk helping us anymore." Another person suggested retreating, only to be scolded by Lamb. "If we don't eliminate the Imp Shaman, then on the way out, it and the small imps will chase us to our deaths." Little C also agreed. "Lamb is right. We can't retreat yet. Everyone, hold on." Then a hole suddenly appeared in the stone wall behind the Imp Shaman. A very loud bang startled it, making it turn around. The hot-headed guy couldn't help but be surprised. From the hole, Trinhai burst out like a dark shadow. Lamb couldn't help but be surprised when he saw him. The Imp Shaman stared blankly as the sword light swept past. Little C immediately couldn't believe his eyes. It turned out that Trinhai's single slash had sent the Imp Shaman's head flying. It was split into two cold pieces of flesh. Those little imps realized they had lost their leader. Finally, they fled in a panic. He urgently asked Little C, "Where did you find a character like this? The two bosses of the underground city were just killed by him with one slash." He stammered in response, "I didn't find him." Just then, Trinhai spoke up, "About my matter, please keep it a secret for me." Lamb cautiously replied, "Understood. Such potential will inevitably attract unwanted attention from bad people. Before leveling up, it's indeed best not to be too conspicuous." But after that, Trinhai saw something else. Tu Mao was leading Wang Kong back towards them. Flashback to an earlier moment, right when she discovered the danger outside. Tu Mao stammered, explaining, "There's an adventurer whose danger level far exceeds these two underground city bosses guarding outside. We'll be killed if we go out." He tremblingly asked, "So what should we do?" Tu Mao immediately decided, "We'll go back to find the others, convince them, and then unite to break out." Returning to the present, she stammered, "You all killed those two bosses already?" Someone immediately recounted, "Not only that, those two bosses were practically dealt with by him alone. We didn't contribute much effort." Tu Mao paused upon hearing this. How could it be him? Before, she had clearly used her title to confirm that he posed no threat to her. Just then, Lamb interrupted her thoughts. "Wait a minute. How did you know this underground city has two bosses? Did you, after we parted ways, secretly follow us and peek at our battle?" Tu Mao had to be honest. "No. Before you guys encountered the bosses, we had already reached the exit. As for how I knew, it's because of this title." It allows me to check all powerful individuals who pose a threat to me and have hostile intentions. I used it to confirm that this underground city has two bosses. Little C angrily criticized her. You have such a useful skill. Why didn't you warn us before? Tumao disdainfully asked. I didn't warn you, but I did advise everyone not to go deep into the cave, didn't I? At this moment, Trinhai asked the crucial question, why did you come back? Tumao explained without hesitation, because there's a stronger, higher-level adventurer at the exit with a more hostile attitude than the two bosses blocking the way. The information quickly created an invisible fear among them. Lamb very rationally asked again, there's a high-level adventurer blocking the exit outside. Are you sure? Tumao emphatically replied, absolutely sure. Next, an argument erupted again. First, the difficulty exceeded the standard. Then there's a high-level adventurer blocking the exit. There are too many suspicious things here. Is this your doing? Little C quickly denied. It's not me. If you don't believe me, we can sign a one-sided contract to confirm. Meanwhile, Trinhai's intuition made him suspect something. The adventurer blocking the exit. Isn't it the one named Homeless? If so, then he was also present at the scene at that time, just coincidentally outside his sensing range. Next, Trinhai had an idea. Your title can help warn of danger in advance. So if I were to reveal killing intent towards you now, could you determine who is stronger between me and the one blocking the exit? Tumao coldly replied to him, yes. Trinhai didn't say much more, glancing at her. Good. Immediately after, a series of notifications began appearing in Tumao's mind. Skill Dance with Death activated. Enter a critical situation. Activate class to effect. Plus for agility and strength. Activate find a way to survive in death. Trinhai's entire body radiated an imposing aura, and he asked her again, right now, who is stronger, me or the one blocking the exit? Tumao frowned and replied, the one outside is a bit stronger. He relaxed his body and replied, understood. Then Lamb also spoke up, in that case, we only have one path forward for now. Everyone, go settle your clear the stage missions first. Once everyone's strength has increased, we'll go out and risk it all against the guy blocking the exit. He said indifferently, that's the only thing we can do. Xiaoxi was already regretting it. If I had known buying this underground city would lead to so much torment, I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Trinhai immediately comforted him. It's come to this point. Regret is useless. Besides, there are so many of us. We might not necessarily lose. Meanwhile, back at the exit of the underground city, Vindung was starting to lose patience. It's been a long time. Why hasn't anyone come out? That kid who cleared the cemetery stage isn't dead, is he? Actually, inside, they were slowly making their own plans. Trinhai was leaning against a wall while waiting for the system. A few seconds later, he received an S-rank evaluation and many pieces of equipment. The settlement's out. No epic grade treasures dropped this time. It seems that even though the underground city has two bosses, its difficulty can't compare to the cemetery. I feel like the next underground city might allow skipping level 6 to challenge level 7 directly. After that, he went back to read his adventurer information. As soon as he opened the titles, 12 different pieces of information quickly appeared. Trinhai immediately pondered, excluding find a way to survive in death. Among the remaining titles, those that can be used in the upcoming battle are likely only Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Miracle Survivor, Sparring with a Legend, Self-Adaptation, Art of Stealthy Action, and Guardian. Excluding the functional titles Wolf in Sheep's Clothing, Miracle Survivor, and Self-Adaptation, the remaining ones all have very clear characteristics. Sparring with a Legend can be considered a replacement for Find a Way to Survive in Death, sacrificing for strength and for agility, and to senses to maintain one's peak state. As for Art of Stealthy Action, the most precise way to use it would probably be to combine it with Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. Use Wolf in Sheep's Clothing to move to the target's blind spot, then switch to Art of Stealthy Action to gradually approach. Finally, switch to Find a Way to Survive in Death, activate the Dance with Death skill, 1 strike per step, and then launch a perfect sneak attack. As for Guardian, the most reasonable candidate would probably be to quickly switch between sparring with a Legend and Guardian. Relying on sparring with a Legend, senses will increase by 2, activating 1 strike per step to see the future, and with that help, determine the target's next move beforehand. If the target attacks another individual, switch to Guardian to block it. This way, while it may not be as good as Find a Way to Survive in Death, it has the advantage of not requiring Dance with Death. These 2 titles and the strategies that can be deployed around them are quite good, but if I have to choose one, it's not easy. Finally, Trinhai decided, I can only see how effective the new profession and treasures are before deciding. Currently, the profession skill screen has not closed yet. Trinhai took a look and commented, this Born to Die skill isn't bad. Just based on its ability to enhance footwork and toughness, you can tell. Combined with the effect of 1 strike per step, I can dodge and attack the enemy's weak points simultaneously later on. And there's this feigned death skill too. In the real world, adventurers don't drop items upon death, so I can totally use this skill to ambush. As long as the adventurer blocking the exit isn't crazy enough to bother with a corpse, I can give that guy a hard time. Of course, I'd only choose this as a last resort. If possible, I want to win fairly. Besides, I'm not sure if that guy would intentionally not kill us to get our items. Next, Trinhai then checked some other powerful equipment. It was accumulated from the Goblin Underground City. After browsing for a while, Trinhai nodded with satisfaction, not bad stuff. The Bone Flute, the Shaman Flag, and the Inheritance Book mean I'll have an additional adult goblin following me in the future. Furthermore, the Goblin Elixir can resolve my immediate danger. Combined with the Goblin Bone Flute, if I'm lucky, I can summon a Goblin Warrior as a minion. The person blocking the exit might be 2 or 3 levels higher than me. To be safe, I won't save the artifact upgrade tickets, equipment prayer tickets, or the forge anymore. First, I must maximize my combat power. The highest level intermediate artifact I have is this one. Using the upgrade ticket on it is probably the most optimal. Even if it's no longer suitable for me after upgrading, I don't care. I still have an artifact exchange ticket from someone else, so there's still a chance to try again. Using the upgrade ticket on the legendary Undead helmet. Then a notification appeared. Artifact has reached epic tier. Cannot be upgraded further. Trinhai immediately changed his approach. Can it only reach epic tier? Then I can only use the forge to temper unused equipment and artifacts, and then decide whether to use the upgrade on the tarnished sword or the newly forged equipment. He immediately clicked on the available inventory slot. After the operation, he selected Confirm to use the equipment forge. Unexpectedly, the system showed a red notification. Forging failed. All tools used this time did not have their usage count deducted. Trinhai immediately exclaimed, can artifacts that aren't equipment types not be used in forging? Then the only unused equipment I have are the Mermaid Spear and the Longsword. Even if I forcefully forge these materials, it feels like it won't yield anything good. No other choice. I'll use the artifact upgrade ticket to upgrade the tarnished sword. That decision created a stream of light that surrounded the sword. Immediately after, its name changed to Black Knight's Sword, and its stats would be slightly higher when used. The enhancement level has a limit. Even so, Trinhai was still very satisfied. The sword is so cool. With a helmet and weapon, I'll use the prayer ticket for armor then. It's a good time to replace the chainmail. The system quickly processed, successfully exchanged lost prayer ticket item. As soon as he got the new armor, he praised it. This is awesome. This armor feels lighter than the previous one. Immediately after, Lamb approached. Are you done on your side? Trinhai quickly replied, almost done. Is everyone else finished? While she said things were ready to go, TUC started observing him. Cool equipment. Did all of this drop from the underground city? Trinhai only spoke to Lamb. Wait for me a bit. I'm going to summon a monster to follow. First, he took out the Goblin Bone Flute. Then Trinhai took a deep breath. As he blew into it, the flute's sound frequency echoed out. The sound waves quickly gathered, forming a lightning gate. Then a small goblin crawled out of the rift. However, it was quickly grabbed by the head by someone else. His short-tempered teammate showed a bit of disdain. What's the use of summoning such a monster? This little thing's combat power isn't even 1. It's good enough if it doesn't cause trouble. Trinhai calmly took out another vial of secret elixir. I'm not done yet. He handed the bottle over and commanded, take it. It closed its eyes tightly and brought the bottle's mouth close to its own. Trinhai used the shaman goblin's flag to order it, drink it. The goblin immediately became extremely submissive. It closed its eyes tightly and drank the entire vial. The effects of the secret elixir quickly took hold. Seeing it transform, he yelled, "Oh my god, what did you give it to drink?" The very next second, the goblin's roar echoed throughout the cave. The dust and smoke from its roar made everyone wary. Then they saw a giant foot, full of bulging veins. TUC stammered, "Has it turned into a boss?" Then he spoke up, "Hey, over there are clothes and weapons that fit your size. Take them yourself." It happily skipped over and complied. On this side, his teammate asked worriedly, "It won't lose control, will it? It is a boss after all." Trinhai replied coldly, "I don't know, but she can check if the goblin has any hostility towards us." T-Mao immediately activated her danger warning. A red light from her eyes began to scan the warrior goblin. Then she confirmed, "It bears no ill will towards us." That made him sigh in relief. That's good then. After that, Lam began to mumble an ancient language. A while later, she cast a spell towards him. Much armor, enhanced attributes, bears durability. Seeing himself gain to powers, he was quite interested. Awesome, I can't believe it increased by 2 points right away. Lam, extremely tired, instructed, the buff attributes only last for an hour. Additionally, the mage armor can protect the unarmored parts of you, but it won't be as strong as the suit you're currently wearing. As soon as she finished speaking, another person approached her. The warrior goblin innocently asked, "Where's mine? Where's mine?" After it received the same buff as Trinhai, Lam collapsed in exhaustion. "I'm going to rest a bit." A few minutes later, several dark figures vaguely appeared at the exit. When Vin Dung noticed them, he regained his will. Finally, we're out. But very soon after, he was surprised. It turned out he was looking at Trinhai's retinue. How is there a warrior goblin among them? TUC looked around and asked, "Wasn't there someone blocking the entrance? Where is it?" Trinhai calmly ordered, "He's probably hiding. Use your ability to see where he is." T-Mao quickly did as he said. She identified a shadow, found him. He was hiding behind the biggest tree. "Everyone be careful. He set a lot of animal traps at the entrance. Don't step on them." Seeing he was exposed, Vin Dung clicked his tongue in annoyance. Then he also spoke up, an investigation-type professional title. "Huh? Truly annoying," he said, and then stepped out himself. Trinhai immediately remembered. "So it's him. That makes sense. I knew it. There's a succubus forest nearby that was just cleared. Why would he come to Mangson instead of going there to get what he needed? Only a few people know I'm in Mangson. The team leader signed a confidentiality agreement, so it's probably not them. It can't be the nurse either. So, could it be the merchant or the undertaker?" Meanwhile, Lam seemed to have some information. This person, she could vaguely recall his original appearance. As soon as she remembered, she shouted, "You're Calvin Dung, right?" Vincone asked in confusion, "Is he famous?" Lam didn't hesitate to explain, "He's the most notorious wanted man in Fukin and Guangzhou. Even though he's only level 7, he's killed nearly 100 adventurers. Rumor has it that the reason he's so bloodthirsty is not only because he snatches items when others are clearing a dungeon, but also because he wants to create a title aimed at humans." The adventurer considered that he could create an excessive human slaughter title. His combat power might be level 9. A glaring red title board appeared. Vin Dung replied awkwardly, "Looks like you know me well." Seeing this, Lam, an official adventurer of the association, also shouted, "He really created that title." After that, he proposed, "Let's make a deal." Lam was extremely cautious and didn't answer him. Vin Dung spoke frankly, "Leave him behind, and you take the others and go." One person in the team spoke up, "That's a good condition. Why don't we?" Lamb immediately interrupted, "Don't believe him. The association's records state that he's released targets before only to chase and kill them afterward. If we trust that, then after he deals with Trin Hai, he'll come after us too." Timao quickly chimed in, "That's right. Although he says he'll spare us, his malice towards me hasn't decreased. He's lying." Vin Dung frowned. "You can even sense malice?" Immediately after, Trin Hai spoke up again. "If his target is me, then I and the Goblin Warrior will attack. Everyone else, provide support. We're all in the same boat. In times like these, don't hold out hope for the enemy. Of course, if anyone is afraid to die, get out now. Don't drag me down." Lamb responded firmly, "We'll provide support." Seeing this, he sneered, "Didn't realize you humans are quite good. If it were me, I'd force them all to join in." Trin Hai didn't shy away from the challenge. "To fight you, the two of us are enough." He remained silent, only curving his lips slightly as he looked at him. Inside, he began to calculate. "I knew it. These lucky S-ranked rookies always think highly of themselves, believing others are just in the way. But reality isn't like that. It's very difficult for rookies to systematically gather enough titles, professions, skills, and equipment." He then spoke to him. "Such luxurious weapons and armor. The items dropped in the succubus forest and the grave are mainly equipment, right? Unfortunately, my skills were made to counter rookies like you." Trin Hai didn't answer but ordered the brave elf, "Come with me." Immediately after that, Vin Dung used a slowing spell. Under its effect, a faint light immediately flew out. It quickly enveloped the space in front. Trin Hai was also a bit surprised. "The speed has slowed down." Vin Dung appeared leisurely. "Idiot. The slowing spell doesn't just make your movement speed slow. When facing someone like me who uses an uncommon weapon like a long scythe, those affected by the balance spell can't adapt and cope in a short time." Surprisingly, he calmly asked, "Is that what you think?" That one sentence was enough to send shivers down his spine. He gripped his scythe tightly. "Too bad. If this is all the skill you have, then I'm afraid I have to say, today you've met your match." Vin Dung was instantly enraged. He leaped forward. Then he quickly widened the distance between himself and Trin Hai. He now felt a bit threatened. His infallible combo was broken so easily? Is this really the skill level of a rookie who has only been through 3 underground cities? The battle fell silent at this point. Just then, TUC shouted, "That guy isn't very good, is he?" He got disarmed right away. On the contrary, Lamb had a different opinion. It's not that he's weak, but that Trin Hai is too strong. He's probably as strong as the association's key cultivated super rookies, or even better. Back on this side, Vin Dung was selecting an item. "What if I say, I surrender, I don't need that scythe anymore. Will you spare my life?" Trin Hai mechanically replied, "If it were you, would you?" He smirked and replied, "You're right." Then, with a whirl of his cloak, he vanished. He then saw the situation change again. Is it the effect of an invisibility cloak? The brave elf also looked around anxiously. Behind it, a few faint lights gradually appeared. To think that a rare super rookie would die here, I feel bad. If you hadn't met a rookie assassin like me, you probably would have become a legendary rank, right? Too bad your path has to end here. Don't blame me, I gave you a chance. You chose to fight to the death. Tu Mao in the distance was shouting, "Be careful, he's still around you." Vin Dung heard it and became extremely angry. This kid. Just then, Trin Hai turned and spoke to him. "Which way are you looking?" He directly struck him in the chest. Vin Dung was unwilling. "No way. How did you know I was here?" Trin Hai replied without hiding anything. "Because my perception is 20. I clearly know your every action and gesture." Vin Dung belatedly realized, perception, what's wrong? Then Trin Hai ordered, "Kill this person." The heroic demon quickly approached him. In his final moments, he had only one thought: heaven is truly unfair. At this moment, Trin Hai had already headed towards the team. He calmly walked up to Lamb. She heard him ask, "If a free adventurer wants to join the association, how long does it take to record personal information?" Lam honestly replied, normally it takes half a day. This made him realize, it seems this wanted criminal targeted me, most likely because someone within Vantiu City leaked my information. Next, he explained, the other day, I agreed to join the Vantiu City Adventurers Association, but the information hasn't been recorded yet. What if I switch to Dongsun instead? Respectfully replied, of course, on behalf of the association, I welcome you to join. The scene shifts to the headquarters in Vantiu. The phone was ringing constantly with an incoming call. Thongla coldly answered the call. On the other end of the line, Trinhai spoke, I've decided not to become an official adventurer of Vantiu City anymore. He angrily questioned, your information was about to be updated. Why the sudden change? Trinhai subtly replied, because I just eliminated a criminal named Calvin Dong, and after Dongsun learned about it, they invited me to become an official local adventurer. Thongla suppressed his anger and congratulated him. That's good. It's also more convenient to work as an official adventurer in your hometown. Trinhai also responded, I think so too. He nonchalantly reminded, let's keep in touch regularly from now on. Then the other end of the line hung up. At that very moment, the phone was smashed. Lam looked at him and asked, are you done talking? Trinhai nodded to her, done talking. Then he confusedly asked to Mao, why are you still here? She then explained, because Sister Lam also invited me to join the Dongsun Adventurers Association. So Trinhai retorted, honestly, your joining makes me question the quality of the adventurer title. She was extremely embarrassed. I only said a few words. Do you need to be sarcastic now? Immediately after, at the Adventurers Association Dongsun branch building, the staff began to instruct, please turn off your title and skills and hit this device with your strength. Trinhai confidently took a stance. Okay. Next, he slowly pulled his arm back to gain momentum. In a flash, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Trinhai punched hard into the force receiving device. The number on the screen immediately changed to 12. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder it's official equipment. It's much more professional than what they have at the gym. I heard this association also has dedicated trainers. It looks like the exercises from that gym can finally be put to use. A few minutes later, Lam entered, followed by Tamao. Are they done with the test? Van Trong turned to continue the conversation. They're done with the test. His strength and agility are both 12. Lam looked a bit disappointed when she heard that. Only 12? Because she clearly remembered this stat was far inferior to his performance back then. She thought his basic attributes would be at least 14 or 15. But with such low basic attributes, he can still unleash level 9 power. That means Trinhai's titles, skills, and profession have compensated for these 2 or 3 missing attribute points. Tu Mao, standing some distance away, also looked grim. Mainstream professions and titles definitely can't do that. So, does he actually have a hidden profession and a purple combat type title? Then Lam approached and said, Mr. Trinhai, your personal information has been recorded. Here is your certification card. Trinhai rubbed his head and asked, that fast? She sincerely replied, special people receive special treatment. Someone who defeated two bosses and single-handedly triumphed over Calvin Dunk certainly qualifies for this. Furthermore, official adventurers from level 6 to 10 must clear at least the same level underground cities designated by the association each year. Failure to do so will result in a transfer of position from the assault team to the intelligence team or resource gathering team. Considering that your basic attributes still have a lot of room for improvement, my suggestion is don't rush to increase the level of the underground city for the next 2 years. Just clear one underground city of the same level every 6 months. Use the time to rebuild your body and train in practical combat. Trinhai casually replied, no problem. Then Lam continued, headquarters will occasionally have temporary deployment meets. During these deployments, if you capture or assist in apprehending wanted criminals or underground city monsters drawn into this world, there will be rewards. Rewards will be converted into contribution points, which you can use to exchange for title clues held by the association, professional item certificates, or artifacts. However, usually only adventurers level 9 and above are deployed, so you don't need to worry about this for now. Immediately after Trinhai raised his hand, I have a question. After she invited him to speak, he asked directly, what are title clues? Lam also thoroughly explained, they are pods that adventurers recreate based on the process of obtaining a title. The title clues held by the association have all been verified as reproducible. When you return, you can use the UID on your certification card to log into our internal network and see if there are any titles you like among the title blueprints compiled by the association. If there are and you have unused artifacts, or if the title blueprint doesn't contain a title clue, then you can sell them to the association, exchange them for contribution points, and then trade for a title you like, or an artifact or a class change certificate. Then Lam clenched her teeth and asked, when are you going to evacuate your attendant? Trinhai asked blankly, can't I keep it here? I saw that the Bone Flute's effect says summon random goblin, so I'm afraid that after sending it back, it won't be this one next time I summon it. Hearing this, Lam reassured him, unless your goblin warrior dies in that world, or you intend to randomly summon another goblin, it will still be this one next time you summon it. The two, master and servant, looked at each other for a while. Then he replied, so that's how it is. Scene shifts to Underground City Level 6, Goblin Tribe. The little goblin suddenly bumped into a large calf. It was briefly surprised to see a goblin warrior appear out of thin air. At the headquarters, the portal slowly closed. Then Lam ordered, follow me to meet your colleagues. As soon as Jikin met him, he seemed quite flustered. Hello, I'm Jikin, a probationary adventurer from Dongsun. My current stats are. Just then, Kinzayan interrupted. Don't always list all your stats like you're reading off a menu every time you meet an adventurer who's slightly better than you. Doing that will offend others. Jikin immediately retorted, what does that have to do with anything? My stats can't possibly be higher than Trinhai's, but in reality, Timao knew his were actually higher. Next, Trinhai asked the person sitting nearby, are you the Dongsun portal manager? Van Trong coldly replied, not yet, for now. Before the expert level underground city is cleared, a newbie like me, only level 8, isn't qualified to do that. Trinhai seemed to understand, so the portal manager is someone else. Right, and that person isn't here because they're currently conquering the expert level underground city? He immediately denied it. No, he's not here because he's dealing with a wanted criminal who suddenly trespassed into Dongsun yesterday. Apparently, because someone who cleared the graveyard appeared in the neighboring city. Those people all came because of him. Jikin was very interested to hear that. Isn't the graveyard for legendary veterans? That's a north-level underground city. A rare promotion ticket could appear there. It seems our Dongsun is a blessed place. Aside from Trinhai, who can defeat two bosses and duel in a rank-wanted criminal, there's also someone who cleared the graveyard. I'm so proud. Everyone simultaneously stared intently at him. Jikin awkwardly said, why are you all looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Lam subtly asked, haven't you realized it yet? He looked bewildered. Realized what? Oh, come on. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell me directly. Immediately after, a hand was raised in front of Jikin's eyes. Trinhai shyly introduced himself. I am the one who cleared the graveyard. That afternoon, he returned home. Trinhai adjusted his armor and mused. Even though I told Sister Lam I'd slow down the clearing speed and focus on body regeneration, and also boost my basic attributes and acquire knowledge about the underground city, which has been compiled by the association. However, his gaze subtly shifted to the side. It stopped at the wall, the entrance to this house. I want to put an end to it, challenge it alone. According to Sister Lam's assessment, when I go all out, I'm equivalent to level 10. A lone wolf at level 10 facing a normal level 7 city. Even if I don't clear it, an escape mission shouldn't be too hard, right? After that, he really did go inside. Trinhai looked around and commented, it's exactly like the last time I came here. It feels like nothing much has changed. Immediately after, the system appeared. The information presented was, New level 6 quest detected. Now initiating title induction. The main and sub-occupation conversion system has been upgraded to quests. Seeing this, he found it very interesting, so an adventurer's screen can be upgraded too. Then, according to the first stages of adventurers summarized by Mao, will my screen also change when I reach levels 11 and 16? A moment later, 3 other windows appeared, respectively, title induction, main and sub-occupation conversion, and finally, the quest bar after leveling up. One thing bothered him: title induction and main, sub-occupation conversion. Why did it feel like after leveling up to level 6, an adventurer's restrictions became even more numerous? But the good news was, the escape quest turned from 1 option into 2 options. Pick one. This was truly good for adventurers who didn't plan to clear the stage. Then he looked more closely at the title induction. Next, Trinhai muttered to himself, "The title is done. Let me see what this escape quest is about." Another screen popped up. Title Murphic Breeding Season, Permanent Escape Quest. Find the Title Murphic Breeding Lake, Rotating Escape Quest. Befriend the Werewolves Stage Clearing Quest, Destroy the Breeding Lake. Trinhai was extremely surprised. Werewolves, so there are other monsters in this forest. At the same time, in an underground elf city at level 6, the brave elf was grilling meat with other younglings. They suddenly cried out in panic. He was bewildered, not understanding why the kids were scared. A second later, the brave elf was pulled into a teleportation. Only 3 younglings were left, staring blankly. They were heartbroken, because the piece of meat was also taken away. On this side, Trinhai chewed on meat and said, "So, in your opinion, those werewolves are very cunning, and they like to bully the weak. Aren't they just a bunch of forest bullies then?" Seeing his master's correct assessment, it gave a clear, big tick mark. After that, Trinhai realized, so, no more werewolf-related quests. I'll find the breeding lake first, then try to see if I can clear the stage. If not, I'll wait until next time. Next, Trinhai ordered, "I'm done asking, you can go back now." His expression, didn't he want to go back? The brave elf clamped his mouth shut, looking at him dejectedly. Finally, he relented. "Alright, you can stay then." After they had walked for a while, he added, "The challenge level of this city is 7. You need to be careful." The werewolf scout looked at them suspiciously, a human and an elf walking together. Are they adventurers? On the same evening at the Far East Bay Hot Springs, Hoven asked in great surprise, "So you really formed a temporary team to have someone lead you through the stage?" Van Cohn shyly recounted, "Actually, it was fine, although there were some unexpected incidents along the way. Thanks to that, I met 2 very promising adventurers." Hoven was extremely envious. "You were just lucky. If those free adventurers were trustworthy, my son wouldn't have lost his life in the underground city." He nodded and replied, "I know. That's why I only decided after confirming I had official adventurers accompanying me. Otherwise, even if it was just level 2, I wouldn't dare take the risk." Speaking of which, I saw the news from the other day. Your son's death doesn't seem to have been an accident. Hoven recounted furiously. How could it be an accident? Before he entered the underground city, I prepared 2 artifacts for him. Even in an elite underground city, he would have survived. But he still died, and those 2, who weren't even experienced adventurers, managed to survive. It's ridiculous. It's just a pity that those 2 didn't last until I could act and died at the hands of others. Otherwise, I would definitely make them regret ever coming to this world. Van Cohn then suggested, "So this person indirectly avenged your son. We must repay him. What's his name?" He explained grimly, "His name is Trinhai. This time, I came to Ming's to meet him and thank him." Seeing his old friend's surprise, Hoven asked, "You know him?" Van Cohn hesitated. "The temporary team I formed had a young man named Trin. It might be him." Scene shifts to the underworld. Currently, a Murphic captain appeared. He shouted loudly, "Concentrate. Those werewolf scouts might be hiding in the bushes nearby. Being so lazy is very dangerous." Another one obediently replied, "Alright, Captain." After they passed, 2 pairs of eyes opened in the bushes. Then, Zhonghai and the elf warrior began to raise their weapons. Hearing the sound, He quietly turned his head. After a while, Merfolk were tied up. Zheng wondered, "Do you know their language?" The elf warrior proudly replied, "Of course. Do you need me to translate for you?" Zheng coldly replied, "Not for now. I have a special item that can be used in this situation." The item he took out was called Words of the Sea. After wearing it, one could breathe, speak underwater, and communicate with sea creatures. Next, Zheng squatted down like them. He softly commanded, "Tell me, where is your spawning lake? I can spare your life." Before he finished speaking, a jet of water shot at him. The merfolk captain angrily puffed out his gills. "Do you think I would betray my kin? If you're so good, just kill me." Zheng grimly reached out his hand, his eyes filled with hostility. Then the small fish-like creature screamed, "The captain is dead. Don't get cocky, Lord General will avenge us." Following that, another one was disposed of. Immediately, another merman cried out, "At the bottom of the lake, there's an underwater cave. Passing through the cave will lead to a natural underground cavern. Our spawning lake is there." The one next to him angrily shouted, "Traitor." Immediately after, that merman was also sent to the afterlife. Zheng coldly ordered, "I'll keep this one, tie it upside down to a tree. When we're done, we'll go find the lake." "Why are you running so far away?" The elf warrior trembled as he replied, "Fear." After a merman was hung upside down, he said with satisfaction, "Let's go." So the two quickly left. At that moment, two dark figures emerged from behind the forest edge. "That adventurer is very strong." The merman glanced back in a panic. It trembled and screamed, "Oh no, it's Hawk of 100 Battles." Then Hawk ordered the werewolf scout, "Report to the gorilla squad to draw the merfolk from the lake out," creating an opportunity for this adventurer to destroy the spawning lake. Afterward, he looked at the merman. "As for you." It screamed in agony, "No." Then it also met the same fate and went to the afterlife. On this side, a lake had appeared before them. Zheng deeply marveled at the natural scenery. This lake is even larger than when captured by a drone. But for such a large lake, according to what that merman said, we have to find an underwater cave, then pass through it. Who knows how long we'll have to swim to reach the underground cavern. This alone would eliminate 99% of adventurers from the escape mission. I'm afraid even an experienced adventuring party would only make it this far on their first attempt. After this, they'd only be able to establish a relationship with the werewolves to escape. Then, spending money to buy new diving equipment would be the only chance to pass. No wonder it's level 7, much harder than the level 5 elf cave. But I have a special item that helps with underwater breathing. Even though I can't swim, the combat experience in my helmet also includes underwater combat. These two things can compensate for my poor swimming. Immediately after, the elite warrior let out a soft cry. It awkwardly asked, "I don't know how to swim. Can I go back first?" He looked at it in surprise. "You don't know how to swim? Alright then, I'll send you back first." After that, the spatial gate teleported it away. Only Zheng remained, gloomily looking at the lush green lake surface. He thought to himself, "But dressed like this, I can't go into the water. Taking off everything but the helmet seems better." After he finished, he started stretching. Zheng rotated his shoulders for a bit longer than declared, "Warm-up complete." Then he kicked his legs forcefully, and Zheng plunged down in a perfect posture. "Here we go." Next, he began to stroke his arms, swimming deeper. Just then, he also realized that indeed, with the word of the sea and the helmet, even if he couldn't swim, he could move freely underwater. Beneath the deep mud of the lake, a long fin slowly emerged. This was a merman guard, challenge level 4. Zheng swam quickly, wanting to surface. He looked at the faint light with a bit of surprise. Without much thought, he wanted to swim up to check. Zheng looked around in surprise. Round him was a cave full of eggs. A few began to hatch, and he realized these were merman babies. Challenge level 1. The system panel immediately popped up in front of Zheng, reminding him that the resident escape, find the tidal merman breeding lake had been completed. He muttered, "The resident escape mission is shown as completed, so it seems this is indeed the merman breeding lake." but why can't I see anyone guarding it? He was confused, unsure if the mermen were too confident that no one could find this place and thus left it unguarded, or if the current guards weren't here anymore. Trenhai pondered, wondering what to do next. He stepped ashore and said, "Oh well, whatever the reason. Now is the best chance to pass this stage. That can't be wrong." On the cave ceiling, a group of creatures was watching his actions. They stared intently at Trenhai, wanting to attack him. They jumped down behind him, and he noticed the anomaly, quickly turning to look back. Those lair guards spoke to each other in a strange language, only one. "This probably won't be enough to share." One of them said, "So much time has passed. I didn't expect there would still be fools who disregard life and death to cause trouble at the breeding lake." "That's right, but I didn't expect that this time the person who came here isn't a werewolf, but a human." Trenhai looked at them seriously and said, "So that's how it is. The guards have been hiding up there all along. For against one, they probably won't give me time to equip. I'll have to find a way out of this desperate situation with a quick victory." At the same time, in another lake, the merman guards were patrolling the surface. Those guys noticed an anomaly and immediately wanted to inform everyone. They used ultrasound to spread the news towards the forest. The far-reaching sound waves shot straight towards it. On the other side, the merman commander was fighting against several intruders. He heard the information and immediately wondered, did humans break into the birthing lake? A powerful axe strike came down. Huck swung his axe, cleaving the monster in front of him. He stared at them, ignoring the blood splattering everywhere. Huck approached to stand next to the wolf scout. The scout saw him coming and said, "Lord Huck, the mermen have retreated. The mermen guarding the lake must have discovered that human adventurer." Huck continued, "Send someone agile to the lake to keep watch. If that human adventurer escapes, report to me." A system panel popped up in front of Trenhai, reminding him to activate the Black Knight's sword effect, defeat powerful enemies, Trenhai's permanent adventurer physique +1. Scene shifts to the headquarters of my VU group, one of the world's top 500 largest enterprises. Someone said, "Bosses in the underground city, typically from level 6 to level 10, can generally be divided into two types: team buff types and physical combat types." Just as Trenhai defeated several lair guards, he said, "The intensity of these guards is quite a bit higher than the elite star warriors. They must be the bosses of this underground city, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached from behind him. Trenhai turned around and stared at the approaching group. "Merman Commander, challenge level 7, a team buff type boss, buff item, will increase the level of allied merman units. Overall strength increases by 1 level, appearing alongside elite mermen. Challenge level 6. Elsewhere, the teacher was lecturing. The former type has normal strength, but can enhance the strength of those of the same race. It's almost impossible for a lone wolf to clear a dungeon against this type of boss on their own. Below are T-Min, an adventurer of level 8, titled Blazing Midge, and Tring Sung, an adventurer of level 8, titled Explosive Fist Overlord." One of them listened intently while the other yawned lazily. The teacher, annoyed, threw a pen straight down. "Every time in my class, you're either skipping or yawning. Am I that boring?" Tring Sung calmly caught the pen in his hand. He arrogantly said, "But the content you're teaching today, isn't it what you've already taught? If you talked about knowledge related to level 11 and above, maybe I'd listen seriously." Hearing this, the teacher became even more annoyed and shouted, "Do you think I like talking about this stuff? It's all because of reckless guys like you. If C Supernova hadn't been so arrogant as to solo an underground city beyond his level, he wouldn't have died at the hands of a team buff type boss." He panicked and quickly asked, "What? Thun is dead?" Teeman turned and replied, "That's right. Haven't you been on the forums these past few days? Everyone's arguing like crazy there." Tring Sung quickly regained his composure, smiled, and added, "I genuinely didn't know that." The elite merman charged at Trenhai. He immediately swung his sword and cut the merman in half. Then a swarm of elite mermen surrounded him. The merman commander warned, "Newcomers, be careful. This human has an extremely rare high perception. Sneak attacks are useless." Everyone charge, he's alone. There's no way he can handle enemies from all directions simultaneously. The elite merman immediately followed the order. Trunhai looked at him and wondered, what's with that merman boss? I've killed so many elite mermen, yet he's still just standing there observing? Could it be that these mermen are like roadside weeds? They grow back even after being pulled? The system explained, the Black Knight Sword's killing effect has reached its limit, accumulating to points of agility, 3 points of physique. The merman commander shouted again, everyone, keep going, he's getting impatient. Continue to drain his strength until he's completely exhausted. He thought to himself, this human adventurer's strength is no less than Hack's. Fortunately, he came alone. But at this killing speed, by the time the elites were down his strength enough for me to kill him without any danger, the remaining elites might not be able to face the Wolf Scouts anymore. By then, Hawk will feel that our forces are stretched thin, and I'm afraid he will. The merman commander gripped his sword tightly and said, never mind, I'll just take a bit of a risk. Trunhai saw him move and immediately turned his head to look. Then he said, finally feeling the pain, you want to personally enter the battle now? A line of text appeared above his head, miraculous survivor. Seeing this, Trunhai quickly escaped from the elite merman. I've been waiting for this moment. Adventurer's screen. Those guys saw him rushing towards the merman commander and hastily shouted, Commander, be careful. This human adventurer is as strong as Hawk. He calmly swung his blade to attack him, I know. On the other side, Trunhai pushed off with his toes, and the sharp blade was passed at an astonishing speed. The blade sliced across his right arm, and the merman commander retaliated with the blade wound across his abdomen. He flashed a grin, and seeing his serious injury, Trunhai quickly used a healing potion. Then he quickly jumped into the water and swam away from the area. The merman commander immediately ordered the elite merman to pursue him, as he was severely injured and couldn't fight. Hearing this, the elite merman obeyed. They quickly followed him into the water to chase. Following the blood trail, he was surprised and stopped short. Before them were the corpses of the guard merman. A merman asked suspiciously, didn't the merman commander gravely wound that human adventurer? How could he both escape to here and quickly deal with the merman guards at the exit? He was approached by someone and killed with one strike. The opponent is very skilled in underwater combat. Let's not even talk about how that human did it. All the traces prove. The commander's judgment might be wrong. This human adventurer is likely not gravely injured at all. On the other side, Trunhai had now escaped that place and stepped ashore. He exclaimed, I made it back alive, luckily, thanks to this miraculous survivor status. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to maintain swimming speed and combat ability while so severely injured. Ed, if that merman boss had maintained his patience, I'm afraid I really would have been exhausted to death by those mermen. No wonder El Hao said that the higher the level of the lone wolf go into the underground city, the more effort it takes. Fighting a bunch of underground city creatures of the same level as myself is definitely exhausting. In a nearby bush, someone was secretly observing Trunhai's situation. On his abdomen was a bleeding wound. He stared intently at the wound on Trunhai's body. Then he quickly left to report the situation. Heck listened and asked, that adventurer survived. What's his current condition? The scout wolf reported, I didn't dare get too close for fear of being discovered, but I can confirm he's very severely injured. He smiled upon hearing this and began to ponder everything. An adventurer severely injured, huh? Meanwhile, Trunhai's body had completely recovered. The elite mermen were horrified to see him without a single scratch. Then, not wanting to be chopped up, they quickly turned and fled. He watched their retreating figures and mused, I'll settle the score with you guys next time. Suddenly, electric sparks appeared behind him. Trunhai turned around to look at the newcomer. The elf warrior saw him and curiously asked, Is it over already? He said, I failed. There are too many mermen in the spawning pool. I can't kill them all by myself. I just flipped through the book of inheritance and discovered that when elves fight other races, they will advance to a battle-hardened elf. From now on, you'll use this sword. I will try to bring back monsters in the underground city that have strength equivalent to yours. Wait until you become a battle-hardened elf. Then when this sword becomes useless, return it to me." Hearing that, it asked him in surprise, "Then what will you use, sir?" Trunhai immediately took out a new scythe and said, "I'll use this. Oh, and you'll have to practice swimming later, because in the future, I'll have to attack this underground city again, and you'll have to put in your effort then too." It agreed without hesitation. In another place, hanging from a tree was the headless corpse of an elf. The elf warrior next to him said in surprise, "It must have been Jinnen." Trunhai didn't answer it, but opened the system panel, intending to activate the skill Dance with Death. A system prompt popped up. After hanging himself by a rope, the adventurer will activate the title post Death Perception +4. In the distance, a pair of eyes was staring at the two. Those eyes belonged to the battle-hardened werewolf Hawk. He saw that Trunhai was completely unguarded. Hawk swung his axe and shouted an opening. He was startled by the sound and turned around. "Is someone there?" He looked up at Hawk and couldn't help but exclaim, "Too fast." Then he hastily raised his weapon to defend. Hawk frowned when he saw him block the blow. Then he retreated, maintaining a safe distance from the two. Trunhai thought to himself, "Thank goodness, just in case, I'd raised my perception to 20, otherwise, Jinnen would have struck me just now." On the other side, Hawk gnashed his teeth, thinking, wasn't this adventurer severely wounded? But the moves he just made couldn't possibly be done by someone severely wounded. Is he fishing for something? He frowned and stared intently at Trunhai. Then he quickly ran into the forest. The elf warrior shouted in surprise, "Ji Jinnen." He ran away. He then said, "It's not necessarily that he's running away. He might just be feigning weakness to lure us over there." It turned its head to look at him doubtfully and asked, "So, should we pursue him?" Trunhai thought about the scenario of being surrounded by wolves. After thinking, he said, "No, we won't pursue. We'll come back to settle the score with him after we find strong enough companions and are fully prepared." A moment later, Trunhai opened the portal and returned to his room. He said tiredly, "I didn't expect the difficulty from level 6 to level 10 to be so much higher than level 5. No wonder adventurers begin to differentiate into intelligence groups and strategic attack groups at level 6. If you deliberately try to pass a stage without grasping crucial intelligence, it's indeed very dangerous." The system panel popped up again, making him look at it curiously. It announced, "Mission Find the Murloc Spawning Pool completed. Mission Gain Jinnen's Calmer Artery failed. Destroy the Murloc Spawning Pool not completed. Remaining 52 days 10:45. Trunhai then said, "Although I didn't clear the level this time, I eliminated a lot of Murlocs and managed to survive Jinnen's attack. No matter what, I deserve an A." After the system finished settling, it announced that he received a C grade. The reward is a supplementary whiteboard prop and a never-ending animal food ration. Trunhai saw it and exclaimed, "What if I'm allergic to seafood?" "Wait, how did you know I'm allergic to seafood? And I'm human. What's the point of giving me a bag of animal food? Even if it's never-ending, it's truly puzzling." Elsewhere, Chusen exclaimed in surprise, "What? He's been recruited by the Adventurers Guild." "Stop right there. You swore to me earlier that he would die." Knell turned back irritably and said, "Even Calvin Dung was defeated by him. What can I do?" Chusen said loudly, "Are you saying you're no longer handling my brother's revenge?" "That's right. You relied on my grandfather's influence to become the gate manager of Vantio City. You're already in the clouds. How could you risk being fired to deal with the rising star of the neighboring city? I misjudged you. If I had known, grandfather's resources should have been used on Chujisi." He looked at her suspiciously as she made a call and asked, "What are you doing?" Chusen frowned and said, "Aren't you coveting grandfather's relics? My brother is dead and you won't help, so I'll just give it to someone who can help me get revenge." Elsewhere, someone was staring intently at a computer screen. She saw something and her eyes widened in surprise. On the screen was a bounty notice for anyone who takes the life of level 6 adventurer Trunhai in Mengsan City. The completer will receive the epic grade relic of Chu Kin Min. In the evening at the gym, The sound of counting from somewhere reached 361. Someone's fingers were tensing to maintain balance. The count reached 362. By then, Anim had done 363 push-ups. The person sitting on his back spoke. Anim, there's a bounty on the black market that you might find interesting. He didn't stop his push-ups. He just said coldly, read the content. She heard that and said, someone is offering the relic of a legendary tier adventurer as a reward for taking the life of Mangson City's supernova. Anim pondered deep in thought. He curiously asked her, who has Timmy angered this time? She smiled and said, not Timmy, but it's someone we both know. At Trinhai's place, the phone in the room rang repeatedly and loudly. He had just woken up, rubbed his eyes vaguely a few times, then raised his eyebrows. On the other end of the phone, Anin urgently said, Brother Trinhai, someone's targeting you. He yawned, didn't you tell me this yesterday? Besides, the problem has already been solved. She heard that and continued, this time it's different. Someone's put a high bounty on your head on the black market. Don't be so dismissive. The person who put up the bounty this time is very unusual. My brother said if you hadn't saved me, he might have. Trinhai heard that and seriously asked, what exactly is it? Tell me in more detail. A moment later, he looked at the bounty screen for his own life. The reward was the legendary tier adventurer Chu Kinmin's relic, an epic grade relic, and information about himself. Lam, sitting next to him, exclaimed in surprise, there really is a bounty on your life. The more Trinhai read, the more annoyed he got, and he curiously asked, can we find out who posted it? She frowned and said, no need to check, just inferring from the reward. It's highly likely the poster is a relative of the legendary tier adventurer Chu Kinmin. Why did you make enemies with them? They actually put Chu Kinmin's legacy, a legendary tier adventurer, as a bounty for you, someone who is supposedly only level 6 on the surface. Trinhai's soul seemed to leave his body. He sighed and said, I don't know, I've never heard of these people. Lam continued, all right, I'll contact the boss first and ask him to convince the other party to take down the post if it's a misunderstanding. I'll see if the boss can form a group to help you clarify things. Right, stay within the guild these next few days. The relic of a legendary tier adventurer will attract a lot of people. That person broke the glass door and burst into the room. He walked around the room and said, someone else got here first. From the living room scene, it seems no fighting occurred here. That adventurer named Trinhai must be plotting something in his underground city home right now. I really don't know if he's lucky or unlucky, although hiding in his underground city home helped him avoid an attack. But being trapped in the underground city, he can't escape. This person is named Vin, an assassin. After saying that, he left immediately. Vin looked at the quest board. Find the tidal merman spawning pool, kill 5 elite werewolves, destroy the spawning pool. Remaining dungeon challenges, 8. Remaining time, 52 days. 1 hour, 34 minutes. He said, besides myself and the target, there are 4 other people in this underground city. I wonder how many of them are friends of the target, and how many are here to claim the bounty. On the other side, someone is currently under attack. Hawk swung his axe down at him and said, military intelligence does not lie, human. Hawk, the veteran werewolf, stood amidst a battlefield full of corpses. He reprimanded his subordinates. This adventurer must be sick. Didn't I send scouts to guard the exit, to the point of being chased all the way here? Not only am I injured, but my soldiers have also suffered considerable losses. Then Hawk secretly pondered, what if that adventurer from yesterday comes back? Or if the merman soldiers in the lake find out about our current situation? Then he immediately ordered, no, as long as there's life, there's hope. We can't stay here any longer. We must flee quickly. The scene shifts to the other side of the forest, where a pristine blue lake lies. Vin approached the lake with a calm expression. He curiously glanced left and right, assessing everyone around him. On the right, someone was curiously looking down at the water's surface. On the left were 2 others also secretly plotting something. Vin deduced 3 hunters. That means the target can have at most 1 friend. The scene shifts to a gym. teammate appeared and entered, then knocked on the door. "Ko-chan, were you looking for me?" A Nim replied from inside the room, "Yes. Do you know about Trinhai being put on bounty?" He said he knew. He suggested, "Call Trinhai. If he doesn't know about the bounty on his head, just pick any level 6 to level 10 person from the underground city under the Wells gym and invite them to fight you. You know what to do next, right?" A moment later, Trinhai received the call and broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Timmy's call, confused whether to answer or decline. Trinhai wondered, is he calling to remind me or to probe if I know about the bounty? Forget it, I still shouldn't answer. Anyway, my underground city home is definitely exposed. After this, if he asks, I'll say I was conquering the merman underground city at home. The scene shifts to another location. Lily said to Lang T beside her, "We're late. That Trinhai must have been forced into the underground city by others. Should we still go in?" He didn't hesitate and decided to go in. A moment later, the two of them passed through the gate. The system board suddenly appeared, showing that the exchange quest to kill 5 elite werewolves could not be completed. Van on the other side wondered, why did this exchange quest become impossible to complete? Then he mused, could it be that there aren't enough 5 elite werewolves left to kill in this underground city? Suddenly, someone approached and greeted him. He said, "Would you like to discuss something? Those hunters over there seem to want to talk to us." Vin and H stood there calmly, saying nothing. Those people approached and started a conversation. After hearing it, he was also a bit surprised. "Does that mean you and your teammates were the first to enter the underground city? Shanghai isn't here?" The person next to him spoke up again. "Yes, we were the first and second to enter, and the mage next to you and the shield warrior were the third and fourth." Wonger then said, "Then I don't understand. If you couldn't surround anyone, why didn't you leave the underground city? Why are you still guarding by the lake?" He replied, "Because my companion's main profession is a sea beast priest. They discovered a hero-level merman born in the underground city and wanted to sign a master-slave contract with it before it matured." He asked again, "What about you all? Why aren't you doing the exchange quest?" Someone next to him said, "Because after entering the underground city, we used a drone to look for Shanghai, and finally only found that guy guarding by the lake." Someone else said, "When we arrived, he wouldn't admit Shanghai was in the lake, and wouldn't say why they were guarding the lake without leaving, so what were we to do? We could only guard the lake with them." The man next to him then raised his voice, "You can't blame me for this. I also couldn't say that my friend observed a newly born hero merman in the lake and went down there, and since I can't swim, I just stood on the shore waiting." Then all three angrily blamed each other. Wonger, seeing them raising their voices, quickly stopped them. "Wait a moment. I've generally understood your situation, but perhaps there's no need to negotiate. Is there?" The person next to him seemed to be thinking, then fell into contemplation. Then he spoke again. "Actually, there is. Just now, my companion died. By the lake, something was lurking in the shadows. That guy was Manhunus. He pounced on a corpse and said, 'My power has increased.' There's a lot of food like this outside, isn't there?" The merman commander immediately said, "Besides the occasional human adventurers, there's also a pack of werewolves in the nearby forest, enough for you to mature." Manhunus advanced from level to level 3 by eating corpses other than mermen, but the swallowed corpses' levels couldn't be lower than his. The merman commander then said, "Now, I'm afraid not, because the adventurers from yesterday and today have weakened our forces to the point where we can't resist those werewolves in the forest." Manhunus turned around and stared at him. "Then how long will it take?" He trembled and hastily replied, 50 sunrises and sunsets. In another development, the man's body lay slumped on the ground. Just then, Hanny smelled something strange and came over. It was a level 6 trial hellhound. Immediately, Hanny turned around and barked to attract attention. Langshi quickly approached. He looked disbelieving. "I can't believe the lone wolf of the city died in this dungeon." Lily bent down and stroked its head, praising it. She interjected, explaining, "That's just how the lone wolf is, although he risked his life all the way to level 9. but if he ever encounters a dungeon that holds him captive, he'll fall without anyone to help him. Langshi curled his lips slightly, his tone laced with contempt. That's true, but I didn't expect this fool to go all out to cut off other people's paths like that. At this moment, Lily could barely hide her anxiety. What should we do next? Morlock's hatchery is most likely in the water, but our abilities and unusual items aren't suitable for underwater combat. If we don't complete the quest, we'll be stuck in this dungeon. Before the sudden question, he pondered briefly. In another scene, a voice grew louder and louder. The maximum number of challengers in this dungeon is 15. There are 12 people besides us and this fool. As long as there's someone good at underwater combat, or who can help us complete the quest, we can escape. The groups of people were seen gathered, discussing animatedly. At the same time, the tall man shouted, "The sea animal sacrifice profession has very strong underwater combat capabilities. Based on her strength, she couldn't even escape. This place must be extraordinary." The person next to him continued with an irritated expression. "I don't know which fool made the transfer quest impossible to complete. Now we can only leave this dungeon by completing the escape from residence quest. But this mission requires going underwater, and those who could hide while fighting underwater are all dead. So we definitely have nothing to do." Just then a voice interrupted. "How about we go back to the exit?" Wonger whispered his idea. Besides the scoundrel who messed up the transfer mission, there are 7 other people in this dungeon. At this point, he quickly analyzed. Maybe one of the 9 people, besides us and that scoundrel, can help complete the escape mission. Meanwhile, a fish with a grotesque face suddenly appeared. Noticing something unusual, Hanny immediately put on a vigilant expression. But they only saw groups of people heading towards Langkey's group. As soon as she saw them, Lily exclaimed in surprise, "Assassin King." She couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. Didn't he go to Guangdong? Why is he still here? He ignored it and flatly questioned, "You understand, right?" Wonger sighed, "No, the target probably didn't appear. We've been played. We've been tricked." The scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild cafeteria in Dongshan City. Jikun proudly boasted, "Brother Hai, this is the first time I've heard of a bounty offered by a level 6 adventurer that can be linked to epic wonders." In contrast to him, Shanghai looked disgusted. "This is nothing to be proud of." Immediately after, he reeled off a string of questions. No matter from what angle, it's too strange for an official adventurer to publicly offer a bounty. What exactly is the reward for me? Doesn't anyone check it? Hearing this, Jukun thought seriously. He murmured, "You're absolutely right, although the laws that apply to adventurers are different from ordinary people. This is also the first time I've seen an official adventurer openly awarded a bounty." Just then, Van Tron's voice echoed, "Because the initiator is usually very special." He spoke as if they were old acquaintances, continuing without hesitation, "I've investigated through various means, and the late legendary adventurer Chu Jianming was the one who witnessed the reversal of the Heavenly Gate's entrance. On this side, the Dungeon Lord roared wildly in pain. He was almost impossible to kill by a nuclear launch, for reasons unknown. Below, the group nervously looked towards the Dungeon Lord. Immediately, Jianming let out an earth-shattering roar, "Advance!" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd rushed forward. Turning back to Shanghai, he showed a dubious expression. "So, Chu Jianming's descendants at the Heavenly Gate will inherit his legacy and have many privileges." Van Trong nodded slightly, "Because Chu Jianming's grandson died at the cemetery, and you saved to ordinary citizens, blocking her brother's escape route. That's why Chu Jianming's granddaughter got angry with you and wants you dead." Hearing this, Shanghai grew even more curious. He continued with a difficult question. "According to what you said, hasn't our conflict become irreconcilable?" This time, Van Tron also nodded. "So the boss has arranged a meeting with the person in charge of Fujian province, an old friend of Chu Jianming and Chu Jianming's granddaughter, to discuss this matter together." At this point, he boldly speculated, "If things go quickly, the discussion will be finished this afternoon." At the same time, Ren Jun boldly sat down. He spoke to attract attention. "We're not late, are we?" Sitting opposite Renjun was Huang Zhuan, who replied with crossed arms, "No." Then Huang Zhuan suddenly glared at him, his voice cold, just in time. Seeing the expression on his face, Ren Jun forced a smile. The scene shifts to an extremely modern apartment building. Inside, the man suddenly fell to the ground. He screamed in panic, "Damn it! Why can't I get in?" The man couldn't help but feel a bit dissatisfied. Just now that guy could get in. Why won't it let me in? Turning back to the group, it had become crowded at some point. Just then, Zixing roared wildly. "What? Shanghai isn't in this dungeon. Does the escape mission require going underwater to complete it?" In contrast to him, the man remained calm. "That's right. The transfer mission doesn't require going underwater. But that idiot Pham Muck ruined it. Now the mission cannot continue, and we can only get out after the entrance is reversed." Lang Shi continued in a low voice. "The problem is, resources like animals and fruits in this forest might not be enough for us to survive until the day the entrance flips over." Hearing this, the crowd began to lose their composure, their voices rising sharply. "So what should we do? Should we fight to the death for the resources in this forest?" Someone else was almost panicking. "Does anyone have enough food and water? I can pay a high price." Meanwhile, Qiao Ying just smiled maliciously. The scene appeared with endless mountains. At this moment, Qiao Ying was strolling through the forest, almost laughing. He hadn't had much hope to begin with, but he never expected an assassination master like Wanru to also be stuck here. As soon as Qiao Ying approached the tree trunk, a bolt of lightning immediately shot out. He walked leisurely, his mouth constantly muttering, "It seems a few opponents have been eliminated once I complete the escape mission." Speaking of which, a thought quickly ran through Qiao Ying's mind. Perhaps I can compete for Zhou Jianming's epic tier relic. That thought made him laugh like a madman. Elsewhere, the merman leader asked with a puzzled look, "Did a merman tribe from afar send an envoy to visit us?" The merman guard quickly replied, "Yes, the other party claims to be the great priest of the Ku Dao merman." Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing anger. At this moment, the merman leader seriously turned to him. "Lord Devourer, do you want to meet him?" Manha NT narrowed his eyes and sneered, "But to be safe, call back the merman who went out." At the same time, Qiao Ying had arrived at the territory. He continued in an excited tone, "Ku Dao merman, I really want to know how he managed to get here past those werewolves and adventurers." As soon as he stepped inside, Qiao Ying froze. Before him was the merman guard, swimming quickly in the water. The merman guard sternly announced, "Lord Leader has agreed to meet you. Follow me." Receiving approval, Qiao Ying quickly followed behind. Just then, the system screen lit up. It sent a notification, "Escape mission completed." As soon as he scanned the words, Qiao Ying narrowed his eyes and sneered. "So the escape mission is complete. It wasn't in vain." The merman guard suddenly shouted, "What are you looking at?" Before Qiao Ying's eyes suddenly appeared countless glowing screens. He was momentarily astonished. An underground city hero unit, level 7. How can there be a hero unit? Seeing this, the merman leader angrily roared, "What are you gawking at? Lord Devourer is asking you something." Qiao Ying clenched his teeth, cold sweat beading on his face. Internally, he kept telling himself, "Don't panic, now is absolutely not the time to panic." Those living in the underground city can't see his mission panel. He just needs to come up with a flimsy excuse. Immediately, Qiao Ying changed his tone. He boldly continued, "This high priest has visited many merman tribes. But this is the first time I've seen a tribe that can place their egg hatching lake in a place inaccessible to all creatures." I was momentarily stunned. Hearing this, the merman leader chuckled. "Then I don't blame you. After all, not every merman can find such a blessed feng shui location." Just then, Manha NT interrupted, "No, he has a problem." He stuck out his long tongue, his eyes fixed on Qiao Ying. "My talent doesn't lie. Since he appeared in my sight, my talent has constantly reminded me that eating him will grant me one level up. And this talent of mine doesn't activate with fellow mermen." Hearing that, another person shouted loudly, He's not a. The scene shifted to an extremely luxurious villa. Inside, Chu Chang was almost insane. She furiously roared, "My brother had a chance to escape. If it weren't for that bleeding heart Shanghai, my brother would have been the most likely person to complete the escape." At the same time, Ren Jun seriously looked at the notebook, Government Adventure Emergency Protocol Handbook, Article 4, when caught in a survival situation in an underground city transfer. Prioritize helping vulnerable groups complete the escape mission. After a long speech, he firmly asserted that Shanghai's actions were entirely compliant, and the problem was not his fault. Hearing this, Chu Chang retorted, "But back then, he wasn't a government adventurer yet." Hong Tien uncompromisingly gestured, "Chusen, don't say anything for now. I just have one question." Seeing this, Non Quan smiled as if he had expected it. He politely bowed. "Please, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Tien said in a serious tone, "If things had gone smoothly, to what extent do you think Shanghai could have developed an excellent core member? An independent regional manager or a legend?" In response to the unexpected question, he spoke like an orator, his voice firm. Starting as an unexceptional adventurer, he reached level 6 within a month, and also defeated the notorious Tru Dong in a one-on-one situation. From any perspective, Shanghai exceeded my expectations. Considering his performance in the underground city's burial ground, I believe that both morally and in terms of ability, he could handle the role of a regional manager and even has hope of becoming a legend. Hearing this, Hong Tien was speechless, his face showing some dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, he decided to compromise. "Then let's end this matter here. Later, my side will urge the head of the East China Commission's assistant to take down that reward." Chusen almost couldn't believe it. She frantically yelled. He sternly lectured, "You're not a child anymore. Although I used to tolerate you to siblings out of respect for brother Keen Min, there's a limit to how much I can indulge you. Speaking of which," Hong Tien lowered his voice, "our legendary potential cannot be lost because of you. I think if it were brother Keen Min, he'd have the same attitude as me on this matter." In another development, Jukan skipped over, "Brother Cheng Hai, good news." Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. He quickly announced, "The bounty on you has been removed." At Wells' company, where the sign was prominently displayed. Inside, the female student couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. "The bounty on Shanghai is gone. It disappeared in less than 24 hours. Who works that efficiently?" Tomo boldly speculated, "Perhaps the reward was just taken down." Nothing happened to him. He just replied to my message. Hearing this, Anam seriously reasoned. So Trin Non Quan stepped in to help. I didn't expect him to value this newcomer so much. At the same time, Chusen was almost out of her mind. She kept making a fuss. "Uncle Hong, I only posted that reward after you agreed. Why did you change your mind just because Trin Non Quan said a few words? Is he that influential?" Hong Tien explained in a low voice, "If it were just pressure from Dong Sun, I could have helped you drag it out for a few more days, but now, apart from internal association pressure, pressure from other places is also coming down on me." Speaking of this, he turned to remind her that Shanghai, his connections are wider than you think. At the same time, Q Dan screamed in agony, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Stop hitting me, I've told you everything I know, please spare me." The merman leader bowed and reported in a hollow voice, "Your Excellency, the interrogation is complete." He quickly presented, glancing at Manhano too as he spoke. There are now 12 adventurers gathered in the forest. All of them possess strength no less than that of the werewolf chief. The good news is that none of these 12 are skilled in underwater combat, so there's no need to worry about them reaching us. Also, for some reason, they are stuck in the forest and cannot retreat. Because of our war with the werewolves, the edible food in the forest is not enough for them to last 50 days. He tapped lightly on the armrest, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile. Interesting. Scene shifts to the Dongsun City Adventurer Association. Inside, a man announced loudly, "This is the manager of the Dongsun City entrance. Trin Non Quan. It was he who mediated your situation. Chung Hai quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Trin." He smiled faintly, "It's nothing." Non Quan turned his gaze towards him, his voice lowered, carrying a stern warning. Although Zhao, entrusted by Huadong, has withdrawn the bounty on you to ensure your safety, you still shouldn't leave this building for these 2 months. He continued with a stern face. It's hard to guarantee that there aren't any high-level wanted criminals outside who might take a risk. They'll hunt you down and then find the person who issued the bounty to claim the reward. Chung Hai's expression changed slightly, then he nodded firmly. Then I won't go out anymore. Just then, Jacon exclaimed indignantly, "What about the person who put a bounty on Mr. Cheng Hai? Won't he be punished for breaking the rules like this?" Non Quan gave a faint smile, his voice slow, as if explaining and probing. The one who issued the order is, after all, Chu Qinmin's granddaughter. The legendary adventurer is gone, so the state finds it inconvenient to punish her, but punishment for her husband will likely be issued in a while. He continued, his voice growing heavier. As for the right to protect Chu Qinmin's relics, it has now fallen into the hands of Hong Tian, the person in charge of Min Province. Although Shou Thong is still their plenipotentiary, the subsequent transaction and transfer process still require Hong Tian's supervision. Chung Hai immediately replied, "I understand." Then, as if remembering something, his eyes flashed. "That's right." Chung Hai smiled awkwardly. "My home has a level 7 underground city entrance. The transfer countdown is 50 days. If I have to stay here for these 2 months, then this underground city will be useless to me." At the same time, in a modern apartment, inside, Van Trong waved his hand towards the wall, where an energy flow emanated. Just then, a bolt of lightning unexpectedly shot out. Van Trong thought for a moment. The number of people challenging this underground city has reached its limit. No entry possible. Immediately after, he turned to report, it is indeed an underground city from level 6 to level 10, and the number of challengers has reached its limit. No entry is possible now. Hearing this, Non Quan smiled meaningfully. Before leaving, he waved his hand, signaling, "Tell the logistics department to install a few mini cameras. Later, if anyone escapes from this underground city, inform me." Hearing this, Van Trong hastily called out, "What about Shanghai?" Non Quan looked straight ahead, his gaze sweeping like a blade, but his voice remained calm. "Follow the regulations in the Adventurer's Handbook." On this side, Lam kept writing notes. She softly mumbled, "Although your act of hiding an underground city entrance violates adventurer regulations, considering you joined the association midway and had no prior relevant training, therefore, our punishment for you will be based on the lowest standard. When you reach level 9, you must take on an additional association mission." Saying this, she annoyedly looked up. "Can you accept this punishment standard?" At the unexpected question, Chung Hai quickly replied, "Yes." Hearing that, Lam sighed, her hands swiftly writing notes. Suddenly she looked directly at him. "Also, starting tomorrow, you must study with Thongkin Zion and Luangji Khan in the Adventurer Common Knowledge class related to underground cities." 8 a.m. Chung Hai nodded slightly. At the residence department, considered the place where records are kept. In the corner of the room, An Un's voice erupted with indignation. "What? They've issued internal punishment for you." A fierce voice came from the other end of the line. "That's outrageous. It clearly caused no impact, and Mr. Cheng Hai's report wasn't even considered late. Why punish him?" He just gave a faint, indifferent smile, as if used to injustice, because the relevant regulations are like that, and their punishment level is also very light. Cheng Hai paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, then continued in a deep voice, "Compared to that, I'm more worried about those bounty hunters rushing in. Actually, our home's underground city is a bit strange. If they're careless, they could very well get themselves killed in it." And clenched her hands, her voice trembling with emotion, "Mr. Cheng Hai is so kind. They clearly want to harm you, yet you're still thinking of them." He quickly explained, "You're mistaken. I'm just worried they'll be held up in the underground city and fail to complete their final escape mission, causing the exit to reverse and implicate me." Shanghai was silent for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, earlier you said that besides the Dongsun Adventurers Association and your brother's ruthless syndicate, others are also putting pressure to help me. She lowered her voice as if revealing a huge secret. My brother said that the tycoon of Min Province, Cao Huoven, seems to have a very strong opinion about the incident where you had a bounty on your head. He believes that if the priority to protect the descendants of legendary level adventurers is higher than that of the elderly and women, then in the long run, it will absolutely become a class privilege for adventurers. And then suddenly exclaimed, I heard this matter even alarmed the person in charge of the East China region, which is why the bounty related to you was withdrawn so quickly. Hearing this, Shanghai didn't forget to remind her, then please thank your brother for me. When this blows over, I'll host, let's have a meal together. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly hung up on her. Shanghai mumbled to himself, Cao Huoven, huh? Turning back to Anan, she was so delighted that she giggled. Behind her, Wu Gui suddenly interjected, with a hint of mockery, little sister, really? That kid who appeared out of nowhere made Big Brother expenders of accumulated favors. Wu spoke up in defense. After all, he once saved our little sister. As her older brother, I can't just stand by. Just as the atmosphere was tense, a piercing phone ring echoed. Shanghai looked down, puzzled. Why is there a phone call? He didn't have time to think and immediately picked up the phone. A deep, hoarse, majestic voice came through, carrying an irresistible weight. I am Cao Huoven. Seeing Shanghai didn't respond, he seemed slightly dejected. I guess you don't recognize me. He hastily replied, his voice full of respect. No, I heard from a friend that you stepped forward to pressure the person in charge of the East China region, which is why my bounty was withdrawn so quickly. A short silence, then Huoven spoke. So you already know. He suddenly became serious, then I'll be direct. Shanghai held his breath, listening. Huovian-dung's voice grew colder, each word falling heavily. Not long ago, my son died in the Demoness Forest underground city in Vantio City. After I investigated, the owner of that underground city, Condor, was killed by you, so it seems you've helped me avenge my son. Therefore, now neither of us owes the other anything. Then he lowered his voice, but the pressure grew heavier. Of course, I didn't come here today to tell you these things. I want to discuss a business deal with you in my capacity as a businessman. Without making Shanghai wait long, Huoven immediately explained, simply put, both I and my friends are optimistic about your future. We plan to invest in you as a form of repayment. We hope that after you become a regional manager, you can listen to our opinions when choosing your managed zone. At the last minute, he sternly made a proposal. If you think it's discussable, when you have time, let's talk in detail. At this moment, Zhou Wei smiled and introduced, I am Zhou Wei, the teacher for Basic Attribute Knowledge and Nomenclature class. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to ask you all a question. His gaze quickly swept over everyone, his voice sounding steady. For new adventurers, which of these 6 attributes strength, speed, stamina, intelligence, perception, or willpower do you think is the most important? Jia Kun stated firmly, his voice full of vigor. Do you even need to ask? It's definitely strength. After all, most adventurer escape and clearance missions require killing specific monsters to complete. If strength isn't enough, the mission can't be completed. Jingchu On leaned slightly, smiling as he retorted. But now, even an idiot knows that before entering an underground city, you must prepare a set of protective gear and a basic weapon. With a weapon, even a weak body can kill low-level underground city monsters. From this perspective, sufficient strength is enough. Too much isn't of great use to new adventurers. Speaking of this, he turned to Jia Kun as if directly slapping him. On the contrary, speed can increase an adventurer's survival rate. Zhou Wei nodded, his eyes showing a glint of appreciation. This student is correct in the association's adventurer statistics, excluding titles, professions, and equipment. The attribute that most significantly affects the survival rate for low-level adventurers and the win rate is speed. It was at this moment that Shanghai raised his hand to ask, speed effects and adventurers' survival rate in the underground city. This point is easy to understand, but why is speed also dominant in infighting among adventurers? He spoke slowly, as if his words carried weight. The reason is actually very simple. Titles, professions, and equipment of low-level adventurers largely do not form a coherent system. They haven't been combined into an effective offense-defense system. Therefore, if infighting occurs among adventurers at this stage, it's entirely a matter of whoever strikes first wins. The importance of speed is evident here. Hearing that, he seemed to have an epiphany. So that's how it is. No wonder when I encountered the Rock and wanted criminals, either they were very fast, or their fighting style severely countered adventurers' speed. So that's the key point. However, Zhou Wei did not forget to remind them, but for adventurers who extremely specialize in speed up to levels 6 and 10, this approach gradually stops working. On one hand, adventurers at this stage gradually complete their own offense-defense system through items dropped in the dungeon. On the other hand, the survival rate drops sharply after reaching level 6, like a lone wolf. As the dungeon's level increases, the types and numbers of monsters in the dungeon also sharply increase. Relying solely on speed cannot cope with the new environment where chained quests and monster inten city increase. The whole class buzzed with whispers. Jing Chuan asked directly, so, from levels 6 to 10, what kind of attribute is most beneficial? Zhou Wei subtly curved his lips into a smile. Actually, after level 6, except for the super novice who form a core attack group, other adventurers must adjust themselves based on the team's needs. At this point, it's not about which attribute is most beneficial, but rather what direction the team needs you to develop in. Jia Kun nodded, I see. Then Trinhai suddenly spoke up, his gaze shifting towards him, but among different attributes, there's more or less a vague statistical gap, isn't there? For example, for the same attribute point, who benefits more from power? Faced with the unexpected question, Zhou Wei hesitated for a moment. This is true. Currently, the recognized ranking is charm over perception, over intellect, over physique, over speed, over strength. Zhou Wei shrugged, but this order is recognized by legends. Adventurers at the very top of the pyramid, their judgment surely has a reason. A while later, the group of students gathered in the canteen. Meanwhile, Shanghai withdrew into a corner. He seriously looked at the screen. A message appeared above, suggesting whether to change class or not. Hidden class, Valiant Knight. After successfully changing class, Charm +1. Shanghai's face clearly showed tension. He strained his eyes in thought. This heroic knight, although after successfully changing profession, can add 1 point of charm. And it's also a hidden profession, but his main profession is already a melee one. If his sub-profession is also of the same type, will 1 + 1 ever be less than 2? Just as Shanghai was concentrating, Jia Kun suddenly appeared. What are you thinking about? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Shanghai cautiously replied, nothing. Jia Kun was briefly disheartened. He gave a forced smile. If you don't want to say, then don't. In the tense atmosphere, Jia Kun enthusiastically approached. All right, Sister Lin told me to ask you, are you coming to the spear training this afternoon? This time, it seems a martial arts master from Macau province will be instructing us. In another development, a solemn voice came from inside the stadium. HMM. Changzhang announced in a low voice, 7th round. The match concludes after his words. Chang Jingchuan wins. At the same time, Shanghai frowned tightly. Is the advantage of a spear really that great, even counting the effect of the human ice? He lost 14-0, and his opponent's speed wasn't even faster than Shanghai's, nor was his stamina as good as his. At that moment, Chang Zhang suddenly approached. You've lost 7 rounds already? Are you still fighting? Hearing this, Shanghai clenched his weapon, his voice firm. I'm not tired yet. He immediately turned to Jingchuan. What about you? He just saw him bend down and sigh. Just then, Shanghai stood up straight. Jingchuan immediately turned to him. He merely smirked. Fight. Hearing this, Chang Zhang announced, 3-minute break. Then continue. On this side, Jia Kun looked puzzled. Why does it feel like Brother Cheng Hai's performance, without using his title and professional skills, is even worse than mine? Lin interjected to explain, that's because he only built the most basic body before diving headfirst into the Demonist Forest underground city of Yangshao City. Although the event in the Demonist Forest underground city and the subsequent school trials made him a new adventurer in the East China region, if you only look at basic skills, he's actually not as good as you. Before her answer, Jia Kun became even more confused. Is that so? When Zhang slowly continued, however, as an outsider to spear fighting, his performance is already outstanding enough. Immediately after, he began to analyze. Look closely, in these 7 rounds, Cheng Hai was pushed to his limits by Chang Jingchuan, constantly finding weaknesses to attack. His progress in spear fighting is visibly noticeable. Speaking of this, when Zhang boldly speculated, I estimate Cheng Hai's intellect is probably higher than 17. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely start winning after 5 more rounds. A while later, Chang Jiang's voice echoed again, HMM. He announced loudly, 8th round, Chang Jingchuan wins. He muttered in disbelief. Are you kidding? In less than 10 rounds, he's already stronger than Liang Jia Kun. How high is his intellect, exactly? Meanwhile, Cheng Hai struggled to sit up, his eyes flashing with defiance. It doesn't feel like a problem with the fighting style. If my burst power was a bit stronger, I might have won that last round. Just then, Jingchuan suddenly called Cheng Hai's name. Before he could react, he sternly ordered, next round, use your title and professional skills. Cheng Hai was slightly stunned, his eyes full of doubt. Are you sure? Jingchuan slightly curled his lips. A faint light erupted around his body. I want to feel the direct gap between me and the super rookie. Witnessing that scene, when Zhang showed interest, Chang Jingchuan has lit up his title. It seems they're about to get serious. Turning back to Tren Hai, he slowly stood up, his voice suddenly saying, alright. Then Tren Hai turned back and said to Trong Jiang, Sir, please stand aside a bit. I'm afraid I might hit you when I fight quickly later. He merely gave a slight smile, no need to worry about me. Hearing this, he chuckled, alright then, I'll try to finish quickly. At the same time, Qin Ziyan frowned. Coming back to life, it looks like a B-rank title that increases burst power. Note that it must meet specific requirements to grant high attribute boosting titles to the user. At that moment, Tren Hai pointed his sword at him. I'm ready, you attack first later. Hearing this, Qin Ziyan refused without hesitation. His eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Then don't blink. Okay, now me. He gritted his teeth. Come on, let me see what this super rookie is made of. Before Qin Ziyan could react, Tren Hai's figure vanished from sight. He chuckled, much faster than before. Witnessing that scene, he couldn't help but feel surprised, so fast. At this moment, Qin Ziyan's hand gripped the spear hilt tightly. The moment he charged forward frantically, his voice almost a roar, but I'm faster. The spearhead pierced through Tren Hai's figure. Qin Ziyan's body suddenly froze. It was a moment later before he could glance down. When had he slashed horizontally with his sword, Tren Hai's eyes looked straight at Qin Ziyan. Immediately, the sword blade swung powerfully through the air. After a moment of silence, the sword in his hand pointed directly at his neck. The cold clang seemed to stop Qin Ziyan's breath in his chest. You lost. Tren Hai stared at him and then said, that's enough for today. Just as he turned around, Qin Ziyan collapsed to the ground. He instinctively touched his throat with his hand. Qin Ziyan glanced at Tren Hai. So the gap between me and him is that big. In contrast, he nonchalantly waved his hand. I'm done here. Changing classes now. At the same time, Trong Jiang softly spoke. Actually, your gun skills aren't bad. When you made your move, even if I were younger, I couldn't have dodged it. He continued with a gentle smile. Don't be discouraged. You just had the misfortune of encountering a special case who could read your next move. Hearing this, Qin Ziyan looked bewildered. Read the next step. Trong Jiang explained without hesitation. To elaborate, the biggest flaw is when a person is making a move, Someone who can grasp this moment can strike late to win fast, use weakness to overcome strength, and defeat a practiced move with no move at all. He paused and let out a sigh. This concept is easy to say, but to achieve it in real combat, the user needs to be able to predict the opponent's next move before they even make it. In the end, Trong Jiang bluntly assessed, there are no more than 5 martial artists in the world with such insight, so your loss is not unfair. Meanwhile, Jukin excitedly cheered, "Brother Trin Hai, what was that move called? It was so cool." At that moment, the man silently observed, "I never expected an outsider who has never practiced martial arts to be able to grasp this move." Later, Jukin and Trin Hai happily sat down at the dining table. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Didn't you see, after he lost, the face of that guy, Qin Zion?" He immediately emphasized, "That smelly man." Hearing this, Jukin started. He nervously turned around. "Qin Zion." He ignored them and flatly spoke, "Can I sit here?" He nodded, "Of course." Qin Zion was silent for a moment, then chuckled. "Actually, I originally intended to see you as my rival. Speaking of which, he had to admit, but now it seems I'm still inexperienced. With your strength and potential, a small place like Dongsun can't hold you." Jukin immediately interjected, "Isn't this obvious? Even a globally recognized North-tier city like Trongfu was cleared by Brother Trin Hai. How could he lower himself to compete for the position of manager of Dongsun City's entry-exit points for the next term?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Perhaps by then he'd already be in charge of an entire province. Qin Zion quickly interrupted, "Wait a minute. I don't object to you saying he could become a legendary adventurer later, but in charge of a province?" Jakan turned to provoke him. "Do you want to bet again, loser?" Meanwhile, Van Trong asked again, doubtfully, "You're asking me how to choose a sub-profession?" Trin Hai quickly replied, his face full of confidence, "Aren't I level 6 already? Previously, when exploring the indoor dungeon, I found that the adventurer interface had upgraded. Besides the profession I'm currently using, I can also activate a sub-profession." Speaking of which, he gave a forced smile, "But I don't know how to choose a sub-profession, so I came to ask you." Hearing that, he fell silent for a moment. These main and sub-professions are usually covered in general knowledge classes, but since you asked, I'll explain it simply. Immediately after, Van Trong seriously stated, "Normally, adventurer professions can be divided into common professions and hidden professions based on their rarity. Currently, most of the advancement paths for common professions are clear. If your main profession is a common one, you can find out which sub-profession is most suitable for you by searching the adventurer's intranet." Trin Hai became serious, directly asking, "So what if the main profession is a hidden one?" The atmosphere suddenly felt heavy. He looked straight into his eyes. "Sure enough, you're a hidden profession user." At this moment, Van Tron tried to keep his voice steady, his tone even. Due to the difficulty in obtaining hidden professions, the association currently only knows the best path for some of them. For others, you can only eliminate the wrong choices, then pick a sub-profession based on your intuition. Hearing this, Trin Hai seriously inquired, "So if you choose incorrectly, will your future development be weaker than a common profession that chose the best path?" He shook his head slightly, his eyes growing stern. "You can't really say that. After all, even if a common profession adventurer becomes a legend, their strength will only be considered mid-tier. If your main profession is a hidden one," Van Trong didn't forget to remind him, "as long as you're a little careful and don't choose a sub-profession that hinders your main profession, your potential shouldn't be low." Then he suddenly changed his tone. "Speaking of which, there are some hidden professions that don't even need a sub-profession. They can directly become legends, and even high-tier legends." He fell silent, a hint of surprise in the corner of his eye. Noticing Trin Hai's expression, Van Trong continued, "But these types are very rare even among hidden professions. Some are even one of a kind, like the Knights of Bat My Duck." A few hours later, he huddled in the corner of the room, his eyes glued to the screen. It was at this moment that Trin Hai almost yelled, "The internet has no information related to Death Walker. He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful, but then he found the brave knight. He never expected that the profession change item he first obtained by clearing the Trong Mo dungeon would be sought after by countless adventurers worldwide, even having the reputation of the Bat My Duck Knight. After a tense moment, Trin Hai smiled. Look at their comments. The Metal Profession Trial series, aside from its challenging difficulty, has no other drawbacks and no limit to the number of attempts. Furthermore, if you successfully change professions, you are guaranteed to become a high-tier legend. As he spoke, he laughed like an idiot. After a long while, Trin Hai carefully put on his armor. His fingers tightly clutched the emblem in his hand. Immediately, Trin Hai thrust it forward, used Brave Knight Trial Metal. In an instant, the room's door radiated a red glow. Seeing this, he quickly gripped his weapon, his eyes fixed on the door. Trin Hai advanced without hesitation, his voice firm. Let's go. As soon as the door opened, a different space appeared inside. Before Trin Hai was a blurred figure. After a long moment, he finally recognized the figure before him. It was Valo. At the same time, the system screen lit up. Profession Change Quest. Gain the approval of the legendary entity Valo. Countdown 10 minutes. The time was now counting down 9 minutes. In that moment, Valo sharply raised the scythe in his hand. On this side, Trin Hai yelled in dissatisfaction. What does this quest description mean? Do you want me to survive for more than 10 minutes against this boss? Or do I only have 10 minutes for it to approve me? Then Trin Hai suddenly looked up, his eyes wide with terror. Valo had appeared before him at some point, slowly raising the weapon in his hand. Realizing the critical situation, Trin Hai quickly tightened his grip on the staff. The scythe then slashed straight down onto the ground, and instantly, the spot where Trin Hai had just stood exploded. Witnessing that scene, he involuntarily shivered. This guy. Trin Hai glanced at him, carefully speculating. Could he be even stronger than Crod? Trin Hai quickly regained his composure, reassuring himself, never mind, I'll just try the first round. Thinking this, Trin Hai turned his gaze towards Valo to clarify how far the gap was between a legend and himself. The scene shifts to the next morning. He was lying sprawled on the bed. Trin Hai showed a helpless expression. Damn it, who can last 10 minutes? With equipment like mine, I die in 3 minutes. Below level 10, I don't believe anyone can complete this trial. Immediately after, he quickly came up with a plan. I feel like I need to change my title, change to one that enhances survival ability. But that would make my perception not reach 18, unable to unlock the one step. One kill hidden effect. Suddenly, Trin Hai jumped up as if remembering something. Wait, don't I still have that asterisk? After a while, the door opened once again. From inside, a crimson light, just like blood, emanated. Valo was momentarily bewildered. He seemed not to understand what was happening. A moment later, Valo took measured steps as if hunting Trin Hai. He squinted his eyes and smirked triumphantly. This big guy's weakness is his perception. He can't see me wearing an invisibility cloak. Then suddenly, Trin Hai's face changed. Before him, Valo lifted a sphere, leaving Trin Hai astonished and bewildered. He then clenched his palm, and a ray of light immediately shot out. Instantly, his body was revealed, and Trin Hai couldn't help but exclaim. Right at this moment, Valo sharply turned around, his gaze fixed on him. A few hours later, Trin Hai appeared again with a bruised face. He complained angrily. How does he have a skill that can see stealth units? Saying this, Trin Hai immediately calmed himself. Forget it, he's a legendary unit anyway, so it's normal to have it. Later, I'll try sparring with the legendary unit and adapt with the miraculous survivor titles, though I don't feel they'll be effective either. At this moment, Trin Hai swung his axe down at Valo's foot. Seeing this, he threw a punch at him. Trin Hai's body was immediately pushed back. In a flash, his body darted along with the ray of light. Before Trin Hai could understand what was happening, Valo swiftly approached. He cried out in terror. He swung his spear, striking Trin Hai away, and his body gradually disintegrated into fragments. After a while, the door opened once again. Trin Hai stomped his foot on the ground, where Valo was waiting. As soon as he saw him, he merely showed a cold expression. Meanwhile, Trinhai, without a trace of hesitation, provocatively said, "Again." The next morning, he almost screamed, "Those adventurers are still in my house. None of them have completed the escape mission." Van Tron tapped his finger lightly on his glasses. He flatly confirmed, "Yes." Van Tron continued, looking directly at Trinhai. "Although it's unclear what's happening in there. If those adventurers still haven't completed the escape mission before the deadline ends, then we must learn more about the intelligence beneath this underground city to prepare for the glitch reversal problem that will appear later." Hearing this, he fell silent. At this moment, Trinhai let himself fall down. He turned and gestured, "Let's talk somewhere else." Meanwhile, Langti looked towards the person opposite him. He asked urgently, "Haven't you found Q Dan yet?" The man quickly replied, "We've searched all around, but there are no signs of his activity." Langti pondered for a moment. It seems he's not just staying put, but has gone further to find the Silang people. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He mumbled under his breath, "I hope for the best, otherwise we'll be in big trouble." At that moment, Wanger quietly observed the group of people. He quickly deduced, it seems Lang's side has also noticed that the difficulty of this underground city will actually increase over time. Waiting for the mermaids from the Tide High Merman's hatchery, mentioned in the escape to clear the level mission, to form combat power. Thinking this, he came to a final conclusion: the vast majority of adventurers here will likely die. At the same time, Non Quan roared, "Your clear the underground city mission is to destroy the Tide High Merman's hatchery." In contrast to him, Trinhai replied with an innocent expression, "That's right. Why?" Non Quan slumped into a chair. He gestured to Lam, "I need to calm down first. You explain it to him." She responded fiercely, "All right." Lam immediately leaned towards him. "The state has now announced the underground city transformation rules. Which ones do you know?" Trinhai recounted without hesitation. "Basically, I know them all. For example, after the entrance rotates, the stance of the underground city inhabitants and ours will switch. They will have limited time, limited numbers, and limited chances to come to our world and plunder for growth. Additionally, after a hunting type underground city rotates, it will still be a hunting type. A survival type underground city will also remain a survival type." She raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems you've done a lot of homework on this." Then her sharp question rang out. "So, do you know that for underground city inhabitants to come to our place, they also need to satisfy specific conditions to return to their world?" He suddenly froze, his eyes wide. "Wait, do you mean that the native inhabitants of the underground city also have escape and clear the level missions?" Lam nodded, her eyes serious. "That's right, and in most situations, the escape and clear the level missions for both sides will be very similar. For example, destroying the Tide High Merman's hatchery. In exchange, our side might be tasked with destroying important human equipment." Just then, Lam suddenly shouted, "Are you listening?" Trinhai was stunned, almost panicked. "Oh no, this time we're in big trouble." Van Tron glanced over. He's scared silly. The scene shifted to the gym, and Neem now spoke. "Next month, a level 7 underground city will also rotate in Dongzhuang City." The young girl immediately confirmed. "The inhabitants of that underground city are Merman and Silang people. It's an exploration type. And the clear the level mission is to destroy the Merman's hatchery." After a moment of silence, he added, "So they want to transfer our matriarch?" She innocently replied, "That's right. The reward is a team-level clear the level slot of the same underground city level that they possess." Hearing this, and Neem fell silent, his face showing a sinister expression. At the same time, Trinhai couldn't help but blurt out, "Wait, isn't Trin a level 14 adventurer? Why would they need to bring in adventurers from outside for a rotating level 7 underground sit? Why entrance?" He awkwardly explained, "Because after your entrance rotates, I can't just casually intervene anymore." Van Trong suddenly interjected, "This relates to the undisclosed rules of underground city rotation." He lowered his voice, but his eyes were serious. "When the entrance rotates, Our world will become an underground city in the eyes of the merman. But due to an ironclad rule, after the entrance rotates, if the level scale remains unchanged, Non-Quan, who is higher than this level's area, is not allowed to act before the mermen complete their escape mission. The sounds seemed to echo directly in Trin Hai's ears. His eyes flashed, so that's how it is. No wonder the School of Burning was clearly only a level 5 underground city, but had legendary individuals. No wonder after the imp escaped, the School of Burning immediately entered its second phase. That explains it. Meanwhile, Non-Quan hinted, of course, this rule isn't mandatory. I can't act mainly because adventurers on Russia's side once tried to do so, and as a result, the entrance level changed and increased, allowing high-level individuals from their side to also come to this world. Seeing Trin Hai's dumbfounded expression, Lam interjected to explain, to put it mildly. It means using same-level adventurers to deal with adventurers from other countries regarding the rotating enter. Hence issue. After the association conducted trials and errors, they summarized the results and found the best solution. Hearing this, he dissatisfiedly questioned, the best solution? Then what about the military? High-level adventurers like you can't intervene, I understand. But the military and hot weapons are clearly more reliable for us. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. Non-Quan replied, each word weighty. Seriously speaking, using the military and hot weapons to deal with the turning entrance problem and conquer the dungeon is the most efficient approach. But in the past 15 years, all nations that did so eventually regretted it. After hearing this, Trin Hai growled, why did they regret it? Lam leaned towards him, because that means a boss is about to appear. Due to the mirror principle, the difficulty level before and after the dungeon entrance turns doesn't change. But the involvement of the military and hot weapons will make the actual challenge difficulty in our side's lower city far exceed the initial level. Vantram continued, this will make the challenge difficulty in this entire area far exceed the level displayed outside. He adjusted his glasses, his voice gradually lowering. If after the underground city entrance turns, it's quickly suppressed by the military, then the actual challenge difficulty at the dungeon entrance and exit in the next wave will continue to increase until it matches this area's defensive strategy. Lam didn't forget to emphasize, and starting from dungeon level 11, the effective guns will become smaller and smaller. Not to mention levels 16 to 20, dungeons at this stage can even have monsters that require nuclear bombs to destroy. In the end, Non-Quan spoke, concluding, the military's involvement, while it can solve the current problem, doesn't make the problem disappear, it merely prolongs it. He ended each word like driving a nail. If we ignore the threat of continued misuse of hot weapons, then when the problem eventually explodes, we'll have to face monsters capable of directly countering the most advanced hot weapons. Do you understand now? It's not that we can't use the military to solve the dungeon turning problem, but the price our country would have to pay is a bit too heavy. A few days later, Trin Hai pushed a wheel with his bare hands, and he strained with all his might to lift it. Witnessing that scene, Jakan couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Trin Hai is so reckless. He showed a worried expression. Can his body handle training like this every day? Hearing this, Qin Zuyan glanced over, his voice calm. Didn't Lam tell you? Jakan asked back blankly. He replied concisely, Trin Hai's family dungeon will turn next month. In another scene, a hot pot was placed prominently outdoors. Lang Ti suddenly turned. How are things on your side? Ven shrugged helplessly. Still the same, the mermen in the lake refused to come ashore. I guess the boss in this dungeon has realized we're restricted. Normally, those mermen would probably launch an attack in the last few days. Hearing this, he questioned in a low voice, where are the others? What do they think? Ven quickly responded, they're all very optimistic. Qiu Dan's disappearance hasn't made them more cautious. Lang Ti turned to one side, his face momentarily solemn. Back with Trin Hai, he was breathing heavily. Just then, a can of water was unexpectedly offered to Trin Hai. He looked at T Mao in surprise. It's Thursday today. Don't you have school? She quickly replied, not forgetting to add a sarcastic remark. Of course I have school, but someone caused trouble and made the dungeon entrance at home turn, didn't they? Changing scenes, Thumai's voice echoed, as per the request of Mang Xen City entrance management staff. The scheduled dungeon mineral identification class is now changed to an entrance turning rules class. She looked towards the group, because this class contains a large amount of content not allowed to be disclosed to the public. Everyone needs to sign a confidentiality agreement with me before class. Who first? Immediately, Jakan raised his hand high. He almost shouted, me. Receiving the paper, Jakan quickly signed. Finally, he looked around. I've signed. Who's next? Qin Zuyan suddenly waved his hand. Let me go. Timao interjected, then me. Finally, Trinhai spoke, then I'll be last. A few minutes later, she gently passed the paper to him. At that moment, Trinhai's gaze landed on a line of text. He turned to tease, a giggle escaping his lips. So your name is Timao. Could it be that your dad is a fan of Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Timao teased, immediately yelled, shut up and sign. At the same time, Thumai spoke in a stern voice, finally repeating, the following content I'm about to discuss, you must not disclose to anyone outside the association, once violated. The record-keeping teacher and the association's secret keeper. Facing the group's panicked expressions, she emphasized each word, will carry out internal punishment against those who violate the confidentiality agreement, and will absolutely make you regret having revealed the secret. Immediately after, Thumai squinted and smiled. Now, let's officially begin the lesson. Before starting, she unexpectedly posed a question. Has the state publicized the rules for entrance rotation for you to see? The group responded in unison. Yes, we have. Thumai began teaching seriously. Then I will start the lecture using our faction's mirrored rotated dungeons after their formation. Taking as an example the level 7 Murphic dungeon that Mang Xen City is about to rotate. After it rotates, the entrance location doesn't change, and Mang Xen City will generate a human dungeon of the same difficulty level, level 7, as the Murphic dungeon. She suddenly lowered her voice, her gaze sweeping over each face. In that dungeon area, you adventurers will not be able to use titles. Hearing this, Qin Zuyan dissatisfiedly questioned, why? Under his angry gaze, Thumai explained in a low voice, currently, the academic community has no definite discussion, but the subjective view is that it's beneficial for adjusting the current balance of the defensive faction. She said in a light tone, actually, it's very easy to understand. Compared to the defensive faction fighting right at their doorstep, the offensive faction, whether in terms of terrain or logistics, is at an overwhelming disadvantage. At this point, if the defensive faction's strategy isn't also restricted, then it would be very disadvantageous for the offensive faction. A hand went up, and Trinhai's clear voice rang out. I have a question. He seriously asked, still using this Murphic dungeon as an example, if the Murphic inside come to our world, will their strength increase? Thumai nodded and briefly replied, before they complete their escape mission, their strength will not increase significantly. Hearing this, Trinhai clicked his tongue, which means, Murphic who complete the escape mission will, based on the benefits after escaping, become more eager to complete the corresponding traversal mission. This mechanism is no different from animal fighting. Just then, Timao boldly spoke up. I also have a question. Can't this entrance rotation event be solved with guns? Thumai calmly answered, using guns will make the actual challenge difficulty of Mang Xen City's dungeon entrance higher than the externally displayed level. If you don't want to face even more dungeon entrance rotation events, then don't think about solving this problem with guns. Jakan casually threw out a question. Then what about finding to level 9 to 10 Grandmasters to guard the entrance, killing them one by one? Would that work? She replied in an even tone, after the dungeon entrance rotates, taking the entrance as the center, a certain range around it becomes the absolute advantage area for the enemy faction. In this area, the defensive faction, in addition to not being able to use titles, will also lose the effectiveness of basic attribute bonuses provided by their profession. For example, if level 9 to 10 adventurers enter this area, their strategy will be reduced to level 7, and the risk of guarding the entrance will increase. Hearing this, Kinzuyon brazenly interrupted, "What about finding more people? If 5 level 9 people guard the entrance, it should be stable, right? Usually in a level 7 dungeon, except for the boss who might be level 8, level 9 individuals basically don't appear. If it's 5 against 1, our side definitely has a greater advantage." Thumai's gaze immediately shifted. She seriously stated, "Someone did do that before, and the effect wasn't bad. However, a dungeon with an overwhelming disadvantage to the attacking faction will also transform into a survival-type Becker. Use of it. Due to the law of mirrored radiance, when our defensive faction's dungeon turns into a survival type, this world will manifest a corresponding survival-type dungeon entrance of the same level. Typical examples being the Burning Field and the Tomb of Dread." Speaking of this, Thumai lowered her voice. "So, after thoroughly understanding this mechanism, at least in our country, we now try to avoid that approach." Jakan scratched his head. "Oh my, this isn't allowed here. That has restrictions there. Does that mean for these few days of entrance rotation, we can only evacuate nearby residents and then deal with the native dungeon inhabitants who rush to our side, wave after wave?" She slightly curved her lips, calmly continuing, "Not entirely. In fact, we've found a way to quickly resolve dungeon rotation events." Hearing this, Trinhai stared at Thumai with a probing gaze. "What is it?" Thumai narrowed her eyes at him, her voice ringing out coldly. "As long as among the native inhabitants invading our faction's world in the same wave, some are captured by us, and if we can maintain its life characteristics before the dungeon entrance timer resets to 0, there will be no subsequent waves of invaders." Meanwhile, Langshi slowly began to speak. "This time, I've called everyone here." Immediately after, he directly proposed to discuss our safety in the final days. Hearing this, Yuanzi voiced his dissatisfaction. "What safety problem could there be? A level 7 dungeon relies on a disgusting mechanism. If it weren't for my profession not being suitable for underwater combat, I would have destroyed it long ago." Immediately, a young man frowned and interrupted, "If you can't keep up with others, shut up. This dungeon isn't as simple as you think." He growled provocatively, "Oh, you know a lot, do you? If you know, go ahead and speak. I'm all ears." Facing the challenge, he stiffened his neck and retorted, "Didn't you see the name and content of this dungeon's mission? The breeding season of the Tide High Merman. Destroy the Egg Lake. Such a clear hint, and you still haven't reacted. I'm truly impressed." Yuanzi argued back, not wanting to be outdone. "If this situation continues, by the final days, the mermen in the lake will definitely be countless. If their boss is a team buff type, then those idiots who don't form a team are definitely dead." He angrily shouted, "Who are you calling an idiot?" Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, Kaixing gradually lost patience. He raised his voice and questioned, "So you've called us here to discuss how we'll defend ourselves when the mermen come ashore in the final days?" Hearing this, Warner nodded without hesitation. He paused, then lowered his voice. "Last month, when I went to the Adventurers Guild in Zhejiang City to help handle a major event of a level 10 rotating dungeon in Yu Province, I learned some intelligence that was not allowed to be disclosed to the public. The state discovered that rotating dungeons have a rule that benefits the attacking side, that is, taking the entrance as the center. The defensive side's strategy will be severely restricted within a certain range." In the end, Warner added a few words. "Due to the mirror principle, I believe that the dungeon we are currently in also has a similar rule." Kaixing frowned. He directly asked, "Where exactly is the specific point, and to what extent will it be restricted?" Warner calmly laid out the plan, taking us human adventurers as an example. "If we are the native inhabitants defending the dungeon, then when we enter the area beneficial to the attacking side, we won't be able to use titles, and even the basic attribute enhancements provided by our professions will be stripped away. Conversely, for the mermen, I guess that even if their boss is a team buff type, any beneficial effects will be suppressed and nullified when they enter the area beneficial to the attacking side. On the other hand, Shanghai kept sighing. It's fine if titles can't be used, but when approaching the entrance, even the basic attribute bonuses provided by the profession are removed. He thought seriously, this restriction is too great. I originally thought that if titles couldn't be used, I would choose a sub-profession that adds to points of perception, creating a one-step, one-kill future sight effect with the lowest requirements. Just then, Shanghai's eyes widened. He mumbled under his breath, but now, that's definitely not going to work. Then suddenly, Shanghai clenched the badge. He secretly resolved, next, I'll use Valo to adapt to combat without future sight first, to see how much my strength decreases. Immediately, the door opened. Shanghai confidently greeted, "Good morning, Valo." On the other side, he didn't reply, only looked at him with an expressionless face. Before Shanghai could react, Valo suddenly lunged backward. Noticing the abnormality, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. In a flash, he appeared directly in front of Shanghai. As soon as he saw Valo, he let out a bitter laugh. No way? Only to see the blade slash across the void. Outside, Shanghai helplessly questioned himself. Without future sight and title bonuses, my strength actually decreased this much? In an instant, his expression changed, his eyes gleaming with determination. It seems I still have to find a sub-profession that can add perception, at least to unlock future sight. The next morning in a tall building, Lam turned to Shanghai. "You're looking for Yao Wenjiang." He honestly reported, "I want to find a sub-profession that can add to points of perception. I want to ask him if he has any recommendations. And if the association internally allows using contribution points to exchange for profession transfer items?" She replied indifferently, "Yes, but profession transfer items for sub-professions related to intelligence, perception, and resolve require far more contribution points. Your contribution points, even excluding what you got from Gao Yongdong, are definitely not enough." Hearing this, Shanghai became even more resolute. "I know, I already looked into it before coming. I have to titles that haven't been included in the state's title map. I can submit the clues I obtained them from to exchange for contribution points." Lam nodded slightly. "Then I'll tell Yao Wenjiang to help you arrange it." As soon as he appeared, he questioned loudly, "You want to choose a sub-profession now?" Wenjiang frowned, his voice noticeably slowing. Shanghai replied with determination. After a moment of tense silence, he could only compromise. Wenjiang pulled out a thick file, then handed it to him. Shanghai seriously flipped through each page. Inside, it clearly stated, "No, 37 item finder, 1, perception plus 3, 2, activating this profession's adventurer skill when finding specified items grants intelligence plus 3. 3. The unlocked method for past vision is still unknown." A moment later, when Zhang cautiously asked again, Shanghai nodded decisively, his eyes unwavering. Hearing this, when Zhang let out a sigh, "Then I'll contact the Fuzhou Adventurer Association now and ask them to send an appraiser to Dongshan to see how many contribution points your titles are worth." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him. The next day, the light was dazzlingly beautiful. Taikat smiled and extended his hand first. He politely extended his hand towards him, the corners of his mouth curving upwards. Immediately after, Shanghai sat properly opposite Taikat. He quickly typed and at the same time, seriously stated, "Although the two titles you combined have surprisingly effective results, their difficulty to obtain and the harsh activation conditions greatly reduce their value compared to titles of the same level." Hearing this, Shanghai frowned slightly. Taikat chuckled slightly, his voice firm. A few days later, Lam pointed at the device. At the suggestion, Shanghai quickly stepped forward, his fist clenched. His eyes were fixed on the designated target. Immediately after, Shanghai drew his fist back. The ensuing bang echoed through the space, and the device vibrated violently. The number 13 now appeared on the screen. Jia Kun could hardly believe it. At his reaction, Jing Shuan smiled faintly. Jia Kun couldn't help but feel a little confused. Brother Cheng Hai couldn't possibly reach 15 even if he was faster, right? He replied indifferently. At the same time, Lam stared at his muscles. She unconsciously revealed her thoughts. Shanghai immediately replied. Another voice sounded from the front. Hearing this, the two instinctively turned their heads to look. When Zhang held up a stack of documents, a few minutes later, the system screen lit up with a reminder. He pressed the button without hesitation, the corner of his mouth curving upwards. The system screen immediately displayed Item Finder Profession changing. Checking the adventurer's main profession is counterfeit death, unlocking 3 effects of the item finder. Shanghai's eyes widened, stammering, "Wait, no way!" At that moment, he couldn't help but shout out, "Oh my, I was right! The best match for a Death Walker is an item finder." Shanghai completed his class change. Death Walker attributes, +5 senses, strength and speed explode more intensely the closer one gets to death. Each attribute does not exceed 4 points. The first trial was completed, and he gained 1 more strength point. The flowing mark of the Kaixing River coursed through his body. The corner of Cheng Hai's lips curled slightly. His eyes gleamed as if he had just unearthed a treasure. I originally thought the first and second effects of Death Walker were already super. I didn't expect its third effect to be even more. He carefully calculated. Considering that most people achieve a strength and speed limit of 16 and 17 through training, what if I reach my new limit and then challenge these 8 trials? As the thought flashed, Cheng Hai burst out laughing. This time it's worth it. Not tomorrow. I'm going to the gym to pump iron right now. From now on, as long as I don't die from training, I'll keep pushing it. As for Valo, I won't go there for now. After all, I can't complete that class change quest right now. That afternoon, a desperate shout echoed from inside the building. Are you kidding me? Fnell angrily questioned. His underground city of Mangson is in chaos. Why do I, the Cloud Reach City entrance manager, have to fill in for him? Hong Tine immediately explained. Because your wife's favor points that she used on my side have all been used up by the state. Also, in another month, you will no longer be the entrance manager of Cloud Reach City. As a state-registered adventurer selected by surrounding associations, isn't that normal? Besides, don't tell me you don't know who caused the merman underground city of Mangson to fall into chaos. Hearing this, he was almost speechless. Turning back to Cheng Hai, he vigorously jumped rope. He continuously counted, despite his face being drenched in sweat. At night, a streak of light shot straight into the building. At the same time, the group sat in a circle. Seeing this, Lang Ti shouted energetically, "Everyone, hang in there a little longer. It's the last day. If we get through this, we can go home." In another scene, the merman commander knelt. He quickly reported, his voice urgent, "Lord Manhon AT, there are now 24 guards in the lair. 69 elite mermen, flute soldiers, captains, and soldiers, a total of 800 people." Hearing this, he gave a strange smile. Very good. Immediately after that, Manhon knew to ordered, "Go kill the adventurers in the forest, drag their bodies back here. I must use them to upgrade myself." The chokehold Murphic City will rotate in 9 hours, 57 minutes, and 43 seconds. At the same time, Trin Hai was breathing with difficulty. He looked up, his lips slightly moving. Adventurer interface. Trin Hai belonged to the elite adventurers. His race was human, level 6. Tu Mao's eyes clearly showed disgust as she said, "You're really strange." She glanced at Trin Hai with a puzzled look. It's clear that in just a few more hours, your city will rotate. You're not cultivating your spiritual energy, yet you're here training your strength. No one sharpens their weapon like you do right before a battle. He looked up, his voice calm as if long accustomed to it. "Actually, I've been training like this for the past 2 months. Then Trin Hai said, mockingly mixed with curiosity, "On the contrary, what are you doing looking for me late at night?" Just then, the system screen lit up with a warning, "Danger." Her calm face instantly vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "If I told you my title is urging me to quickly leave this city, would you believe it?" In another development, Nuyenta raised his hand and spoke. I have an idea. He squinted his eyes and sneered. If those mermen really come ashore in the last few hours, should we try to deal with their boss? As long as the boss is dead, even if there are more mermen, they'll just be a disorganized rabble. Hearing this, Old Tong became irritable. Are you sick or something? He roared in anger. We clearly said for everyone to guard the exit and wait for the mission deadline to return together. What kind of game are you playing? Besides, if the mission isn't completed, killing the boss won't give us any rewards. Nuyenta chuckled briefly. It's not that I want to kill the boss. I asked Wang Ni if not completing the adventurer's escape mission and wanting to take this convenient ride home when the city rotates. Would it occupy a challenge slot in the big city after rotation? He said yes. He nodded in confirmation. It's true, and it does occupy a slot. He continued in a low voice. Then, due to the mirror principle, after this Merfolk city rotates, the new city formed will have a challenger limit of 15. At this point, Nuyenta seriously analyzed, subtracting our number of people. If the Merfolk boss leads its subordinates to attack here in the last few hours, competing with us for these 15 slots. At the last minute, he concluded, if just for mermen rush into the entrance before us, then 4 of us will have to stay here forever. Hearing this, the man immediately retorted, wait a minute. You can't say it like that. What if those mermen don't come in the end? What if we successfully retreat from here too? Just then, Tri-Hung pulled out a card. He firmly asserted, no, they will definitely come. Tri-Hung smiled smugly. My secondary profession is a tarot fortune teller. I just read my fortune for the next few hours. He continued, my fortune is more bad than good. Returning to Trinhai, he asked curiously, when did this happen? Tu Mao answered without hesitation, 2 hours ago. Trinhai's eyebrows furrowed, suspicion flashing in his eyes. I remember your title can only help you find individuals who pose a hostile threat to you. If not, during the Calvin Dung incident, you would have sensed the danger and retreated early. So, how did you discover danger in Dong Sun City this time? She hesitated slightly, then quietly spoke. It's precisely because of that incident that I became aware of my title's warning blind spot. That's why I joined the association, using my title's clue to predict danger and exchange contribution points in the association's page for an artifact that can compensate for its weakness. Tu Mao's voice deepened, as if cursing. Otherwise, I would have been implicated by you again this time. He questioned with dissatisfaction. Wait a minute. How is this related to me again? She glanced at Trinhai, then spoke with a hint of meaning. Sure enough, you're just like Sister Lamb. Completely unaware of how dangerous your family's underground city is after it's been turned around. At this moment, Su Mao offered a suggestion. You think about it, I clearly wasn't summoned and I'm outside the battleground of the risk zone designated by the association. Yet I triggered a danger prediction. What does this mean? Faced with the unexpected question, Trinhai focused his thoughts, his lips moving slightly. This proves that the risk zone's defensive line couldn't stop the Merfolk, and their activity range will extend to Dong Sun City as well. Su Mao continued, her voice lower as if mocking herself. Exactly, then I'll be out of luck, because the association will definitely forcibly summon me and Thong Hin Shou to stop those Merfolk. This is also why my title keeps urging me to leave Dong Sun City quickly, because only by leaving here can I avoid being forcibly summoned. Trinhai looked at her suspiciously. Have you told this speculation to Mr. Yao or Sister Lam? She let out a dry sound. I told them, but they believe that even without considering how many of the 15 adventurers trapped in the underground city might return, ultimately, no more than 15 Merfolk could escape your family's compound. At this point, Su Mao looked troubled for a moment, considering that the Merfolk as a species don't excel in individual combat. Moreover, among the empowered adventurers are the state adventurers from Long Van Chong Shou District, Tran Hoa Kong, and San Nan, allied with Ngo Kwaiki Si along. So even if Merfolk break through the defensive line, Dong Sun City would have more than enough time to react quickly and apprehend them. So, what do you think? Do you believe them or me? If you believe them, then I can only take my parents to Big Van City and hide for a few days. Trinhai was silent, his hand on his chin, thinking, not answering. After a long moment, he spoke, breaking the tense atmosphere. I want to believe you, but what can just the two of us do? After all, you're predicting the future, and even a level 10 adventurer has fallen. Sumao pointed directly at herself without hesitation. With my predictions plus the invisibility cloak you got from Calvin Dung, we can gradually clear out the merfolk that have strayed from the main group. No, we can do a lot. That way, even if things get out of control later, we can minimize the destructive power of the merfolk against our world. The scene shifted to a remote, dangerous wilderness. At this moment, the man kept scratching his head, his face clearly helpless. The results the three of us drew weren't the tower, but death. Neither are good signs. Hearing this, he questioned impatiently, don't tell me you actually believe it. If Trong Kai Hung's side hustle was so good, why would he end up in a situation like ours? Old Tong spoke up in defense. Didn't he just explain that? Before we left, the fortune he drew was the full, but he misinterpreted it. Otherwise, he really could have avoided this trap. Speaking of this, he looked at the group with admiration. Plus, look, among us, Vuongni and the Langti couple are the strongest. Their divination results all symbolized success and the Empress, a world of success. At the same time, Nguyen to lightly stroked the card. He let out a cold scoff, his eyes narrowing. Right at this moment, Nguyen to bluntly questioned, the card I drew is like yours. Does that also mean that if I maintain the current situation, the final outcome will be similar to yours, right? Trihung nodded slowly, his voice heavy. Yes, it's very likely we won't be able to get out of this underground city. Seeing this, he urged, then draw another one if we follow my plan. Everyone works together to kill the boss and drive the remaining merfolk back into the lake. Will my luck improve? He immediately agreed. Alright, then suddenly, Langshi approached from a distance. Wait a minute, don't divine yet. He said sternly, your plan still has room for improvement. Considering the mermen in this underground city might have multiplied to hundreds, even over 1,000, if their boss is the type that boosts team effects. Langshi paused briefly, then affirmed in a low voice. Then if we casually start a war with it, many people will certainly die. Nguyen was slightly annoyed. He questioned directly, so you mean we do nothing, sit at the entrance and wait for them to fight their way here, right? After all, the two of you drew safe cards. Langshi quickly denied, no, you misunderstood. What I mean is, we need to prepare corresponding counterplans based on the boss's type. For example, for a normal boss, we can follow your plan. For a boss that boosts team effects, we need bait to lure most of the mermen out. Then concentrate elite forces to take down the boss. Also, someone needs to do reconnaissance ahead, distinguish the boss, and fire signal flares. At that moment, Vuongni raised his hand. I'm best suited to handle this part. I have the flash walk skill. Hearing this, he quickly outlined a plan. This way, we can determine the boss's type beforehand, then proceed according to the pre-prepared plan. Trihung added a few words. Lanky's plan feels a bit more reliable. I'll divine as he suggested. Nguyen replied innocently, alright. Trinhai rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Doing so can indeed solve some of the risk of people going alone, but if possible, I still hope to avoid such things from happening. Saying this, he looked up at Mao. I intend to persuade Brother Yao, but I need your cooperation. At this moment, Trinhai cautiously made a suggestion. Could you come to my house with me? Using your name, can you determine the quantity and quality of dangerous sources near the entrance on the other side? Tu Mao nodded slightly, her voice calm and decisive. No problem. On this side, the man unconsciously looked into the distance, where the woman had fallen. He spoke softly. That girl seems to have drawn the death card again. Old Tong spoke maliciously, drawing the worst card twice in a row. It seems her chances of dying in this underground city are very high. Meanwhile, Nguyen Tu's fingers tightened round the card. He frowned and turned to Trihung. How does the full card explain this? He looked up, slowly enunciating each word. In this current situation, drawing it means you will use your strength and the strength of those around you to achieve your ambitious goals. Hearing this, a sharp glint appeared in Nu Yantu's eyes. At the same time, Lang Chi clapped his hands loudly. Then he announced in a raised voice, "The divination results are out. Except for those who drew the Death card and the Tower card, everyone else's luck is actually improving. This proves that actively attacking will bring about positive changes. If so, and if this decision benefits the majority, then my opinion is to proceed." Lang Chi paused for a moment, then continued, "As for those who drew the Death card and the Tower card, please trouble those nearby to spare some energy to look after them." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun around and called out, "Vuong Ni." At the call, he responded decisively, "Understood. I'm setting off now." Lang Chi paused for a half beat, his gaze sweeping over each face. Also, if the boss in this underground city is the type that boosts group effectiveness, then we need to split off half the people to take on the luring task to create an opportunity for others to take it down who is willing to join the boss luring team. A few hours later, Vuong Ni climbed onto a tree branch. He looked around, observing. At that moment, a group of monsters came directly into Vuong Ni's view. He froze for a moment, his lips slightly parted, stationed in the rear. Vuong Ni's mind raced. Moreover, there were several large-bodied elites of the same race guarding it, the main characteristic of a boss that boosts group benefits. Stationed in the rear, usually guarded by elites of the same race, weaker in strength than common bosses of the same level, it's a group buff boss. Thinking of this, he decisively drew his gun. He had to quickly synchronize this information with Lang Ti and his team. Hearing the gunshot echo, Lang Ti looked up. Has it begun? The Merfic's full assault. At the same time, the Merfic leader had already noticed something unusual. On this side, Nu Yenta displayed an amused expression. "Red, it's a group buff boss." Meanwhile, Old Tong tremblingly spoke. "This is bad. We have to be bait now." Just then, Lang Ti pointed upwards. Vuong Ni fired the signal flare. "You all saw it. The one coming is a group buff boss." He commanded sternly. According to the plan, the bait team will go to the predetermined initial position. Once they've attracted enough Merfic, we'll begin our operation. The group responded in unison, "Okay?" Lang Ti didn't forget to remind them, "Until I give the corresponding signal, please try to hold your ground." Before battle, he boldly declared, "Finally, I wish our guest fighters victory and a safe return. The city's rotation, 6 hours, 40 minutes, 29 seconds remaining." The man cautiously looked around, then whispered, "Here." Old Tong quickly raised his gun barrel, "Then I'll fire the signal flare." Another person interjected, "Fire." In the momentary silence, a slightly hesitant voice broke the tension. Can I discuss something with you all?" Kai Hong tightened his crossbow, speaking awkwardly. "My main profession is a magic archer. Its direct combat ability is a bit weak. Can I hide in a nearby tree?" Old Tong frowned, looking at Kai Hong in disbelief. "Wait, your profession is ranged attacker. Why are you in the bait team?" He scratched his head and gave a wry smile. "I didn't want to either, but Lang Ti said my profession matched the brothers who drew the Tower card. His side only needs one person, but if you draw a bad card, you can't be on the bait team entirely, so that's how it is." The air was silent for a few seconds, then a decisive nod. "Alright, then go ahead." Kai Hung happily exclaimed, "Thank you." At the same time, Old Tong awkwardly fumbled with the item in his hand, frowning. "How do I use this thing?" The man approached irritably. "Idiot, give it to me." In fact, Trong Kai Hung lied. His subprofession wasn't a fortune teller, but could simulate other professions. When Kai Hung simulated, the subject changed from a tarot fortune teller to other subprofessions. Then his divination no longer had mystical effectiveness. Not only that, Trong Kai Hung also used his changed subprofession to make the participants draw the dangerous Death Tower card. This increased the persuasiveness of Dong Nuyen, luring adventurers to actively attack according to Dong Nuyen to end Lang's suggestions. He did this because when Trong Kai Hung divined for himself and drew the Death card, he wanted to change his own destiny. That's why he stepped forward to facilitate Dong Nuyentu's plan to kill the boss and drive the merfolk from the shore back into the lake. And this obviously worked. Now, with 11 adventurers helping Kai Hung block and contain the merfolk, he could leisurely return to the entrance, waiting for the city to rotate. At that moment, Kai Hung was filled with thoughts, wondering why. Frankly, with Dong Nuyentu's strength, even if the merfolk came to kill them in the final hours, he should still be able to protect himself. So why did he propose such a plan? And there's Lang Ti, Wang Er. It feels like they're also secretly cooperating with Dong Nuyentu and me. Clearly, this isn't beneficial to them. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Whatever they want to do, it doesn't concern me anyway. Just then, an object rolled on the ground, and the assassin reached out to pick it up. He quickly reported, "This seems to be a disposable otherworldly artifact, leader." The merfolk leader immediately understood. Obviously, the red glowing object earlier was emitted by the adventurer's guard through it. Its purpose must be to remind his teammates that we've come ashore. The elite lair guard suddenly shouted, "Lord Leader, look at the sky." Hearing this, he instinctively looked up. The merfolk leader gave a cold smile. So that's it. Is this their declaration of war for a reserve battlefield, humans? In the gloomy depths of the cave, beneath the pile of skeletons, Manhan Nuosi appeared, clicking his tongue. Manhan Nuosi grew impatient. He slammed his hand on the armrest. It's been so long. Why haven't any adventurers' corpses been brought back? The merfolk leader's voice trembled slightly, but remained polite. It's probably because those adventurers are hiding too well, Lord Leader. It took quite an effort just to find them. Please wait a little longer. He snorted coldly, a murderous glint in his eye as his mouth twitched. Then I'll wait a bit longer. If there's still nothing, I'll go ashore and hunt them myself. At the same time, the group of people paced back and forth restlessly. Old Tong's eyes darted around anxiously. His voice lowered. The merfolk haven't arrived yet. Do you think they might not have seen our signal flare? A firm voice replied, accompanied by an affirmative nod. Probably not, right? After all, that thing is so easy to see. Suddenly, the man's face changed color. Just then, he shouted, "Get behind me. The merfolk are here." Honey's hoarse barks echoed urgently, tearing through the silence. In that moment, it approached the ancient tree step by step. At the same time, Wanger poked his head out from somewhere. As soon as he saw him, Lang Ti anxiously asked, "Where's the boss?" Wanger looked in one direction. "Head this way for 5 minutes and you'll see it." At this point, he reminded in a low voice, "But I don't recommend that you go hunt it, because there are still many merfolk guarding it. With just a few of us, a direct confrontation won't speed things up at all." Wanger continued in a low voice, "And with this density of guards and patrols, even if I use stealth, it's very difficult to approach the boss, let alone for you who don't have stealth skills. But a direct confrontation will lead to a prolonged battle. The longer it drags on, the higher the chance merfolk sent to deal with the decoy team will return to reinforce." The air fell silent for a moment, then Yuanzi's voice cut in, laced with impatience. "Then what about splitting up the forces? You go attract the merfolk's attention, creating an environment where I can fight the boss one-on-one." Yuanzi subtly smirked, his eyes flashing with calculation. 5 minutes. If you can hold them for 5 minutes, I can take down that team buffing boss." He repeated softly, his voice tinged with doubt. 5 minutes? Lang Ti cautiously turned to the group. "What do you all think?" She replied quickly without hesitation, "I'm fine with whatever." The man next to her nodded. "We can try." Having gained their agreement, Lang Ti continued assertively, "All right, then we'll go with your idea. But I'm telling you upfront, you only have 5 minutes. If you don't succeed after this time, then we won't stop at anything to help you hold back these merfolk." At the same time, the assassin yawned loudly. Seeing this, one of them slapped him hard on the head. The two were seen exchanging words in their local language. Just then, the fish spirits looked forward in confusion. A hoarse voice uttered cautiously, "Smoke signals, the adventurers are here." Suddenly, smoke signals rose from a distance, and the merfolk leader narrowed his eyes. Indeed, those declarations of war were a decoy. These adventurers want to use it to reduce our forces, then seize the opportunity to kill us. These people are as cunning as Hook Catch. An elite lair guard quickly asked, his eyes flickering, if the enemy has revealed themselves, do we need to split half of the lair guards to help? He rejected it without hesitation. No, the ones who have appeared aren't necessarily the enemy's elite. Before, Hook Catch used a large force to draw out my main army. Then he snuck into the army alone to assassinate me. These humans could do the same. Returning to Vin, he was activating his Shadow Walk skill. Vin frowned slightly. Isn't it chaotic enough already? This is troublesome. At the same time, Manha and T stood up aggressively. He growled, "Forget it, I can't wait anymore." His subordinate quickly reached out to stop him, his face pale. "Your Excellency, don't be rash. It's very dangerous onshore right now." In a flash, his body became still. The subordinate's body was seen split into many pieces. His bloodshot eyes flashed with anger. Manha and T hissed, "Dangerous? Do you think it's not dangerous like those adventurers?" A while later, strange objects appeared on the blue sea. Manha and T quickly approached the shore, his eyes burning with anger. Suddenly, Manha and T took a deep breath, his nose twitching slightly. He was almost mesmerized by the aroma. The smell is so good. Manha and T opened his mouth wide and mumbled, "It smells so good." Manha and T almost lost his mind. He roared, "Mine. It's all mine. All these delicacies are mine." In another development, Kyan calmly leaned against a tree. He chuckled softly, "I wonder how Mengengayan T is doing, but the two idiots in my party are definitely dead." Thinking of this, Kyan almost burst out laughing. When Lang T and Vin return, I'll say that we encountered too many mermen, and after my teammates died, I couldn't hold on alone and had to retreat first. That should be a plausible explanation. Before the detailed plan, he couldn't hide his excitement. What about the death card? Didn't I still find an opportunity to change my fate? Suddenly, Kai Heichiang's gaze stopped as he saw an unusual figure. He stared blankly at the strange creature. As soon as it saw Kaihan, it quickly fled. He clenched his weapon, his chest tight with subtle irritation. "What's with that merman? Don't tell me it got separated from the main force and suddenly came here." Kaihan roared, "If that's the case, then I absolutely cannot let it leave here alive. At least before the city's rotation, the entrance location cannot be revealed to the merman." A blinding light tore through the night, heading straight for the merman. In an instant, the brilliant golden light pierced its chest. Kaihan was momentarily stunned. Am I mistaken? It didn't die even like that. He frowned, a worried look flashing in his eyes. Could it be that this merman has escaped the advantageous area for the attackers and once again gained the boss-type crowd buff? Just then, a rustling sound reached Kai Heichiang's ears. Hearing this, he slowly turned around. Suddenly, from all directions, groups of mermen armed with weapons appeared simultaneously, surrounding him. His face instantly changed color, and cold sweat ran down. In the silent forest, only a desperate scream remained. Over here, Ngayan T was standing right next to Vin at some point. His eyes flashed with doubt. "What are you doing? The boss's guards haven't been lured away yet." He just smiled faintly. "It's fine, we'll just kill them together." Immediately after, Ngayan T approached the merman commander without hesitation. As soon as they saw him, the elite lair guard shouted, "Lan Quan." He impatiently reminded, "No need to remind me, I can see it." In that moment, the merman commander quickly assessed, "He's very strong." Back with Kaihan, he was panting non-stop. Kaihan cursed angrily, "Damn it, I got played. Who did these merfolk learn luring and ambushing from? I almost got tricked to death by them." Just then, cold sweat broke out on Kai Heichiang's temples, and he shivered involuntarily. Wait a minute. At this moment, the sound of footsteps grew closer. Kaihan reassured himself. No way! After a while, he slowly turned around. The boss, Manha in T, was approaching step by step, growling from his throat. "Though eating you now is a bit of a waste, I can't help it. Who told you to go alone when I need to level up fast?" At the appearance of Manha in T, Kaihan couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Why is this dungeon boss here with me? What are Ngayanti, Langti, and Vin doing? Oh my god. At the same time, the remaining merman began to move. He quickly picked up the spear nearby. Immediately after, the enraged merman swung the spear towards Kaihan. It just pierced straight into his chest. Before dying, Kaihan uttered his last words. What kind of joke is this? He gritted his teeth. I am a dignified level 8 arcane marksman, yet I die at the hands of the lowest level merman, at my hands. At the same time, the merman's body emitted a strange glow. Witnessing that scene, Manha NT was stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the merman. It can actually be like this. Manha NT immediately understood. So, a low-level merman killing a high-level human adventurer can level up by feigning death and ambushing an invader from another world whose strength is higher than their own, thereby completing the merman's advancement. At this moment, he loudly called out to the one opposite him, Kid. Manha NT waved his hand, giving orders. Go tell the merman Commander Lan Quan everything that happened to you, not missing a single word. Then tell him to send some mermen to me. I need a new cannon fodder and also the spoils of war. The subordinate quickly replied, Understood, Lord Manha NT. Meanwhile, Ngayanti was furiously slashing at the group of merfolk. He looked around. Am I mistaken? This is clearly just a level 7 dungeon. So why are there so many level 7 monsters? Even if this dungeon boss is a team buff type, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. Later, Ngayanti was accidentally injured and he groaned in pain. Immediately, Ngayanti shouted, Don't hide anymore. Then, come help me. There are too many guards around this boss. I can't break through. The elite lair guard softly reported, Commander Lin Quan, look at that human adventurer's reaction. It seems he didn't come alone. Do we need to? Ngayanti continued to yell. Then, the merman Commander Lin Quan interrupted, his eyes darkening. Don't fall for his trick. He sternly reminded, Here Catch did the same thing before, failing to assassinate me. He pretended to have allies ambushing nearby, forcing me to leave a portion of my guards on alert, allowing him to escape. I don't want to experience that again. The subordinate nodded slightly. So that's how it is, I thought to little. It was as if the adventurer, the deceased Truneng Kaihan, had realized something. And Ngayanti, then Langti truly each had their own plans. The difference was, and his main profession was Grand Hunter Master. He needed to kill bosses of a different type that were 2 levels lower than him to upgrade his main profession. Vun's ambition was greater. He wanted to obtain the legendary upgrade right artifact. He pressed his lips together. This dungeon boss and its elite subordinates are all held back by Ngayanti. Now is the best time to clear the stage and kill that heroic level merman that hasn't fully matured yet. At the same time, T-Mao and Trinhai stood frozen in place. He swallowed hard. Wait, why did it get bigger? Noticing something unusual, she turned to investigate. Is something wrong? Trinhai quickly changed the subject. No, activate your title. I want to know how many strong powers or high-threat entities are near Vindung on the other side of the entrance right now. Vun was a partner between the two provincial associations, Man and Vit, handling many dungeon events together. He held top-secret intelligence. Dungeons can produce North-grade beginner-level upgrade right artifacts. If an elite dungeon gives birth to a heroic individual, it will inevitably become a North-grade dungeon. This was what made Ngayanti the only adventurer who stayed, knowing the rewards after clearing the dungeon. He glanced at the crowd. As it turned out, not many of the adventurers who came in later were skilled in underwater combat. It felt terrible to have the upgrade right artifact right there, but be unable to take it. Regrettably, Vin wasn't skilled in underwater combat and could only watch the legendary upgrade right artifact pass him by. It was meant to be. Just then, Ngayanti turned to question, Vin, the assassin, I seem to recall you also accepted a similar boss commission, didn't you? Hearing this, he quietly countered, Do you need something? Ngayanti smiled. I plan to hunt this dungeon boss alone. I want to invite you to guard my back. Vin narrowed his eyes with suspicion. You have underwater combat abilities? You weren't honest with us earlier. He thought to himself, hunting a boss alone Could this person also know the mechanism for producing upgrade rights? Before the unexpected question, he quickly denied it. No, 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 I can't swim, but I believe that before the quest deadline, the mermen in the lake will eventually come ashore. Adventurers, we and they will sooner or later engage in battle. Ven remained unmoved and continued to question, but you can't fight underwater. Even if you kill the boss, you can't clear the dungeon, can you? Or does killing the boss have some specific benefit for you? Ngayanti's lips curled into a smile. He said in a deep voice, indeed, there's a small one. My main profession requires me to hunt all kinds of bosses alone in 3 different environments: land, water, and air, one of each type. To upgrade, this dungeon boss happens to satisfy the requirements for my main profession's advancement, and merman bosses aren't usually very strong. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Hearing this, he turned and nodded slightly. Let me think about it. Ngayanti couldn't help but feel excited. Please do! In Ven's mind, thoughts swirled. From his description just now, his main profession must be Grand Hunter Master, if he wasn't lying. If so, his ability to hunt mermen might help me contain the boss and its elites in this dungeon, as long as I can lure the merman from this dungeon based on that. His eyes gleamed, carrying a chilling thought. Then, even I should be able to dive into the merman's lair and kill that undeveloped hero-level merman. Later, Ven agreed without hesitation. I can accept your commission, but I don't like signing contracts with others. Is a verbal agreement all right? After this matter, we'll calculate the remuneration based on how much effort I put in. He chuckled softly. All right. Returning to reality, a choked curse burst from Ngayanti's throat. Damn it, I've been played. In that instant, he roared in fury, Treneng Kaihan, Ven, you 2 liars. Before dying, Ngayanti cursed, even as a ghost, I won't let you to go. The merman commander tilted its head, its eyes full of doubt. You said that after killing human adventurers, we would evolve. Why didn't it? The assassin smiled awkwardly. Perhaps there are other trigger conditions on this basis that we don't know about. At the same time, the elite lair guard spoke up. Commander, I'll take the body to find Lord Manha NT first. He quickly replied, go. Meanwhile, Thusi Sukai non-silently observed. The merman commander looked up, secretly making up his mind. After we figure out the evolution conditions, we'll come find you too. Returning to the group, the fishermen had already surrounded them. The woman gradually grew impatient. She spoke up. How long has it been? Dong Menzu's side still isn't done. They haven't even sent a signal. Could he be dead? Langshi didn't answer. His gaze shifted forward. At that moment, Thusi Sukai non gradually flew closer. Seeing this, Langshi smiled meaningfully. Immediately after, he decisively gave the order, ignore them, we're retreating. Returning to Ven, the surroundings were unusually silent. He stared at the glowing object, his lips subtly moving, praying 3rd-level spell, water breathing. Ven cautiously observed the object in his hand. Immediately after, he let himself shoot through the void. Then suddenly, Ven's eyes stopped at a point. He stared blankly at the cave. Inside was a black hole with no end in sight. At that moment, Ven slowly surfaced. He glanced around, thinking, there are no merfolk in the lake, and none in the lair either. It seems they really took the bait. Suddenly, the system screen lit up. Escaped resident mission. Finding the tidal merman's hatchery has been completed. Meanwhile, Manha and T ceaselessly gnawed on a piece of meat. The elite lair guard quickly bowed. Lord Manha and T. He lifted Ngayanti's body and reported, this is the body of the wanted person. He seemed satisfied, then changed his tone. Good. But where's the monument I need? On the other hand, the crowd scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, the assassin pulled the arrow back to full draw. The arrow, carrying a trail of light, shot straight down. Instantly, the metal pierced through the woman. Witnessing the scene, Langshi frantically screamed, split up and run. Every person who escapes is one person. On the other side, 2 bodies lay solitary on the ground. The merman fire mage said indifferently, so, killing human adventurers can make us evolve. The merman commander expressed regret. What a pity, the one wearing the hat got away. At 3 a.m. in the deserted apartment complex, Trin Hai leaned over and answered the phone. Brother Yu, is the evacuation of residents for Golden Mace Troop to completed? On the other end of the line, Van Trin replied decisively, it's done. I'm checking your area now. Why? In the heavy darkness, an urgent voice came from him. Can you temporarily pause your current work and come to my house? Trin Hai looked into the space before him and continued. T Mao and I discovered. He quickly reported that over the past 2 hours, 3 creatures with threat levels no less than Calvin Dong's merman boss have emerged from the underground city near my house. Additionally, a very peculiar source of danger is also rapidly growing stronger. Meanwhile, the merfolk began to surround them. The man frantically screamed, it's over. I can't use spells anymore. Old Song furiously yelled, damn you, Zhang Jixing. You said your profession was suitable for hiding in the shadows and shooting arrows, so we didn't let you stand in the open. But now the merfolk are here, and you vanished, damn it. You gave birth to a son without a butt. In the chaos, a cry erupted, both surprised and relieved. Great, you're still alive. His suspicious gaze turned to the newcomer. Why are you here? Didn't you say you'd fire signal flares to synchronize results when the time came? He roared angrily. Well, we'd need to either successfully behead them or retreat in an orderly fashion to have the luxury of doing that. When being chased by elite merfolk, it's every man for himself. Only an idiot would fire a signal flare and attract more pursuers. Old Song was slightly bewildered. Turning back to Shanghai, the sound from the other end of the line had cut off. So Mao immediately turned. What did Brother Yao say? He scratched his head awkwardly. He said he and the level 10 state adventurer from Longyan District, Zhangzhou, Chen Huikong, are already downstairs. He's telling us to go down now. Hearing this, she could only nod. All right. Before leaving, Su Mao didn't forget to remind him, I'm telling you now, if you can't convince them later, then for this underground city reversal event, you have to listen to me. Shanghai immediately replied, okay. Immediately after, Su Mao led the way, followed by him. At the same time, the man indignantly shouted, is this your terrible idea? Now that the boss has been pushed out, only 3 of us are left alive. He grabbed Lang Shi by the collar and cursed, if we had just guarded the entrance, everyone could have gone home. Hearing this, he retorted irritably, you can't blame me. Dong Yuanzi was the one who proposed fighting the boss. I only optimized the details based on that, and weren't you all in agreement with the plan I proposed back then? Witnessing the scene, the merfolk whispered among themselves, they're fighting. The one next to him looked doubtful. Why is what you're concerned about so strange? The man growled in his throat. Isn't the entrance to that dimension less noteworthy than this civil war among adventurers? Meanwhile, the assassin involuntarily glanced around. He immediately reported, Lord Commander, the evolved merfolk have brought back the adventurer's corpse. The poisonous merfolk gleefully boasted, Lord Commander, this is the corpse Lord Manhanos wanted. He didn't care and directly questioned, what kind of merfolk were you before you evolved, and what abilities do you have after evolving? What kind of merman were you before evolving, and what abilities do you have after evolving? The merman firemage squinted and smiled. Before I evolved, I was an elite merman. Now I can unleash fire magic. The merman toxin master chimed in, saying, before I evolved, I was a merman captain. Now I can secrete toxins with different toxic functions. The merman commander looked at the assassin with a puzzled gaze. Why, after killing human adventurers together, did the strongest merman guarding the lair among these for not evolve? The air fell silent for a beat. He opened his eyes wide. Wait, the strongest one. The merman commander shot a sharp glance at him. Go find a merman guard and bring him here. Taken aback by this sudden order, the assassin looked bewildered. He angrily yelled, Ha! What ha? I told you to go, so go quickly. He forced a laugh. Lord Commander, is this one okay? Later, the merman commander whispered into his subordinate's ear, go kill that human adventurer. His finger quickly pointed towards the woman. Receiving the order, he aggressively replied, yes, Lord Commander. Seeing this, the assassin chuckled. So, Lord Commander wants to observe the evolution process firsthand. The Merman Toxin Master showed a disgusted expression. He's testing merman evolution. Idiot! Just then, the merciless merman ended her life with a spear. In an instant, his body gradually faded into the night. The merman was seen transforming into a merman Kagong Master. The Merman Commander looked satisfied. So that's it. Is the prerequisite for evolution a lower rank? That's why he also killed human adventurers, and the Lair Guard couldn't evolve because their rank and the adventurers' rank weren't far apart, leading to a certain level of attention from the Sea Mother. Returning to reality, he pondered if that's the case. The Merman Commander turned to the elite Lair Guard and ordered, "Summon the merman from the forest here. I have something to say." The guard quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Finally, he pointed at the assassin. "As for you, take the adventurer's corpse to Lord Man Han Nusi." The guard immediately bowed. "Understood, Lord Commander." Meanwhile, flames flickered in the dark night. At this moment, Wonger slowly stepped into the tiger's den. He frowned and thought, it's a shame that Hero Tier Merman isn't here, otherwise, the quest to escape the North Tier dungeon, plus the breakthrough quest, plus killing a Hero Tier individual all at once, might even drop Epic Tier equipment. Not just the artifact upgrade scroll. Just then, the system screen lit up. It sent a notification. Due to the increased difficulty of the dungeon challenge, it has become a survival-type dungeon. Escape and breakthrough quests have been intentionally adjusted. This is a special announcement. Upon seeing the notification, Wonger nearly exploded. "What's going on? I just completed the clear quest, and it's been reset. Are you kidding me?" He quickly scrolled through the newly displayed info panel, breathing heavily, and there's this breakthrough quest after the reset. According to the dungeon tier formation rules summarized by the state, a Tier 9 dungeon must have a Tier 9 boss. Wonger froze, his heart pounding, his face pale. Is the growth rate of Hero Tier Merman individuals that fast? How long has it been? And it's already developed. On this side, the system also sent a notification. The man nearly screamed, "A Hero Tier Merman." He clenched his fist, muttering to himself, "I remember that the strength of a Hero Tier individual is roughly 2 to 3 ranks stronger than a regular boss of the same tier. So the boss's true tier is Tier 11 or 12. No wonder Dong Yuanzi and Wonger were overturned." That voice happened to echo right into Lily's ears. She slowly approached Lang Qi. "He's gone," he replied indifferently. "Let him go." Lang Qi's tone suddenly changed. "It's a good thing, as what we're doing next isn't convenient for adventurers to see." He just snapped his fingers. Immediately, a stream of white smoke billowed everywhere. The Eye of the Hand monsters could be seen approaching step by step. Lang Qi fearlessly ordered, "Bring back the souls," and dropped items of the adventurers who died in the dungeon. Instantly, they turned and flew straight into the sky. On the other side, the crowd looked at the screen in confusion. Old Song frowned, hesitatingly asking in a low voice full of doubt, "Didn't Wonger say that the growth rate of an individual hero tier is very slow? Before this dungeon turns, won't it become a threat to us? What's with this updated clear mission?" The man unconsciously spoke up. No wonder he advised us back then to hide the fact that this dungeon has a hero tier merman. He repeated in a serious tone, "Do you remember what Wonger said before? He said he was helping the Adventurer Association in Zhejiang City deal with the Dungeon Shift event and knew some intel that wasn't allowed to be disclosed to the public. What do you guys think? Among the undisclosed intel he knows, is there a case where after an elite dungeon's hero tier individual is subjugated, other intel can be obtained?" Old Song immediately interjected, his eyes gleaming as if he'd just realized something. "There really is this possibility." The person next to him carefully analyzed, "So, it seems that he might still be hiding some things that aren't synchronized with us. For example, perhaps he has a token that can help him complete an escape or clear mission." The man raised his hand to speak. "Right. And just as the mermen in the lake have all run out now, and the boss in this dungeon has been subjugated by Dong Yuanzi, I bet Wonger will definitely take the opportunity to sneak into the merman's lair and try to clear the dungeon." He spoke sarcastically. "Unfortunately, this dungeon has been upgraded due to that hero tier merman's excessive development. and the mission content has been reset. His efforts are in vain. The man continued with a triumphant look, and besides, based solely on this hero tier merman Manhannes being the final boss in a survival type tier 9 dungeon, Wonger couldn't have subjugated it alone after considering all his selfish gameplay. One can only say he deserved it. The atmosphere was heavy, someone whispered suggestively, but looking at it this way, I feel that Zhang Jixing, Dong Yuanzi, and Lang Qi are all hiding something. Since the mission has been reset, we don't need to be near the entrance to escape. How about we don't go back to avoid internal conflicts with them? The other person immediately agreed. Sounds good. At the same time, the merman had gathered in full force. The merman Kai Master stepped forward to report. Commander, everyone is here. He replied indifferently, good. Just then, the merman commander coughed. Immediately after, his voice echoed throughout the area. Just now, the Sea Mother once again blessed us. Our race has produced new leader tier mermen, who were just members among you not long ago. Speaking of this, he stressed, unlike before, this time, the advancement of the merman race does not require fulfilling harsh conditions that are almost impossible to complete. We only need to find the human adventurers in this forest and kill them to become leader tier mermen like us. Not only that, but we've also found an entrance to the adventurers' world. Think about it. That world must contain many targets for us to evolve. But before that, you need to deal with the adventurers in this forest first, and evolve to a level where you can fight alongside me and Lord Manhannes. In the final moment, he commanded aggressively, therefore, go forth and slaughter. Go and appease our gods with the blood of adventurers. At that instant, a familiar voice rang out. Wait a moment! The merman commander was slightly confused. Man, Lord Manhannes, he reported in a low voice, there are still 6 adventurers in this forest. 3 of them are rapidly moving away from us. In the cold darkness, his voice echoed, if you want to hunt adventurers to evolve. Without making the group wait long, Manhannes pointed forward. I suggest starting with the lone adventurers in this direction first. The merman commander nodded. His eyes held both surprise and reverence. He couldn't believe that Lord Manhannes, after devouring so many adventurers, had become so friendly. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, along with a fanciful thought, if Lord Manhannes can stabilize the state, then I can cultivate even more leader tier mermen for Lord Manhannes and a banished team of mourning. Tide merman, perhaps we could truly return to His Majesty's kingdom. He spun around, his gaze sharp, his voice like a shout. Why are you crying? The merman commander quickly denied. I'm not crying, it's just the strong wind blowing into my eyes. Meanwhile, Shanghai's group gathered below the apartment building. He stated his point decisively, therefore, we suspect that the rotating dungeon at my place will have more adult merman bosses. Hearing this, Hua Gong couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. Were those mermen affected by the rule roses? He continued in a low voice. This can be considered a somewhat narrow rule. Zheng Renjin probably hasn't mentioned it to you yet during dungeon exploration. Hua Gong explained in detail, the weak killing the strong, those with a higher level, will receive special rewards for the residents of the dungeon, that is to say. This reward is evolution. For us, it means attribute points, rare titles, and rare drops, such as artifact upgrade cards. The 3 mermen who turned into bosses must have relied on the number of adventurers trapped and killed in the dungeon, but their challenge level isn't high, at most equal to this dungeon's level. No need to worry though. Su Mao suddenly interrupted, but aren't there 15 adventurers trapped in the dungeon? If a large number of mermen evolve, won't we have to face 14 merman bosses simultaneously? Hua Gong chuckled softly. It won't be that bad. The adventurers trapped in the dungeon aren't fools. The fact that these people dared to pick a fight with Shanghai proves they are much stronger than adventurers of the same level. These skilled individuals gathered together, even if they don't trust each other, they can't be wiped out by a small level 7 merman dungeon. He spoke in a low but confident voice, of course, if you're really worried. Later, Hua Gong suggested, you can use a detection title on me to see which of the 3 new merman bosses poses a greater threat compared to me. Hua Gong crossed his arms. his eyes fierce, then suddenly roared and activated a skill. His entire body immediately erupted with a powerful aura. From a distance, Chung Hai and Su Mao silently observed. He looked at the scene, silently comparing. That physique is exaggerated, but isn't the highest possible combined basic attributes and profession bonuses only 20 points? Why didn't my body undergo such a drastic transformation when I activated my title and profession skill? Later, Hua Gong fiercely turned around. Who's stronger now, me or the 3 merman bosses you sensed? Su Mao paused slightly, then finally nodded, her voice firm. You are stronger, much stronger. Hua Gong chuckled softly, his gaze even more confident. Then there's no problem. This time, among the adventurers who came to assist with the rotating dungeon in Dongshan City, there are people even stronger than me. He proudly boasted, even if all 15 mermen that emerge from this dungeon are bosses, we can defeat them one by one. At the same time, Chung Hai and Wenjong looked at each other. The air was quiet for a moment, then he spoke. Alright then. Meanwhile, strange objects appeared on the ground. Lily whispered, this trip to Dongshan, I didn't expect it to be so arduous. Langqi continued with a frustrated look. Exactly, we initially found a target in the dungeon, but we couldn't complete the escape mission. I thought this trip was in vain, but then, taking advantage of the situation, we managed to obtain the souls and drops of 5 elite adventurers. He carefully calculated, adding the ones we killed in the dungeon last time, we should be able to trade with the demon this time. Just then, Hanny turned in one direction, barking furiously ahead. Lily asked doubtfully, what's wrong, Hanny? Before the group could react, the merman charged wildly. A hoarse sound gurgled from Manhunus's throat. One person is still missing. I can feel it. As long as I devour one more adventurer no lower than my level, I can undergo a complete transformation. She angrily questioned, does that mean the strongest merman in this forest is leading several subordinates, whose strength is only slightly less than yours, towards us? Langqi immediately speculated, 8 times out of 10, they're targeting us. I asked the Eye of the World, and they said there's a creature in this forest that can level up just by eating people. The cross-level mission mentioned the Devour Manhunus, so it must be him. Hearing this, Lily said irritably, so what do? We definitely can't defeat this boss, let alone with a group of subordinates. At that moment, he quickly came up with a plan. We can save our lives first. At the same time, the Eye of the Dead Tyrant Envoy suddenly appeared. It stared at the clone in front of it. The Eye of the Dead Tyrant Envoy commented, this batch of souls isn't bad. It spoke in a somewhat eerie voice. I can give you 4 units of guiding eyes and 1 summon slot for Du Quan's eyes. Langti immediately looked up. Wait a minute, this time I don't intend to expand my summoning group. It stared at him. So what do you want? Taken aback by the sudden question, Langti hesitated. I want you to help me. Saying this, he turned his gaze towards Manha and T, killed the heroic level merman behind him. He immediately reacted to Lang Tie's voice. Meanwhile, the Eye of the Dead Tyrant Envoy turned to look at Manha and T, and whispered, alright, on this side, Trin Hai and T Mao walked straight ahead. Vantring then suggested, how about we report to the Trenangsho Association? Hoa Sing immediately dismissed it. No need. He smirked. Now that the main profession is in its 2nd stage, the real combat power is at least level 12, a level 7 shifting underground city. Then Hoa Sing asked curiously, if you still don't feel secure with me and non-united with Injming to hold them off, how much do you look down on us? Vantrin replied indifferently, alright then. At the same time, T Mao began, I don't understand why Mr. Diu and the adventurer named Trin Hoa Sing don't want to call for more people to help. Isn't an extra layer of insurance better? Seeing this, Trin Hai explained, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, other places also have shifting underground cities. Many people come here to help, but fewer go elsewhere. Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Even so, it's unacceptable. He suddenly looked at the screen. Wait, the phone. Trin Hai unsuspectingly picked up the phone. A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. It's me, Team. The underground city is shifting soon. Are you participating? Trin Hai thought for a moment and replied, probably. They said they'd call me if they needed me. He responded with satisfaction. Okay, then let's meet up after the city's resolved. Haven't seen you in a while. To the right of An, the phone rang. Hello, the number you have dialed is busy. Please call again later. She yelled in dissatisfaction. Who is it? Calling Mr. Trin Hai in the middle of the night without sleeping. So annoying. Inch Kwai looked helpless. Aren't you also calling? He sighed. My little sister is good in every way, except for her love-struck brain. Trin Hai was about to speak but stopped abruptly, glancing at the screen. Why is there another missed call? And it's an incoming call. Timao turned to mock him. You really are a busy person. People are lining up to see you even in the middle of the night. As soon as he picked up, Trin Hai almost shouted, You've come to Mangson. And gave a strained laugh. I heard there's a level 7 underground city about to shift here, so I dragged my brother along to help. Hearing this, he was almost stunned. Wait, your brother is also an adventurer? At that moment, Trin Hai inadvertently recalled An's words. Next time they bother you, just come find me. My brother is a level 10 adventurer. They wouldn't dare provoke me. He nodded slightly. Oh, that's right. I remember now. The day we were pulled into the tomb, you mentioned your brother was a level 10 adventurer. Trin Hai's voice immediately came through. Is your brother with you now? And turned to look at Inch Kwai and confirmed, yes. Hearing this, he eagerly spoke up. Can you give the phone to him? I have something very important to tell him. She agreed without hesitation. Okay? Inch Kwai frowned slightly, his voice deliberate. What do you want to tell me? Trin Hai hurriedly announced. Listen to me. Mangson is very dangerous right now. The human city here hasn't spiraled out of control yet. Quickly take her back to Vantio. Inch Kwai was momentarily stunned. He repeated, out of control. Inch Kwai glanced over and urged, what exactly happened? Tell me in detail. Finally, he suggested, if it's not convenient to talk on the phone, then come to my place. We'll talk face to face. At this moment, the accomplice reminded loudly, hold on a little longer. We must persevere until Lord Manha NT arrives. Suddenly, a streak of light shot directly towards the Elite Layer's guardian. Realizing the critical situation, one of them shouted, be careful. Don't get hit by this guy's eye waves. On this side, Lily quickly observed. It ran away. Langti said with a smug tone, normally, the messenger of the Oblivion-eyed tyrant cannot be fooled by a merman who hasn't even reached hero tier level 10. Manha NT fled in a hurry. He couldn't help but be puzzled. I don't understand. Even I, after my transformation, probably couldn't defeat that eyeball monster. Manha NT glanced suspiciously. Those adventurers have so many powerful helpers. Why didn't they summon them earlier? Returning to the group, Anan questioned loudly, Brother Trin Hai, is this your sister? He quickly denied, no. She's my friend, Timao replied succinctly. A colleague. Hearing that, she gave a strained laugh. Oh, I see. Well. Inch Kwai suddenly spoke up. Earlier on the phone, you said that the underground of Mangson City is about to lose control. How exactly is it losing control? Without making him wait long, Trin Hai explained, the worst-case scenario is that in a few hours, 15 merman bosses will arrive in our world. At the same time, the merman began to transform. The merman necromancer excitedly exclaimed, so, after my evolution, my natural magic comprehension becomes this powerful. The merman Kagong master whispered, leader, it feels like its evolution path seems more formidable than ours. Just as the atmosphere intensified, a question cut through. Where are the other mermen? The merman necromancer turned back in confusion. Immediately, the merman Kagong master shouted, Lord Manha NT. A merman soldier interrupted to report. The assassin, the toxin master, and the fire mage led their teams to pursue those 3 long shield adventurers. He snorted softly, his eyes flashing with murderous intent in the darkness. Then let them be. You all, lead the surviving merman and follow me. The adventurer at the exit summoned an eyeball monster whose strength far exceeds mine. We must avoid it and retreat to the lake first. He unconsciously shouted, "What?" The Merman Kagong Master looked incredulous. Stronger than Lord Manha NT? The Merman Necromancer suddenly suggested, "Then let me cover the rear." He added firmly, "I can control these undead to hold back that eyeball monster, buying time for everyone." Seeing this, Manha NT agreed without hesitation. Alright. At the same time, the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger rushed through the wind. Suddenly, it stopped, its eyes wide open. Before the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger, a line of mermen advanced. In an instant, it was surrounded. The messenger of the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant looked around. This number of undead, the hero-tier merman, is still in its growth phase. And what's more, there's His Majesty, who has mastered necromancy. At that moment, the leader shouted loudly, "Eyeball monster spotted, kill it." The Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger squinted, observing. Looking at this situation, this merman tribe might have many leader-tier mermen. Using the souls of 5 elite human adventurers to buy the life of the hero-tier merman is a bit not worth it. At the same time, the merman necromancer from above saw everything. He chuckled gleefully. "All the mermen who died in this forest are here." The merman necromancer became even more triumphant, being besieged by hundreds of undead. Even if you have a superior like Lord Manhanuos, you'll be dragged to death. Speaking of this, he pondered, "I wonder what the Mother of the Sea will reward me for killing such a powerful being. If I evolve into Manhanuos, no, surpass a being like Lord Manhanuos." It was at this moment that the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger fired a dazzling beam of light. The beam of light immediately swept through, and the tree trunks toppled. Witnessing that scene, he gasped, "What kind of magic is that? My undead army, was it destroyed so easily?" In just an instant, the merman had fallen to the ground. At that moment, the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger observed calmly. It thought to itself, Langshi must increase the remuneration based on the basic fee. At this, Langshi yelled in dissatisfaction, "You want to increase the remuneration?" The Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger brazenly replied, "The difficulty of the commission doesn't match the remuneration. It's perfectly reasonable for me to want to increase it, isn't it?" Saying this, it squinted and at the same time offered a suggestion. "Of course, you can also change the content of the commission." Faced with the Oblivion-eyed Tyrant's messenger's fluctuating attitude, Langshi gritted his teeth. He paused, then lowered his voice, making another proposal. "If it's changed to protecting us until the subterranean city rotates, then are the souls of 5 elite adventurers enough?" It silently considered for a moment, finally nodding, "Enough." The scene shifts to Dongshan Hotel. Inside, Wugui nodded slightly. "So that's it. Through special titles, you discovered that Dongshan City's subterranean city is at risk of losing control." Chunhai quickly interjected, "Moreover, not long ago, 3 bosses appeared under this subterranean city. At this rate, I'm worried that more bosses will appear in a few hours." He slowly said, "It's possible, but it's nothing too terrible." Hearing this, Sumao frowned, "And that's not terrible yet?" Wugui just chuckled softly, as if he had seen through its essence. Let's consider it from another perspective. For adventurers trapped in the subterranean city, it can already be considered a survival-type subterranean city. Based on the principle of equal rotation, these mermen entering our world will receive the same treatment. At that time, to match this difficulty, the title restrictions originally imposed on us, the defending side will definitely be lifted. Wugui emphasized each word, but even then, it won't be balanced. Then this subterranean city's rotation might turn into a grave. Once a merman completes the escape mission, high-level adventurers from our side will join in. And angrily yelled, "Brother, why are you talking about a grave again?" Wugui brazenly ignored her and continued, "In short, put your heart at ease. This subterranean city won't become a threat to Dongshan. I guarantee it." In another development, the merman necromancer kept gesticulating. The merman soldier looked confused. "Did it ignore you?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes, that eyeball monster used its ray blast to destroy my undead and then left. It seems to have no interest in other mermen besides Lord Manhanuos." Speaking of this, the merman necromancer started, Where is Lord Man Hanuos? Contrary to him, the merman soldier grinned. At the same time, Man Hanuos approached the cave step by step. Warner immediately poked his head out to observe. A heavy silence enveloped them. He suddenly spoke up. I was wondering why an adventurer disappeared, so he was hiding here. Meanwhile, Chung Hai and Su Mao quickly walked out. She said with a stutter, maybe I'm really just too worried. He immediately retorted, no, it's their problem. Chung Hai emphasized each word. Although the graveyard is a survival-type dungeon, if we exclude the boss that only appears in Phase 2. The actual challenge difficulty of Phase 1 is even lower than a regular dungeon of the same level. If my family's dungeon, after its rotation, shares the same characteristics as the graveyard, then its Phase 1 will be a nightmare for elite adventurers in Dongshan City. At the same time, Lan anxiously called out, over here, over here. She immediately made a judgment. After 10 minutes, the level 7 merfolk in this area will rotate. The number of challengers for this dungeon is 15, considering the number of adventurers of the same level remaining in this dungeon. Zhu Yang suddenly interrupted. Then, after the rotation, the number of merfolk coming to our side should be less than this number. Didn't they say Wu Gui from the Loose Alliance and Chen Hoa Kong from Zhangzhou also arrived? Why don't I see them? And had Hai announced, Zumu from Ways also doesn't seem to be here. Shinley said coldly, normally, as big figures among elite adventurers, they wouldn't do such tedious work like setting up ropes. Zhu Yang replied indifferently, is that so? Meanwhile, Zai Hui was unusually silent. Lin's voice suddenly broke the silence. Also, once someone successfully captures a merfolk, I will synchronize this information with everyone via drone. The value of the first live-caught merfolk is equivalent to a boss. After this dungeon rotation is resolved, I will award achievement points based on the merfolk you hunt, and then help you exchange them for rare items, title clues, intelligence, and class change items. In a contrasting scene, the system screen appeared. Lane Chi pondered. In the end, only 5 people were lucky enough to survive. Later, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help. The envoy of the tyrant replied softly, no need to be so polite. Immediately after, the two looked at each other. Lang Chi and Lily simultaneously shouted, escape. In an instant, they both returned to reality. Lang Chi looked at the group in surprise. How come it's you guys? The man then scoffed. It's very unexpected to you that the 3 of us survived until the end. He quickly explained, no, I just didn't expect Wonger to die. Old Song almost yelled, Wonger is dead, no way, he has flash steps. He continued to ramble on. Even if he was caught by that heroic level merfolk, he should have been able to use the forest terrain to escape, right? At the same time, Manhan Nuos roared, power is constantly surging. The Rune continued to argue, on the contrary, you guys, you clearly escaped, so why are you still blocking the exit? For me, you guys fight those mermen, even if the mermen conveniently attack our world at half speed. He flatly denied, no, that's not it. The main thing is that after we came back, we found that our titles were still usable, which is a bit different from the principle of advantageous attacks for the attacking side. Immediately, someone chimed in, we suspect Wonger played us, so we were waiting to confront him for an explanation. Old Song grumbled further, who knew he'd die? Now it's great. The dead have no responsibility. What a waste of waiting. Finally, they quietly and unhappily departed. Afterward, Lin Zhu from outside approached. She presented her ID card and spoke. Only a few of you survived? Lane Chi answered for the group. Yes, only us. Immediately after, Lin ordered, understood, then follow me. Old Song gritted his teeth and complained. I knew it. Doing dirty work has risks. This time it's terrible. Next, they saw Lin being stopped. Wait, strictly speaking, we're just ordinary tourists who came because of the bounty on Shanghai. Although we broke into Shanghai's home and occupied his dungeon challenge spot, we didn't have any contact with Shanghai. As for Article 27 of the Exploration Law regarding dungeon entrances, private dungeons don't have association personnel guarding them. For some power disputes wouldn't warrant intervention from the local association. would they? She didn't mind retorting, that's irrelevant. According to Article 14 of the Dungeon Reversal Defense Law, I represent the Dongsun Association in selecting you to assist us in handling this dungeon reversal event. Do you have any objections? Immediately, two people said, no, we'll cooperate. After that, everyone obediently replied, cooperate. No one dared to object, not even the most aggressive person, cooperate. Lin was satisfied and continued, all right. Let's synchronize intelligence first. What's the general composition of monsters and the boss in this level 7 dungeon? Meanwhile, a merman suddenly appeared. It looked around at the strange surroundings, bewildered. In the underworld, many other monsters were also gathering at the gate. A notification board appeared at the gate. Then the merman commander made a judgment. It was 10 just now. After one merman entered, it became 9. So, this number indicates the remaining quantity that can go over there? The merman fire mage immediately added, if there's a quantity limit, that means we might face the same predicament as those human adventurers. Manha and T suddenly interjected, that's not a problem. As long as they don't summon those eyeball monsters, human adventurers aren't scary. Outside, as the news spread, someone panicked, level 9 dungeon, hero tier Murphic? He frowned and continued. Its type has also been adjusted and changed according to its level, becoming the survival type with the highest death rate. Langti and Lily nodded. We can testify to being targeted by a human-tier merman. We paid a huge price to escape. Guest Wonger, who was trapped inside, wasn't so lucky. Upon hearing this, he thought to himself, Wonger is dead, even he didn't survive, so the difficulty of this dungeon. Ho Sang, standing nearby, was also extremely wary, survival-type dungeon, hero tier Murphic? Finally, Ho Sang's assessment was interesting. Scene shifts to the headquarters. That night, Nan Quan was very agitated after the phone call. Shanghai's dungeon has hero tier Murphic, and not only that, it's been adjusted to level 9 survival. Vanchern coldly added, not only that, according to the challenge level conversion formula, the actual challenge level of a hero tier individual must add 23 on top of the leader's level increase. I feel that this dungeon reversal might get out of control. Nan Quan immediately ordered, a survival type dungeon, even after reversal, remains a survival type. To coordinate with the difficulty, your titles will be removed. Without title restrictions, Tren Ho Sing and Inch Kwai should be able to defeat that merman. If they fail, then Nim and I will intervene. Vantrigg listened to the whole sentence and simply replied, understood. Then Nan Quan abruptly hung up. He was utterly disgusted. Why has this matter concerning Shanghai become so outrageous? Returning to his house, countless monsters were emerging. The current number is 9, the merman commander respectfully said, enough people, my lord. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared before Manhao and T. The other monsters were also stunned, encountering a similar situation. The system panel displayed a few lines of text. You can only return after staying for 1 day or killing an adventurer whose level is not lower than yours by 2 levels. Killing an adventurer 3 levels higher allows for evolution. Currently, there are only 2 figures in the park. Shanghai is summoning a whistle from the system. Then he immediately put it to his mouth and blew. The space quickly linked with another world. The fairy warrior slowly stepped out from the spatial gate. Are you looking for me? He looked at it thoughtfully. Yes, but why have you changed form? System note, Fairy Warrior, challenge level 7. Sumao took a quick glance and commented, it has evolved. I once saw in the monster blueprints that it's the superior form of the Fairy Warrior. After hearing this, he calmly replied, I see. Then a system panel suddenly appeared. Sumao also encountered a similar situation. It was a prompt due to the actual challenge difficulty of True Heap's Merman spawning season dungeon increasing after the transformation of the Steel Forest dungeon. The dungeon is now adjusted to a level 9 survival type, lifting all restrictions on the opposing faction. At the same time, Zumao was standing and listening to a phone call, and Nim on the other end asked, where are you? He replied blankly, Dong Honthin Road. Why? He quickly explained, Something's changed. The transformed dungeon in Dongsun now has an heroic level merman. Just casually pick to merfolk of considerable strength, kill them, and turn them in. Don't touch the heroic level one. Zhu Mao replied indifferently. Okay, any other requests? He simply said, none, be careful. Shanghai's house was bustling. I understand. The red dots are adventurers to levels lower than us. The black dots are leaders, 3 levels higher than us. The poison merman carefully looked again and was quite annoyed. There are only 2 black dots, not enough to split. The merman necromancer suddenly exclaimed, why don't I have any black dots? The mermancy master immediately explained, because you're 1 level higher than us. The assassin immediately concluded, so if I want to evolve, I can't just rely on the leaders or to increase positive effects. The poison merman rested his chin on his hand and replied, it seems you're right. Then the merman leader asked, my lord, does your map show the stepping stones for evolution? Manhan knew to replied, no, I guess we can only attract more high-level adventurers by wiping out all human adventurers in this area. Then the merman leader loudly exclaimed, everyone, your mission is to clear all red and black dots on the map. Attract higher-level adventurers. The assassin wondered, but there are only 2 black dots. How will we divide them? That didn't stump him. The black dot nearby will be personally handled by me leading the elite defense layer. As for the approaching black dot, after you've dealt with the nearby adventurers. The order of challenge will be decided based on how many red dots you've hunted. The merman firemage praised, this method is quite fair. Everyone has a chance. He continued to ask the crowd, any other questions? If not, you're free to operate. The assassin hastily spoke up, yes, I'm not good at direct combat. If I kill your prey with arrows, what happens? They continued to discuss for a while, unaware that they were being recorded. Van Trong looked thoughtfully at his phone. Then he explained, there are 2 creatures not yet identified as leader level. They might be rare professions among merfolk. The leader level merman data has already been sent to everyone's phones, including challenge level, abilities, and weaknesses. Hoa Kong then recalled, besides the heroic level merman, there are 2 rare leader level ones. No wonder the girl with the special title felt the transformed dungeon was getting out of control. Then a loudspeaker blared, all units, attention, the merfolk are out. 7 in total, not traveling together, no heroic level ones. Then an explosion suddenly appeared in the sky. That was the work of the assassin. The comms device blared, attention, there's a merman with blink skill. It has a magic bow, everyone beware of sneak attacks. The drone kept repeating the announcement, making him look out. Manhan noticed was utterly disgusted. Too noisy, these human creations. Immediately after, the merman Lichmich spoke up, no choice. After all, this is the opponent's home turf. Frankly, who do you think will evolve? Manha noticed looked out the window pensively. In a secluded corner, a secret conversation was taking place, which also means, besides the heroic level merman, there's also a leader level merman like the Lichmich that's super powerful, right? Lang Shi replied, that's correct. If we encounter them, my recommendation is to fully prepare and to wait for reinforcements. Lily suddenly interrupted them. Stop talking. A merman is here. The whole group looked in the distance. The Knight's Gauntlet from England activated. Thongla softly asked, is this the one? Lang Shi coldly shook his head. No. He then happily joked, then it seems our luck isn't bad. Conversely, the merman firemage was secretly cursing, damn it, I have to deal with the one who can summon eyeball monsters again. Then he blew a hot breath towards them. From inside the building, Manha noticed looked over with wide eyes. This signal confirmed the firemage has encountered the summoner of eyeball monsters. Just in time, we can compare after I evolve, who's stronger between me and that eyeball monster. Then he jumped out alone. Attention everyone, a heroic level has appeared. It's moving towards West Gate. On this side, Lang Chi was shouting, this merman isn't strong. Don't let it get away. Hanny obeyed her master's command and jumped up. On this side, the merman firemage was concentrating his firepower. He immediately formed a fireball that enveloped Hanny. Unexpectedly, the eye-hand monsters began to shout, "I wave volley." After a loud roar, all their malice was directed towards him. The merman fire mage gritted his teeth and used the bending art. A thin shield appeared, causing the attacks to miss. Lily wouldn't just stand by. She summoned her mundane whip to assist. "Take this whip." Immediately after, the enemy's hand was tightly entangled by the whip. He mumbled incantations. "Oh, tyrant of the Absol, I from the warm domain, I implored to borrow your power." Mind control. Right after that sentence, darkness rushed towards him. In a flash, the mystical light made the merman fire mage freeze. Lily quickly signaled, "Now." Thongla acted. "Oh, Supreme Queen of England, please bestow upon me the power to slay the enemy before me." Immediately after, he was comforted. "Use it wholeheartedly, my knight." Then, with a cold glare, Thongla's blade cut through the darkness. After that, the attack cut into the merman fire mage's body. Chi Lang then concluded. Immediately after, a communicator flew over. The merman's legs quickly stomped on the ground. They unexpectedly shouted. Lily was in a hurry. Fight or flee? For a moment, Langshi also found it hard to answer. Then Manhan Nusi wondered. They didn't want to swap that eyeball monster anymore. Was it because they didn't think it was necessary? Or can they not swap it now? In the park, the assassin was overjoyed. The green-skinned guy in charge of guarding looks a bit stronger. Then I'll kill him first. But at that very moment, a bone-chilling object appeared. In an instant, it cut the assassin in half. The elf warrior was bewildered by the sudden action. Shanghai, on the other hand, joyfully asked. He went over and offered it to Su Mao. Even so, she was quite disgusted. Shanghai laughed awkwardly, taking it as understanding. Right, these guys are weaker than I thought. I plan to take the initiative. Can you provide me with the location? Su Mao coldly replied. Now, Hua Gong had begun a great slaughter. The merman leader was also being cornered by the two of them. Wen Zhang felt rather dismissive. It seems the hero merman won't be that strong either. Then Hua Gong again raised his weapon, sweeping across his opponent. The two elite lair guards landed simultaneously in a distant place. He was extremely satisfied. I can handle these alone, go help the others. Wen Zhang didn't say much and agreed immediately. But suddenly, the situation before them changed. The two elite lair guards were boosted to level 9 due to reinforced toxins. He laughed mockingly. Meanwhile, the refrigerator in Shanghai's house was being rummaged through. The merman necromancer secretly hoped, but just then, the two drawers below shook unusually. So the merman necromancer curiously pulled them open. His gaze immediately became dejected. Then he immediately asked, back on this side, the Mermanchi Master has also been upgraded to level 9. Because of this, he immediately gathered spiritual energy in his hand. Lam quickly shouted, it drank a strengthening potion. My elemental armor might not be able to stop its Qigong wave. On this side, the battle title continued to activate received. Next was the title, Brothers United, Unyielding and Indomitable. The system also summoned 3 shield fragments for them, Giant's Shard, Elite Grade. If adventurers with the same class title gather enough large shield fragments, they can temporarily upgrade this wonder item to rare grade. At the same time, Xiaoxi had just dodged 2 attacks. The merman commander frowned and raised a finger. As he was running, he noticed a small sound on the ground. Immediately after, a wave burst from the hole and hit him in the stomach. Lam called out anxiously, Xiaoxi. He was also very startled to see his teammate injured. Old man, I'll carry the bricks. Just then, a person with the title Demoness Expert appeared. Tumu coldly asked, what are you so proud of? Then he launched an attack towards the enemy. In an instant, the Ice Seal spell froze the merman. Turning to the other side, the whip was used once more. Lanchi took the opportunity to cast a spell, Tyrant's Eye of Dark Hell, I implore your power. He shot out a psychic control beam stronger than before. Surprisingly, Manhan Nusi was completely immune to the attack. Lai Lai immediately jumped in surprise. Lane Shi, known for his composure, also gritted his teeth. Then Manhan Nusi spoke up, had enough fun? Summon the eye monster, I want to fight it. Knowing what Lai Lai was about to ask, Lang Chi replied, I already asked. It didn't answer. Thongla offered to help. I know you still have a final move. Strangely, Thongla turned his back. I refuse. This merman came for you. I have no obligation to risk myself with you, let alone your control spells have no effect on it. Lang Chi gritted his teeth, watching his opponent leave. Meanwhile, Manhan Nusi had gotten behind him. What a pity. It seems you really can't summon it. I thought killing it might allow me to evolve. Lai Lai trembled as she called out to the other person, Lang Chi. At this moment, his claws appeared. You're useless now. A desperate cry rang out, followed by blood splattering everywhere. On the other front, Xiaoxi was being carried away on a stretcher. Then, the three brothers also brought along the merman in ice. Slow down. Lam turned and said, points for the first boss will be calculated based on the boss's intensity after it ends. At that time, we will open the window to exchange for wonder items and other things. Zumu replied calmly, I'm looking forward to it. Immediately after, both their notification windows appeared. It was a system reminder. Merman 009 has completed the mission escape. Iron Stop entering phase 2. Scene change, a meeting was taking place in the gym. Renjun was the one who spoke first. It's our turn to go out there. And Ran, however, calmly lifted the weights a few more times. Back in the city, the merman leader was trying his best to escape. I was careless. Although I had a certain prediction about the strength of a level 10 adventurer, was the elite layer's enhanced protection really dealt with so simply? This high-level adventurer is different from the one we met in the forest. The next second, the merman leader's movements froze. Impossible. A giant being from the dragon clan had crushed him to death. Moreover, the dragon was also carrying a person. Wugui simply said coldly, one down. His appearance greatly surprised Hua Gong Wugui. That's my score, he replied with a dark expression. It's just a leader level 1. No need to be so precise, right? The next second, a rumbling sound emanated. Are you humans the strongest in this area? Both looked back at the sound. A hero-level merman. Furthermore, Wugui noticed the object he was holding, Lang Chi. In another location, the situation was also tense. Everyone shouted in chaos, this merman's poison is countered by Miss Anne. If we keep fighting like this, we'll slowly wear it down. The merman poison master cursed under his breath. That's because this enhanced poison can only be used once. A moment later, he was suddenly struck by lightning again. That raised the question, wait, no way? The other side also followed that thought, is the leader dead? The system then reported, boss level up provider dead, boss dissipates, level reverts to level 8. Even so, the merman necromancer had an idea, the fire mage, poison master, and Kai master aren't they also? He immediately waved his hand and commanded, come here, go bring the fallen brethren back. I'll perform necromancy for them. If anyone's about to die, use this to save them. Returning to the merman poison master, only one last drop of the enhanced poison remained. As soon as he saw the enemy's actions, Zhu Yang immediately warned, its target is Miss N. Find a way to stop it. His comrades, hearing this, shouted, Old Song. Immediately after receiving the signal, Old Song lunged to shield. Old Song's shield then took the full brunt of the merman poison master's attack. Struggling, he gritted his teeth and roared, you want to get past me? The merman poison master replied hatefully, you humans. Then a golden beam of light began to incinerate the merman, and instinctively looked for the person who had just attacked. The system quickly noted, celestial creature, partial angelic manifestation, challenge level 10. Immediately after rescuing her, the angel vanished again. From a distance, someone coughed softly as they approached. Van Trong softly asked, I'm not late, am I? And happily replied, just in time. Next, an object rolled out from the trio's side. It stopped on a patch of grass a few centimeters from them. Then the object itself released a hazy smoke. They quickly noticed something was wrong. Who threw the smoke bomb? That's not right, my senses are dulled. Smoke bombs don't have this effect. This has been turned into a mystic item. Then a voice rang out. The fire mage and the commander are dead. The master told me to call you back. The stubborn poisoner merman yelled, "Leave me alone. I don't wish to evolve anymore. I'll just casually kill an adventurer later and then return." Inside the apartment, magic was being used. The merman necromancer raised both hands, soul transference. Then hazy wisps of smoke slowly emerged from the body. A transparent form stood up. The merman commander asked in confusion, "I've turned into an undead?" The merman necromancer replied smugly, "That's right." Meanwhile, an announcement echoed in the room, "Master, I'm back." Then the corpse of the merman fire mage appeared. He immediately asked anxiously, "Where are the Qigong master and the poisoner?" The elite lair guard recounted, "The Qigong master was captured by human adventurers. As for the poisoner, it seems he suffered a blow and no longer seeks evolution. He just wants to escape quickly now." He frowned thoughtfully. "Is that so?" Back on the battlefield, only a pool of blood remained where the poisoner merman had been. Zhu Yang said with a hint of regret, "That leader-grade merman got away." Van Trong immediately asked, "Can we find it?" On the computer screen, Jia Kun replied, "Found it. It just scaled the wall and left Kim Hon Lone Key to military band. It's now fleeing westward." Van Trong then commanded, "Help me plan the pursuit route. Also, notify the nearest adventurer to intercept it." Jia Kun immediately replied, "Understood." As for the poisoner merman, he secretly hoped, "It's best if these adventurers don't chase me. Now I understand the difference between high-ranking, mid-ranking, and low-ranking races that Commander-in-Chief said we and the Jackal Kin are low-ranking. Only after evolving into a leader can we gain a profession. Unlike these mid-ranking elite races where everyone has one, this makes these human adventurers clearly not strong when alone, but once their numbers increase and they coordinate, they become very difficult to deal with. Although I have Lord Man Han Nuos, the invasion of mid-ranking worlds by low-ranking races is ultimately to forced, while the adventurer's attention is focused on Lord Man Han Nuos. I must seize the opportunity to leave this dangerous world. At the same time, Kangla received a phone call. Jing Chuan urgently said, "Cloud Soaring City Adventurer Kangla, a leader-grade merman has broken through the first blockade and is only 100 meters from you. We need you to stop it until reinforcements arrive." He replied irritably, "But I've already dealt with a leader-grade one. According to Article 7 of the regulations, you can't." Jing Chuan immediately replied, "I know, but now it's only 20 meters away. 1 meter. Now it's behind you." The poisoner merman was furious. "I've been discovered." Thonghua also immediately searched for an item. Why did this happen to me? Meanwhile, he had taken out another vial of poison, though a low rank fighting a mid rank. As a leader grade, there's no reason for me to lose to an elite grade. Scene change, a large blade was swinging up. Just as it came down, Hoa Kong blocked it. The previous blow had caused a crack in the blade, but the downward pressure was still immense. Immediately after that, someone shouted, "Get out of the way." The red dragon from the sky was plunging down. Next, it made Man Han Nusi leap out of position. Before he could collect himself, there was another notification. It turned out the system had a hint. Higher grade adventurer detected. The merman has not completed the escape mission. Please hurry. Back on this side, Hoa Kong was furious. "You didn't even know how to ambush? Why did you shout? And go quite a night, idiot. I'm helping you out." At this moment, Man Han Nusi began to calculate. The movement speed of these two black dots is too fast. It seems I won't make it in time. What a pity, I originally wanted them to reach level 11 before evolving. The strange movement stopped their argument. That is, evolutionary light? Hoa Kong said in fear. Wait, and hero grade can still evolve. Isn't this like levels 6 to 10 in the underground city? In the sky, tiny red dots of light were flying in. It helped the merman's arm form spikes. Next, the evolution helped his legs grow longer. The breadth of his shoulders also multiplied. The red glow in his pupils deepened even further. Finally, the system displayed information. Devourer Man Han Nusi, current challenge level 13, profession unknown. Scene change. The car sped through the night. Trin Hai complained, "Master, can you go any faster?" Tu Mao sat silently in a corner, pondering, what's going on? Clearly, there weren't many mermen left just now, so why did two sources of danger suddenly appear? And why is the leader of these mermen suddenly so much stronger? He saw her state and murmured in confusion. Tu Mao's expression, is Tian Tai's situation really not optimistic? A figure was running very fast on the road to escape the hazy green smoke pursuing him. It turned out to be Thongla. He was quite annoyed. Damn it, I've been stalling for so long. Why hasn't backup arrived yet? Thongla couldn't run fast enough and was engulfed by the green smoke. Then he was in so much pain that he vomited blood. The poisoner merman was also giving chase. I was careless. I didn't expect this human adventurer's strength to be almost equal to mine. I almost messed up. Thongla then wondered, is this where it ends? The poisoner merman didn't hesitate and unleashed his poisons. Suddenly, the system sent a notification. Attention, a higher-grade human adventurer has been detected. The Mervic escape mission has not yet been completed. Please hurry. He froze, staring intently at the screen. Wait, these two black dots. Before he could think much, An Nin stopped him, breaking his bones. Even Thongla didn't expect this situation. Afterward, An Nin turned and called out, Trin Non Quan. How are the points for the leader level calculated? Someone is also slowly approaching from that direction. Non Quan appeared and replied simply, special situations require special measures. I still calculate based on the standard of the city nearing loss of control. On the other side, the moment Manhan knew to completed his evolution in front of Tran Hoa Kong and Ngo Kwai, a thought flashed through both their minds. The girl with the special title is expected to fulfill the prophecy of the city losing control. Because for a regular level 7 city to advance to a level 9 survival city is already a rare occurrence. It's rare for a hero level individual to appear on top of that, and this individual can even actively evolve. Hoa Kong observed him and sighed inwardly. This kind of thing has never been mentioned before. How unlucky am I to encounter such a dead end for the first time? Ngo Kwai shouted, Tran Hoa Kong, given the current situation, I feel that even if Trin Non Quan himself came, he wouldn't be able to salvage this reality of the city losing control. Or should we retreat? Hoa Kong replied with a crucial point. The premise is that it's willing to let us go. Manhan knew to wondered, is Trin Non Quan your leader? Hearing him speak, Ngo Kwai was stunned silent. Hoa Kong thought to himself, what's going on? Aren't Merfic unable to use human language? He then pointed in a direction and said, I can sense that two very strong individuals are rushing towards that direction. Is one of them the Trin Non Quan you just mentioned? If so, can you reveal if this Trin Non Quan is a legend now? Hoa Kong looked mysterious. Cannot reveal. Manhan knew to ponder to himself. It seems not. Then there's nothing to worry about. Seeing him strike a pose, Ngo Kwai immediately yelled, be careful. He's really doing it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the other person had already performed a few sword swings. He was no different from a beast hunting for food. Luckily, Ngo Kwai quickly equipped himself with a layer of armor. Seeing that the situation seemed bad, he immediately shouted, and summoning. Ngo Kwai escaped just in time as Manhan knew to chop his disguised beast to pieces. Manhan knew to immediately clicked his tongue in disdain. On another side, the merman necromancer was sitting on the sofa, intently watching the screen. He thought to himself, finally, I found the black dots. But to ensure safety, I still need to complete the escape mission first. Take care of one red dot first. Outside the city, someone's silhouette was subtly moving closer to the crowded area. Tu Yet Dung looked towards this person. He wondered, didn't you go chase that poisonous merman? Why are you back? Van Trong replied that leader-level boss was dealt with by Trin Non Quan and his assistant. Van Trong walked over and asked, on the contrary, why are all of you gathered here? Have the Merfic in this area been dealt with? Lam immediately reported the situation. Most have been dealt with, except for the hero merman that Ngo Kwai and Tran Hoa Kong are responsible for. Now, only the regular scout merman, the leader-level merman necromancer, and its undead slaves remain unresolved. Tuyet Dong continued, but they're inside the building and refuse to come out. Combat in rooms won't give us an advantage, and this type of terrain will definitely be more favorable to the undead. So we can only wait here for them to come out. After hearing this, Van Trong fell silent, deep in thought. At this moment, a merman stood above, silently observing them. It was sitting on a railing of a nearby building. After that, this merman used its sensory resonance skill with another primary merman. He wondered, why are these human adventurers gathered together like this? This is troublesome. It seems our forces are insufficient after all. Someone in the building opposite silently raised a bow. Trinhai here aimed carefully and shot cautiously. The arrow flew swiftly through the night towards the building opposite. The merman didn't react in time and was shot straight through. The merman necromancer cried out in pain, clutching its chest in panic. Who did that? Trinhai asked, how many mermen are left on my side now? T-Mao replied, there are 5 left, one of them is particularly small and weak. He turned and called to the warrior elf. Come with me for a bit. I need you to stand out in the open and draw fire for me. It immediately obeyed. At this moment, Hoeseng was fiercely fighting Manha NT. It seemed Hoeseng was at a disadvantage. His wounds were appearing more and more frequently. He spoke first, that's enough, I'm bored of playing. Hoeseng didn't comply. He tried his best to push him away. Hoeseng thought to himself, Inchquai, I've created an opportunity for you. Damn it, you better seize it for me. At this moment, Inchquai seized the chance and charged forward, and used the move Piercing Point Strike, shattering God Slayer scripture. Manha NT continued, of course, that includes you. He clawed a line across Inchquai's chest, making blood gush out like a fountain. Hoeseng took this opportunity to attack him from behind. Manha NT easily dodged and gave him a cut on the chest. Hoeseng's blood also gushed out incessantly. In an instant, both of them had fallen to the ground, proving that neither of them was his match. Manha NT said to someone behind him, haven't you seen enough? Non Quan, standing on the other side, asked in return, impressive, how did you discover me? He replied, it's my innate talent. I can smell the scent of strong individuals equal to or stronger than myself. Then he looked towards a distant corner. Don't hide there anymore either. I won't give you any openings. And Nim slowly revealed his tall figure. Manha NT said with a faint sugary tone, speaking of which, you truly are cold-blooded and ruthless, just watching me kill your excellent juniors like this. If I hadn't called you out, would you have continued watching? Non-Quan was not to be outdone. It's the same for you. Wasn't 7 to 8/10 of your subordinates already annihilated? And Nim reminded Non-Quan, this guy's strength is too different from what you told me. He explained, because it has evolved. Don't worry, I will calculate points based on the standard for uncontrolled level 11 to level 15 subterranean city, so you won't suffer a loss. And Nim replied, that would be good. Scene change, Van Trig's alarmed voice rang out. What? Trinon Quan told us to withdraw from the 2-star medal while military review. The other end of the line said, yes, this time the subterranean city rotation is out of control. He said he won't be able to look after you all during the fight later. Van Trig couldn't help but wonder, but the merman necromancer and its servant haven't been dealt with. Are we just leaving them be? Jakan typed on the computer while answering, we're not leaving them be. T-Mao just contacted me. She said the merman in that building will be handled by Trin Hai. Van Trig quietly asked, Trin Hai is here? Now, you call him. Tell him not to do anything foolish. That merman necromancer and the merman assassin he dealt with are not on the same level. A legendary seed like him doesn't need to risk being here. Even if this grand city's rotation is related to him, it's not worth it. Upon hearing Trin Hai's name, Team Monk couldn't help but pay attention in that direction, and Trach, who was no exception, both listening intently. The scene shifts inside the house. The elevator slowly opened. The elven warrior also slowly moved from there. The merman saw it and immediately hid, waiting for an opportunity. But perhaps it didn't expect that behind it, as Scythe was waiting. Trin Hai didn't use too much force. easily dealing with this merman. Hearing the sound, the elven warrior immediately turned its head to observe. He reminded it, "Don't turn your head, keep going." The merman necromancer was unwilling after losing connection with its subordinate, killed again. What a joke, that was a level 7 undead elite. Having no choice, he prepared something. Then he ordered again, "A leading class green-skinned one has reached our floor. You guys deal with it." The surrounding merfolk immediately obeyed and left. On Jakon's side, he called out loudly, "Brother Diu, no, Brother Trinhai has turned off his phone. I can't reach him." Vantryn didn't believe it and asked again. He turned it off. He heard two figures approaching him. Timung spoke up asking, "Need help?" Vantryn's face was grim as he thought, not saying a word. The room door on the other side slowly opened. The elven warrior entered a room and saw a merman muttering some kind of spell. Seeing it, the merman immediately unleashed a multi-shot fireball spell. The flames attacked the elven warrior like a storm. The merman cheered, "Now's the time." After saying that, it immediately burrowed into the floor. Then another merman ran in from the hallway. Trinhai easily dealt with this merman using his gun. The leader merman necromancer couldn't help but be surprised. Humans have skills similar to assassins. No wonder those two cunning guards were killed in an instant. That explains it. Yet another merman appeared in the hallway. Trinhai didn't even bother, turning his back and walking into the room. He didn't forget to instruct, "The merman in the hallway is yours." Trinhai's footsteps quickly rushed into the room. He gripped his weapon tightly in his hand, rushing forward. The merman used its old trick, unleashing multiple fireballs, making them simultaneously rush towards Trinhai. He again easily dealt with this merman. System warning exceeded the limit of undead killed. The merman couldn't accept it and screamed, "No!" But for Trinhai, screaming as much as it wanted was useless. The merman was struck by him and disintegrated into smoke. Trinhai wondered, why isn't that merman necromancer showing itself? Never mind, use past vision to find it. It's a good time for me to test this ability anyway. After casting it, he saw what happened earlier. The merman necromancer had ordered, "This big green-skinned leader has arrived on our floor. Go kill it quickly." After giving the orders, the merman necromancer went to the rooftop. He wondered, did it climb to the rooftop and escape? Suddenly, Trinhai heard a rumbling sound coming from the cabinet. He immediately went and opened the cabinet, finding a trembling, crying scout merman inside. This sight made Trinhai show his disdain, as he himself was allergic to seafood. On the other side, Vantryn's phone rang. Trinhai announced from his end, "Brother Diu, I've caught a common merman scout." Vantryn asked, "Leave that aside for now. Where are you?" Trinhai replied, "I'm at my house, of course." Vantryn immediately shouted, "Then get out of there quickly. Your house is very dangerous right now." Trinhai asked back, "Dangerous? Do you mean the merman necromancer and its slaves? I dealt with those undead, but I couldn't catch the merman necromancer. It climbed to the rooftop and escaped. Please remind the adventurers in the area to be careful not to get caught by it." Later, as Trinhai was leisurely drinking a soft drink, someone called out, "Trinhai." It turned out to be Vantryn and his group. He wondered, "Timung, why are you here too?" Timung said, "I came to check it out. There's only one leader-level merman left in the residential area, and I heard you had one, so I wanted to try my luck." Trinhai replied, "Then you ran all this way for nothing? The big boss escaped, and the leader-level undead it conjured were also wiped out by me and the warrior goblin." Hearing himself mentioned, the warrior goblin immediately flexed its muscles to show off. Trachu stood observing his weapon. Vantryn interrupted, "We'll talk about this later. We need to retreat first." Trinhai wondered, "Retreat? Aren't we going to help Inchquai and Trinhoeseng?" Vantryn replied, "We can't retreat anymore. You and T-Mao were right. This rotating underground city is truly out of control. Although the echo damage isn't synchronous with the main body, the destroyed echoes consume stamina. And having fought until now, our side has basically shown all its cards." The scene shifts to Trinan Quan and his group. He murmured, "And Nim, if your assassination skill can't kill this monster, then we will die here today. Manhunt still showed no signs of fatigue. He continued to wield his weapon, darting from one place to another. Nonquan loudly said, "One more time, summon an echo." The echo rushed towards Manhunt in his place, and these two fiercely clashed swords. This echo's power was truly terrifying, fighting all this time without any damage. Manhunt irritably muttered, "This human's profession is truly detestable. He summons copies of himself. Doesn't it cost him anything?" And Nim seized the opportunity to rush from behind. "Finally, I've waited long enough." Manhunt was quite surprised, unable to react in time. Then Nim punched him in the stomach. This punch sent him flying several tens of meters away. Manhunt lay painfully on the pile of bricks and stones from the wall he had just crashed through. And Nim leisurely cracked his knuckles. "Still not dead, huh? It seems it doesn't just have strength and speed, but also excellent senses. Nonquan, this boss is too hard to kill. I request that points be calculated according to the standard of a level 15 rotating dungeon boss." He also agreed without hesitation. While holding his breath, he said, "Then you keep grinding. I'll only act when there's an opportunity." Perhaps it was Nonquan and Nim's professional skills that put enough pressure on Manhunt. Or it could be their attitude that provoked Manhunt. He showed contempt. "Just two pieces of trash under my command. Do you think relying on your professions you can defeat me?" This made Manhunt make the most hasty and superficial decision between the present and the future. He chose the present. His shout was so loud that Nonquan couldn't help but cover his ears. And Nim quietly observed the situation. Manhunt shouted, "I want to choose a profession." The system announced a prompt. "Due to the characteristics of an adventurer hero, you can choose one of the temporary professions you have swallowed: Master Hunter, Magic Marksman, Sword Assassin, Pyromancer, and so on." After considering, he chose a profession with long-range attack methods. Another prompt appeared. Currently, there are 3 long-range attack professions to choose from. One is Magic Marksman. Note that a bow and arrow are required. 2 is a martial artist of the Kigon Master faction. 3 is a Pyromancer. After checking the danger level of the 3 professions above and the strength of the Sea Priestess, Deloy, "Do you want to choose again?" He yelled, "Stop talking nonsense, I choose 2. The system immediately taunted, "Then good luck, you corrupted one." The scene shifted to another location, where a group of people gathered at the foot of a building. He waved goodbye. "Alright, we're off." Lamb reminded, "Yes, be careful, call me if anything happens." Not long after the group left, Lamb's phone rang. She picked up the phone. "Hello?" Jacon immediately said, "Sister Lamb, that merman necromancer was chased away by Trinhai. I'll send you the escape route. He's alone now, so he should be easier to deal with." Elsewhere, a figure was leaning against a pillar, resting. Nell was tired after the recent encounter. He happily said, "Nonquan is personally on the field. It seems this rotating great city will probably end soon, although there were quite a few problems in the middle. Fortunately, we survived." Just as he was speaking, someone's shadow suddenly approached. It turned out to be the merman necromancer that Trinhai was pursuing. Thnell's inner voice echoed, "When did it start?" His life had entered an inescapable vicious cycle. He recalled a time when he was sitting in a restaurant. Old El approached and asked, "Have you been waiting long?" Thnell cheerfully replied, "Not long, Uncle El." Old El pointed to a girl and introduced, "This is Chusen, the granddaughter of Chukin Min, a legendary adventurer. This is Vantio City's new star adventurer, Thnell. He is the only adventurer favored by the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom. He has a great future ahead. You to get acquainted." Chusen looked shy and said, "Hello, sir." Thnell also blushed and greeted back, "Hello, miss." He wondered to himself, was it at that banquet when Uncle El introduced Chusen to him? So when did his adventurer's life officially enter the grave? It was when the state, due to his status as the Chu family's son-in-law, assigned him power-related tasks beyond his capabilities, while his wife just stood by and watched. At that time, Thonglet couldn't withstand the attacks of a cursed giant. Hoa Kong urged Kim then worriedly, haven't you checked yet? He can't hold on much longer. Thongla struggled to endure the enemy's fatal attacks. It was a level 8 boss, while he was only at level 5. The boss raised its weapon high to deliver a fatal blow to Thongla. He silently screamed in his heart, I'm done for. At this moment, Kim then was also done, and she unleashed a move to protect him. The boss was immediately frozen, unable to move. At this point, it was completely numb all over. Seizing this chance, Hoa Kong rushed forward with his weapon, my turn. He unleashed a destructive blow. Hoa Kong swung his sword down. The boss was cleanly cut into 2 pieces. Kim then couldn't help but complain, what are the higher-ups thinking? The main force of the power unit became a liability. Do they want to kill us? Hoa Kong retorted, if you think there's a problem with the team assignment, you can ask your superiors. Thongla didn't do anything wrong. It's not fair for you to talk about him like that. Kim then didn't argue, just sneered. She turned her back and pouted, then I'm leaving. Thongla softly said, I'm sorry, I implicated you all this time. Hoa Kong replied, no need to apologize. After all, I didn't expect you wouldn't inherit Chu Kinmin's epic relic. I don't think the state expected it either. He exclaimed, you all thought I would inherit it. He asked back, if not, why were the 3 of us assigned to a level 8 power dungeon with a difficulty higher than average? At least the state thought that when you became a son-in-law to the Chu family, you were an outstanding adventurer in the city. It was a foregone conclusion that you would inherit Chu Kinmin's relic. Otherwise, the assignment wouldn't have been like this. If you want to continue, go talk to your wife. You can't keep getting assigned power tasks that exceed your ability limits. When Thongla brought up the issue, Chu Duck immediately showed his displeasure. Brother-in-law, don't you understand the current situation? You're just our Chu family son-in-law. That doesn't mean we have to dedicate all our resources to an outsider like you. Besides, you don't have the potential to become a legendary adventurer. Since you can't reach the peak, why not follow Uncle Hein Lim's path and become a gate manager for Shao Yun City? Chu Swang chimed in, I think that's a good idea. If you stay in Shao Yun, you can look after Chu Duck, and you won't need to risk your life in the dungeons anymore. Those memories made Thongla lie on the ground and lament. If I hadn't married into the Chu family then, would my adventurer's life have been different? A merman wondered, this human is quite strong. Why didn't you turn him into an undead? The merman necromancer replied, I can't. I can only convert merfolk of the same race. Seeing the necromancer, the group rushed forward. They're up ahead. The merman exclaimed, these humans are too fast. The merman necromancer sneered, what good is speed? The escape mission has already been completed. With that, he immediately pressed the escape button. Lam had just arrived as they vanished. Van Trong answered the phone. Hello? What? Thongla is dead. His expression was utterly panicked. Jakan replied, that's right. And then, suddenly, the person typing on the computer interrupted. It's ruined. Outside, someone's faint figure appeared. On Non Quan's side, Man Han Nu too was evolving. Seeing that, Non Quan was extremely worried. Can't this monster grow even more? Man Han Nu had completed the evolution process and leveled up to 13. He was surprised by his own power. Is this a profession? Man Han Nu secretly wondered. Now I need to understand. Your strength is inherently not equal to mine. Why, after I got a profession, could you only cause me such great trouble, but it ends here? And Nim, who was behind him, was about to attack but had to stop when he heard him smugly shout, but it ends here. Man Han Nu turned around and created a ball of power. Then he threw it towards Nim, who was behind him, sending him flying straight into the wall behind. Dust and smoke also filled the entire space from that. But after the smoke and dust cleared, the afterimage of Non Quan was seen, having teleported to Nim's place. This situation greatly surprised Man Han Nu too. He turned to the left and saw the 2 of them safe and sound. It turned out he had used the position swap teleportation spell. And Nim stood up and said thanks, I owe you 1 life. Non Quan created more clones and said, now is not the time to talk about owing or not owing. Man Han Nu revealed a merciless smile. He recognized it and spoke. So, your replicated product can also swap positions with others? He replied, that's right. It's very convenient, isn't it? He simultaneously created an attack and arrogantly asked, so if I attack you and your replica at the same time, how will you dodge? Before the two could react, he launched a simultaneous dual attack. Two blue power spheres shot like missiles towards Non-Quan and his clone. He secretly exclaimed in fear, too fast. I don't feel like I can dodge it anymore. At that moment, and Nim pulled him hard towards himself. Don't just stand there stunned. You can't block that thing. Have your people contact Hong Tian? This monster's power is already close to legendary level. We are no match for it, he said as they both turned and ran. Manhan knew to saw his opponents run away and lightly jumped high up. He called out, making the two of them pay attention. Struggling is meaningless. After they turned back to look, they saw Manhan new to creating a giant power sphere. And Nim thought in fear, a projectile that big is no joke. Non-Quan also gritted his teeth in fear, awaiting the imminent death. He mercilessly hurled that attack forcefully at the two of them. The destructive power of that attack destroyed the surrounding tall buildings. The building where Van Trong and his group were standing also shook violently from the impact. Jikan saw the danger and immediately announced, evacuate the civilians. Mr. Trin and his assistant found it hopeless, but that merman boss didn't have a single scratch. Before Elder Huang Tian arrives, no matter what the opponent plans to do, we can't stop them. Manhan Nusi discovered Jikan's surveillance camera and immediately blew it up. He crossed his arms and walked towards the human general. He was severely injured at this time, but still spoke up, you're really powerful. But I must advise you not to harm the civilians. Otherwise, no matter what price we have to pay. At this moment, Manhan Nusi stepped heavily on the human general's hand. Despite the pain, he still yelled, we will still get our revenge. He ground his teeth in contempt. Abandoned by your own kind, where do you get the courage to say such words? Revenge when I eat you. I'll become stronger. If you want revenge, just come. Van Trong was on the phone. Got it, I know. After hanging up, he turned and said, Trin Hai, can you ask the temporary head of Dong Sun City to help me evacuate the people? Trin Hai looked reluctant. Can't you do this yourself? Van Trong carefully explained. Tran Hoa Kong and I made the biggest mistake in this underground city rotation. Now I no longer have the qualifications to be the temporary head, and someone needs to hold off the boss to buy time for everyone. Elsewhere, Hoa Kong was persuading his friend, you run away quickly. I'll buy you more time. Ngo Kwai refused. The underground city is out of control. Everyone bears responsibility. You don't have to sacrifice your life for this. Hoa Kong still persistently tried to persuade him. No, I'm a state adventurer. I cannot desert after making a mistake. Back on this side, Van Trong instructed Trin Hai, make sure to take good care of Tiu Lam, Thong Kanzian, and Luang Jikin. Dong Sun City will rely on you guys in the future. Trin Hai secretly praised, this organization is truly worth joining. Van Trong suddenly shouted, don't act recklessly. I know your main profession is a hidden class that can help you level up and challenge the underground city. I also know you obtained powerful equipment and artifacts from the graveyard and Vindung Highlands. But that's a monster that even Trin Nien Quan and Anim, who are halfway into the legendary realm, had to surrender to. You're no match for it right now. Trin Hai persuaded, listen to me. This title of mine can automatically detect the strongest nearby merman, giving me corresponding strength, speed, and perception to match the opponent. He still retorted, even if your basic stats are perfectly equal, there's an unbridgeable gap in combat power between you and it. This isn't. He interrupted, plus, this can provide the legendary Undead Killer's fighting will and epic tier artifact experience. Along with the epic tier Black Knight's sword equipment, he said, pointing towards the brave elf. Trachu was secretly surprised. 2 epic tier items already? Tu Mao secretly assessed. Teacher N, you misjudged this time. Trin Hai continued to persuade. And there's my class, Death Walker. I relied on my wisdom to fight to legendary tier bosses. front and back. Even against an upper legendary level 19, I am confident I can withstand them for 3 minutes. I apologize for hiding it from you all this time. But now, as a citizen of Dongsun, an adventurer of Dongsun City, a member of the State Adventurer Association of Dongsun City, I will contribute my strength. Please don't refuse me. Van Trong finally agreed. Since you've put it that way, how can I refuse? Trinhai happily clapped him on the shoulder. Then it's settled. I'll take the lead and you'll restrain it. He turned to Tu Mao and asked, "What about you, Tu Mao? Are you coming?" He quickly refused. "I'll pass." Outside, Manhunis approached the shattered red wall. "Wait until I devour you, then I'll go catch that fleeing human. By then, I should be strong enough to fight you legendaries. If I can be lucky enough to defeat you legendaries." He continued towards the ancient corpse army. He sneered and retorted, "Unless the sun rises from the west." Hearing that, his expression turned ugly with anger. Manhunis shouted, "You're at death's door and still so stubborn. It seems you don't want to die peacefully." Suddenly, Hoa Kong called out loudly, "Brother Ta Engu." He bravely carried his scythe on his shoulder and issued a challenge. "I'm here for the second round." Manhunis disdainfully replied, "I've already shown you great mercy once. Why are you so senseless as to come here and offer your life again, if you don't cherish the life you were given back?" The reason Hoa Kong came here was because he received a reward for resisting without retreating. This title could push his stamina to its limit, but if he fled in fear, his current strength would be halved. Manhunis shouted maniacally, "Then die." As he shouted, he rained down critical blows on Hoa Kong, making it difficult for him to defend. Hoa Kong's weapon, unable to withstand the immense impact, slowly began to crack. Seeing this, Manhunis attacked the cracked spot even harder, and then his weapon broke in half. He became even more aggressive, putting all his strength into this critical blow. Renjen used the spatial shift ultimate move again to save Hoa Kong. Seeing the interruption, he turned around furiously and saw the two of them safe and sound behind him. Hoa Kong asked, "My weapon is broken. Do you have a spare heavy weapon?" Renjen immediately replied decisively, "Yes." At the same time, he also had a tidal effect that extended the casting range. Manhunis asked impatiently, still struggling, "Huh?" His gaze suddenly became stunned. Shanghai slowly walked over. "What are you guys talking about?" "Take me too." He boldly advanced towards them. Renjen asked in surprise, "Isn't Shanghai only level 6? What is he doing here?" He then sensed something and thought to himself, "This human, very strong." Shanghai, with a murderous gaze, raised his sword towards Manhunis. At the same time, Zhu Mao and Zai Hui were running somewhere. She exclaimed, "That's a bit surprising." Same basic stats, legendary boss combat experience, and the hidden profession bring skill bonuses. That adventurer named Shanghai actually has the ability to salvage the out-of-control situation. Why would you refuse such a good opportunity to earn free points? Zhu Mao didn't answer but asked back, "Didn't you not go either?" The construction which of the raid group, hearing this, Zai Hui only frowned. Aran saw them and scolded, "Didn't I tell you to just find Tamerman to kill? Then you could withdraw once it was done. Why haven't you left yet?" "Never mind, that's not important anymore. Follow me. This rotating Earth City is out of control. Dongshan City is no longer safe." Relying on the heightened perception brought by the Qi cultivator, Manhunis acutely detected Shanghai's strength, but he discovered that even consuming him wouldn't upgrade his own level. He realized that Shanghai's level was not level 13. Manhunis thought to himself, "He's like me, a special individual within the clan." He questioned, "What level are you now?" Shanghai felt a bit confused by the question, but he still answered honestly, "I'm level 6, is something wrong?" Manhunis showed disbelief and roared, "I'm equivalent to a mermantide high. Do you think I'm a fool? Even if you also have a royal qualification, you couldn't possibly have strength comparable to mine at level 6. Shanghai, with a calm expression, began to explain, "That's because." But before he could finish, he was cut off. "I don't care if you're pretending or playing mind games. Next, I'll defeat you with all my strength." Hearing that, he also challenged, I wish you would. No sooner said than done, Manhunt jumped high, intending to bring his weapon down on Shanghai. He was quite surprised to see him attack. Straight for it, huh? Then I will too. Shanghai raised his sword into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. But before he could unleash his move, he was bewildered as he was teleported elsewhere. Manhunt once again struck the ground, missing. He gnashed his teeth in frustration and roared, this move again. Shanghai asked in confusion, Brother Cheng, what are you going to do? Hoakong shouted impatiently, how dare you ask? If Brother Cheng hadn't intervened, you'd be dead by now. Manhunt secretly calculated, fighting an opponent with comparable strength. The one who can summon a replica that can swap places with him and his teammates is too dangerous. I must deal with him first. Shanghai reassured Nan Quan, trust me this once. If I wasn't sure I could fight that merman, I wouldn't be here. He asked again, are you sure? Its strength, speed, and perception are all above 20. Even if you previously cleared all those dangerous dungeons, you only got an A or S rating. Shanghai replied with firm eyes, I'm sure. Nan Quan also trusted him and ordered, then you attack proactively, I'll provide support. Hoakong couldn't believe it and yelled, no way. He just said something and you believed him. He's only level 6. Not giving the three of them time to talk, Manhunt had already attacked. He yelled, kill one first. Hoakong only now realized, we were so busy talking we missed it. Nan Quan continued to use the old move, aberrant position swap. Hoakong worriedly reminded, Brother Cheng, be careful, his target is you. Manhunt roared as he lunged at him, you obstruction. Die. Nan Quan thought in fear, it's too late to release the echo and swap again. Seeing that he was about to strike him, he gloated, got him. Shanghai quickly stood in front of Nan Quan to block Manhunt's attack. He said, didn't you say you wanted to defeat me with full power? What do you mean by attacking my teammate? On the other side, Anim was quite surprised. Shanghai actually has two epic grade pieces of equipment. Timo continued, not only that, his main profession is also very special, at least not found in the way's great hidden professions. And he relies on his title effect to pull his speed and perception to that of a hero tier merman. I feel that with him, even if we can't kill that hero tier merman, it's enough to hold him off until Hon Tien and Bu arrive to clear the field. Back with Shanghai, the battle was still fierce, with no one backing down. Nan Quan's replica intended to attack Manhunt from behind. He secretly calculated, let me guess what tactic you're going for this time. Seeing the disadvantage, he also showed concern. He roared, 2 times in a row, do you think I'll fall for that trick again? Damn it. Manhunt sliced, cutting Nan Quan's replica in half. He was surprised and wondered, no position swap? Shanghai taunted, a tactic used twice, and you still think we'd use it again? He stabbed him from behind, and blood immediately gushed out. Seeing that they had successfully wounded him, Hoakong cheered, we won. Nan Quan calmly reminded, too soon. The body of that hero tier merman must also be above 20, that one strike wasn't even fatal. He said that, but he secretly marveled, but it's truly astonishing. It's clearly their first time cooperating. He could coordinate perfectly without me even needing to remind him of the tactics I developed from Echo Display and aberrant position swap. I remember he wrote novels. Are novelists all monsters? Manhunt secretly fumed, damn it. This kid retreated after achieving one objective, completely not giving me a chance to use my skill counter to trade damage. Shanghai spoke disdainfully, and that's supposed to be above 20? After a brief skirmish, Manhunt clearly knew that the golden combination of Shanghai and Nan Quan was stronger than him when he didn't use his Qigong Master's specialized skills. But if he played this group's specialized skill card, Manhunt was certain that the human legend would absolutely see him as a fatal threat, thereby losing the opportunity to advance further. He gritted his teeth, annoyed, thinking, I'm really losing out. Originally, I intended to give up the future for the present, killing these 2 level 14 adventurers to directly reach level 15, and then challenge the legend here, but now it seems impossible. Shanghai wondered silently, that's strange. Why does this merman boss give me the feeling that I shouldn't push him anymore? Is he planning to retreat or something? Manhunt made up his mind. I can only take it one step at a time. He upgraded another specialized skill of the Qigong Master. This was the top-tier skill, which, by consuming physical strength, greatly increased his basic power and sensitivity range. The upgrade is calculated independently and cannot be affected by professional skills, equipped artifacts, or tidal effects of both allies and enemies, nor can it be copied. Shanghai also didn't expect him to upgrade. The system sounded, suggesting that because the strongest individual's stats had recently changed, the system was about to copy them when another notification sounded. Correction failed because the strength difference between the two sides enhanced the Deathwalker's power, increasing speed by 4 points. The system again suggested the Lord of Death and the Mother of the Sea, who are unwilling to reveal their identities, are observing this battle. Please do your best for them, adventurer. After upgrading, Manhunt spoke. I originally intended to save this move for you legends, but it seems there won't be an opportunity. Hearing him say that, Shanghai sensed danger and stood stunned for a moment. Then he turned to warn the two behind him. Brother Chung, run. This merman's speed has increased again. This time I might not be able to stop him. Of course, he didn't miss this opportunity and rushed forward, yelling, at least let me reach level 15 before I go. Nanquan saw himself being attacked and began to use his old moves. Now Manhunt's speed had increased, not giving him enough time to get away. So he was slashed to the point where his arm was nearly severed from his body. Manhunt secretly rejoiced. Excellent. One of his arms is disabled. Next, it will surely be very difficult. He was about to continue charging when something stopped him. It turned out that Hoa Kong from behind clung tightly, while Shanghai, now was his chance. He noticed it and seized the opportunity, rushing forward with his weapon. Manhunt gave a cunning smile. Do you think you can control my actions like that? Don't take it for granted. He tensed and knocked Hoa Kong away. Before he could arrive, Manhunt had already escaped the control. But without hesitation, Shanghai still decisively swung his sword and slashed. His powerful slash struck Manhunt, but he bravely endured it. The destructive force of Shanghai's slash destroyed the ground beneath him. He suddenly paused and looked up with eyes full of astonishment. Manhunt proudly spoke, the joke ends here. He created a ball of power to attack, and with a look of utter disdain, he said, die. Shanghai immediately called out loudly, brother do. A small flash of light immediately appeared in the sky. A surge of power from the sky instantly descended upon Manhunt's location. Shanghai thought in dismay, an attack of this magnitude can't break his defense. Manhunt was unaffected and even raised his head to meet it. The angel, having just attacked, still flew proudly in the sky. He looked down and wondered, a god chosen? He wondered, is this new reinforcement a summoner? Let me see where you're hiding, he calculated silently. Manhunt closed his eyes and searched around. Found it! The green-skinned one next to him must also be his summoned creature. Neither of them have any real power, so I can ignore them for now. Seeing Anim, he irritably exclaimed, wait! Manhunt gritted his teeth and angrily yelled, you still have the nerve to come back. Anim noticed him acting strangely. Suddenly, Manhunt launched a powerful attack at him. Anim didn't expect him to be so fast. He immediately used his bare hands to block the attack. This is the effect of his title's bonus. This physical quality will reduce the physical damage he takes. Because the attack was too strong, it pushed Anim a long distance away. And he, with difficulty, made this attack vanish into thin air. Manhunt leaped up again, launching another strike. Before he could attack, Trinhai kicked him from behind. The kick sent Manhunt flying into the corner of the wall. Trinhai landed and asked, can you still fight? Anim, injured, replied with difficulty, it's a bit hard. He immediately opened the control panel and took out a potion. Then Trinhai gave him the potion. This is a healing potion. You and Mr. Trin should use it sparingly. Before reinforcements arrive, we can only rely on this to buy time. On this side, Manha Noodles had also gotten up after the attack. Manha Noodles slowly got up, I see. If I don't kill you, I can't touch anyone else. He waved his hand, calling his blade to him. This long and sturdy blade flew in a circle back to its owner. He held the blade, ready to attack, but still asked, "Is that what you mean?" Trinhai, already in a fighting stance, replied, "You can understand it that way." Manha Noodles frowned and coldly snorted. The two stood opposite each other, ready for battle. Then they both advanced quickly. The battle had just begun but was already quite fierce. Neither of them gave way. Manha Noodles attacked Trinhai powerfully. He continued to create a sphere of power to attack. The boy didn't give him this opportunity, constantly attacking him with his blade. Manha Noodles scornfully said, "You just noticed it. Too late." Trinhai suddenly changed his move, bringing his weapon behind him. He swung his weapon at him, startling him. After landing, Manha Noodles quickly jumped far away, maintaining a safe distance. He silently calculated, "What a strange weapon, to be able to stab my eye from such an angle. I must be more careful." Trinhai was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he has no experience fighting against a long scythe. Otherwise, at this moment, I would only be able to receive his energy wave. At the same time, Anim handed the healing potion to Nan Quan. "Use this." He was treating his wound, then looked up blankly. He reminded him, "Don't drink too much. Just a small sip can scab it over." Nan Quan took it. Wow, such weight, and a level instructor mixed this healing potion. I thought only at least a guild master level would have it. Anim explained, "Trinhai lent it to us. I don't think he realizes how difficult it is to get this kind of artifact level equipment at level 6. Nan Quan said nothing and quietly drank the healing potion. He reminded him, "I warn you not to have designs on him, no matter how the final outcome of the city dungeon turns out." Trinhai will become the super rookie adventurer that our Min province will fully cultivate. Anim replied, "I wouldn't be so unreasonable. Getting a mother character from Min province is already a great achievement. There's no need to make enemies with you guys for something that's not suitable for me. But honestly, it's come to this point. The ban on firearms, are you still adhering to it?" After drinking the potion, Nan Quan spat it out. "This healing potion tastes so strange. Is there mustard in it?" Over with Trinhai, he and Manha and T were already chasing each other all over the neighborhood. He looked at him, who was in front, and asked, "Do you want to use a chase battle to buy time?" Naive, Manha and T lunged powerfully to catch up with Trinhai. He also didn't expect him to attack so quickly. He flew towards him and delivered an attack. That blow sent Trinhai flying far away. Manha and T relentlessly continued running towards him. Trinhai's legs were very unstable by now. He yelled triumphantly, "Run! Why aren't you running anymore?" He secretly grumbled, "Damn it! Why did I twist my ankle at this moment?" He lunged forward and slashed down. "If you can't run anymore, then die." Trinhai didn't surrender and continued to block with his weapon. Manha and T praised, "I must say, you're very resilient." He was quite surprised that he said that. Manha and T then created a massive attack. "Perhaps later I won't encounter an opponent so many levels below me, yet still able to contend with me for so long." The angel merely stood calmly in the sky, looking down at the battle. Van Trong shouted a reminder, "Stop activating the holy light. Save him first." The angel simply replied, "It's too late." The expansion had reached its limit. Manha and T's attack had accumulated to a gigantic scale. He said triumphantly, "I will remember you." Witnessing the terrifying power about to strike him, Trinhai could only stare with fright. And another shocking explosion occurred, illuminating the entire space. The explosion ended, and now only ruins remained around. Manha and T panted exhaustedly, secretly thinking, "This super limit skill is very powerful, but it really consumes too much stamina." Fortunately, this human's level isn't high. He looked at Trinhai, who was kneeling on the ground motionless. Manha and T flashed a contemptuous smile. "Otherwise, perhaps this great elder would truly have been defeated by you." he said, laughing loudly. Nan Quan, standing behind, spoke up to remind him, "You haven't won yet. You're celebrating too early." He took out two guns, intending to attack. Manhao NT turned around, saw that, and gnashed his teeth in annoyance. He scoffed, "Surely a defeated subordinate like you doesn't think that simply treating your wound means you can fight me, right? Don't wish too much." Manha NT pointed his blade directly at Nan Quan. He immediately fired continuously at him. These bullets continuously made his blood gush out non-stop. Manha NT wondered, what kind of weapon is this? Why are my copper skin and iron bones like paper in front of it? Nan Quan shouted loudly, "Anim, are you done yet?" Anim helped Trinhai up and replied, "Done." Manha NT saw Trinhai being taken away and gnashed his teeth in extreme anger. He became even more smug. Then our side doesn't need to worry anymore. He raised his blade and struggled to block Nan Quan's barrage of bullets. Suddenly, the system screen appeared with a prompt. See, Mother violated the DM agreement, forcibly intervened against the city's anti-program. Adventurer Nan Quan's machine gun will malfunction in 1 second. Nan Quan's trigger-pulling motion suddenly froze. He was bewildered. Why did both guns jam at the same time? What a joke, he muttered. So that's what the malfunction was. Manha NT stomped his foot to gain momentum and charged to attack. As he charged, he shouted, "It seems your gods aren't paying attention here." Nan Quan loudly said, "Emissary of the heavenly realm, how long do you intend to wait?" A stream of yellow energy immediately slammed down, exactly on his position. That jump also sent Nan Quan flying back. A moment later, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. He yelled, "How did you aim that? You almost got me too." The angel simply replied, "No, I was careful." The angel was suddenly attacked, sending feathers flying everywhere. Manha NT was quite happy, endless gratitude, Mother God. The system chimed again. Under the second intervention of Si Mother, the purification of Brahma deity cannot kill Manha NT. The angel was quite bewildered. No way. Purification burns everything that isn't a legendary unit. Clearly, you're not legendary yet. He replied, "Of course, it's because Si Mother is paying attention to me." With that, Manha NT revealed a very smug smile. Nan Quan was unwilling, showing disdain on his face. He thought to himself, "I originally thought there was a limit to using hot weapons, trying to avoid the Dongsun City defenses ranking evaluation from increasing too much. But I've met this kind of unkillable monster." Manhao NT challenged, "You ants, keep going, keep trying, you almost beat me, your master." A nin spoke from behind him, "If you're not careful and are defeated by these ants you speak of, then for you, that would surely be the ultimate humiliation, wouldn't it?" Manha NT again showed disdain, "Just you. What wishful thinking." Their fists met, neither yielding to the other. He was also surprised by Anim's increased strength. Anim reminded him, "You're too arrogant. After continuous battles, your body has long exceeded its limit. You can't just rely on your physical intensity to withstand my punches anymore. Let me pick a tombstone name for you," he shouted confidently. Manha NT retorted, "You should pick a tombstone name for yourself. Once again, beyond the limit." The system chimed again. Adventurer Manha NT has received Si Mother's blessing. Stamina increased slightly. Suddenly, the system screen was interrupted by another prompt, leading to dissatisfaction. The deceased host, displeased with the identity, decided to offer a little help to the defensive side. Meanwhile, Van Trong gave the healing potion to Trinhai, and each gulp of the medicine entered his body. A moment later, Van Trong announced. Suddenly, his system screen appeared again at this moment. The system announced. Van Trong wondered. In another space, he slowly opened his eyes. Round Trinhai at this moment were only unusual tombstones. Captain wondered. He was surprised and exclaimed. He continued. To this question, Trinhai remained silent. He questioned. Captain replied. "And this place is the new effect, my captain's training ground." He asked in confusion. Captain explained, continuing the previous topic. Seeing that he was trusted enough, Trinhai replied. But I didn't expect the damage from that elemental bullet to be so terrifying. I was almost killed. He lowered his head in thought and asked. He asked back in confusion. Captain continued. Trinhai gently confessed. Captain wondered. And after you became an adventurer, didn't you rescue many people? Trinhai replied. That's right. How do I leave this place? He explained. Didn't I tell you? The observing deities have started to descend. This joke will end quickly. The deity had infiltrated Trinhai's body. Van Trong joyfully exclaimed. The deity sighed. The deity opened the adventurer's interface. He sighed. He was confused by Trinhai's strangeness. The deity warned. I'm only borrowing your teammate's body to teach this rule-breaking player a lesson. Don't do anything superfluous. This dungeon will end in at most 10 minutes. Van Trong remained silent for a moment. He questioned. He replied. The deity snapped his fingers to do something. Meanwhile, Anim and Manha and T were still relentlessly punching each other. Non Quan silently aimed his gun at him. He was confused. What's happening? Why is it jammed again? Manha and T, on his side, was about to launch a fatal blow. He lunged forward like a bullet, attacking Anim. Fortunately, he was agile and quickly dodged the blow. Anim unleashed his ultimate move, called Assassination Fist. But unfortunately, Manha and T punched him until his face was distorted. He chose a powerful kick that made Anim's blood continuously gush from his mouth. Then he collapsed and rolled onto the ground. Non Quan worriedly called out, Anim! Manha and T sneered. After being messed with by you guys so many times, even an idiot would know how to respond now. A seemingly invisible hand was about to attack him. Manha and T immediately turned around and shouted, Who's there? The deity openly and honorably walked in front of him. A heavy dark aura emanated from around him. Non Quan was surprised and immediately called out loudly, Trinhai. The deity replied, Go on, leave this merman to me. Manha and T frowned angrily and mumbled, Again? This persistent nuisance, don't you people really think? Before he could finish speaking, the valiant spirit charged forward and attacked. Manha and T was hit so hard he almost fell to the ground. He was secretly alarmed. When did this foolish green-skinned guy get behind me? I didn't even notice. Before Manha and T could rest, the deity brought his weapon down in attack. Unexpectedly, he ran away this time. The valiant spirit sighed, We still couldn't kill it, damn it. He confidently comforted him, Not far now. At least its vocal cords are ruined. Manha and T lay on the ground, clutching his neck in pain. The deity explained, Now it can't summon the adventurer interface. It's already a fish on the chopping block, with a fate to be slowly carved out by us. Don't interfere with the fight behind you. I want to play with this merman. You can come deliver the finishing blow when it's almost dead. The valiant spirit immediately stood at attention and obeyed. With his voice damaged, Manha and T couldn't summon the adventurer interface. He began to realize that giving up on choosing limits and choosing strategy was a very ill-considered decision. And his underestimation of the human race ultimately led him to the same fate as the human adventurers who invaded his world. A regret he had never felt before welled up in his throat. He secretly swore that if he could do it again, he wouldn't deal with these human adventurers with a cat and mouse mentality. The deity calmly walked towards where he was standing. His expression was completely unruffled, as cold as steel. Haikaimu also felt regret, but the constant violations of the DM agreement had pushed him to the point where he had no choice but to see it through to the end. A reminder for Manha and T, there's still a chance for survival. The system prompted, human adventurers have healing potions. You can use them to heal your throat and then escape. He rejoiced and secretly said, Thank you, mother. The deity suddenly changed his demeanor and rushed towards him. By the time Manha and T realized it, he was already very close. The deity said, I've helped you several times. Are your gods your nannies or something? He didn't answer, agilely dodging a blow from him. Manha and T kept fleeing backwards. While running, he didn't forget to clutch his constantly aching throat. The deity realized something and thought, that direction? He wants to retrieve the healing potion from the adventurer's interface. If I really let him heal his throat and escape, then I'll have been toyed with by the mother of the sea. Won't I become a laughingstock among the gods? The deity took out a nightmare flute. Blowing this flute would summon a nightmare steed. He rode on the nightmare steed, his eyes filled with killing intent, and loudly said, "What are you kidding?" When Manha and T arrived, Vantrug had already fallen to the ground. He wondered, why is this person unconscious? Who did this? Thinking about this is pointless. Anyway, he's not resisting, so I can save some time. Wait until I'm fully healed, then I'll settle the score with you. This time, I won't give you another chance, you brat who dared to insult my mother. As soon as Manha and T drank one drop of the healing potion, his body was severed. His mind was very confused at this moment, understanding nothing. He angrily wondered, what's going on? Why did I suddenly? Manha and T fell down just like that. The deity complained, it's rare for me to come down and play, and yet my little bit of fun is completely ruined by you and the god behind you. Oh, not only that, the infinite potion bottle I prepared for my apostle was also ruined by you. You trash. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Bong Hthung Lai Zoot Hien Trink Mat Eng Ta Thung Bo Ji Ki Ko. Hai Kai Mushin Ban Git Kao Hen Ke No Bng Long Trive GSC Say Sintanen QSA Min King Mington BB I Thurthu GGC Conning Non Ne Feigt. H Thung Kapui, Hai Kai Mu TC Gienri, HTN Lanting Nu Ingui Ti Kai, No Say Em Ra AJ Then Kifak Choven Kwa QSA, and Non Ming Thui Kemse DQSA Ingui Lam Muktio Nime VA, Ang Ta Kang Quan Tam BA Anthan Kap Lai, Tachel Sao Si, H Thung Lai Vang Lan, Hai Kai Mu Gi Hog, Hai Kai Muka Haiwu, The Min TC Gien CNH Cow. M Kemta So San Vijay Loi Chong TC Sui Tui Ningui. Se DQSA Ta Nu King Da Tring Than Trinky AJ, Than Ma Ngui Trine Koi, Zoe Chine ANN, MacDDD Chint and Non Truyan K. Ve HTN Say Kang Zing Lam Say DQSA Ta. Hai Kai Mu Luke Ne Ka TC ANN Mac L Tri. U Tin Dung CV Vi Vang Che TSI Vijay V Evu I Ming. The Min Ko Chut Febian. Ngui ANN Muin the Mat Chutnit LA Con Eng Non Natri. Utin Dong Si Chubit Ngong Ngongi Du. Ang Toth MMC. Gungri Hayu Kwa QSA Kim QSA Here KC Chick Ngui Cha and Wine. Ve Dung No Bi Bao. Than Min Hea Than Kim Cho No. Trong Du Manha and T Luke Nachu Con Lai A Engel. Ta SB Peach 3 Sao. Ta Kang Kem Tam. Ta Con Ko Tha Chin Hu. Muthan Nu Ngui Con Hang Hinta. HTN Ta Yu Bui MMT. Manha and Team Si Sushin, Ta Si Sushin Ngui, Cho Ta the Mat Laun. H Thung Lai Vang Lan, U Tin Dong Si Bak Get Eng Non Ging and Hong, Ngui Thanfa, Manhao and T, Kich Hot Con Ji Jiang Tin Ha Engum, Con Ji Jiang and Hung. The goblin warrior's body suddenly lit up. It changed form. This form wasn't in Lord Shaman's inheritance book. The divine being explained, you've activated Kapo's hidden evolution path. Although I am not your divine race, ordinarily, if you kill an elite heroic enemy of several levels higher, as long as you awaken your talent and true name afterwards, you can become a true Kapo heroic race. The goblin warrior joyfully asked again, is that true? He reminded, don't be too happy yet. Suddenly someone's voice interrupted. If you've already stepped into severed this revolving underground city. The goblin warrior was also quite surprised. Who are you? Hong Jian continued, could you please return Mr. Trinhai's body first? He is my designated successor, and if he suffers any loss, I and those at his school would be very distressed. The divine being retorted, I've just finished my business, and you're already rushing me away. Is this how you humans treat your guests? He replied, for my part, I would still very much welcome you to accept our gratitude. A dragon appeared in the sky, flying towards where they stood. Inch Kwai called out, do you really want to go up there? That's an existence overwhelming even a legendary quasi-merfolk. Inch H's continued, if you don't want your little sister to ignore you later, then don't procrastinate. He showed no need, forget it, you say thank you, but in reality, legendary warriors are ambushed in the sky, ready to cause trouble at any moment. I dare not be a guest anymore. After saying that, the divine being emerged from Trin Hai's mouth. The divine being's shadow flew out of his body. Home to Yan sighed in relief. Thank goodness, this unknown entity is still reasonable. Inj H's also said, finally, they're gone. The ambulance carrying Trin Hai sped away into the night. And kept shaking his body, my Trin Hai. He woke up and smiled reassuringly. Don't cry anymore. I'm not dead yet. She immediately brightened up. Brother Trin Hai, you're awake? Trin Hai wondered, how long have I been asleep? Inj H's sitting next to him with gloomy eyes, replied, about 20 minutes, I guess? We're on our way to Mangsan City Hospital. After your health checkup, Hun Tian will probably conduct a simple safety assessment on you. Trin Hai asked back, safety assessment? Inj Kwai complained, I don't know if you genuinely don't know or if you're playing dumb. The revolving underground city in Mangsan City has ended, and you're the one who ended it. During these 20 minutes you were asleep. An unknown entity commandeered your body, then killed a level 13 heroic merfolk. Put yourself in our shoes for a moment, knowing that legendary and super legendary beings can use your body as a springboard to appear in our world. Can the government really just ignore it as if nothing happened? Trin Hai wondered, so how will I be treated? And worriedly whispered, Brother Trin Hai. He said irritably, I don't know. He was annoyed, his face clouded as he just uttered a sound. Inj Kwai continued, but no matter what, you are Mangsan City's hero. The worst case scenario is probably that from now on, it will be very difficult for you to enter the association's decision-making level. After all, right now, no one can guarantee whether the unknown entity behind you has good intentions towards you or not. And H's added, but we, the Ruthless Alliance, are not concerned about that entity. Resolute in the new era to make a name for yourself as an adventurer, we will not, for this reason, exclude you from the leadership level of the Ruthless Alliance. On the contrary, having an unknown entity backing you makes you even more worthy of us trying to win you over. If you're not happy at the association, you can consider us. The main door of the Ruthless Alliance is always open for you. Trin Hai immediately grasped the main point. Inj H's showed courtesy. You could say it's like winning the lottery. Even if it offends the underworld, I still want to bring you to our Ruthless Alliance. The system prompted, the Death Lord, unwilling to reveal their identity due to accidentally breaking the monster's healing potion, felt guilty and left an artifact upgrade scroll as compensation. Added a hidden profession, Deathwalker's exclusive skill. When in a critical situation, attacks will proportionally have an unblockable effect. The closer the stats of both sides, the higher the proportion will be. The Death Lord helped you modify Kurode's helmet and warned you to be careful of Tusi's ship. Trin Hai was a bit confused upon hearing this news. Inj Hao repeatedly called Trin Hai's name. He was a little apologetic. Inj Hao announced. Trin Hai replied. He stood up to leave. After speaking, he picked up his bag and left the room. Trin Hai secretly evaluated. Even the date he became an adventurer and when the Death Lord started paying attention to him were revealed by him. Could it be that his sub-profession skill is forced dialogue and must tell the truth? He sat there leisurely, humming for a full hour. Trin Hai was sitting under the observation of the underworld and Non Quan. Non Quan read the paper in his hand and announced. The underworld wondered. He replied. He speculated. When did he come into contact with Trin Hai? Non Quan pondered for a moment before answering. Trin Hai received an immortal blessing for the undead, and it was this blessing that allowed Trin Hai to complete the first pass through the graveyard. He was quite disheartened at this point, only able to examine his fingernails. Scene shifts to morning at the city hospital. A Nim, bandaged, was lying on the hospital bed looking at his phone. He called out loudly for Timung. The girl with Timung happily walked in with a bag. Timung asked. Nim held out his bandaged arm and said, he asked, or maybe you should ask Trinan Quan for some more compensation. After all, this time in Mangsan City's turning point, you were almost played by him. He replied, alright, isn't Trin Hai in the same hospital room as us? The girl explained. Hearing this news, and Nim was so surprised she gasped. The scene shifts to Trin Hai. He's looking at messages in the group. Everyone is discussing the new divine favored, which is him. After reading the messages, Trin Hai was a little surprised. No way! He recalled at that time H's said, if you're worried your interests will be harmed, then I can help you speak up through the union channel for the disabled to apply pressure. After all, everyone is very willing to lend a hand with things like giving the association a little eyedrop boost. Trin Hai worried, making it such a big deal. What if Mr. Diu finds out? Hearing his name, Van Triton immediately asked, for me to know what? Hearing the familiar voice from behind, Trin Hai frantically called out, Mr. Diu. He cracked an unfriendly smile. Looks like you remembered. At that moment, the divine being suddenly appeared and said, how about this? He hadn't finished speaking when he vanished, leaving Van Triton quite confused. Suddenly, the divine being stealthily appeared behind Van Triton and struck the back of his neck. He waved his hand. See you again. My profession is a human anthropologist who compiles archives. Back in the present, he revealed a malicious expression. Relax. I don't hold a grudge about this at all. After all, the one who knocked me out wasn't you, but the unknown divine being behind you. Trin Hai secretly worried, though he says that, I feel like Mr. Diu is very bothered by this. Van Triton pushed up his glasses and said, alright, no more joking with you. Your safety assessment has passed. You can go home now. He wondered, now, don't I need a few more days of observation? He explained, don't overthink the matter of divine favored ones. It's just a domestic record. There have actually been over 10 cases of divine favored ones already, and most of the divine beings behind these favored ones are actually custodians. Strictly speaking, as long as the divine being behind you doesn't show a clear antisocial or anti-human tendency, then the association will not restrict your personal freedom. Trin Hai lay on the bed, muttering to himself, antisocial, anti-human tendency, huh? On a beautiful day in a building, but suddenly a surprised scream echoed from inside. Trin Hai looked up at the elf warrior in surprise. How did you transform again? But in the end, he didn't want to pursue it too much and asked about something else. Just tell me simply, what happened after that great lord occupied my body? Immediately after, the elf warrior gesticulated, explaining everything from beginning to end to Trin Hai. After hearing such a long explanation, he came to a conclusion. So he used my body to defeat that fish human, then he let you finish him off, and then you evolved into this form? The elf warrior chuckled and replied, exactly. Not only that, I also activated a hidden evolutionary path. This is a special form that even Shaman Sama's inheritance book couldn't record. Trin Hai happily patted its shoulder and chuckled. That's pretty good. This new form of yours is quite handsome. From now on, I'll call you How Kit. Saying this, he suddenly remembered something else. Oh right, are my invisibility cloak and Black Knight's sword with you? How Kit quickly retrieved the two items and presented them. Trin Hai took the invisibility cloak and told it, you keep the Black Knight's sword. Give it back to me after you've killed strong enemies and don't need to upgrade it anymore. After he finished speaking, How Kit stepped into another dimension. Seeing this, Trin Hai chuckled to himself. Before, I was worried it might not keep up with my pace, but now it seems I don't need to worry about that for a while. A moment later, a very surprised voice suddenly echoed in his room. Oh my god, a legendary rank. In Trin Hai's hand was a helmet, and a notification appeared, displaying all the stats for this helmet. He finished reading the notification, speechless, and thought, I know Trin Bin, this temporary manager who suddenly appeared. Could its effect be? Thinking it over, he decided to put on the helmet. No, I must ask. Immediately after that, Trin Hai appeared in another dimension. The commander suddenly appeared right behind him and asked, are you looking for me? Seeing him, he turned around and immediately said, yes, I have something to ask you. Hearing that, the commander coldly told him to speak. Trin Hai immediately asked directly, what is the temporary management effect, and how do I unlock the pending functions of Trin Bin? Hearing that, he silently looked at him without saying anything. Then the commander said in a deep voice, "You've already experienced temporary management." Hearing that, he gaped in surprise. This is truly a divine descent. This is too overpowered. He continued to speak, but his spear had now appeared in his hand. As for how to unlock the complete Training Trin bin. After speaking, the commander immediately thrust the spear straight through Trin Hai. He swiftly dodged, but was still grazed. Seeing that, Trin Hai cried out in fright, "What are you doing?" He frowned and continued to charge, replying, "Defeat me and you can unlock it." Just then, Trin Hai returned to reality. He put a hand to his forehead and sighed, "I'm convinced. One is the embodiment of the combat consciousness and experience of the legendary undead Krolid, and the other is Valalo, who is stronger than him. I'm only level 6, how can I fight against those two?" Just then, his phone next to him rang. Hearing that, Trin Hai looked at the phone with some curiosity. The scene shifted to a very large and magnificent hotel. Trin Hai swaggered into a room. He looked around and saw a man stand up to greet him. He suddenly recognized a familiar face. Isn't that the folk female adventurer who came to help defend during the turnaround of the Merman underground city? Why is she here too? Van Cone happily greeted Trin Hai and pointed to the chair next to him. "Come sit here." At the dining table, there was another person, Lam Kai Than. He looked at Trin Thong. "Is that him? He doesn't look like it much." He glanced back and replied, "Indeed. I didn't expect the aura of this national-level supernova to be so ordinary." Trin Hai was now sitting next to Van Cone, joking with him. "Old brother Vin, I haven't seen you in a while. You've lost quite a bit of weight." Just then, the person next to him called Trin Hai's name. It was Haven. He said to him in a deep voice, "Congratulations on becoming the second national-level supernova in Min Province. At this rate, you will surely become a provincial head in the future." Trin Hai didn't smile at Havian Dong's praise, but instead put on a cold expression and thought, "Who is he here for?" Then he politely smiled, shook his hand, and told him, "Mr. Tao, you're too kind. I was just lucky." Van Cone, behind him, smiled and patted Trin Hai's shoulder, saying, "Don't be modest. At our level, who doesn't know that good luck is hard to come by? Furthermore, you becoming a national-level supernova isn't just due to luck." Haven then said respectfully and in a deep voice, "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." He smiled and told him to go ahead and speak. He began to explain, having dealt with the turnaround of the underground city once, you must have realized how much a good entrance manager can guarantee local production and citizen safety, right? Trin Hai also began to seriously reply, "I realize that." He continued, "So you can probably understand how much we've been deliberating after learning that the Yellow Spring Society removed the Min Province manager to challenge the level 18 underground city, which has reappeared in the human world after many years." As soon as Haven finished speaking, Trin Hai was startled. After hearing Haven speak, Trin Hai thought in surprise, a level 18 underground city, a crisis? Then he wondered and asked him, "I know about this underground city, but wasn't its boss killed by the legendary adventurer Chu Kim Min and his team?" Just then, Traju replied, "That's a monster that even bombs couldn't kill. Chu Kim Min and Han Tian, risking their lives back then, could only seal it." Somewhere in this world, she thought of the seabed as she spoke. Actually, what you know is a modified version by the state to avoid causing panic among the public. It's not the truth. Trin Hai understood after hearing this, so that's how it is. Then he continued to ask, if this dungeon boss has already been sealed, then the power value of this crisis tomb must have decreased significantly, right? Why would such a dungeon make Elder Hong Tian rather give up his position as the person in charge just to challenge it again? Or is this crisis tomb actually very special? Trachu began to explain, not very special. Hong Tian had many comrades die in this dungeon. This made him want to kill the owner of the crisis tomb more than anyone. If it was before, then never mind. But after the characteristics and weaknesses of the acellular rays were clarified, it could already be killed by our legendary adventurer. In this situation, do you think Hong Tian would just watch his enemy be killed by someone else? Trinhai broke out in a sweat, thought for a moment, and replied, "Definitely not." Then he smiled and said to everyone, "But I'm only level 6 right now. After Hong Tian is dismissed, whoever becomes the person in charge of Man Province, it seems I won't gain anything, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Trinthung said, "Why wouldn't you gain anything?" Kai Fan then spoke up, "With the potential you're currently showing and your growth rate, as long as you cooperate with a suitable powered team, plus our support, 1 year is enough for you to contend for the position of candidate for Man Province's person in charge." After hearing that, Trinhai remained silent. He, of course, asked very cautiously, "But what's the price?" "The resources you're investing. Even a legendary adventurer would find them interesting, wouldn't they? If it's just to take care of your assets and family while the dungeon evolves to a higher level, I feel that the next person in charge of Man Province would surely have no reason to refuse to help with such a small matter. So what do you want me to do?" Saying that, Trinhai's face darkened as he looked at everyone in the room. Haven heard that and explained, "You've misunderstood. We don't have too many ulterior motives in investing in you. On the contrary, we're doing this simply because we don't want someone to become the person in charge of Man Province." Trinhai heard that and asked in surprise, "Someone?" Trinthung answered him, "Before you appeared, Man Province only had 1 national level supernova. Unless something unexpected happens, he would be Hong Tian's successor." Kai then continued, "Although this person is also a state adventurer, his personality is too ruthless. On his path to rising, too many adventurers and ordinary people were completely devoured by him, becoming nourishment for him to grow stronger." Haven also crossed his arms and continued, "According to our estimations, after he becomes the person in charge of Man Province, to take another step forward, he will definitely reach out to us. Compared to him demanding resources from us later, investing these things in you is actually nothing." Trinhai understood, but he immediately replied, "So that's how it is, then please allow me to refuse. Although I really want to accept your investment, if it means provoking a powerful and ruthless senior like that, it would be a loss no matter what. I'm truly sorry." Trachu then asked, "What if there's a possibility you've already provoked him?" Trinhai asked, confused, what she meant. Trachu began to explain, Man Province originally only had 1 national level supernova, so he could exclusively enjoy the resources from the support plan, but after you appeared, the resources he considered his private property now have to be partially shared. How do you think he'll look at you?" Trinhai gritted his teeth, immediately understanding this. The scene shifted to Kizhou Island International Airport. Walking through the airport hall were shiny golden loafers. This person was the national level supernova, Jijian Qin. He was on the phone mocking as he spoke. A level 6 waste who got lucky and was favored by the gods. When I return to the country, I'll find a reason to cripple him. Two people were talking to each other, watching Jijian Qin from afar. Is that him? Is this Jijian Qin? Tring Sung frowned. Dressed so ostentatiously, one might think he came to Kizhou Island to hold a concert. T-Min was holding up a sign. He reminded Tring Sung, "Keep your voice down. I heard this person has a very fierce personality. If you don't want to accidentally get injured by him during the dungeon raid, don't say things like that." From afar, Jijian Qin saw these two and frowned, thinking, do these two Koreans think I don't understand what they're muttering about? If I weren't carefully nurturing the legend of Hong Tian's succession, I'd definitely teach these two Koreans a lesson. However, after approaching the two, T-Min smiled and greeted him in Chinese. Hearing that, Jijian Qin felt a bit awkward but greeted back. T-Min began introducing him. "This is Tring Sung, and I'm T-Min. We are national level super novice from Korea." Jijian Qin politely shook hands and replied, "I'm Jijian Qin. People in the circle like to call me Great Fire Phoenix. You can just call me Great Phoenix." Then he quickly asked, "When do we start raiding the high difficulty expert level dungeon on Kizhou Island?" The scene shifts to the gym where Trinhai usually frequents. Timoy, lifting weights, immediately asked, "You want to ask about Jijian Qin?" Trinhai seriously replied, "That's right. I heard there's another national-level supernova in Min Province. He's a bit difficult to deal with. He put the weight back on the rack and let out a breath. Suddenly, he asked him, "Did the Disabled Persons Federation tell you?" After hearing that, Trinhai could only sweat and say, "Please don't ask about that." Seeing this, Timoy didn't hide anything and replied, "All right, but your source of information isn't lying to you." He's said to be even fiercer than rumored. He pointed to the title above his head and continued, "For example, this title of mine is actually related to him. To be honest, if I hadn't joined the UY and HSI later, I might have died in some dungeon by now, or been driven out of Min Province by him and his sycophants." Timoy slowly told Trinhai, "But you don't need to worry too much. You and Jijian Kin aren't at the same level right now, so you're not in a competitive relationship. As long as you can control your leveling speed well in the future, he probably won't make things too difficult for you." Hearing that, he chuckled and said, "I hope so." Then he continued, "Speaking of which, you haven't completed your dungeon raid quota for this year, have you? In a few days, I have to go to Zhangzhou to challenge a level 10 dungeon there. We've known each other for so long and haven't teamed up yet, so how about we form a party?" The scene shifts to a tall building. Inside, a voice echoed, "Are you planning to clear your annual dungeon raid quota soon?" Trinhai began to tell Nan Quan, "That's right, I feel that my strength, speed, and stamina are becoming very difficult to significantly improve through training alone. So I plan to find suitable dungeons to hone my combat skills." After hearing him, he rubbed his chin and pondered, "Suitable dungeons, huh?" Trinhai casually said, "Is it hard to find? Then how about we loosen the conditions?" Nan Quan glanced at the computer and slowly said, "No need for that. There's a medium difficulty level 10 dungeon in Hqiangtan district that will enter its rating cycle in a few days. I'll talk to the person in charge there and get you added." Hearing that, he was overjoyed and excited. "Thank you, and Trin." He smiled and waved his hand, replying, "What is there to thank me for? Oh, by the way, your compensation plan for that potion is out. When you're free, remember to go find Du Vanchern, and while you're at it, convert the points you earned earlier into a relic." The scene shifts to Vanchern's office. He told Trinhai, who was sitting opposite him, "Your vial of infinite blood is an extremely rare supplementary relic. There isn't a second one in all of Zhangzhou. Currently, the compensation we can offer you is either a life-saving relic of the same rarity level or a relic upgrade card. You choose which one." Hearing that, he immediately asked, "Can I see the effects of the life-saving relic?" Vanchern agreed and handed the device to Trinhai. He quickly took the computer and read through it. On the device were all the details about a life-saving relic. After Trinhai finished reading, he secretly chuckled and thought, "The effect is too dominant. There's no escape restriction? If it weren't for being single-use, I'd say its value is higher than the healing potion of the ancient strange relic." Vanchern then added, "Personally, I recommend you choose option 1 because a relic upgrade card can only fully unleash its potential when used by an adventurer with high charm." Trinhai asked him again, "High charm? What do you mean?" Vanchern began to explain, "It can be understood that adventurers with high charm, when using relic upgrade cards, relic exchange tickets, and equipment prayer cards, will more easily obtain the relics and equipment they urgently need. As for the underlying principle of this phenomenon, the academic world is still speculating." Trinhai thought to himself, "I remember a hint beneath my adventurer interface that suggested I only had to charm points when using a relic upgrade card. Is that considered high? Or was I being watched by the Lord of Death or something else at that time? It was him who single-handedly pulled me back from the gates of hell. But why?" Deep in thought, Trinhai didn't hear Vanchern calling him. He startled, chuckled, and sheepishly rubbed his head. "Oh, sorry, I zoned out. I'll choose option 1. After that, the two began to calculate the points. The scene shifts to Trinhai's current room. Before him appeared a notification screen about all the effects of the Starlit Magic Ring and the item-finding staff. Trinhai read the notification and mumbled, "Turns out only these 2 items in Zhangzhou are suitable relics for me. although this staff has a 50% chance of pointing incorrectly when searching for items. Having it will make tasks like finding the lake and the spawning grounds of the Tide Hymorphic much simpler in future. And this ring, he said, pulling a ring from the screen. Even though it's single use and has a 3-day cooldown, the fixed area of effect damage magic on it happens to compensate for my lack of area damage skills. He excitedly exclaimed, "It's perfect. I don't have any blind spot anymore." The scene shifts to an extremely luxurious villa. A voice came from inside. "You need some time to think about it?" Haven swirled the wine glass in his hand as he listened to the person on the phone. "Yes, but during this time, I will settle all my dungeon clearing expenses at the association." Trinhai, on the other end of the phone, happily said, "I plan to reach level 8 in a month, so you and your friends don't need to worry about not having enough time." Haven heard this and thought to himself, a month later, that Jijiang Qin should also be back from Kijo Island. Then he agreed, "Alright, I'll wait for your call in a month." The scene shifts to a graveyard. Someone's thoughts are appearing. "No way, I completely followed the tomb's guide." This was the Swedish adventurer, Tinder. He limped all over, a look of panic on his face, thinking, "Why did the graveyard boss still attack me after I feigned death?" Behind Tinder was a cliff, and standing on it was a figure with a cloak fluttering in the wind. Bintring, in the distance, raised the spear in his hand and looked coldly towards him. Then he leaned back and swung his spear backward. Immediately, Bintring's spear shot down towards Tinder below. The spear quickly drew an arc in the air. The spearhead aimed directly at where Tinder was fleeing. It seemed he also realized it and immediately turned his head to glance back. The very next second, the spear pierced Tinder from behind, accompanied by his painful scream. Finally, a notification about the burial ground appeared here, including a level 5 challenge, an escape mission, and completion conditions. In the burial ground space, behind Bintrong, someone approached and said in a teasing voice, "Why didn't you leave anyone alive this time? If no one survives 3 consecutive times, this burial ground will trigger a GM agreement to re-evaluate the challenge level." The speaker here was the Dark Emissary. Hearing that, Bintrong replied in a low voice, "This time is special. Among the challengers, there isn't a single novice adventurer." The Dark Emissary heard this and was confused, not understanding. Then he hastily exclaimed, "Could it be that the new adventurer who escaped your clutches by faking death last time shared the experience of clearing the dungeon, making those adventurers think it's the secret to clearing the burial ground?" The scene suddenly shifted to a few days later in Huangthan, Kuangshu District. Inside a building under construction, a few people were gathered. Hoekong was waiting when he heard someone's voice and turned to look. "Didn't we say to gather at 3 p.m.? Why are you all so early?" When he turned, he saw Van Trong and Trinhai walking towards them. The two of them advanced towards the people gathered in front of a gate. Van Trong adjusted his glasses, looked at them, and asked, "How many people are there in total for this raid?" Hoekong pointed to both sides and replied, "Only these few people. You guys are the last to arrive." Just then, Trinhai happily saw Trach Hu and said, "Why are you here too?" She coldly replied, "I'm helping your Dongsun City deal with the shifting dungeon. The main condition is to obtain the qualification to raid the giant mountain dungeon." Trinhai scratched his head in understanding after hearing that. Just then, one of them cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. This person was Duong Kung Nan, a state adventurer from Duongshu Street. He urged everyone, "If everyone's here, let's depart then." With that, the group stepped into the gate one by one. Immediately after, Kong Tang and Hoe Kong were the first to arrive on the other side and observed everything. In front of them was a group of one-eyed giants butchering and eating a dinosaur. Seeing this, he asked Kong Tang next to him, "How did that Tyrannosaurus die? What a pity, I originally planned to tame it as my mount." Just then, Trinhai also stepped through the gate. As soon as he set foot on this land, he quickly opened his quest board to check it. Immediately, the quest board appeared, showing two main quests to complete: normal escape, alternating escape, and dungeon clear. Trinhai was astonished when he saw the two quests at the top and asked, "Isn't this a dungeon related to giants?" He wondered, where did these dinosaurs come from? Also, did this dungeon originally have dinosaurs? Hearing that, Van Trong beside him explained, not just dinosaurs, but some dungeons also have humans and human nations. Trinhai understood and said, "I see that the dungeon clear quest requires us to kill some one-eyed giants to maintain the local ecological balance, so are the dinosaurs in this dungeon the giants' main prey?" Van Trong adjusted his glasses and replied, "Not entirely. According to the intelligence team's documents, the highest level creature in this dungeon is a Tyrannosaurus, and it occasionally hunts giants too." But it seems someone wasn't convinced. Kong Tang walked closer to the two and said, "That's already in the past. That Tyrannosaurus is dead." Van Trong was startled and shocked when he heard what he said. Kong Tang continued, "It's probably because in recent days, a dragon worm giant coincidentally advanced to a leader-level individual, then teamed up with its kin to kill that Tyrannosaurus." Hoa Kong next to him also added, "The problem now is that adult one-eyed giants usually have 20 to strength points and 20 physique points. A leader-level one-eyed giant is only higher. If the opponent's physique reaches 23 points, then only elite adventurers lacking strength skills like us will find it difficult to break through its defense." They just stood at that cliff discussing animatedly. An adventurer from Hoa and named Kim immediately asked, "Do you mean that a leader-level one-eyed giant was born in this dungeon not long ago?" Kong Tang also replied, "Otherwise, the death of that Tyrannosaurus cannot be explained." Just then, Trachu also spoke up, "I remember the evolutionary paths of one-eyed giants aren't many. Among them, the most common is the one-eyed giant champion." Hoa Seng then asked her, "What's the approximate physique of a one-eyed giant champion?" Trachu replied to him, "It's 23, plus giants usually have thick skin, and the one-eyed giant champion is the leader among the subspecies of one-eyed giants. I feel that even if we unban firearms, we might not necessarily be able to inflict much damage on the opponent." Hearing her say that, Van Trong pushed up his glasses and replied, "Then we can only send one person back first to tell Trenang Show, the person in charge of the entrance. The difficulty of the mountain giant dungeon has been raised, and we urgently need assistance and useful artifacts. Among us, my strength is the weakest, so let me handle the reporting task." Hearing that, Hoa Seng told him, "Alright, I know where there are dinosaurs nearby. I'll take you to do the escape mission." Trachu also added, "I have a drone, so the task of finding the leader-level one-eyed giant can be entrusted to me." At this moment, Timoy crossed his arms and smiled, telling Tren Kai, "How does it feel to conquer a dungeon with trustworthy teammates?" Hearing him ask, he chuckled, scratching his head shyly. "How should I put it? I feel that this dungeon will probably be the easiest one I've cleared." Hoa Seng and Van Trong stood together on the cliff, looking down at a dinosaur below. He slowly said, "This Triceratops has 20 to strength points. If we attack head-on, the risk is too great. Personally, I suggest a bloody encirclement. One person restrains it directly, and the others find opportunities from the sides." Just then, Trin Hai and Hao Kit, who were nearby, also stepped forward and confidently said, "The task of restraining can be entrusted to my subordinate Cabalin." Without waiting for the other two to reply, he turned back and asked Hao Kit, "Any problem?" On the other side, Trachu and Timoy were sitting deep in thought, looking at their phones. A moment later, he looked up and asked her, "Still haven't found the leader-level one-eyed giant?" Trachu didn't look up, still focused on the screen, and replied, "If you're bored, you can go with Hoa Seng to help Van Trong hunt dinosaurs." Hearing that, he sighed with resignation. "Forget it. I'm not interested in brainless wild beasts." The scene shifted to another area where several one-eyed giants were active. They looked up at the sky and saw Trash Hugh's drone circling. She looked at the screen on her side and saw several giants standing near the carcass of a dinosaur. But when Trachu saw all of them looking up at the drone, she thought in surprise, "I clearly used a low-noise drone, so how was it still detected? Didn't they say one-eyed giants have very low perception?" Meanwhile, among those giants, one had already started picking up a stone from the ground. That guy was the one-eyed giant champion. He held the stone and slowly walked closer to the drone. Then this one-eyed giant champion tossed the stone back and forth in his hand like a toy, his eyes still fixed on the drone in the sky. Then the one-eyed giant champion leaned back to build momentum, and immediately the stone in his hand flew out, hitting the drone and shattering it. Immediately after, the connection to Trash Hugh's location was also lost. Her screen crackled and showed nothing more. Seeing this, she shouted loudly, "Confirmed. The leader of these one-eyed giants is a one-eyed giant champion." Meanwhile, Howkit was straining himself, fighting the Triceratops. He gritted his teeth, tightly gripping the sword in his hand, blocking the dinosaur. When he was almost at his limit, Howkit roared, and seeing this, Hoeseng quickly ran to assist. As soon as he appeared, his familiar spear also materialized with him. Hoeseng swiftly swung his spear, making the dinosaur recoil several steps. While it was still paused, panting, another figure appeared behind the dinosaur. That was Trinhai. He built momentum and jumped straight at it. Trinhai's sword tip aimed directly at the three-horned dinosaur, which was standing still. Then he very quickly thrust straight through its head. Witnessed by the two people below, and to other teammates watching from above, this three-horned dinosaur fell heavily to the ground. Kung Tang, observing from above, praised, "Excellent, that's supernova Trinhai." But Kim Than, standing next to him, didn't seem to think so. No matter how excellent he is, he won't make it big, not to mention far off. Just look at that son-in-law living with the Chu family. Wasn't he excellent back then? In the end, didn't he get targeted by Jijing Hao to the point of despair, becoming a nanny for the Chu family sisters? Just then, Trinhai below looked up at the sky and was startled to see something. He quickly shouted to inform the other two, "Get out of the way." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful beam of light shot straight down at the three-horned dinosaur. It turned out to be Van Trign, who had used his book to summon an angel to help. He was hovering in the air and said, "Your limited demonic summoning book can't summon me anymore. If you want my help again, remember to prepare a valuable tome or item." Van Trign listened, then without turning to look, he simply said in a deep voice, "Understood." As he finished speaking, the demonic book in his hand also vanished. The people below surrounded the three-horned dinosaur, full of caution. Hoeseng loudly shouted, "Who's going to check if it's dead? If not, call Van Trign over for the finishing blow." At this moment, Van Trign walked over and slowly told them, "It's dead. I just received a notification that the escape mission has been completed." The scene shifts back to the cliff. Now everyone is standing in front of the gate they entered earlier. Trachu seriously told Van Trign, "This dungeon's boss is now the champion Cyclops. After you leave, remember to tell the entrance manager, Ternangsho, to add staff to correct the misunderstanding." He replied happily with a laugh, "Understood." With that, Van Trign stepped through the gate. When he emerged on the other side, he was back at the construction site from the beginning. Then Van Trign took his phone out of his pocket. He made a call to someone, "Brother Jijiang, it's me." Jijiang Qin, sitting in a bar surrounded by beauties, spoke on the phone, "You still remember to call me? Ha, I thought you forgot who gave you that limited demonic summoning book last time." Van Trign on the other end replied expressionlessly, "I haven't forgotten, Brother Jijiang." Then Jijiang Qin's tone became serious as he asked, "Tell me, how did that kid defeat an tier merman that even Chernonquan couldn't handle? I heard he received a divine blessing from some deity." Van Trign slowly replied, "That's right, but his performance in turning round Mangson City's dungeon also involved an element of luck." Jijiang Qin just let out an "oh," and it was unclear what he was thinking. Van Trign continued, "He received the title Me and the Merman Tide for 5 years during the beginner adventurer phase. This allowed him to be equal to an tier merman in strength, speed, and perception. Plus, he had a helmet that provided combat experience and a scythe obtained from Vindung, making his overall strength, though below Trin Hoeseng, the closest to that a tier merman among the adventurers at the time." Jijiang Qin frowned upon hearing this and said, 5 years. Ha, Isn't that a title only obtained after a beginner adventurer engages in a solo struggle against a low-level race? Where did this kid get such luck? With such a difficult start, he could still become a national-level supernova. Tring Sung, sitting nearby, saw him talking on the phone like this and turned to ask T-Min, "Hey, what's he talking about?" T-Min immediately replied, "It seems to be related to a national-level supernova from China. He speaks with a heavy local accent. I can't understand." On this side, he was still talking, so the person who gave it to him is someone who only looks but doesn't use it. Vantrud replied calmly, calling him a model might be a bit of an overstatement, but setting aside his divine blessing, he's not as good as Chunho is saying. Hearing that, Ji Ying Kin felt more at ease and said with a smile, "So it seems my competitor is still Trinan Quan. You don't need to pay attention to that kid Trinhai anymore. Just keep an eye on Trinan Quan for me." On this side, Van Trong still emotionlessly replied, "Alright." Only after hanging up the phone did he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I managed to trick him. The scene shifts to the main city area. Night had fallen, but on the cliff, for people were still gathered, sitting around a campfire. Just then, Trinhai suddenly turned to ask Hoa Kong, "Brother Tran, this morning we clearly had plenty of time. Why didn't we complete the evacuation mission then?" Hearing that, he slowly explained, because just killing one Triceratops wouldn't be enough to attract the giant's attention, but if we hunted a large quantity, it would definitely drive the one-eyed giants of this area into a frenzy because their territory was invaded. We don't have enough people, and it's not yet time to clash with them. Trinhai understood after hearing this. But just then, Kim Then, sitting nearby, retorted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Actually, it's because the more dinosaurs you kill, the more giants you'll need to kill when crossing the pass. He and Kong Tang don't want to increase the difficulty of crossing the pass. That's why you guys can only choose the regular evacuation mission." Seeing her expose him like that, Hoa Kong exclaimed, "Don't ruin my reputation." Then the two began to argue. Kim then scolded Hoa Kong, "You're only allowed to lie and deceive newcomers, but I'm not allowed to tell the truth to my own people." He was at a loss for words, but still cursed her as a stinky woman. Meanwhile, Trinhai silently pondered. It seems the regular evacuation mission of this underground city is actually quite tricky, normally speaking. Between killing a dinosaur and recording the habits of a type of dinosaur, if one has sufficient strength, no one would choose the latter, which takes more time. But I didn't know that doing so would actually increase the difficulty of crossing the pass. It seems I'll have to be more careful in the future to avoid shooting myself in the foot. The scene shifts to another part of the underground city, where the champion One-Eyed Giant's hand was tossing a rock. Then he tossed the rock up and at the same time swung his club, intending to strike it. The club and the rock formed a perfect straight line as they flew. Immediately after, the champion One-Eyed Giant swung his club and hit the rock, sending it soaring. The rock immediately shot away, forming a parabola in the air, heading towards Hoa Kong and the others. Trinhai, as if sensing something, suddenly froze in shock. Then he spun around to look behind him and saw the rock flying close by at an incredible speed. Trinhai quickly shouted a warning to the others, "Enemy attack! Watch out for falling rocks!" The rock rushed towards their location with unstoppable velocity. But just a second before the rock landed, Trinhai appeared and cut it in half with his sword. The rock fell in two halves, scattering behind him. Trinhai took steps closer to the edge of the cliff and told Hoa Kong behind him, "Please go wake the others up." After that, he continued to tell Hao Kai to cover him. Immediately after, Trinhai materialized a bow and drew it, aiming towards where the rock had come from. He mused, reversing the trajectory of the rock. It should be that direction. Trinhai focused to the point of entering a different state. He could clearly see the group of one-eyed giants gathered in the distance. Seeing this, Trinhai stared intently in that direction, found them. Having thought that, he released his hand and fired the arrow. A slender yellow arrow shot through the air. It flew straight towards the gathered one-eyed giants. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, The champion one-eyed giant swung his club and blocked it. Seeing this, Trin-Hai glared and growled, "It seems you don't care about my response. You're even too lazy to dodge." The giant, not to be outdone, glared back with bulging eyes. Trin-Hai and the others were sitting together round the campfire on the cliff. Tumao spoke first, asking everyone, "How did those giants find us?" Kim then, sitting nearby, replied, saying it was probably because of the fire. Then she also had a question, but Trin-Hai said he only sends 10 one-eyed giants. With that number of one-eyed giants, even if they attack, by holding the high ground and advantageous positions for attacking the enemy, we can still repel them. Even if it's very difficult for us to descend for an extraction mission. But Trachu next to him replied, "Isn't that very serious? You guys can use my drone to record the behavior of the dinosaurs." Meanwhile, Trin-Hai and Hao Kai were standing close to the cliff. Looking down, he asked him, "What do you think?" Hearing this, Hao Kai replied, "The elder brother of the Kabo tribe said that one-eyed giants hate outsiders entering their territory. Once they spot someone, they'll throw stones to drive them away." Trin-Hai then fell silent, thinking, so this one shot was their warning? Then he turned to Hao Kai again and asked, "What if the other side doesn't heed the advice?" He frowned and replied, "Then they'll go berserk. The Conquest team will absolutely not give up." Just then, someone walked up from behind and called Chung Hai's name. Both of them turned their heads to see who it was. It turned out to be Gong Zhang calling. He told Chung Hai, "You guys go to sleep now, we'll keep watch next." It was already getting light. The sun appeared, casting light over every rocky peak. A one-eyed giant peeked its head out from behind a rock, cautiously observing. It saw the Conquest team's campfire on the other side. Then this one leaned down and called out to the champion one-eyed giant below, "Boss, they haven't left yet." Hearing that, he frowned, looking quite annoyed. Back at the giant's dwelling, they were going about their daily activities when they suddenly saw something and all stopped. Approaching was the champion one-eyed giant and his subordinate from before. He glared, veins popping out, and said angrily, "The humans on the mountain refuse to leave. I permit you to smash their camp, to chop their flesh into the pot." Hearing this, all the one-eyed giants fiercely raised the maces in their hands. The scene shifted to the cliff where the Conquest team was gathered. Someone was sitting cross-legged on the ground, saying, "This year, the difficulty of conquering the dungeon at stages level 11 to level 15 seems to have increased." Zhu Mao continued, chewing on a bun. "I heard that if this continues, next year there might be a large-scale expert-level dungeon reversal event. Is that true?" Gong Zhang remained silent after hearing that. Zai Hui, seeing this, tactfully told Zhu Mao, "Don't ask any more. Can't you see it's inconvenient for him to speak?" But Gong Zhang interjected, "It's not inconvenient at all." Then he began to explain, the supernova project was born because of this. Zhu Mao didn't react much after hearing it, only replied, "So that's how it is?" He thought to himself, "I remember the supernova protocol was proposed last year. It seems the government already knew that expert-level dungeons would get out of control over a large area." Just then, they were distracted by Hua Gong, who had to pee and ran off to find a spot. He stood at the edge of the cliff and let it all out, feeling incredibly relieved. Suddenly, Hua Gong looked down and was startled. Below the cliff, countless one-eyed giants were climbing up the rock face. He then cried out in a panic, "Oh my god, the one-eyed giants are climbing up." Even Chung Hai, who was snoring in his tent, was woken up by Hua Gong's voice. He was now focusing his energy, wanting to strengthen his tendons and muscles. Immediately after, Hua Gong's axe appeared as soon as he raised his hand high. After gripping the axe firmly in his hand, he immediately yelled and brought it down. He smashed several rocks on the cliff face so that the falling stones would knock them down. One one-eyed giant was sent flying by a rock and fell straight into the abyss. Seeing this, Hua Gong let out a sigh of relief and said, "One down." But just then, he heard a sound behind him and turned to look. It was another one-eyed giant that had already climbed fully onto the cliff face. Seeing Hua Gong like that, it smirked sinisterly. Meanwhile, his face darkened. and he broke out in a cold sweat. Jin Chen saw the others rushing away and asked, Gong Zhang, what's wrong with you guys? Someone urgently told her, the one-eyed giants have attacked, and you're just finding out now. Hua Gong discovered it first. Actually, even Gong Zhang hadn't expected this. The one-eyed giants actually took a huge detour and climbed up from behind. Just then, Zhu Mao's face darkened as he spoke to everyone. Talking about these things now is meaningless. Driving them back down is more important. What's in front of everyone now is the champion one-eyed giant and several other giants that have already climbed up. Zhu Mao quickly used Autoluke's Ice Seal spell to restrain the giants. His attack also had an effect, freezing the giants' legs. The one-eyed giants were about to charge and attack, but were stopped by Zhu Mao's ice. He fought and yelled, if you have any good ideas, use them quickly. The Ice Seal spell can't hold them for too long. Hua Gong and everyone behind him heard this and replied, at this point, what other way is there besides fighting? Zai Hui nearby also frowned in thought. 7 against 9, although we're fighting in a favorable offensive zone, even if we win, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory. What's more, among these 9 one-eyed giants, there's also a champion one-eyed giant. While pondering, she suddenly remembered something. Immediately after, Zai Hui turned to Jin Chen and said, I remember you're a conjuration school mage. Do you know the spell of disruption? If not, a similar spell would also work. Hearing this, Jin Chen immediately replied, I know the confusion spell. It's a spell that twists the target's will, causing them to have hallucinations that disrupt their actions. She then turned and yelled at Zai Hui, you want me to use a perception-disrupting spell on these one-eyed giants? Don't even think about it. This kind of spell can only buy a little time, and continuous use can easily lead to immunity. No sooner had Jin Chen finished speaking than Zai Hui summoned a countermeasure, saying, you don't need to worry about this. I have my ways. On one side, Shanghai handed Hao Kayat a cloak and said, you use this. He saw it and asked him, what about you then? Shanghai chuckled, put on his helmet, and said, I'm going to test their leader. On the other side, Zai Hai's summoned subordinate, Entity number 9, was shaking a vial of something. Its other hand held another vial of light blue liquid, also shaking it back and forth. Afterward, the 2 vials in Entity number 9's hands were poured into a different tube. Zhu Mao, who was trying to restrain the champion one-eyed giant with ice magic, yelled to those behind him, aren't you done yet? My Ice Seal spell is about to fail to hold them. But just then, the potion that Entity number 9 had mixed was complete. It mechanically said to Zai Hui, one-eyed giant's specific plague potion has been formulated. Please inspect. She quickly took the potion and replied, thank you for your hard work. Afterward, Zai Hui also told Jin Chen to quickly prepare her spell. She quickly agreed and began to mumble something in a different language. The champion one-eyed giant had now broken free from Zhu Mao's Ice Seal spell. Hua Gong quickly rushed forward to assist, pushing him behind. Zai Hui let out a sigh, stealing her nerves. Then she nimbly jumped up, swinging the vial in her hand backward. Immediately after, the vial in Zai Hai's hand was thrown, soaring away. The vial was thrown straight into the face of that champion one-eyed giant. She didn't stop but immediately turned back and told Jin Chen behind her, cast a spell on the champion one-eyed giant I just hit with the potion. Jin Chen was now drawing power from her necklace, staring intently, and said, okay? She used her foreign magic and confusion spell, targeting him. But just then, the champion one-eyed giant raised his club, intending to strike Hua Gong and Kong Tang below. Hua Gong was startled and cried out. It didn't work. Jin Chen's spell seems to have failed. It looks like this time, we can only rely on the 2 of us. Kong Tang was also very worried and said, I'm telling you beforehand, if it's impossible. But before he could finish, the giant had already raised his club. Seeing this, Jin Chen thought to herself, make it miss, make it hit another giant instead. A second later, blood indeed splattered before everyone's eyes. But the champion one-eyed giant's club went straight into the face of another giant. Seeing that he had accidentally hit his subordinate, he was also very surprised. Hua Gong was so astonished he couldn't speak. Even Kong Tang was startled and froze. But Jin Chen was probably the most shocked person there. She thought to herself, my 4-ring confusion spell could actually produce the effect of a 5-ring command spell. This is a command spell where creatures hit by it undergo a mental resistance roll. If the resistance fails, they are forced to carry out the caster's command. After the initial surprise, Jin Chen also realized something. I get it, when the one-eyed giants enter the area advantageous to the attacking side, their spell resistance significantly decreases. Zai Hua now spoke up. Not only that, but my spell liquid potion also caused the confusion spell you cast on the champion one-eyed giant to spread to the other one-eyed giants. For a while, these one-eyed giants will probably have a very hard time hitting us. Kong Tang and Hua Gong, seize this opportunity to kill as many as you can. Hearing that, the two of them mustered their strength and continued fighting. On the other side, Cheng Hai and Hao Kai stood still, watching the giants constantly hitting each other. Hao Kai raised his hand in confusion but still said, it feels like we don't need to intervene anymore. Just then, a notification board appeared right in front of Cheng Hai. This was a notification suggesting that a deity offered to change his permanent residence or transfer quest into Kill the Champion One-Eyed Giant. Cheng Hai's pupils contracted when he saw this notification. No one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Hua Gong was wielding an axe, rushing to attack the head of a one-eyed giant. He aimed straight for its eye and chopped down. Immediately after, he turned back to warn Kong Tang, hit them in the eyes. Hearing that, he repeatedly turned to look at a giant that was about to strike. But before Kong Tang could act, that giant was punched in the face by another giant's hand. The champion one-eyed giant watched his comrades keep hitting each other and fell silent. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger, glaring at everyone. Then his club smashed straight to the ground, accompanied by a roar, enough. Hua Gong and Kong Tang saw this and immediately stopped, looking at him. Even the one-eyed giants who were fighting each other stopped and looked at the champion one-eyed giant. Seeing everyone quiet down, he slowly said, "You've won, humans. We acknowledge your ownership of this mountain area." Then he said with a grim face in the giant language to the others, "Take the injured brethren and leave here." One one-eyed giant hesitated, wanting to say something, but the champion one-eyed giant turned his head and snarled, "This is an order." A moment later, they all led each other back down the cliff they had climbed before. Kong Tang witnessed this scene and still couldn't believe it, saying, "So, it's over? I had prepared for a few people to die this time." After that, Zai Hua slowly explained, the reproductive cycle of one-eyed giants is very long, which makes them highly value the lives of their clan members. That champion one-eyed giant didn't want to suffer losses by fighting to the end, so it voluntarily gave way. Hua Gong at this moment also yawned warily. He decided to go back to the tent to catch up on sleep, while Jin Chen ran over to hug Zai Hui tightly, asking about her plague magic from earlier. Just then, Zhu Mao called out to everyone. Everyone turned to look at him, puzzled, not knowing what he was going to say. Only then did Zhu Mao, stunned, tell them Cheng Hai is gone. The one-eyed giants were now walking back to their lair with rather uncomfortable expressions. As they walked, they encountered a person blocking their way and all stopped in unison. After seeing Cheng Hai, the one-eyed giants voiced their dissatisfaction. At this moment, the champion one-eyed giant stepped forward to see what was happening. When he saw the young man, he growled. However, Cheng Hai showed no fear. Instead, he calmly replied, "But if we don't determine a winner, I can't go home. If there's anyone to blame, it's that damn deity who forced us to put on a bug-fighting show for him." The champion one-eyed giant gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing that. Then he directly asked the young man. Cheng Hai, with his sword on his shoulder, replied. A moment later, at a closed stone circle in this underworld city. On the other side, Zai Hui and the others also found Cheng Hai using a drone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mao immediately moved closer to look at the screen, wanting to see where he was. Zai Hui stared at the screen and replied. Inside the arena, the champion one-eyed giant stood facing Cheng Hai. He looked at the giant for a moment and pondered. I was still thinking of trying not to reveal details of my fight with the one-eyed giant. Seeing Shanghai in such a daze, the champion one-eyed giant called out to him. Then he asked Shanghai something. Hearing this, the young man honestly replied, "My rank is too low to access the truth at this level, but my world has seen a large number of these appear since 10 years ago. If we cannot complete the mission to enter the underworld city within the allotted time, then the people from there will rush into our world, slaughtering and destroying." Hearing this, the champion one-eyed giant coldly said, "So that's how it is. This is also an irresolvable conflict." On this side, Shanghai also got ready and replied. Then he pondered to himself. The first discernible one is smash, using a club to smash down to the ground, knocking the opponent far away. The second is low sweep, which is using a club to sweep in a line, knocking the opponent away. The third is stomp, where the giant will stomp straight down with its foot. And the fourth is grab, where the giant will grab its prey with its hand. Regardless of these variations, my other future vision can distinguish, dodge, and counterattack in the early stages. As long as I can blind its single eye in the first counterattack, then no matter how high its physique is, I can slowly bleed it out until it dies. As soon as the match began, the champion one-eyed giant raised its foot, intending to stomp directly on Shanghai. When he saw this move, he immediately recognized it as a stomp. Sure enough, a second later, the champion one-eyed giant's foot came down, shattering all the earth and rocks on the ground. Trinhai saw this and secretly smiled, thinking, "Good, I dodged it, next, it's my turn." But when he jumped high, he discovered he couldn't move his body. Just then, the champion one-eyed giant swung its club and said in a deep voice, "It's over." Having said that, it immediately swung its club back, intending to smash it directly onto Trinhai. He was still very surprised and thought, could there be a fifth variation? Immediately after, Trinhai was sent flying into the wall of the arena by the champion one-eyed giant. The other giants on the stands watching the match cheered non-stop. But at this moment, it looked a bit confused, holding the club in its hand and thinking, was it an illusion? That one strike earlier. The feeling was no different from when I hunted the overlord of this area, the Rex Thunder Dragon. Just then, a dazzling golden arrow flew from the direction Trinhai was in earlier. The arrow shot towards where it stood, and the other one-eyed giants cheered to warn it. Waiting for the arrow to get very close to its face, the champion one-eyed giant caught it with one hand. Then it squeezed its hand, causing Trinhai's arrow to shatter. He stepped out from the thick smoke and dust, slowly saying, "That didn't work either? You are truly frighteningly strong. I can't find any blind spots." Even the champion one-eyed giant had to exclaim upon hearing him speak. "Likewise, you're harder to deal with than the thunder dragon I killed before." Trinhai watched it stomp towards him, frowning and thinking, this is troublesome. If I can't deal with its overwhelming stomp, I can only passively take hits, unless I give up close combat and choose to engage from a distance. But my magic bow can hardly pose a threat to it, and besides, the Miracle Survivor's effect will be revealed. Next, it will probably treat me as a punching bag, just like a giant. While he was racking his brain, trying to figure out what other cards he could play, the giant picked up a stone from the ground. It continued to juggle it in its hand like a toy. Immediately after, the champion one-eyed giant's expression changed, and it leaned back to gather momentum. Then it threw the stone straight forward. The stone was heading towards Trinhai, who was standing still. When he looked up, he was startled to see it flying towards him. Quick as a flash, Trinhai jumped to the side, dodging it, and the stone hit the wall. But at the same time, the champion one-eyed giant had already appeared behind him. When Trinhai turned around in surprise, his eyes widened so fast. He was once again sent flying by the champion one-eyed giant's club. Trachu also saw this scene on her screen. This time, Trinhai was sent flying into another wall. Hoa Sing saw the two of them watching intently and frowned, saying, "No need to watch anymore, the gap is too wide." Timoy heard this and immediately turned to ask Trachu, "How far is this Reno from us?" She was startled by his question and replied, "You want to go save him? Forget it, you've seen how strong the champion one-eyed giant is outside its advantageous area. Even if we both go, we might not win. On the other side, the champion One-Eyed Giant approached the spot where Trin Hai had just been thrown. But as it was walking, a figure appeared before its eyes and said, "This way is blocked now." That was Howkit standing imposingly there, blocking its path. The champion One-Eyed Giant angrily swung its hammer down and cursed, "A lowly race, who gave you the guts to tell me this way is forbidden?" Fortunately, Howkit managed to raise its sword to block its hammer, its whole body trembling violently. In the distance, Trin Hai had slid a long way across the ground. He clutched his chest in pain, thinking, "I was careless. I didn't expect this champion One-Eyed Giant to hide so much of its power." Besides its strength and physique, its speed was also nearly 20. Before he could even get up, Trin Hai saw a giant One-Eyed Giant's hand reaching for him. It turned out it wanted to pick Trin Hai up in its hand and examine him. Standing next to it was another giant, who looked over and said, "This tiny human sure can take a hit. They're not dead yet." Both One-Eyed Giants saw Trin Hai squirm for a moment, then raise his bow. The other One-Eyed Giant pointed at him, warning, "Be careful, it seems he can still move." But the One-Eyed Giant holding Trin Hai arrogantly replied, "What's there to be afraid of? After that Tyrannosaurus was hit twice by the boss, wasn't it just left there for anyone to slash? Is this human even tougher than it?" Just then, a notification appeared, reminding, "Deathwalker's exclusive skill, Fatal Shot, activated." Immediately after, Trin Hai fired a golden arrow straight at the One-Eyed Giant holding him. The One-Eyed Giant, seeing its comrade shot like that, quickly yelled to the champion giant in the arena, "Boss Bolin's been killed." Having just dealt with Howkit, it immediately turned its head to look when it heard that. Following the direction the other One-Eyed Giant pointed, the giant from earlier had been shot in the head by Trin Hai. Blood flowed profusely, but just then, he had already reloaded for a new shot aimed at this giant. The dead One-Eyed Giant still held Trin Hai in its hand, but he was still able to draw his bow and shoot again. The other One-Eyed Giant only turned its head when it saw a flash of light. By then the arrow was already aimed at it. It fearfully raised its hand reflexively to block it. At this moment, another notification appeared, but this time in red, warning, "Deathwalker's skill, Fatal Shot, activated." The very next second, Trin Hai's arrow shot straight at the One-Eyed Giant, piercing through both its arm and back. The champion One-Eyed Giant was stunned to see its comrade fall to the ground right before its eyes. As that giant fell, it was also the moment it went mad and roared. Trin Hai, holding something in his hand, said, "Howkit, you go back first." It obediently stood up and opened the gate, bidding him farewell. The champion One-Eyed Giant was now grinding its teeth in anger, saying, "Human, I swear, I will destroy your homeland, kill all your people, I swear." Trin Hai was now able to stand up, currently at his peak condition, and slowly said, "The premise is that you can survive first." In his hand was an item called the Octave Box, which recorded the sound of a succubus. Finishing his words, Trin Hai also thought to himself, challenging a legend has been activated in such a large distance situation, relying on the Fatal Shot's activation to turn the tide. I feel it's basically impossible. Thinking it over and over, the only way I can think of to turn the tide is this. He held out the Octave Box, muttering, "That's right, the Octave Box that recorded the sound of a succubus used the artifact upgrade ticket." A moment later, something indeed appeared. This was the phonograph of despair. Non-legendary units who hear the sound of despair will commit suicide in despair and madness. The beautiful song lasts for about 3 minutes. At this moment, the champion One-Eyed Giant had charged towards Trin Hai with its hammer. Meanwhile, he remained calm, opening a control panel to select something. Then something appeared in his hand, and Trin Hai murmured, "Use the Valiant Knight's trial badge." Immediately after, a very large gate appeared behind him. Trin Hai quickly stepped inside the gate and didn't forget to say goodbye to the champion One-Eyed Giant. It furiously charged forward, roaring, "Don't run!" His mace slammed down on the gate, shaking heaven and earth. But the entire gate remained perfectly intact, standing tall there. The champion One-Eyed Giant angrily gritted his teeth and glared at the gate. He roared furiously, echoing across the entire area. Damn it. On the other side, Trinhai stepped inside the gate into another grand hall. When he saw Valo, he greeted him. Long time no see. Seeing no reply, Trinhai smiled and suggested, "How about we chat first, Valo?" On the other side of the gate, the champion one-eyed giant was intently staring at the gate. He muttered to himself, "The door is still here, proving that bastard is probably just temporarily hiding behind the door." Saying that, he plopped down, leaning his back against the door, and let out a huff. Meanwhile, the music from that machine had started playing. The music echoed through the space, and the one-eyed giant, still angry, mumbled, "I'll keep watch here. I don't believe you won't come out." Inside the gate, where Trinhai was, he was being fiercely chased by Valo. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of Trinhai. This was his scene transition quest. He had received the legendary unit Valo's approval. On the other side, Trinhai had also held out for 3 minutes. Busy reading the notification, Trinhai now realized that Valo had caught up. Seeing him running with an axe, he screamed in fear, "No!" But it was too late. Valo had slashed at Trinhai, but he was unharmed. A moment later, Trinhai slowly stepped out of the gate. He looked outside and was startled, astonished, and stunned. Before Trinhai's eyes was the wide-eyed, blood-soaked face of the champion one-eyed giant. He lay sprawled on the ground, his head bloody and splattered everywhere, looking absolutely horrifying. Just then, another notification appeared beside Trinhai. Almost all notifications appeared at the same time, containing all information about Trinhai and the mountain giant, plus a hint. Trinhai looked at everything around him, shocked and disbelieving. Are they all dead? Then he looked at the music player with astonishment. Afterward, Trinhai thought to himself in fear, "This gramophone is too evil. Later, even if I don't have to use it, I'll try my best not to." The scene shifted to the cliff where everyone had gathered. Those people saw the notification appear before their eyes and their mouths fell open in disbelief. The trial quest has been completed? On this side, Timoy and Hutrach, witnessing everything from beginning to end through the camera, were stunned speechless. Then Timoy frantically turned to Hutrach and said, "The deity behind Trinhai is absolutely not a guardian, if you don't want to be silenced by him. Then what happened today can only be known by you and me. Absolutely no third party, especially the association, must know, understood?" Hutrach's drone was still observing Trinhai's arena from earlier. He saw it and thought to himself, the current trial has indeed been passed, but the Valiant Knight's trial badge is still effective and the newly acquired gramophone has been exposed. He watched the drone leave and mumbled, "After I get out of this underground city, I must find a way to quickly raise my level and strength. Otherwise, not to mention keeping these 2 items, I might even be in danger myself." Trinhai opened the control panel and took out the Soul Spirit photo frame. This item allows one to see spirits, and spirits that stay in the frame for more than 3 seconds will be captured by it. After reading, Trinhai immediately held the frame up to his face and asked himself, "Is this how it's used?" After looking through the frame's lens and seeing the scene before him, he was startled. Through the frame, Trinhai could see the spirits of the one-eyed giants standing up and walking around. The scene suddenly shifted to Seng LDC's group. Hoeseng, after seeing the notification, asked in surprise, wasn't Trinhai about to lose? How did he turn the tables from behind? He looked at Timoy and Hutrach and asked. Timoy quickly turned and gestured to Hutrach not to reveal this. Seeing this, she smiled and turned back to answer Hoeseng. "Anyway, this matter concerns Trinhai's private affairs. I shouldn't really say. If you really want to know, you can go to the Cyclops Giant's arena and infer it from the battle traces he left behind." After hearing that, he waved his hand, not wanting to talk about it anymore. "Never mind, I was just curious." At this point, Timoy spoke up to everyone, since everyone has passed the trial. Then don't wait for reinforcements anymore. Complete the escape mission and return soon. The scene shifted back to Trinhai. He was still holding the frame from earlier and said, "No wonder it's called the Soul Spirit photo frame. Using captured spirits to form the image, As a work of art, it's certainly special enough. It's just that I can't figure out what it's for at all. Trinhai observed the hint notification from earlier. He chose to settle collectively. After the settlement was complete, another new notification appeared. Trinhai read through it and continued. This strength elixir is very useful, although I don't need it now. Potions that can break certain extreme stats are very rare. And this magic ring, the magic it solidifies, from its name, seems to be some kind of control magic. I happen to be lacking skills in this area, so I should put it on quickly. As for this pen, Trinhai looked at it and read the information on the screen. He recalled the 2 previous notifications he had encountered. Then Trinhai spoke to the pen in his hand. Use Psyker's reed pen. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex appeared around him, cracking all the earth and rocks around his feet. Then the broken earth and rocks began to fly into the air, astonishing Trinhai. Those blocks of earth and rock formed Psyker's icon of doubt. Trinhai saw him and bewilderedly exclaimed, "Psyker, the icon of wisdom and knowledge?" As soon as Psyker's icon appeared, he stared intently at the person in front of him. He saw Trinhai holding the pen in his hand. Seeing this, Psyker's icon bowed low and said to him, "You ask a question. State your question." Trinhai, sweating, replied, "I want to know the price the deity paid to change my escape mission. Why did he do that?" Psyker's icon quickly answered him, "Because an heroic level follower, one of that fallen deity's top lieutenants, died at your hands. He wants you dead." As soon as he heard this answer, Trinhai's face fell. He thought, heroic level? It's that. So the one who changed my escape mission is the merman deity. At this moment, Psyker's icon urged him to ask the second question quickly. Trinhai also quickly continued, "The Lord of Death once warned me to be careful of the boat of the dead. What does the boat of the dead here refer to?" Psyker's icon replied to him, "Your legendary Undead Knight's Helm of Kirid has a side effect no one knows about. Namely, as the number of uses increases, your memories and personality will gradually change to match the personality of the helmet." As soon as he finished speaking, Trinhai immediately took off the helmet and threw it directly to the ground. Psyker's icon saw this and slowly said, "What are you afraid of if you just wear it? It's fine. The key is not to use it." Hearing him say that, Trinhai crossed his arms and retorted, "I'm not scared. It's just a natural reflex." Psyker's icon saw this and didn't ask further, but said, "Last question." Trinhai swallowed, gathering his thoughts, not answering immediately. Then he glared straight at him and clearly said, "I want to know why the Lord of Death is paying attention to me." In a mysterious underground city, there is Psyker's sage library. With an apple in his hand, he looked at Trinhai on the screen and asked, "I want to know why the Lord of Death is paying attention to me." Psyker chewed his apple as he answered, not noticing a hand reaching out behind him, because he. On the other side, Psyker's statue also repeated the same thing, because he. But as he spoke, Psyker's statue suddenly puffed out its cheeks as if choking. At Psyker's library, a strange figure reached out and covered his mouth. He mumbled, "Book fan." Immediately after, Psyker's statue in the underground city exploded right in front of Trinhai, startling him. Trinhai looked at the pile of debris falling in front of him and cried out in panic, "Wait, you haven't finished. What is he to me?" But then a notification appeared, suggesting that item information had been updated. Psyker's but Levi can ask one question. Psyker knows everything, but won't answer every question asked. Please choose your question carefully. Seeing this, Trinhai scratched his head and said, "It seems the last question went off topic. Although I couldn't ask the key point, at least I clarified the reason why the Kaimu targeted me, and what pace his ship is. After I get the weapons from these giants, I can go back." The sun in the underground city had reached its zenith. It seemed to be noon already. On the cliff where everyone was working, a hand suddenly crawled up. Trinhai slowly climbed to the top of the mountain and was slightly surprised by the scene before him. In front of him, a sign was planted reading, "We've gone on an escape mission. Your battle with the one-eyed giant champion was only seen by me and Hutrach. Don't worry, we'll keep your secret," written by Timoy. Seeing this, Trinhai just smiled contentedly. He squatted down and touched the sign. The armor on his body had also disappeared. A moment later, Trinhai stood up and looked at the gate leading into the underground city. Then he stretched comfortably and walked through the gate. The sign now read, "Thanks, my escape mission is done, heading out first." On the other side of the gate, at the building under construction from earlier, several people were gathered. Lautenting, a supernova, was also standing there. Didn't they say this underground city had a one-eyed giant champion, requiring a Nchilvit supernova? So after you called us here, the display here shows it's already cleared? Hearing her question, Vanchern didn't know what to say. Perhaps after I left, an unexpected situation occurred in the underground city. Just then, another voice rang out, "Someone's coming out, that's Tring Bo, at Nvit Supernova." Hearing that, Vanchern immediately turned to look at the gate, and indeed, Trinhai walked out afterwards. He looked at the people around him and called out blankly, "Brother Diu." Seeing Trinhai walk out like that, Vanchern said in surprise, "Didn't we say we'd wait for reinforcements before attempting the mission together?" He scratched his head and gave a forced laugh in response. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The camp was discovered by the one-eyed giant. Another supernova standing nearby continued to ask Trinhai, "Why don't I see the others coming out? Don't tell me you're the only survivor." Trinhai broke out in a sweat and replied, "They're still evacuating. I finished early, so I came back first." Tringbo now spoke up, saying, "In the underground city, there are dinosaurs on the giant mountain. State adventurers in charge of clearing the stage also have the task of collecting dinosaur eggs. It's normal for them to come out a bit later." After that, Trinhai said, "Any other questions? If not, I'm heading back." Seeing this, Vanchard replied, "You go back and rest first. I'll call you if anything comes up." When Trinhai got home, he lay on his bed and mumbled. This time it was truly a life or death situation. Luckily, I won my bet. The Lord of Death in the underground city on the giant mountain paid attention and wouldn't let me die at the hands of the one-eyed giant champion just like that. Although Timoy said he'd help keep it a secret, I'd best not hold to many expectations. After all, it concerns the Heroic Knights Trial Medal. Assuming the news that I have the Heroic Knights Trial Medal and the Despair Sound recording phonograph gets out, that Jijian Qin might even return to the country to steal them. So there's only one path before me, which is to fly abroad, past the 8-item trial of the Death Walker, and then, before this news spreads, level up to a rank where I can keep them. But what if the next underground city's Kaimu changes the difficulty of the escape mission to a point where I can't complete it? The Lord of Death can't keep an eye on me forever either. If I could get the answers to 3 questions from Psyker, that would be great. That way, at least I'd know roughly where I stand within the Death Lord's domain. Unlike now, Trinhai said as he swiped open the control panel. He held the helmet in his hand and muttered to himself, "I can only ask for help from the one who holds my destiny." After putting on the helmet, Trinhai stepped into another dimension. Before he could do anything, the captain lunged out of nowhere, attacking him from behind. Trinhai quickly spun around and fought back. He raised his sword to block the captain's spear from behind and said in a low voice, "I didn't come here to fight." The captain glared at him and replied, "You already know the price of using me. If you're not here to reclaim the personality fragments and memories from me, then what are you doing here?" Hearing him say that, Trinhai mused, "Sure enough, a part of me has been replaced. No wonder some memories haven't quite fit lately." Then Trinhai spoke up, "I came to ask a few questions. I'll leave after I'm done." He thought again. According to what he just said, it seems if I defeat him, I can reclaim the replaced part of myself. So if I encounter an exceptionally strong enemy later, I can consider using the helmet to solve it. After all, I can still feel the changes now. Using it just a few times probably won't cause a problem. Then Trinhai began, "You saw what happened to us in the last dungeon. You probably don't want to just be killed off in some dungeon like that and then rot away with me, right, Captain?" The captain listened but remained silent. A moment later, he slowly said, "What do you want to ask?" At this point, Trinhai began to speak. Although you were merely a personality born after KHA La HGC's helmet was activated, your vision must have inherited that of the legendary Death KH La GC. From its perspective, do you think the enmity between me and the mother is great enough for her to continue playing tricks in the dungeon? She won't give up until she kills me, will she? If so, do you think the Death Lord will still help me the next time such a situation rises? Trinhai's angry shout echoed through his house. This damn helmet played me. It didn't tell me that the mother sought out the Death Lord to ask him to spare the heroic level merman. After the Death Lord refused the mother and mocked him as the merman's nanny, and then the two gods became enemies, it didn't tell me that either. If I hadn't used Psyker's reed pen to ask a question, I'd still be in the dark, and the mother would continue to target me in the next dungeon. It seems Psyker's reed pen, like the phonograph, was given to me by the Death Lord to correct information discrepancies. In the next dungeon, if the mother still targets me, he probably won't intervene anymore. But the heroic knight's trial medal and the despair sound recording phonograph probably won't be as effective in the next dungeon. After all, the Sea Mother is a deity. There's no way she can't figure out a way to counter them. Considering I don't have any artifacts to upgrade, what if in the next dungeon the mother changes the escape mission difficulty to an uncompletable level? While he was thinking, his phone by the bed suddenly showed a notification. Trinhai picked it up and saw it was a message confirming his flight ticket to Congo was ready. The scene shifts to another skyscraper. After receiving a phone call from someone, Non-Quan exclaimed in surprise, "You want to travel abroad?" Trinhai rummaged through the fridge and replied, "That's right, I probably won't be back until next quarter at the latest." Unexpectedly, Non-Quan continued, "Is Jijiang Qin's little brother threatening you, isn't he?" Trinhai heard that and laughed, sweating, No, nothing like that." But Non-Quan didn't believe him. "No need to explain, I understand. Next year, when Big Boss Hun retires, that Mr. Hjiang's position as head of Man Province must be secured. At this time, a national-level supernova emerging will inevitably be seen as a thorn in his side. I understand you don't want to offend him, but you don't have to flee abroad, do you? You have a god protecting you." At this point, Trinhai snapped at him. "It really has nothing to do with him." Non-Quan just waved his hand and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Your leave is approved. Just remember to come back at the end of the year to deal with any unfinished mission quotas." The scene shifts again to the One-Eyed Giant dungeon. At this moment, the three people, Hoe Sang, Kim Thn, and Kung Tang, are being chased by a dinosaur, running for their lives. At the mouth of the abyss, Hutrach and Timoy looked down at them. Hutrach asked him, "You don't have a license to mine this dungeon. After completing the escape mission, why didn't you go back?" Hearing that, Timoy replied, "Because we're staying in this dungeon for a few more days. Trinhai will have enough time to decide whether or not he wants to report the spell to him." Hutrach still couldn't believe it, saying, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have thought that someone who previously wouldn't save others would actually think for someone else." But actually, Timoy didn't really want to be associated with that name. "If I had a choice, I wouldn't want this wouldn't save others title either." The scene shifts to Malay Airport in Kando's capital, Bulavi. A foreign airport employee was checking Trinhai's passport. He even raised his hand to greet the man when verifying his identity. The employee looked at him for a moment, then shrugged slightly. After that, the entry confirmation stamp was approved. Trinhai walked down the stairs while calling someone, asking, "I'm here, where are you?" On the other end, a voice replied, "I'm at exit 2, waiting for you." After hanging up, Trinhai was surprised as he recalled his doubt. Did Olvin use a voice changer? Why doesn't it sound like a middle-aged man? A moment later, Trinhai was indeed at gate 2, but the person waiting for him was not Olvin. This person, dusty all over and somewhat shabbily dressed, smiled and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Trinhai. I am your Kango guide, Olvin. You can call me Ada." Trinhai's jaw dropped in surprise when he heard that. "Wait, you're Olvin Kango?" No, that's too big a gap. You're not even an adult yet. At this moment, Ada chuckled and explained, the person who contacted you online was my father, but he doesn't have a tour guide license. Please don't replace me. I'm very professional. I have several siblings and I need money to help with household expenses. Before Trin Hai could say anything, he met Ada's teary eyes. The boy put his hands together and pleaded, please, Mr. Trin Hai, save my child. At this point, he couldn't refuse anymore and said, alright then. But let me tell you now, if I find you unsuitable, I will definitely replace you. Ada was overjoyed and thanked him profusely. Then Trin Hai turned back and told him, no need for thanks. Now I want to buy a set of equipment for rafting. If possible, I want to challenge the Kango River tomorrow. Can you arrange that? Of course, Ada could do this. He smiled and replied, no problem, Mr. Trin Hai. The scene shifts to a restaurant on a high floor. Ada ate his meal and asked Trin Hai, are you an adventurer from China? He replied to him, sweating, no, I'm just a normal person who likes extreme sports. Unexpectedly, Ada immediately realized, Mr. Trin Hai, you're not good at lying. Someone who likes extreme sports couldn't possibly not know that the rapids of the Kango River cannot be conquered. That's a level of difficulty that only a major figure who has become an adventurer would dare to challenge. Trin Hai was silent for a while, then slowly replied, you mean there are adventurers who have challenged upstream rafting on the Kango River? Ada chewed his food and replied, yes, that's right, but they all failed. However, Red Bull still keeps upstream rafting on the Kango River as a permanent challenge. As long as one can conquer it before reaching level 10, they can become a contracted Red Bull adventurer and be groomed as a new star. He also added another thing, besides you, there are 2 other adventurers who want to challenge it tomorrow. The scene shifts to the dangerous, winding Kango River in the jungle. Here, Ada and his father were carrying Trin Hai's rafting equipment down. He was warming up, looking across the river. Trin Hai gently asked Ada, who was carrying the boat on his shoulder, is that them? He hummed in response. On the other side, there are 2 people who also seem to be preparing to join the challenge. At this moment, Ada and his father had also finished preparing everything for Trin Hai's challenge. On the other bank, someone was also observing the 3 of them. That kid also wants to challenge whitewater rafting on the Kango River. The person who said this was Ken. Standing next to him, Pfizer, with an expressionless face, replied, ignore him, just stick to our rhythm. Trin Hai had already settled into the boat and received the paddle. Ada handed him the paddle and cheerfully said, go for it, Mr. Trin will definitely make it. He didn't politely refuse, replying, I'll borrow your good luck. After speaking, Trin Hai immediately paddled away. On the other side, Pfizer and Ken also watched in the direction Trin Hai had gone. Ken scoffed at Trin Hai's movements. What foolish moves, is this guy a rookie? Pfizer frowned and replied to him, he probably got some rare profession or title, feeling like he can use it to complete Red Bull's ultimate challenge, and then surpass us. Then he instructed Ken, don't go yet. I don't want to encounter a moving obstacle in the rapids at 45 kilometers per hour. Hearing that, he turned back and told the person behind him, wait another 10 minutes. At this moment, Trin Hai was on his way down the river. He gritted his teeth as he paddled, muttering, I've pretty much grasped the core of this activity now. Considering his basic stats are already at a professional athlete's level, plus the bonuses from his main and sub-professions, this is already the limit a human can reach. Although technically he definitely can't compare to a professional paddler, if skill isn't enough, stats can compensate. The rapid section of the Kango River Challenge probably won't pose too much trouble for me. On the bank of the Kango River at this moment, a watch on someone's hand displayed 10 minutes and 2 seconds left. Pfizer stopped the timer and said, you can get in the water now. On the other side, Trin Hai was struggling with the furious currents. He tried to keep the boat balanced, gritting his teeth and thinking, are the Kango River rapids really this violent? If I didn't have 20 resistance points, encountering tributary currents, undercurrents, and whirlpools of this size along the way, It would be enough for me to use several trial medals to save my life. No wonder Kango River whitewater rafting has deterred countless people over the years. Just the rapids section alone. One small mistake can capsize the boat and kill the person. If it were anyone else, I can't imagine how they would avoid all these whirlpools. Ken and Pfizer finally set off, starting to paddle downstream. Pfizer shouted, warning Ken, the most dangerous part of the rapids is the whirlpools formed by converging tributary currents and undercurrents. Watch out a bit, otherwise, if you lose control and get caught in a big whirlpool, there's no way to escape with brute force. After hearing him, Ken just chuckled and said, got it. Trinhai, having now passed the first rapids, joyfully shouted, I made it. He looked back at the waterfall he had just passed, happily muttering, although the danger in the fast current section far exceeded my expectations. But I still got through. It's just that I used up quite a lot of stamina. If only I had some more healing potions. But no sooner had he finished speaking than Trinhai looked ahead and froze. In front of Trinhai now was a waterfall even higher than the previous one. A waterfall. Did I enter the deviation section so quickly? Oh no, I wasn't even ready yet. He tried to paddle back, but the current still pulled him along. Immediately after, Trinhai fell straight down the waterfall, witnessed by a drone. The scene shifted to Ada's father's car, driving smoothly down the road. Ada was looking at his phone screen while talking to his father. It seems Mr. Trinhai safely passed the first waterfall. Dad, do you think he can succeed? Oldman chuckled and replied, emotionally, I naturally hope this compatriot of mine can succeed in his challenge, but I still feel it would be better if he knew when to retreat early. After all, he's different from the two adventurers sponsored by Red Bull. He doesn't have a professional rescue team. Once something happens, he'll. The scene shifted back to where Ken and Pfizer were paddling. He looked up, saw Ken paddling forward, and cursed, idiot, don't paddle towards it. Sure enough, Ken seemed to have inadvertently put himself into a rapidly swirling vortex. He quickly couldn't resist the force of the water and sank. Above their heads, there was even a helicopter observing them. The person in the helicopter looked down at them and said, challenge failed, deploy the soft ladder. On this side, Trinhai seemed to have survived the fall from the waterfall. He was sitting in the boat. The surroundings were quite quiet as he muttered, I've pretty much got it. The danger of the upper section mainly lies in the angle of the drop into the water. To ensure safety, I'll push my body to its extreme limit. That way, even if I encounter a waterfall tens of meters high, I can still control it. No sooner had he finished speaking than he encountered a new, even taller waterfall, with rocks protruding from it. At this moment, a hint notification appeared. 8 overflowing power trials of the Death Walker completed, power +1. 7 hours later, Trinhai finally successfully survived the dangerous waterfall he had just faced. But no sooner had he rejoiced than a gate leading to the underworld appeared before him. It appeared right before Trinhai's eyes, even before his hand had dropped. Trinhai desperately tried to turn the boat around, paddling back with all his might, screaming, wait! Trinhai held the stick in his hand, his face panicked and terrified, running for his life. Wait! Wait! He finally escaped that time travel gate, arriving at another place just for a bit. Trinhai was dumbfounded, still not having recovered. I know you want me dead, but there's no need to rush like this, right? The gate kept shrinking, then disappeared right before Trinhai's eyes. So he stood amidst the vast white sands of the desert, shouting for an exit. Where's the underworld exit? Where's my big underworld exit? Because he was so desperate, Trinhai opened the information section to check. Although he had anticipated the difficulty of this underworld in the Desert of Despair, it stated that Trinhai was participating in a level 10 challenge. The main mission was to find the ghost ship, designated Black Pearl Hoof, to escape from here. Additionally, there was an ongoing mission to obtain Captain Boss's golden letter box. If this mission was completed, the player would receive a reward of plus to charm and +1 reputation with the ocean deities. Trinhai scrolled through, looking for the necessary items, sighing deeply as he repeatedly looked, but not even leaving an exit for me. Isn't that a bit too much? I even thought that even if I couldn't complete the escape mission, I could just run out the clock until the underworld naturally rotated. I didn't expect the Sea Mother to give me no chance at all, so it seems that even if I'm lucky enough to complete this one, future underworlds will also be of the survival type. Suddenly, his eyes landed on an item in the list, the escape mission to find the ghost ship designated Black Pearl Hoof. Trinhai shouted as if he had found a lifeline. Wait, the escape mission for this underworld is to find a ship in the desert. No, under normal circumstances, who could complete this mission? Not even a legendary figure, right? But then Trinhai lay back down on the white sand. He put his hands behind his head and pondered, yet the Sea Mother was able to find an underworld where machines. The Desert of Despair has no place for me to use my skills. She has this ability, so why not also limit Siphons, but Levi that I haven't fully used yet? Trinhai racked his brain but still had no answer. She doesn't know I have a staff for finding things. I can understand that. But I still have one chance to ask Siphon. She should know, right? Or perhaps she didn't monitor the previous underworld to the end. Finally, Trinhai clicked on the items section. Never mind these trivial things. Forget it. No more thinking. Trinhai took out a staff of seeking and made a decision. If she doesn't know about my but Levi Siphon, then this time I'll use the staff of seeking to find the ghost ship. Although its accuracy is only 50%, when using the staff of seeking, there's only a 50% chance it points in the correct direction. He posed a question to it. Which direction is the Black Pearl Hoof designated ship? The staff of seeking spun once and pointed in a direction. He held it in his hand, secretly observing. His sluggish eyes followed the staff of seeking. That way? Trinhai still wasn't convinced, asking again, alright, one more time, which way is the Black Pearl Hoof? But each time, its answer still pointed towards that direction of the sun. 8 consecutive times it pointed in the same direction, indeed. The underground city's loopholes weren't that easy to exploit. Suddenly, a strange figure stepped out from the hole. The mighty How Kid appeared, speaking in a local dialect. Kabo, Lord Trinhai, you sought me? Trinhai handed him the staff of seeking and instructed, I buried a bottle of water round here. Use this to find it for me. How Kid took it, exclaimed, oh, and the staff of seeking spun abruptly, pointing in another direction. He slowly followed the staff. Kabo, that way? The distance between How Kid and Trinhai grew wider. Then he squatted down and dug continuously. How Kid dug up to donuts. He was surprised. Kabo, why are these donuts? Trinhai stood from afar, inferring the item's function, so that means even the wrong direction can find a specific item. He raised the donut, turned back, and asked for an opinion. Kabo? He yelled loudly, waving his hand. No need to search anymore. You can come back now. Leave that staff. Trinhai pulled out a bottle of mineral water from who knows where. He leisurely unscrewed the cap, saying, speaking of which, last time, Nyan Kachmum told me, when the Death High Priest died, a dream flute nightmare resonated from me. Trinhai tilted the bottle and gulped down the water. If the Death High Priest has completed the entire process, then surely I can directly use it instead of walking, right? Then he pulled out a crude-looking horn. Let's try. Trinhai put it to his lips and played a tune. Another gate opened and an animal gradually appeared before him. Trinhai smiled and waved. A horse's hoof scraped on the white sand. The horse let out a snort, seemingly not very welcoming. It felt rather gentle. Next, it galloped at an incredible speed. It turned out that horse was chasing Trinhai for dear life, and he was running for his life. Damn, that Mamkung Kip played me again. Sometime later, Trinhai was also riding leisurely on the horse's back. After 10 days, Trinhai followed the staff of seeking. Is this the place? He jumped off the horse to scout, but there was nothing round. Could it be that the ghost ship is buried underground? This could pose a difficulty for Trinhai. If that's truly the case, then my workload is going to be huge. Just then, the system provided a useful notification, hinting Deathwalker's exclusive skill. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor from below. Trinhai yelled to the horse, get away, there's something under our feet. Something colossal emerged from the sand. making both man and horse sway unsteadily. Trinhai was about to run, but a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, what the staff of seeking pointed to? Something twisted its body into many different coils. Could it be this? The deathworm coiled itself in layers of sand. Trinhai looked at it with skepticism. Wait, could it be that the staff of seeking only pointed to this? With the item seeker's effect +2, current intellect +3, and ability type, clue integration was enhanced. His face became serious as he observed, thinking this underground city was most likely prepared by the mother of the sea for me. She wants me dead and could make a move when I'm unaware of the situation. So Trinhai yelped, then interfere with the staff of seeking. So it leads me to the mouth of the desert's apex predator. It seems not impossible. He tapped an option on the system screen. If this hypothesis holds, then the possibility of continuously interfering with the staff of seeking, preventing it from pointing in the right direction, also exists, and it's not small. He took out a ring and put it on his middle finger. This is the consequence of confronting a deity. Wow, difficulties really are piling up. This item has moderately good power. It's a magic ring with a guidance spell. Magic ring permanently solidified with 5 spell circles. Guidance spell, 24-hour cooldown. Trinhai twisted into position, preparing to attack. But thinking about his actions, directly guiding me to it, he truly must not know what I gained from the previous underground city. From a distance, he used the guidance spell to suppress the deathworm. A moment later, he poured out all the food scraps, an auxiliary artifact that provides an endless supply of animal food. It seemed to be for the deathworm to eat. He even had the mind to ask it, "Is this enough?" Howkit leaned close to the deathworm's ear and whispered. Then it turned and translated for Trinhai, saying, "It says yes." He and the deathworm had a deal, so, according to our agreement, once you're full, you must lead us to find the ghost ship buried in this desert. In a flash, over 10 days had passed. Both man and creature rode upon its body, traveling through the cool moonlight. Trinhai noticed something and looked around. He suddenly discovered an interesting phenomenon, flying dolphins soaring through the sand pits. This astonished Trinhai so much that his jaw dropped. Glowing whales, how can there be fish in the desert? The deathworm then explained in some kind of Arabic. After listening, Howkit turned to Trinhai and said, "It says those are ancient ghosts. Seeing ghosts means we're almost there." A commendable deduction formed in his mind. Ancient ghosts, so this desert was once a sea. The system appeared again, giving him a message. Mission hint, escape. Found the ghost ship, Black Pearl ID. Completed. No sooner had he finished reading than both Howkit and Trinhai stared wide-eyed at what was before them. The colossal ship, meant only for the open sea, was now adrift on the white sand desert. Is that really the ghost ship, the Black Pearl? It continued to say something to Howkit. It turned out it wanted to give a warning. It told us to be careful, saying there was an extremely powerful ghost in that ship that it couldn't defeat. Trinhai happily slapped the deathworm's body, thanking it for the heads up. After that, it left the two of them there and dove into the sand. Even with just that, those on the ship already knew there were 2 people down below. Before proceeding, Trinhai told Howkit a few things. My escape mission is complete. I can leave anytime. Later, if we can't agree, you leave quickly and don't mind me. Howkit heard that and agreed with him. Alright, buddy. No sooner had he finished speaking. A captain stood on the railing, asking nonchalantly, have the sea and the gods of the sky become this small? He was old, ugly, and pale, speaking with disdain, coming to find chickens like you to collect cursed gold again. Hearing those 3 words, Trinhai didn't quite understand. Cursed gold? Basa squatted down and asked again, you don't know about the curse? He already held a gun, ready to eliminate the 2 of them at any moment. After all this time, you're some unlucky fellow who offended a sea goddess and got exiled here. Ha! Good thing you managed to find your way here. Trinhai immediately signaled Howkit, now's the time to go. He turned and ran, still wishing him luck. Take care, Lord Trinhai. Ba Sa raised his gun, yelling triumphantly, then you're useless. He pulled the trigger and the bullet flew far away. It flew straight towards Tren Hai. He immediately took the direct hit. Hao Kit saw it as he was about to leave. A spatial rift sucked him in. Hao Kit screamed, unable to save him. Tren Hai fumbled within the tattered fabric. "I'm fine." It turned out the bullet only slightly wounded him. He was still alive. Ba Sa was startled, recognizing that treasure, a legendary hat. Tren Hai's figure gradually vanished into space. He angrily raised his gun and scoffed. Ba Sa leaped from the ship, the gun still in his hand. But just a few seconds after he landed, something was about to appear. He looked up, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. A sturdy gate appeared before him. Trial Gate. The legendary gate opened before him. Yet Ba Sa boldly approached and cursed. Damn it. Did that brat really hide in this gate? While he wasn't paying attention, a blurry shadow appeared right behind him. Tren Hai jumped and attacked from behind. Only then did he vaguely realize it. Before he could do anything, Ba Sa was sent flying inside by Tren Hai's kick. Ba Sa's entire body was now flung inside. Because he was too old, his bones and joints could hardly withstand such a powerful kick. This damn imp, daring to trick the great Captain Ba Sa. He had just finished realigning his bones when the system displayed a notification. Job transfer mission received affirmation from the legendary unit Valo. Countdown 10 minutes. Ba Sa was still bewildered by his mission when someone snuck up behind him with an axe. 10 minutes means I have to defeat this Valo guy in 10 minutes, or survive for 10 minutes. Footsteps advanced extremely quickly, not waiting a second. Valo rushed out, preparing a strike for Ba Sa. Meanwhile, outside, Cheng Hai was still in the game, searching for treasure, wondering which direction Ba Sa's golden letter box was in. The item-finding staff started to move, then pointed in front of him. That direction was Ba Sa's pirate ship. Meanwhile, Ba Sa and Valo were having a very intense sword fight. He was already struggling greatly, yet his mind wandered. Wait, the level of this activated armor isn't higher than this captain's, is it? This trial is so outrageous. Who could possibly complete it? Cheng Hai was following the item-finding staff, walking into the ship. It pointed to a small door in the distance. Is it in here? He quickly approached and gently turned the doorknob a little. When the door opened, Cheng Hai's eyes met some creature. It was Ba Sa's pet, secretly eating an apple. He was startled and angrily shouted, "Oh no, I made a mistake again." It was exactly like its owner, munching on the apple cluelessly. But this monkey seems to be Ba Sa's pet. Surely it knows where the golden letter box is? After a moment of brainstorming and planning, he began to sweet-talk it. "Little monkey, can you tell me where your captain's golden letter box is? I can trade this for it." Ba Sa's pet bared its ugly, frightening teeth, signaling its disagreement. Cheng Hai raised his ring finger. "You don't agree. Well, there's no other way." Cheng Hai immediately cast a command spell to curse it. Finished, he crossed his arms and commanded, "Lead me to Ba Sa's golden letter box." On the other side of the trial, Ba Sa and Valo had not yet decided a victor. He was struggling greatly to complete the mission. Excellent, only 1 minute left, just a little more perseverance. Suddenly, something appeared in Valo's hand. Then he suddenly clenched his hand. That spherical orb shattered, making him cry out in pain and unwillingness in the nick of time. Finally, Ba Sa, defeated, walked out step by step. Unable to bear the humiliation, he yelled curses. After fighting for half a day, is this what this trial gate is about? This captain won't be tricked again. Only then did Ba Sa suddenly remember, wait a minute. He looked towards the ship in a panic. My golden letter box. But inside the ship, Ba Sa's pet had already led him to the golden letter box. Cheng Hai even double-checked, this is Ba Sa's golden letter box? The system promptly displayed an additional analysis panel, titled Despair Sand. This screen displayed some key information about the pirate character. Current combat power is 10. With 1 out of 1 challengers, regarding the mission, the player has completed the escape mission by finding the ghost ship with serial number Black Pearl, and has also completed the long-term mission of obtaining the golden letter box from the captain of the legendary ghost ship. Finally, the character's attributes were also improved. Among them, the adventurer's charm increased by 2, and reputation with the ocean gods increased by 1. Shanghai finished reading and smiled brightly. He was extremely delighted. The escape and long-term missions were all completed. Now I can escape anytime. Just when Basa hadn't returned yet, maybe? With a meaningful expression, he asked Boss's pet, "Where do you captains usually keep your treasures?" Just then, the guidance spell also expired. It returned to its grumpy demeanor. Seeing this, Shanghai easily noticed. Has the effect of the guidance spell ended? So he quickly went into the inventory section of the system. Shanghai smirked. He held up a painting to threaten it. Don't think the guidance spell is my only way to deal with you. If you don't want to be trapped by me in a ghost painting frame and become food for the one-eyed G, and then obediently listen to me. Boss's pet's face became stiff, rigid, and pale. At this moment, Shanghai also went out with Boss's pet. Shanghai also simultaneously saw Basa returning from a distance. Catching sight of this scene, the old man yelled deafeningly, "You ungrateful wretch! What benefits did this damn brat give you that you're working for him?" Basa became furious, cursing at it profusely, making Boss's pet fearfully hide behind Shanghai's leg. "You ungrateful wretch! What benefits did this damn brat give you that you're working for him?" Seeing this, he remained calm, so he's reacted? Shanghai smirked, taking out an arson tool to threaten him. Guess what? Basa immediately raised his hand in compromise, preparing for diplomatic negotiations. Wait, let's talk slowly. But it was too late. Shanghai seemingly accidentally dropped a lit torch onto the floor and calmly escaped. In an instant, the entire floor ignited in front of the old man, leaving Basa no time to react. The flames quickly spread throughout the entire ship. Boss's hateful voice still echoed, "Don't let me see you again, you scoundrel." At this moment, both Boss's pet and Shanghai fell into the water, coincidentally noticing each other. In the vast sea, he tried to press the item button. Then Shanghai and it swam up together to find an exit. Both of them surfaced from the water, gasping for air. The sky had now fallen into a mystical night. One human and one beast made a temporary fire in a corner of the forest. Shanghai was still awake, studying his stats panel for a while. Shanghai is at the elite adventurer rank, human race, rated as adventurer level 8. His main profession is Death Walker and his sub-profession is Item Finder. His basic attributes include Strength 17, Intelligence 16, Speed 16, Perception 20, Physique 16, and Charm 13. He put his hand to his chin and analyzed a bit. When clearing the giant mountain dungeon, there was too much going on to check. As a result, in that dungeon, my strength, speed, and perception all increased a bit. Shanghai's face creased, pondering. I remember that when I was shopping in the Murphic Tide dungeon before, a similar situation occurred. So basic stats can actually be raised when clearing dungeons, but the trigger conditions are unclear. Then he made a decision for his next plan. I feel like after returning to Dongshan, I can consult Brother Chen. He pressed the button at the bottom. Do you want a unified settlement? Hint, unified settlement rewards will be higher than individual settlements. After completion, the system board summarized the results. The settlement was completed and reached S rank, receiving new titles, Animal Companion and Survival Maniac. The sub-profession is a unique skill of a finder, Treasure-Seeking Instinct, obtained a Relic Exchange card, a skill book for Deathworm Summoning Technique, and to Epic Relics, Eternal Compass and Ticket to the Raging Sea. Shanghai calculated for a while again. Although he received to Epic Relics, one is used to find Azoth Gold. One is a golden chest containing a dungeon that opens in the later stage. The system board added another hint. Effect of the Ticket to the Raging Sea. A golden chest containing Azoth Gold can open a late-stage dungeon, the Sea God's Treasure. Next, Shanghai opened the compass to determine the direction. The Eternal Compass can guide you to find the Azoth Gold you possess and the dungeon entrance that can generate Azoth Gold. In just a few short seconds, the Eternal Compass determined a new direction. It pointed towards a distant light in the direction of Bueller, where there was Azoth Gold. Shanghai immediately moved to that location, Bueller, the capital of the Republic of Congo, Adventurers Trading Market. He met Ada and they walked through the markets together. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, "Mr. Shanghai, why didn't you call us earlier to pick you up? You survived alone outside for over 20 days. Shanghai winked at Ada, "Because I found a dungeon entrance nearby, and at that time, I only thought about conquering that dungeon." The young Ada looked up at the sky and wondered, "Is that so?" Engaged in lively conversation, the two noticed a bargaining session in the distance. 0.5 coins is the lowest price. After a long negotiation, the buyer reluctantly accepted. "All right, 5 coins it is." Shanghai walked over, politely waved, and quietly asked, "Sir, may I see the gold in your hand?" The man didn't understand what he was saying and even looked a bit annoyed. So Ada bent down and spoke to him in French. "May we see the gold in your hand?" Only then did the man understand and happily handed it to him. "Sure." Shanghai took it, compared it with the compass in his hand, and tested whether it was real or fake. The compass pointed directly at the exquisitely carved gold piece. After all that effort, the Azoth gold coin was just a black market gold coin. The man saw that he seemed interested in buying Azoth gold, so he offered to sell it. "This is a black market gold coin. The higher the adventurer's level, the more they recognize it. Do you want it? I can give you a discount." Ada turned to translate for Shanghai. "He says this kind of gold coin is highly sought after by high-level adventurers. He's asking if you want it." He flicked the gold piece for the man to catch and refused. "No need, thank you." Ada continued to follow Shanghai, not forgetting to bid farewell to the gold seller. He put his hands in his pockets, walking and deep in thought. If the target for collection is black market gold coins, then filling the golden chest shouldn't be too difficult. After all, there's already so much that it could be adventurer's merchandise. Then he drew a conclusion. "It seems that the eternal compass I have is actually useless. Later, I can consider using the relic exchange ticket to swap it for another epic relic." Not far ahead, two people were walking towards them. Ken emotionlessly glanced and immediately noticed him. He waved hello, causing Shanghai to stop, surprised, and look towards him. He smiled brightly and approached to strike up a conversation. "Isn't this our second time meeting?" The two introduced their names, Ken and Pfizer. The other side, hearing this, happily replied, "Shanghai and Ader." Ken then brought up the old topic, curious to ask, "After that day, why didn't you continue challenging the Kango Rapids?" His eyes held a slight guard. "Don't they know I actually succeeded in the challenge?" Shanghai smiled naively, scratching his head as he replied, "Because I found this project to be a bit too difficult for me right now." The two looked at each other, not saying a word. So they suggested, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." The four of them had a hearty meal together. Pfizer got straight to the point. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll speak directly." Shanghai didn't shy away and invited him to continue. He said seriously, "We formally invite you to join our team. This is quite sudden and unexpected for you. Wait a minute. You don't know my profession or my level, so why are you inviting me? Isn't this a bit too casual?" Ken crossed his arms and smiled at Shanghai. "This must be a carefully considered decision. This is a decision we thought about for a long time. When you challenged the rapid Kango River, you were just an amateur, and we all saw it." He calmly explained the reason for choosing him. "In a situation without a professional rescue team, as an outsider challenging the Kango Rapids, you ultimately survived unharmed. We could see the strength and luck behind that." Pfizer spoke with a serious face, somewhat implying that Shanghai was looking down on them. "So you think we would just do nothing and watch talent like you pass by?" After hearing that, he understood completely. So that's how it is. Shanghai, like a young man, chuckled and politely declined. "Thank you for your affirmation, but I am a national adventurer. The expenses for exploring the underground cities and coordinating them each year will take up most of my time, so I'm afraid." Hearing this, they were a bit regretful. A national adventurer? Well, then there's no way. Time flew by, and it was soon time for Shanghai to head to the airport. He was already seated, carefully looking at the analysis board. The system board contained the following. 1. The effect of the Death Walker increases perception by 5 points. 2. The closer a professional is to death, the greater the increase in strength and speed. However, the attribute increased does not exceed 4 points. 3. The 8 trials of the Death Walker have now been activated. Completing the second trial, Descent from Heaven, grants 1 speed point. The content of Descent from Heaven is to land on the summit of Mount Everest. After reading it, Chang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "Parachuting onto the summit of Mount Everest. Isn't this difficulty a bit too much?" As he was enthusiastically reading, someone called his name from behind. "Hey, Chang Hai!" Ken tipped his hat to him, and Chang Hai looked quite surprised. "What a coincidence! You guys are on this flight too." He stopped for a moment to chat with Chang Hai. "Yes, we challenged the Kengo Rapids over a dozen times and failed every time." Ken sat across from him and talked about their next mission. "We could only temporarily abandon that project and switch to something relatively easier, like parachuting onto the summit of Mount Everest." Hearing this, Chang Hai made a significant discovery. They also wanted to go to Everest. Wait, my first 2 trials completely coincide with their journey. Could these 2 also be Deathwalkers? He then switched to detective mode and wanted to probe, is parachuting on Mount Everest also a regular Red Bull challenge? He immediately denied it. No, Chang Hai intended to ask another question. Then why do you guys have to? Before he could finish, Pfizer, next to Ken, interrupted because our secondary profession is extreme athlete. One of its effects is that professionals can permanently enhance their basic attributes by completing extremely difficult extreme sports. This piqued Chang Hai's curiosity. There's a secondary profession like that, so your basic attributes must be far superior to adventurers of the same level, right? Ken looked at him and shared about their profession. It's not as good as you think. Only extreme sports that are almost impossible to complete can bring about attribute enhancements. For example, climbing Mount Everest. This project would have definitely qualified 20 years ago. From his words, it was clear that this challenge was quite difficult, but after people in that area offered guiding services for money, the number of people reaching the summit increased more and more. This forced us to add the landing on the summit to increase the difficulty. Chang Hai exclaimed after hearing this. "Is that so? Then that's really tough." Before long, the 3 of them arrived at their destination, Everest Camp 1, 6,100 meters of first-class difficulty. As soon as he stepped out, he received a phone call. The person on the other end was Huo Wang, wanting to ask Chang Hai for his opinion. "The 1-month deadline is here. What have you decided?" He didn't hide anything and honestly replied, "I've thought about it, and I still won't participate in the air selection with Elder Huang Zhuan." Huo Wang's car sped along the flat road. "You might not participate, but do you think they'd overlook a potential competitor who's also a supernova?" Chang Hai exhaled smoke, a smirk on his face as he replied, "Anyway, before the results are out, I'll be out of the province for a while, since I'm like this. He can't possibly pursue me relentlessly, can he?" He frowned upon hearing that, unable to say a word. Just then, someone in the distance waved and called Chang Hai's name. Ken was waiting for Chang Hai, waving and calling out to him, "Time to go." Not wanting to keep his brothers waiting, Chang Hai quickly replied, "All right, I'm coming right away." Then he hung up the phone and continued their journey with his brothers. The 4 of them clung to ropes, climbing the towering Mount Everest. The group followed one another, conquering nature together. Suddenly, Ken turned around and called out to Chang Hai. He asked Chang Hai, exhaling smoke as he spoke, "Why did you suddenly change your plans and join us to skydive from the peak of Mount Everest? Isn't that what you guys said?" Chang Hai's eyes were sharp as he smirked. "As long as you advance, even a newcomer with not much climbing experience can reach the summit." Ken turned halfway around, not entirely agreeing, but this and skydiving are 2 different things. Isn't your side job an extreme athlete? If you're just here for fun, wouldn't reaching the summit of Everest be enough? Then he turned to Pfizer, seeking common ground. "So, Is your advanced profession an extreme warrior, a nature conqueror, or a fake house? He took off his mask, his voice extremely serious. The advancement condition is to battle a harsh natural environment, struggling at the brink of death. Ultimately, the three types of sublime main professions I know are these. So, which one is it? Chen Hai, sweating, quickly explained, "You've misunderstood." Pfizer spoke up, reproaching him, his attitude becoming annoyed. "If you don't want to talk, then don't. But have you really not thought about it at all? Actually, my team and Ken's." In the distance, someone yelled, "You three." The tour guide angrily pointed and shouted, "I told you not to split up, not to split up. The ice crevices here aren't necessarily open. If you step into a snow-covered crevasse and fall, even God can't save you. He only cares about everyone's lives. If you don't want to stay on the mountain forever, then obey the climbing discipline." The three of them quickly apologized. Sorry. By now, the four of them were gradually climbing closer to the summit. Chen Hai pulled his goggles onto his forehead, wanting to witness the vast and magnificent nature with his own eyes. Ken looked into the distance, nodding in satisfaction as he assessed the place. "Alright, this is good weather, suitable for skydiving." Pfizer and Ken worked together on safety precautions. He, behind them, wondered, did anyone succeed before? Skydiving from the peak of Mount Everest. He honestly replied, recalling a living testament, "Actually, very few people challenged this activity. The previous challenger I know was an adventurer named LeFou." As soon as he finished speaking, Ken signaled to prepare for the jump. "It's time to go now." Phi quickly jumped after him but still waved goodbye, going one step ahead. Trin Hai, high above, witnessed a thrilling and adventurous scene. He turned around and the tour guide asked, "Do you want to jump or follow me down the mountain?" At this moment, he calmly pulled down his goggles. Trin Hai smirked, "Let's take a risk. I want to jump." Trin Hai quickly took a run up and launched himself outwards. His body plunged headfirst directly downwards. He kept focusing straight ahead as he rushed forward. Trin Hai was like an orange blank free-falling in midair. When the time was right, he pressed a switch behind him to deploy the parachute. The parachute deployed Tolly to gradually reduce his landing speed. Trin Hai skillfully controlled it in midair. When he was almost there, Phi and Ken waved, calling him back. At this point, he had successfully landed safely on the ground. Just then, the system panel appeared, suggesting 8 training objectives for the Death Walker. Heaven's Descent was complete, speed +1. Phi ran over and asked, "How is it? Has your main profession started yet?" Trin Hai exhaled, pulling his goggles up to his forehead, denying it. He put his hand on his chin, contemplating. "So, it seems the difficulty isn't high enough yet." Phi offered Trin Hai a good suggestion. "How about you try surfing in Coder or flying over Mount APC at a different time and location in Mangsan City?" A bowl of noodles, freshly poured with boiling water, was waiting on the table. Van Trigen silently looked down at the phone in his hand. The screen displayed a voice chat and several long messages from his cousin. Why could Trin Hai, whose strength is inferior to Trin Hoi's Sang, single-handedly kill the one-eyed giant champion? "I need an explanation." He smirked mysteriously. "I originally intended to use the information gap to help Trin Hai alleviate some of Jijiang Qin's objections. I didn't expect to shoot myself in the foot." Van Trigen no longer cared, slowly walking out. If I say I also didn't expect him to mature so quickly. He held the cup of noodles in his hand and slurped it. Does Jijiang Qin believe it? While half eating his noodles, he peeked to the side. Suddenly, there was a large rift with several lightning bolts at the end of the corridor. Time moved to the second day. Hands fumbled over the characters. From the outside, it seemed, a team of inspectors had arrived to investigate. This must be a level 9 dungeon, a rainforest terrain. Upon hearing this, Qin Zuyan raised a series of questions. Why did the higher-ups send people? Normally, when a dungeon entrance is found, don't we handle it ourselves? The man above spoke in an accusatory tone. Isn't it because your team's supervisor violated regulations by using hot weapons in the Mermaid Reversal dungeon event not long ago? causing the defense level assessment of Mangfnang City to increase. Consequently, any dungeon entrance appearing in Mangsan will definitely become very difficult to complete in the future. That's precisely why the higher-ups sent us to investigate this dungeon and assess its increased difficulty. Qin Zuyan, hearing this, glared at Nanquan with murderous eyes from behind, causing Nanquan to freeze. Vanchern stepped forward and asked, making the others turn around, "Can we wait a few more days before investigating?" He spoke in a negotiating tone. The colleague who can assess the difficulty of dungeons on our side has been dispatched to another location to assist. She won't be back for a few more days. I think it would be safer to let her inspect it first. But the man didn't care. Unnecessary. They prepared to step into that rift. From there, it connected to another space outside. After entering, the man pressed the mission tab. The system panel appeared before his eyes with information about a challenge called Mad Buddhas. This is challenge level 9, currently with for 10 participants. The missions consist of 3 types: a permanent escape mission to kill 1 Buddha, a rotating escape mission to find a source to upgrade the dungeon challenge, and a clearance mission to survive 3 days under pursuit from the objects in the distance through night vision binoculars. Wait, this dungeon isn't right, is it? The challenge level of the forest objects is only level 2. How did it become a main dungeon mission of level 9? It turned out a gorilla was already hiding in a corner, waiting for the right moment to act. Timao angrily shouted, "I just got back to Mangsan, and you've already called me here. You didn't even give me time to rest. Even horses aren't used like this." Lamb replied awkwardly, "If we could, we wouldn't want to either." Mainly, the difficulty assessment team sent from above entered a few days ago. Normally, after they initially gather intelligence, they'd send one person out first. She hadn't finished speaking when Team Mao interrupted, and now no one has returned. "Don't you think it's very likely something has happened to them?" Vanchern gently pushed up his glasses, solemnly admitting it. Team Mao closed her eyes, sighed, and said, "All right, fine. Let me see what's going on." After speaking, her eyes suddenly widened, emitting an unusual light. Not long after, a voice echoed on the high-speed train. "A very difficult dungeon has emerged from Mangsan." Trin Hai listened quietly as the other end of the line recounted the event. "Yes. T Mao used her danger alert and discovered dozens of dangerous entities in this dungeon, all very lethal, but none are too special. We suspect there's a group of mid-tier or even high-tier species beyond the entrance, but they haven't produced any leader-class entities yet." He listened, pondering. That sounds like the mountain giant dungeon before the one-eyed giant champion appeared. Trin Hai replied to Vanchern, "I'm on my way back to Mangsan, expected to arrive tonight. We'll discuss the rest when I get back." With that, he immediately hung up, contemplating. With an awkward expression, Trin Hai turned to look at his 2 friends sitting next to him and said, "I'm sorry, I probably can't be your Xiaomen tour guide. I have a mission." The other 2 didn't blame him, just smiled and nodded, showing understanding. "You take care of your work first." When night fell, Trin Hai finally arrived at Mangsan. As soon as he saw an acquaintance, he immediately asked, "Where's the entrance?" Vanchern quickly pointed the way. "Upstairs, I'll take you." Before the dungeon entrance, 2 people were waiting. One of them was a stranger. Trin Hai asked in confusion, "Who was she?" Nanquan stepped forward and briefly explained, "To help." She stepped forward, extending her hand to greet him. Livu Ting, level 11 awakened soul user. Trin Hai also politely extended his hand. Trin Hai, level 6 Death Walker. After the 2 had introduced themselves, Nanquan spoke up. Trin Hai's main and sub-professions give him extremely high sense of empathy, allowing him to detect danger in the dungeon beforehand. Livu Ting's art of communicating with the dead can allow her to converse with the deceased, so through the bodies inside. You can probably inquire about the situation of the difficulty assessment team, because the current assessment level for the Mangsan City defense is still undetermined. So your mission is to confirm if the difficulty assessment team is still alive, and if they are, help them complete these 2 escape missions. If it can't be done, you can abandon the mission. Vanchern pointed towards the entrance. Trin Hai, You go first, and he agreed without hesitation. Trinhai put on a set of iron armor. His figure gradually disappeared behind the entrance to the underground city. Inside the entrance to the underground city was a lush green forest. Trinhai looked around, assessing his surroundings for a moment. He was thinking to himself, a rainforest terrain, this is truly very advantageous for border guards. Trinhai ordered his dowsing rod. Find the closest individual that can threaten me. The rod quickly pointed forward. Is it that way? Trinhai didn't rush off immediately, but closed his eyes, silently sensing his surroundings. His senses pierced through the quiet space. There was only the sound of rustling leaves. Within that nearby radius, Trinhai discovered a figure hiding in a large tree. His voice turned cold. Say hello first. Trinhai had already taken out his bow and arrow. He drew the bowstring taut, aiming straight at the target. Not far away, the monkey saw all of Trinhai's actions through binoculars. Each arrow in his hand was shot decisively. It flew towards the hidden attacker with heavy pressure. A startled cry rang out. Trinhai suddenly paused and thought, didn't Brother Trin say the monsters in this underground city were very strong? How was it killed by one arrow? Or are the monsters in this underground city all strong in attack but weak in defense? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind him. Liv Utenting had also entered the underground city, following behind. Seeing her arrive, Trinhai greeted her warmly. You've come at just the right time. I think I just shot a monster that was on defense. Want to go check it out together? Liv Utenting replied indifferently, okay? But in her heart, she thought, that fast, just how high is his perception? A gorilla he had shot deadly motionless under a large tree, looking at the equipment hanging on it. Trinhai couldn't help but be surprised. A gorilla using a sniper rifle? Then I understand why the risk assessment team went in and never came back. Liv Utenting sat down near the gorilla's corpse, mumbling a few incomprehensible incantations. Liv Utenting extended her right hand and commanded, sit up and answer my questions. The skill she used was the 3-ring spell Communicate with Dead. It grants a corpse a false life phenomenon, and the target can answer a maximum of 5 questions. The gorilla immediately sat up, obediently listening. Liv Utenting asked coldly, are the adventurers who entered this underground city a few days before us still alive? The gorilla replied in a dazed manner, dead, from the day they stepped into our home. Hearing this, Trinhai asked in surprise, dead? It gloomily answered truthfully, yes, they're dead. Liv Utenting snapped her head towards him, her voice filled with anger. Don't ask irrelevant questions. My Communicate with Dead spell can only ask 5 questions. Suddenly scolded, Trinhai could only scratch his head and force a smile. My apologies. Liv Utenting stood up, crossed her arms, and asked seriously, being discovered in their home territory, which gives them an advantage. And being armed with night vision and machine guns up to their teeth? These monkeys are no longer something adventurers at our level can handle, so it's normal that the difficulty assessment team was wiped out. Where did you get all this equipment? The gorilla's face was dazed. It answered like a machine. It was given to us 3 months ago by adventurers who came into this forest as payment for helping them hunt and kill the forest overlord. She continued to press. Did they ever say phrases like motherfucker or shit? The gorilla immediately nodded, outright admitting they did. Liv Utenting turned to look at Trinhai, guessing they were adventurers from America. Then she leaned down to ask the gorilla one last question. Liv Utenting's face was full of murderous intent. Did those adventurers survive and leave this forest? The gorilla's expression suddenly changed. It grinned eerily and denied. After they and the forest overlord were both injured, we used the weapons they gave us to kill them all. Hearing this, their escape mission was considered complete. Liv Utenting slung her gun over her shoulder and asked Trinhai, I want to go back now. Wanna come? He didn't answer but asked her back, aren't you going to try and clear the stage? Liv Utenting casually replied, the risk is too great. If these monkeys don't just have one night vision device, then we could very well follow in the footsteps of the difficulty assessment team. Hearing that, Trinhai also gave up the idea in his head. Makes sense. I'll go back to then. The two walked towards the exit one after another, Livu Tinting in front and Trin Hai following behind. As she stepped through the door, strange lightning bolts suddenly appeared around him, confusing him. Immediately after, the system sent a notification. A god has paid a price to change your regular or escape rotation mission to eliminate 30 armed monkeys. After reading it, Trin Hai frowned. Then he angrily yelled, "Isn't she mother sick? What kind of huge grudge does she have against me to target me like this?" By this time, Livu Tinting had safely returned alone. She turned her head to look but didn't see Trin Hai following. Even after waiting for a long time, she couldn't see any sign of him. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a look of doubt. Standing alone in the vast forest, Trin Hai pondered, although after getting the night vision device, the difficulty of me finding monkeys will decrease significantly. But monkeys with night vision can also see me wearing a stealth suit. When all is said and done, I'm still at a disadvantage. After all, the firepower weakness is truly too great. Unless I can make them blind. Wait, I think I have a way. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. As night completely fell, Trin Hai hid himself high up in a tree, observing the movements outside with his night vision device. A monkey appeared, cautiously approaching the pile of food he had intentionally left out. Trin Hai, hidden in a tree, secretly observed his target. The monkey approached the food, then curiously put some in its mouth to taste. As if it had just tasted a delicacy, its eyes immediately lit up. It quickly grabbed a bag of food and skipped back. Trin Hai chuckled softly, quickly thinking to himself, the intelligence of monkeys probably isn't high enough to distinguish this kind of trap. As long as they know there's a large amount of food here. Next up is the performance of the Despair Gramophone, a gramophone that records sounds of despair. The moment the music played was also the moment the monkeys went wild, attacking each other. They were controlled by the music, losing their sanity and self-control. Trin Hai sat in the tree waiting, boredly counting, 19, 20, not bad. This round can complete 2/3 of the escape mission. He suddenly stopped the gramophone and the music immediately disappeared. Trin Hai jumped down from the tree. The ground was now covered with monkey corpses. He looked at the gramophone and exclaimed, although it's not the first time I've used it, I still have to say, this artifact is truly too evil. Trin Hai picked up a gun. It was an HKE MP5 Kip Lao, a one-arm weapon with a capacity of 30 rounds. The magazine cannot deal damage to the enemy after all rounds are fired. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, so when a machine gun is picked up by a defender, it turns into equipment if that's the case. Trin Hai took out an item that looked like a horn. The moment its sound rang out, How Kit immediately appeared. Trin Hai ordered, "Sort out the equipment of these monkeys for me." It immediately became excited, assuring that the mission would be completed. The system announced, "Fusion successful, received rare grade weapon MP5, Infinite Firepower Special Edition." Seeing this, Trin Hai let out a joyful exclamation. Boss's pet saw this and tilted its head, confusedly asking How Kit, what's he so happy about? It also shrugged, not understanding, and replied, "I don't know." He gazed at the newly upgraded gun, which had changed from blue to dazzling yellow, his face filled with delight. If this item were on the market, people would absolutely fight fiercely over it, though it's only rated rare grade. Its actual trade value couldn't be lower than epic. After finishing the assessment, Trin Hai suddenly snapped his fingers. Deathworm summoning art, a colossal object suddenly emerged from the ground, shaking the entire surrounding space. It was a deathworm of terrifying size. Trin Hai spread his arms and ordered it, "Help me deal with these chimpanzee corpses." Then he pointed to the pile of food used to lure the chimpanzees earlier. "That animal feed over there is your reward." The deathworm carried out the corpse disposal process very quickly and efficiently. Trin Hai stood by, observing, stroking his chin in thought. This animal feed bait definitely can't be used again. Even if those chimpanzees are dumber, they should realize this is a trap. But what else can I use as bait? While he was wondering what the next step should be, How Kite's excited voice rang out from behind him. "This isn't bad. It's quite delicious. Watching him and Boss's pet happily enjoying the food in their hands, a plan immediately formed in Trin Hai's mind. I've got it. In the quiet night forest inside a small wooden house, a chimpanzee hurriedly ran in to report, "Leader, our comrades who were called to carry food were ambushed. None of them returned." The alpha monkey rested its hands on the chair and replied coldly, "Those idiots, why didn't they realize that fruit won't fall from the sky?" The chimpanzee was startled by its cold demeanor and weakly called out, "Leader." The alpha monkey narrowed its eyes slightly, radiating a dangerous aura. The chimpanzee added, "Among our kin, some comrades are complaining, saying we shouldn't have killed those for adventurers, as it will attract stronger enemies." The alpha monkey slammed its foot down, its voice angry. "Not kill them. Are we supposed to let them kill us instead? Call the warriors among our kin who dare to fight. Follow me to meet the invaders." Seeing its imposing stride, the chimpanzee quickly replied, "Yes, leader." Hiding behind a bush, the alpha monkey covertly observed the enemy. On the other side, Boss's pet lay on a pile of food, leisurely enjoying it. "Back here," the subordinate gently called out, "Leader." Through night vision goggles, the alpha monkey saw another person hidden behind the bush. It spoke coldly, "That monkey is the bait. The invader is in the bush behind it. Circle around and deal with him from behind." The subordinate immediately accepted the order and followed it. At the bush opposite, How Kit, who had been waiting for the monkeys for a while, was now starting to get sleepy and let out a yawn. He began to lose patience. "How much longer do I have to crouch here?" Behind him, several chimpanzees carrying weapons appeared, hiding behind the tree trunks. The one at the back signaled to the one at the front to prepare for action. But before they could do anything, a sword suddenly stabbed through the chest of a chimpanzee from out of nowhere. The remaining ones immediately became alert, aiming their guns towards the source of the sound. But unexpectedly, they were ambushed from behind. In a flash, Trin Hai had eliminated the targets. The leader chimpanzee had always been observing everything. The subordinate next to him was now extremely panicked, wondering why there was still no activity. Logically, the comrades sent out must have been wiped out. The leader chimpanzee felt something strange, immediately interrupting. "The real invader cannot be seen with the eyes. We've fallen into a trap." As soon as it finished speaking, another chimpanzee was eliminated. Seeing this, the leader chimpanzee quickly turned around and urgently shouted. The troop of chimpanzees hurriedly fled into the darkness. Trin Hai's sudden appearance next to him made How Kit jump in fright. He picked up the binoculars, looked, and said, "I'll go after them. You clean up the battlefield. The chimpanzees' weapons are very powerful, so be careful not to get hit." He immediately obeyed. The leader chimpanzee led the other chimpanzees away. A subordinate behind him asked. The leader chimpanzee gritted its teeth, angrily denying. "The invader probably isn't strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to use bait to deal with us. This proves he's also wary of us. In fact, we have a chance to win." The subordinate ran up alongside it, anxiously asking. The leader chimpanzee suddenly flashed a sinister smile. The leader chimpanzee smeared a black liquid on its face, secretly calculating a counter strategy. The best way to anger a warrior is to desecrate the corpses of his people. As an invader, you must also have eyes. I don't believe you can bear it when you see the corpses of your people used as bait. As soon as you get angry and start making mistakes, I'll use this flamethrower to burn your head. The leader chimpanzee raised a crude gun, aiming it directly at the human corpse they had just dragged out as bait. Hiding in a nearby bush, Trin Hai saw a human-shaped figure through his night vision device. His face tightened slightly, but he remained rational enough to assess the situation. Trin Hai closed his eyes, sensing the movements around him. He thoroughly scanned the entire radius of the forest near it. He then saw a chimpanzee hiding in front of the human corpse. It mimicked a human voice, raising its head and crying for help tragically. Trin Hai frowned, thinking. Doubt and contemplation were evident on his face. After a moment of thought, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Summoning Deathworm, the giant worm was summoned by Trin Hai. On the other side of the bush, the leader chimpanzee saw the giant form appear and couldn't help but rejoice. Trinhai whispered an order. The deathworm immediately obeyed, vomiting out a pile of undigested corpses. Observing from a distance, the leader chimpanzee slightly frowned, thinking. The chimpanzee hiding behind the human corpse also looked over curiously. After clearly seeing what the worm had just vomited, its face instantly changed color. It squatted down, fearfully covering its mouth, not daring to make a sound. Trinhai then used his power skill, discovering that the chimpanzee was trying to escape. But he didn't see anyone else. He was secretly annoyed. There was still only one. It seems the ambushing chimpanzees nearby are not in the river, but on the opposite bank. At this distance, the enemy's weapons are likely precise rifles or assault rifles. To create an opening to lure them out, Trinhai took out his bow and arrow, preparing to act. He showed his hand outside for the enemy to see. The alpha chimpanzee immediately aimed. Found you, intruder. A bullet ripped through the air and shot towards Trinhai. Piercing through the tree trunk where he was hiding, Trinhai pretended to cry out. The alpha chimpanzee then ran out from the bush, smiling joyfully. Got him. He sat under the tree, waiting for the enemy to get closer. The Death Walker's unique skill, Death Prediction, the leader has approached from behind. Seeing only one of them appear, Trinhai was secretly disappointed. All this for nothing. There's only one ambushing chimpanzee? He slowly raised his hand and pressed a button on the screen. Then, holding a gun, he suddenly appeared from behind the tree. Surprise! The alpha chimpanzee froze for 2 seconds. Before it could react, Trinhai fired a volley of bullets. Its whole body fell backward, dropping straight into the lake. He waded into the water with his gun, approaching the alpha chimpanzee. Trinhai looked at it, gritting his teeth, and said, "Still not dead. How tenacious." The alpha chimpanzee clenched its fists, crying out in pain with squeaks. He activated his animal language skill and communicated with it. "Can you hear me clearly? What did you say earlier?" It gritted its teeth, enduring the pain, its voice defiant. "Don't think you've won. One day, you two will encounter adventurers who treat your kind the way you treat us today." Trinhai clenched his fist, his voice strained. "Then you're unreasonable. You clearly attacked first. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this dungeon at all." The alpha chimpanzee laughed weakly, its voice hazy and trembling. "Who struck first? Ask your own conscience." No sooner had it finished speaking than it immediately stopped breathing. Trinhai stared blankly at the corpse in front of him, pursing his lips in deep thought for a long time. His 3 days inside the dungeon quickly passed. The dungeon entrance finally showed activity, and Team Mao yelled to everyone, "Trinhai's back." He emerged from the dungeon, covered in mud and grime. Sadness and dejection were clearly visible on the young man's face. Nan Quan, with his arms crossed, looked at Trinhai, his demeanor very solemn. "Livutenting has already told me the situation inside this dungeon. You shouldn't have, without consulting us first." Before the reprimand could be finished, he apologized. Nan Quan replied sternly, "No need to apologize." Trinhai slowly took each step, his voice dejected. "I've cleared this dungeon. According to the rules, do I not need to enter a dungeon this year?" He paused for a moment and then nodded. "If there are no special circumstances, then yes." Nan Quan looked blankly as he walked past him. Trinhai said in a tired voice, "Then, and Trin, I'd like to request a long leave. I think I need to rest for a while." His strange attitude made everyone puzzled. Nan Quan approached Livutenting and curiously asked, "What's wrong with him? It's the first time I've seen him so dispirited." She didn't fully understand the situation, so she could only guess, perhaps it's post-war psychological syndrome. That's what happens when you barely escape death, Livutenting secretly thought. But to survive 3 days under the pursuit of chimpanzees with live ammunition and real guns. The talent of this adventurer named Trinhai is not inferior to Gigi and Kin at all. The competition for the person in charge of Man Nam province will soon be interesting. Outside, white clouds floated peacefully in the sky. Trinhai lay stretched out on his bed in his room. His mind was a tangled mess. The words etched in his mind were clearly recalled. "Don't think you've won. One day, You will also meet adventurers of other races who treat you the way you treat us. Do you really want it to come to a fight to the death? Humanity, do you think I'd betray my people? You little soldier of that big green idiot? Don't get cocky, Lord Spirit King will avenge us. Recalling this suddenly made Trinhai's mood turbulent. After all, what I've done this past year, how is it different from the villains I wrote in my novels? At a bar, the door to a private room suddenly opened. Gigi and Kin had a beauty on each arm. Seeing the person who just entered, his face immediately showed interest. You're here? Brother Du, the other person politely greeted him back. Gigi and Kin lit a cigarette and spoke. I don't know what I did wrong, but now my own relative's loyalty is shifting. I clearly ranged his adventurer position and the spellbook for him. Yet, he's not as close to me as he is to an outsider he's only known for a short time. Vandrag gently pushed up his glasses, his voice tinged with a hint of exasperation and awkwardness. Cousin, you've misunderstood. Gigi and Kin glanced at him coldly, but you have to prove this is a misunderstanding. I won't make things difficult for you. Just tell me Trinhai's profession information and equipment, and we'll let this go. You were the one who recruited the person in charge of Mangson City. Don't tell me you can't access this information. Vandrag suddenly remembered what Trinhai had once said, but now, I want to be a citizen of Mangson City, an adventurer of Mangson City, a member of the Mangson State Adventurers Association. Let me contribute my part. Please don't refuse me. Then he remembered Gigi and Kin's sarcastic words, who would risk their life for others. Don't make me laugh. His face immediately darkened. Vandrag tried to maintain his composure. With your connections, cousin, you should be able to find this information yourself, shouldn't you? Receiving such a reply, Gigi and Kin couldn't help but stand up angrily, pointing at his face and scolding. Do you have the guts to say that again? At the gym, Timoy suddenly received a call from Trinhai. Huh? What? You want to meet me to talk? On the other end of the line, he sluggishly replied, yeah, that's right. Trinhai's melancholic tone made him involuntarily worried. Such a depressed tone. Did something happen to him? Timoy immediately told him the location. I'm at the gym, come over. Not long after, Trinhai arrived at the gym to find Timoy. The gym manager looked a bit confused when she saw him. He smiled, looked at her, and said, I'm here for Timoy. The manager happily pointed the way for him. He and coach and are in the VIP room. I'll show you. She led Trinhai to the VIP training room. Inside, a Nim was wiping away sweat. Did you encounter a new talented adventurer? Actually, I've encountered intelligent races who, due to early exposure to the underground city, felt guilty about their past adventure lives. Trinhai immediately asked, what happened to them later? He slowly recounted. Some retired, while others became even more eager to upgrade their strength. He gritted his teeth and pressed on. Why? After knowing that there were also living beings on the other side of the entrance, why could they still attack? Timoy turned and asked him back. You've probably heard of the SSS theory, right? Trinhai didn't understand what he meant, so he replied blankly, I've heard of it. He continued to explain. You put our situation into the SSS theory. We cannot prevent the appearance of the entrance to the underground city. Under this major premise, we are adventurers. If we don't find a way to conquer the underground city and raise the level and strength of adventurers, who will deal with experts or even nightmare-level underground cities that turn chaotic? I'm sure you'll say there's still the army and nukes, but what if it's a boss like the Tomb of Fear and even bombs can't kill it? What if the enemy descends upon Mangson and tramples on everything we're familiar with? Do you think you'll regret it then? Regret that you didn't do your best to level up as an adventurer before? Unable to stand up and withstand this disaster? Trinhai thought for a moment and felt his words were extremely reasonable. A Nim then spoke up. Actually, we can understand your concerns. You don't want to be that villain. But the underground city's chaotic mechanism makes it very difficult for the intelligent races on both sides to establish trust, coupled with escape and clearance missions. It's truly hard for both sides to maintain restraint. Many times, killing is unavoidable. However, adventure missions will change significantly starting from level 11. You'll know then that besides killing, adventurers can take on other missions. Trinhai replied, indicating he understood. He asked him, speaking of which, I heard your relationship with Diu Vantrugn isn't bad. Trinhai calmly admitted, he helped me a lot. Timoy warned him, Diu Vantrugn and Jijiang Qin are relatives. Do you know that he was arranged by Jijiang Qin to go to Mangsan to supervise Trinan Quan? Hearing this, Trinhai couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't know. He reminded him, if you didn't know, be careful from now on. He's Jijiang Qin's man. In the office, Trinhai's shout rang out, I'm in charge of the entrance? Nan Quan calmly looked at him. That's right, interested, my successor. He couldn't help but feel confused. But isn't Brother Diu more suitable for this than me? Why not let him do it? He calmly replied, I wanted to, but he was transferred by the higher-ups to Fixshow. Trinhai was surprised again. Fixshow, when? Nan Quan replied, during the few days you were homesick. Also, after Elder Hong's election dismissal, I'll definitely have to compete with that guy named Jijiang for the position of Man Province's person in charge. It's estimated that after TT, I'll have to focus on conquering the underground city and won't have time to be in charge of Mangsan. You understand the situation in Mangsan. It needs a strong and responsible person to manage the entrance. Trust me, no one is more suitable for this position than you. After listening, Trinhai reluctantly agreed. Then allow me to take 2 months off to deal with my personal issues. Night fell in Fukshou, Man Province. In a luxurious nightclub in the city, Jijiang Qin's voice rang out. My useless cousin is now in your hands, my elder brother. The person in charge of the Fixshow City entrance, HEH Third Tam, immediately let out a hearty laugh. Jijiang Qin held a wine glass in his hand, deep in thought. Diu Vantrugn left, so Trinan Quan could only ask that national-level supernova, Trinhai, to take his position. If Trinhai agrees and Trinan Quan becomes the person in charge of the Mangsan City entrance, then he'll be tied down by responsibility. He won't become an obstacle for me. Conversely, if he refuses, then I can only prefer to kill the innocent than let one escape. At Trinhai's home, he repeatedly called Vantrugn several times, but only received a robotic voice from the phone. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Trinhai looked bewildered. Could it be that Timoy was really right? But Brother Diu can't be that kind of person. He stopped thinking, placing the phone on the table. He leaned back dejectedly. When I complete the 8 trials of the Death Walker, I will go to Fixshow to question him clearly. Inside the dark cave, another entrance to the underground city appeared. Suddenly, an arm reached out from inside. The person who stepped out was the adventurer track from the gloomy underground city. Her name is Quan, Challenge Level 12. This entrance is the domain of lawless beings. Adventurers who complete extended quests can learn the location of nightmare-level underground city entrances. Regarding the domain of lawless beings in the early stages, how to rotate the entrance, there are 362 days, 18 hours, 45 minutes left. Another person came out. Her cold voice spoke. Where did this door open? Quan respectfully replied, Mother, it's an unknown domain, not recorded in the clan's handbook. Belina just let out a cold oh, her icy gaze scanning her surroundings. The moonlight from above cast rays of light down into the bottomless pit. A moment later, dozens of people from the Ipola clan appeared below the cave. Belina ordered, capture them alive in the dungeon mission. I need to know Hirik Band's approximate strength. Those people immediately obeyed, using their Kingong to leap high, disappearing in an instant. In Mexico Vidalon, a car was speeding along the road. Inside the car compartment, a woman was tied up, her mouth taped shut, unable to make a sound. The kidnapper spoke, Just accept it, Miss Sophia. Going alone to meet an online friend, you should be prepared to be kidnapped. Sophia frowned tightly, angry, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. The other kidnapper then spoke. I wanted to say, Big Brother is still ruthless enough. Not becoming a rich family son-in-law, his words were cut off before he could finish. The driver angrily shouted, You're so noisy. Can't you be quiet for a bit? The car continued to move, unaware that their actions were being watched by others. On a tall tree nearby, amidst the thick leaves, two cloaked figures stood motionless, their eyes following the car. Kwon doubtfully said, "That's strange. There's clearly no magic fluctuation, yet this iron box can run on the ground, and so fast. I'm afraid we've arrived in a human world with extremely advanced equipment manufacturing technology. I used a probing spell just now and saw someone controlling it inside the iron box." She thought to herself, given that we haven't determined how strong the operator in this mobile equipment structure is, a casual attack carries too great a risk. It's better to pay to have the eyeball demon act. Kwon summoned the messenger of the Vong Non Bao Quan, challenge level 14, and its gloomy voice from its domain echoed. "What is it?" She coldly said, "Can you help me capture the operator inside the equipment structure and the mobile equipment structure below?" It narrowed its eyes, glancing towards the car. The car had by now gone quite far from them. The messenger of the Vong Non Bao Quan immediately granted her request. In an instant, the messenger of the Vong Non Bao Quan had caught up to the car. Its eyes created an energy sphere. It shot directly at the car, causing it to shake violently. "Hold it steady." The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly and angrily shouted, "It wasn't me." Just then, his eyes suddenly widened, and his mouth hung open in astonishment. In front of the car, a strange, demonic eye suddenly appeared, making the two kidnappers scream in fear. "Aliens?" The messenger of the Vong non-tyrant picked up the car, holding it at eye level. Just then, Kwon and her companions also caught up. It looked at the two of them and said coldly, 100 souls of the wicked, don't forget." She responded confidently, "I won't forget." Then she walked over to look at the car, thinking to herself, does the surface of this equipment not have an anti-magic coating? The demonic eye's shrinking beam encountered no resistance and has already shrunk this mobile equipment. Returning to Yen Cave, where the entrance to the underground city appeared, Kwon tried using the gun she had gotten from the car. This weapon is too powerful. Even a suckling child holding it could probably threaten a stage to professional, right? She thought in astonishment. Can ordinary people legally buy something like this? This world is truly too insane. The messenger of the Vong non-tyrant walked up from behind and called out, "Traken, will you deal with the souls of these for wicked individuals first, or collect all 100 and then bring them to me?" Without hesitation, Kwon replied, "Hand them over first." Looking at the girl who had just been rescued from the car, Bolina thought for a moment and then asked, "Your world may not have magic, but it possesses an ultimate power called Hirch. And do the 5 largest nations still use Hirch to eliminate legendary powerhouses who invade your world?" Sophia rubbed her aching wrist and honestly replied, "That's right." She continued to press, "Does the Hirch band of this nation have Hirch?" She immediately replied, "No, but the large northern country bordering this one has nearly 4,000 Hirch weapons." Hearing that, Bolina fell into deep thought again. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, "Those 4 lawless scoundrels have been dealt with by me." She said indifferently, "You've worked hard, my child. Young Lady Sophia and her family will become our allies in this world. My child, I need you to sign a blood pact with her." Sophia waved hello, smiling in a friendly manner. Kwon didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately, "Yes, mother." Bolina turned, her gaze shifting to Sophia. "After we establish the pact, we will provide equivalent military aid in return for your family's support. During this time, you will receive my dedicated teaching. I will teach you the etiquette and combat of Traken, helping you become a powerful adventurer capable of standing alone and protecting a region." Sophia felt extremely excited. "I'm really looking forward to it." The 3 of them walked to stand before the entrance of the underground city. After a while, the demon from the first level of the 9 Hells of Lust appeared. Monica Bki arrived by summons. She flew in front of Bolina and asked, "Who wants to sign the blood pact?" Sophia and Kwon answered in unison, "We do." The lust demon took a pen and wrote out a contract. Then she read aloud, "Under the witness of the 9 Hells, your blood pact has been signed. If anyone violates it, the violator will fall into a, starting as the lowest strength demon. The blood pact stipulates that Miss Sophia must provide identity, supplies, weapons, and intelligence for the track and adventure of Family A. Kwon and her siblings must provide military aid to Miss Sophia and her family, helping Miss Sophia become a national superstar. Before the adventurer of Family A returns to the Dark Realm, Miss Sophia and Kwon will become unified in their actions. The goals and plans of both parties and their respective families must be truthful with each other, with no concealment. Furthermore, during the contract period, the lives of both parties are intertwined. Any direct or indirect act causing harm to the other party or their family members will be subject to the punishment of the Grand Duke, ruler of A. This concludes the entire content of the contract. Are there any adjustments needed? Sophia quickly replied, "No, thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, Kwon also spoke up, "I don't need it either." The lust demon then declared, "The contract is established then." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 seals immediately appeared on their arms. Sophia was seeing it for the first time and was very surprised. It's truly magical. With her arm glowing, Kwon explained, "This is the contract seal. Its appearance on it signifies that the contract is active." After signing the contract, the lust demon immediately returned to the underground city. "I was honored to witness the blood pact between both parties, and I hope in the future I will have another opportunity to serve you all." Before leaving, she turned back to look at Bolino with a profound gaze. At a coffee shop in Mangsan City, Trachu asked, "Trin Hai left again?" Lam, holding 2 cups of coffee, replied, "Yes, he left the day before yesterday." She then asked, "Did he say when he'd be back?" Lao took a sip of hot coffee, his eyes looking towards Trachu. "No, why are you looking for him for something?" She replied dejectedly, "I want to set a time to form a party to explore the underground city with him." Not long after, on a flight departing Dongsun City, Trin Hai received a call. "If you're coming as an envoy for Cao Ho of Wang, then don't bother. I've already promised Trin Non Quan to be in charge of the entrance to Dongsun City." Trachu, who was driving, heard this and replied, "It has nothing to do with Cao Ho of Wang. This time, I'm personally inviting you to temporarily join the Witch Conquest team to party with us to explore the expert-level underground city of Tama City." Trin Hai suddenly paused, his voice sharp. "Expert level, why me?" Trachu explained, "Because when you cleared the giant's trial on stage, you used that cursed artifact. Our team has a title for someone who can perfectly harmonize with it." Trin Hai listened silently until she finished speaking. After a moment of thought, he replied, "I'll be back in Dongsun in about 2 months. Let's meet then and talk, okay?" Trachu seemed happy. "Okay then, when you get back, visit me." Ken and Fai Zhou, sitting nearby, overheard Trin Hai's conversation. They spoke to each other in French. Trin Hai is only level 9. How is he already involved with an expert-level underground city? Fai Zhou said seriously, "I've looked into it. He's a national-level supernova of China. It's actually quite reasonable for a few elite adventurers, nurtured by the state, to plan for later stages of the underground city in advance." Ken rested his chin on his hand, nodded and replied, "That's true. What a pity he'll become his hometown's entrance manager next year. Otherwise, we could totally ask him for help with conquering." Trin Hai didn't understand what they were saying, so he asked curiously, "What are you guys talking about?" Fai Zhou immediately said, "We're saying it's a bit of a shame that you're only taking 2 months off, so we can't form a team to conquer the underground city." Hearing that, he could only scratch his head and force a smile. There will be a chance later. Very quickly, the plane arrived at their desired location. Fai Zhou, fully equipped with protection, moved towards the door. "We're here." He instructed the 2 inside, "Double-check your parachutes one last time." Fai Zhou was the first to jump, with the other 2 following suit. The 3 of them headed towards the bottomless Yen cave. Round the cave was an extremely dense forest. The parachutes deployed, and the 3 entered the cave. Before landing, all 3 cheered excitedly. They each landed successfully one after another. Trin Hai opened the system panel. 8 trials of the Earth Awakening of the Death Walker have been completed. Speed +1. He read and thought, My current strength is 17, speed 18. Physique 16. There are 5 more trials, as long as the attribute points awarded aren't all. But reality disappointed him. Why is it speed again? On the other side, Faijo suddenly noticed something unusual. Why is there a car here? He asked doubtfully. Ken also approached the car, his face equally bewildered. I remember Yen Cave in Mosika is the second deepest at 1400 meters. Who would bother bringing it all the way here? Faijo lightly wiped some dust off the car's body. Then he assessed, with this thickness of dust, this car must have only been left here for a few days. Ken thought for a moment and asked, Faijo, what do you think the person who brought it here was thinking? He calmly replied, it's not as complicated as you think. Don't forget about the adventurer's item slot. Adventurers above level 11 can store large items like cars. Ken suddenly seemed to grasp the truth. Oh, right, there's that trick. But why did he leave it here without worrying? What a waste. Faijo hadn't figured out this problem yet. I don't know, but he was in mid-sentence when Shanghai suddenly called from behind. Faijo and Ken, come here for a moment. The two of them walked over, looking puzzled. What's wrong? He showed them the 4 bullet casings he had just picked up. Someone died here. Judging by the bloodstains and bullet casings on the ground, 4 people died, and it happened recently. Faijo immediately asked, so, have you found the bodies? Shanghai hesitated, denying it, a hint of guilt flashing across his face. What Shanghai saw made it difficult for him to speak, so he could only keep it to himself. He had actually seen them, but the culprits were intelligent creatures from the underground city. And those 4 bodies were also destroyed by the enemy's monsters using magic. He really couldn't talk about this kind of thing. If he did, it would reveal the effectiveness of the 3rd-tier item finder. Faijo frowned and said seriously, if you haven't found the bodies, then you can't confirm that someone died here. But Ken didn't think so. If this were Europe, then you'd really need to see a body to confirm a death. But this is Mosika. It'd be stranger if no one died here. Seeing his smug expression, Faijo was secretly annoyed. I've made it so clear, and you still don't get it. The less trouble, the better. Whether someone died here or not has nothing to do with us. But Ken deliberately pretended not to understand. Faijo, you don't want to get involved? Shanghai stood to the side, watching them silently bicker, thinking to himself, he's right, such cases aren't uncommon in Mosika. We're guests, there's no reason for us to spend time and effort on this. But the problem is, the culprits are underground creatures. And they could very well have come here through this world's entrance to the underground city. This entrance might even be nearby. If we ignore it, who knows how many more people might die because of it. But I don't want to reveal the effectiveness of the 3rd-tier item finder because that would involve my main profession. If possible, it would be best for Faijo and Ken, as Red Bull-sponsored adventurers, to come forward and warn the person in charge of the entrance here. But how can I make them realize there's an underground entrance here, facing us? Got it, the area that benefits the attacker. After much pondering, Shanghai finally came up with a suitable solution. The 3 of them stood there discussing, unaware that someone was secretly watching. Hiding behind the cliff, Quinn's face was full of vigilance. Native human adventurers? That human woman named Sophia didn't say this place was remote and uninhabited, did she? Why are these 3 human adventurers here? Don't tell me this world's human kingdom regularly inspects the underground entrance. Ken looked at the item-finding stick Shanghai pulled out with curiosity. Really? Are you sure the item-finding stick in your hand can be used like that? He replied firmly, I'm absolutely sure, and I've tried it many times. As long as there are enough modifiers and the description is precise enough, it can even help you check if a target exists. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Shanghai tried asking it. Where is the Red Bull-sponsored adventurer Shanghai? The stick spun around, unable to find the target. He spoke up, see, when the target I'm looking for doesn't exist, it'll just keep spinning like that. Even with that, Faijo and Ken still felt a bit doubtful. Shanghai demonstrated again. Where is the Red Bull-sponsored adventurer Faijo? The stick immediately pointed to the person it was supposed to find. But the subject wasn't Faijo, it was Ken. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Why did it point at me? Shanghai scratched his head, explaining sheepishly, because this stick only has a 50% accuracy when finding items. Of course, that's not important. The key is that we can use this loophole to check if anyone has died recently in this swallow cave. Hearing this, Ken immediately gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Cool, you even found a loophole for that. Not stopping at those uses, Shanghai added, what's that? If I told you it could also be used to check if there's an underground entrance nearby, wouldn't your jaw drop? The more Ken listened, the more excited he became. His inherent curiosity immediately piqued. How do you check? Teach me, teach me. He chuckled softly and replied, you simply define a range for it to search. If it eventually points in an accurate direction, then there's an underground entrance within that range. Ken stared at the stick with interest, nodding, you're right. Then he suddenly lunged, grabbing Shanghai by the collar, catching him off guard. What are you doing? Ken said, look, we've already resonated with Red Bull's specialized parachute. Let me borrow this stick to play with for a bit. Just for a bit. Before Shanghai could even pretend to refuse, Faijo suddenly called out, Shanghai. His face was serious. Let's stop here. Don't investigate any further. I know your judgment is most likely correct, but this is Mosika. God knows what could be tied to a murder case here. You don't need to risk yourself for a few strangers you've never met. While Shanghai was tormented and distracted, Ken quickly snatched the item-finding stick from his hand. Shanghai gave a forced smile and replied, you're right, I wasn't thinking straight. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ken's surprised voice rang out from behind. There really is an entrance to the underground city nearby, he said in an unbelievable tone. Hearing this, Shanghai secretly rejoiced but still pretended to be surprised. Nearby, you asked? Ken recounted with a bewildered expression. I just casually asked where the entrance to the underground city in Swallow Cave was, and I actually detected it. What a coincidence. He turned to Faijo and asked, can you see the title above my head now? He carefully observed Shanghai from head to toe for a moment. Then he slowly replied, no, I don't. He made a pensive gesture and said, it seems the entrance can detect it leads to our world, because titles are only disabled when our defensive side enters the offensive side's beneficial zone. We can't just ignore this kind of entrance. Do we need to contact Vivider's entrance manager, or should we report to your sponsor, Red Bull, first? Faijo seriously replied, I suggest having Red Bull's communication specialist talk to Vivider's entrance manager. That way, we can maximize the benefits. But we have to find the entrance first. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Red Bull. Shanghai immediately nodded in agreement, but before we act, I suggest an additional precaution. Let Ken use my item-finding stick to check if there are any underground creatures nearby now. Out of nowhere, Ken suddenly blurted out, really? Hearing that, Faijo signaled him, while also reminding him, shut up. Are you going to alert the enemy that we found them? In the distance, Nilan was secretly observing the three of them, thinking to himself, so the artifact in their hands can not only find dungeon entrances, but also detect if there are enemies nearby? I had originally intended to hide, wait for these three human adventurers to leave, and then report to Mother. It seems avoiding a fight is impossible now. Luckily, I used appraisal to check. These three human adventurers are not high level. I just need to be careful of that weapon they call a gun. With that, he launched an attack towards him. Fortunately, Shanghai quickly detected the anomaly. Seeing this, he shouted, watch out, and then dealt with it in a flash. After Shanghai had dealt with it, Ken only then realized that something dangerous had happened to them. Meanwhile, Nilan couldn't believe his attack was so easily countered. Next, Shanghai raised his voice in warning. There's someone hidden in the dark at 2 o'clock. His presence is very low. I guess his profession specializes in stealth and assassination. Then he quickly added, be careful of his weapon. It's very likely poisoned. Ken responded with a nod. Nilan, seeing that he had been discovered, secretly cursed, bad luck, to run into an adventurer with such rare keen senses, even in the Darklands. Then he also spoke up stealth, assassination, poisoning. It seems the attacker is likely not good at direct combat. Immediately after, he cleared his throat and ordered, use tactic number 3. Ken replied curtly while running, got it. As he charged forward, he instructed, Shanghai, we'll handle the enemy at 2 o'clock. You use the search stick to see if there are any other enemies around. Standing behind, he answered decisively, okay? Nilin, seeing this, thought in confusion. Do these people not need to use appraisal to confirm my profession and level before acting? This world has only just had teleportation gates appear. Native adventurers lack combat experience. They encounter a Deathwalker and don't run, and they didn't even use guns from the start. To pieces of good news at once, today is truly my lucky day. He was still getting ready for a life or death battle when suddenly, the two people split off in different directions. That guy over there aggressively launched a fatal blow towards Nilin, but he was no pushover and immediately dodged to the side. Afterwards, Nilin secretly scoffed, a completely mediocre attack. If this person isn't intentionally feigning weakness, then it's almost certain that fighter isn't his upgraded combat profession. While he was deep in thought, Ken's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Nilin hadn't even had time to think of a way to deal with him when the guy asked, "What are you looking at?" Immediately after, he lunged at him with an iron shield and an axe in hand. This time, Nilin couldn't dodge as easily as before and had to exert himself to resist. Meanwhile, he regretted telling himself, retracting my previous words, these native adventurers truly lack practical combat experience compared to foreign adventurers, but that doesn't mean they lack wisdom in battle. All this time, Ken hadn't made a move, quietly watching the two of them grapple. Then he excitedly spoke, "This is a good opportunity." Less than a second later, Ken's weapon was unleashed. This time it was Trinhai, standing quietly to the side, watching the three of them fight. How Kit, standing beside him, leisurely assessed, "It seems we don't need to act yet." Then Trinhai pondered aloud, "Now that I think about it, that long-eared guy looks quite handsome. What race is he? Do you guys know?" How Kit had no information about him, so he could only shake his head. Just then, Boss's pet spoke up, "I know, that's the Drow race. Drow are dark elves that live in gloomy lands. Unlike other elves, they are very cunning. Even Boss Saw thinks so. If it weren't for the boss being both ruthless and powerful then." Trinhai understood everything just from hearing this, so he simply nodded silently in response. In front, Nilin seemed to have been so battered by the two that he had to dart far away to avoid their blows. Ken saw this and exclaimed in confusion, "Is this guy's head made of iron? He got hit by my ice-rubbing hammer and can still jump around." He then seriously replied, "We can't rule out the possibility that he's carrying some life-saving item." Then he thought to himself, something is up. It's effect number 3 or combat intuition of the fighter telling me that the ritual of God Ali's suspected filling name is very powerful. But when the old master appeared, his power was only on par with me and master. Is he trying to hide something, but why? On the opposite side, Nilin was also secretly speculating, although this world is different, based on my understanding of humans. Most humans don't have the habit of using their full strength when fighting the weak. I always act ruthlessly to make them afraid. That way, it will be easier for them to understand me. Next, I just need to find an opportunity to eliminate that human with acute senses and seize the detection artifact from his hand. Who would have thought that immediately after, Trinhai would change the seeking staff into a gun? Seeing this, Nilin couldn't help but blurt out, Wait a minute." In contrast to his expression, Trinhai decisively concluded, to be safe, this time, no one survives. On this side, Trinhai's faction was fighting Donnie. Ken angrily shouted, "Isn't China banning guns? Where did he get an MP5 from? And it's even gold-plated." Seeing his overreaction, Fi immediately reminded him, "Your focus seems to be wrong. As far as I know, when China State adventurers deal with revolving city issues, they usually try to avoid using guns." Ken disagreed, flaring up in anger and retorting, "But this isn't China. Fai didn't want to insist anymore, thinking that although he really didn't want to admit it, a single-minded idiot like Ken could sometimes unexpectedly hit the mark. Donnie was still being chased by Chung Hai at this moment. He dodged the shots while blaming himself. I really am stupid. I exerted myself for nothing. In the end, he was still chased and killed by someone with a gun. Finally, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chung Hai's face showed confusion, not knowing what Donnie was planning. A faint smoke appeared when Donnie braked suddenly, seeing his unusual behavior. He then inquired, "Not running anymore?" Donnie also responded loudly, then began raising his hands to cast a spell, the Undead Summoning Art. Zilin appeared a few seconds later. He recklessly used his ultimate move, ordering her to use her piercing siren shriek on him. As soon as she heard Donnie's command, Xilin's eyes closed, looking very gentle. But a second later, her face suddenly became very angry, her eyes wide open with black sclera and deep red pupils. Zilin shrieked, each sound feeling like an invisible knife stabbing into people. Faced with such power, Chung Hai instinctively covered one ear, and his nose had already started bleeding. He painfully called out Ken and Fai's names. Chung Hai held his gun in one hand, trying to shoot Donnie. Seeing Zilin change direction, he hurriedly told his teammates, "Help me deal with that siren." They quickly drew their weapons and ran to Zilin, saying in unison, "No problem, leave it to us." She backed away, dodging Ken and Fai's attacks. An intense battle was divided into two small groups. While fighting Donnie, Chung Hai asked him, "Was that siren earlier an evolved type of the lake sirens?" Donnie frowned, finding it hard to believe that he also knew about the lake sirens. Then he skillfully dodged a shot aimed between his legs. Donnie suddenly became worried and immediately turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was a death worm, opening its mouth as wide as possible to swallow him. Chung Hai snapped his fingers, using a summoning spell to close the worm's mouth, deliberately teasing Donnie. He broke into a satisfied, triumphant smile. The system suddenly displayed a notification touching the exclusive skill of the Death Walker, Mark of Death. Accompanying it was a simulated image of Donnie stabbing Chung Hai through the body with a knife. He began to be wary of his back. He carefully held a knife, attempting to assassinate Chung Hai. He suddenly turned around, quickly wielding his sword to parry Donnie's dagger. He couldn't hide his anger, wondering, did he anticipate my shadow step? Chung Hai also told himself, this skill is too bizarre. If it weren't for the Mark of Death, I'd be dead by now. After a moment of clashing swords, he forcefully pushed Donnie away. Both stopped. He secretly acknowledged Chung Hai, retracting his previous words. Even without a gun, I must treat him as an opponent of equal caliber and take him seriously. It seems Quinn once mentioned that this world basically has no defense against magic, making curses even more incomprehensible among spells. Seizing humanity's weakness, Donnie immediately used the spell of feebleness and powerlessness. Chung Hai's entire body immediately froze, as if he was turned to ice. Chung Hai had been hit by a spell that gradually weakened his body. Even his strength and speed were reduced. Achieving his goal, Donnie sneered and thought to himself, perfectly landed the curse of weakening and powerlessness again. Huh? Don't the adventurers of this world care about their own magic resistance? Chung Hai started to lose his balance. He clutched his head and asked him, "What did you do to me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to raise his hand to cast a spell. The situation had now changed. At this moment, Chung Hai pointed forward and shouted loudly, "Stand still for me." Donnie was hit by the spell. His body instantly froze, his hands went to his head, and he obeyed Chung Hai's command. Having been tricked, he gritted his teeth and endured, his entire body trembling incessantly. Chung Hai said softly, "The effect of the Black Knight's sword skill. You haven't fully experienced it yet, have you? I guess this is for you." These words left Donnie confused about their meaning. When did Hao Kai stand behind him? His tone was utterly reverent as he replied, "Endless gratitude." By the time Donnie understood, Hao Kai had already raised his sword, ready to strike down. He fearfully remembered Belina and mumbled his last words, "My lady mother, perhaps we have made a fatal mistake." The human adventurers of this world have monsters. If you don't discover this point before acting, then the clan is about to face big trouble after that dying wish. How Kite decisively struck, finishing off Donnie. At Sophia's private residence, she and Belina were practicing swordplay in the yoga room. Sophia, drenched in sweat, gripped her sword tightly, her eyes resolute, and signaled to her opponent, "I'm ready." Belina, in a relaxed stance, kindly instructed, "Don't hold back, attack with killing intent." Sophia immediately complied, charging forward with determined eyes. The sharp sword quickly thrust forward. Belina maintained a calm composure, gracefully dodging with just one move. Then she quickly darted forward to counterattack. Belina's sword was at Sophia's throat in just a few seconds. She was utterly terrified. She didn't forget to remind her, "Remember, when you encounter an opponent, adopt a defensive posture. Do not attack carelessly if you are not absolutely sure." Sophia flinched in fright, her eyes tightly shut as she replied to Belina. Something made her suddenly frown, as if realizing something was amiss. She also noticed Belina's expression was not good. She gradually walked towards the door, leaving Sophia staring after her, bewildered. Belina immediately spoke up, "Let's end today's etiquette training here. I have some matters to attend to." Ending the session in an erratic mood, she slowly and leisurely opened the door and stepped out. Belina made a phone call, her face showing annoyance. The other end picked up and she sternly questioned, "How are things on your end? Was it smooth?" Quinn propped her hand, looking at the unconscious figures on the ground, and affirmed confidently, "Very smooth, mother." On this side, feeling that something was amiss, Belina's expression was a little worried. Quinn continued to report the situation. "We found 2 types of addictive plants and also discovered the weakness of guns." Knowing that Quinn's plan was going well, she then stated her deduction. Then it seems something happened on Donnie's side. Belina instructed her, "Use the Ipula clan contract to confirm if Donnie's blood vengeance clause against you has been activated." Quinn quickly obeyed, acting immediately. Soon after, a piece of paper was right in her hand. Quinn silently read the words within, saying nothing. She checked the details, noticed a problem, and immediately reported back to Belina. Quinn explained in detail, before Donnie died, he released the hostile marking spell. The blood vengeance clause has been activated. She planned her preparations. Now, you temporarily halt your current escape mission and lead a team to hunt down the marked individual. I want to know how the opponent found such a discreet door to also bypass Donnie's invisibility spell. This is very important for our subsequent actions. Upon hearing this, Quinn didn't dare argue and replied to Belina. The scene shifted to Shanghai. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "Cursed Adventure, all attributes reduced by 25%. Shanghai scratched his head in confusion, unsure how to handle it. While Hao Kayat and Boss's pet stood still, looking at Donnie's corpse, Shanghai sighed, "And yet the spellcaster is dead, but the curse isn't lifted. It seems I can only call Zheng Renjin and Mr. Zumu. They probably know how to break the curse." Hao Kayat suddenly shared good news with him. "Lord Shanghai, I've awakened my talent." He was dumbfounded and didn't understand. Hao Kayat recalled the words the deity said while inhabiting Shanghai's body and happily said, "I've embarked on the path of a hero. As long as I awaken my talent and find my true name, I can become a true Kavalan hero." Shanghai was delighted and praised him, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, 2 figures appeared in the distance, drawing everyone's attention. It turned out to be the Fager crew. Ken immediately pointed to the back and announced, "We found the entrance. Want to go take a look?" A moment later, they arrived. Fager used his phone to carefully record the entrance and exit to ensure there were no mistakes. He deduced, based on the size of the entrance, this must be an expert-level underground city. Considering the discreet nature of this underground city entrance, the Red Bull handover specialist might be able to negotiate a good price with the person in charge of the Viviland area entrance. The body of the subspecies elf has certain research value. Red Bull will likely offer to buy it back. At that time, I can convert your share into black market copper coins for you, okay? Shanghai immediately agreed, satisfied with Fager's arrangement. Then he changed his tone and ordered Ken, go retrieve the body of the subspecies elf. He raised his hand to refuse, with an evasive look. I definitely don't want to use my item slot to store a corpse. If you want to retrieve it, do it yourself. Fager refused to give up and shouted loudly, my item slots are full, which made Ken uncontrollably furious. A skylight, along with several ropes, could easily be seen directly above them. Fager turned to Shanghai and asked, have you thought of the next challenge project? Shanghai pondered for a long time, as if weighing something. He was very interested and made a suggestion. How about surfing? It's also in Mocha and more convenient. Fager and the others looked at each other as if agreeing on the idea. One person spoke up, agreeing, then surfing it is. Outside, there are already helicopters waiting, just for everyone to come out. At Coster Sea, Shanghai powerfully surfed through large waves amidst the pouring rain. A large wave pushed him high, causing Shanghai to crash into the large rock face ahead. He gnashed his teeth in pain and fell from above. Shanghai then sank into the sea with his surfboard. He instinctively reached out for help. From a distance, the boat quickly drove towards Shanghai. He extended his hand, bent down low, and ordered him, grab my hand. Finally, Shanghai managed to grab Ken's hand. He tried his best to steer back to shore before the storm hit. A few seconds later, the boat's silhouette gradually disappeared. Night fell, the bright full moon created a beautiful scene. At this moment, Shanghai was sitting in his room drying his hair. He muttered to himself in disappointment, after my basic attributes dropped, I couldn't control the big waves of Coster Sea. He suddenly stopped when he heard a knock at the door. Outside was Ken's group, who had brought people, and Fai immediately spoke, please open the door for us. Hearing that, Shanghai quickly ran to open the door. A moment later, everyone had gathered in his room. Zahavi offered a bag and said kindly, the Wyvland expert-level entrance also contains the corpses of demi-spirits, and all the black market money is here, please check it. Shanghai opened the bag and picked up a coin, examining it. He tried to persuade him, even though Fai has already asked, I still want to try Mr. Shanghai, are you really not considering our Red Bull team? If you join, our Red Bull team will definitely offer you a satisfying major contract. Shanghai gave a wry smile and politely declined. I'm sorry, I've already promised to become the person in charge of the entrance in Dongshan City next year. Zahavi didn't achieve his goal but maintained a friendly attitude. After discussing the matters, Ken saw them off, and Fai, walking behind, waved goodbye to him. See you tomorrow. Shanghai held the bag of money in his hand, signaling his agreement. The door then closed with a loud sound. Shanghai couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had originally planned to collect black market currency after returning to his country, but he didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest this time. Let me see how much gold Red Bull exchanged for me. The box was now full of gold, emitting a dazzling light, and he praised it with a smile. The scene shifted to the scorching sun at the Dongshan Adventurers Association. The staff member's voice, full of surprise, asked, were you cursed? Shanghai calmly confirmed. The effect is a reduction in a portion of my attributes. For demi-spirits, the curse on me is dead, but my reduced attributes haven't recovered. Brother Chang, do you know how to break this kind of curse? In the office, the staff member replied solemnly, the association has a spellbreaker who specializes in this area. Why don't you come back here first? Shanghai, hearing about having to return, scratched his head awkwardly. Then never mind, going back and forth is too much trouble. I'll think of another way first. He had no other choice but to bid him farewell. Shanghai ended the call in disappointment, his face clouded with thought. I've already asked the Chimao Sai. From what they said, if I can't find an adventurer, I can use a curse removal skill. I can try my luck at a relevant underground auction house. Such single-function artifacts, which can only be used to break curses, occasionally circulate in auction houses. He decisively clicked the item button, so I'll ask it first if there's any way. If not, then I'll follow Chimao's advice and ask Fai tomorrow if there are any relevant underground auction houses nearby. Shanghai now traversed into a desolate land, surrounded by tombs, and in the distance, a person was riding a horse toward him. Seeing his appearance made him confused. Shanghai didn't greet him but went straight to the point. "I've been cursed by Jor. Do you know how to remove it?" The captain frowned and said, 3-ring protective magic, 5-ring protective magic, 9-ring magic. These can all be used to dispel curses. He rested his chin in his hand, thought for a moment, and asked him, "Are there any other ways?" The captain continued to offer other methods. Some artifacts and rare materials can also do it, such as holy stone water of dispelling curses, or you can also dispel and transfer curses through special rituals. But it's usually used to deal with curses cast by legendary creatures. The weak and powerless curse on you can simply be removed with a curse dispel. Shanghai nodded in understanding, his expression very serious. While he was processing the information, the captain suddenly spoke. He instructed him, "Your dungeon clearance and escape mission from the last underground city isn't fully completed yet, is it? Finish it quickly." Shanghai glared back. "Actually, I'd prefer to save it for the next underground city. Use it as a surprise attack. You've seen it. I'm being targeted by schemes now. I need to keep some trump cards." The captain explained, "The Zhuor clan has a widespread blood kinship vengeance clause. You've killed a Zhuor, so you must have been hit by their hostile marking spell. Who knows, at this very moment, a Zhuor kinsman might be using a weak, powerless curse on you, and they're about to find you." The scene shifts to inside the room. Shanghai sat on the bed, bringing his hands to his head, and a blue light flashed. A black hole appeared as soon as he gave the command, "Interface." On the prompt screen, it asked, "Consolidate completion," accompanied by a reminder that total rewards are higher than individual completion. He didn't hesitate and pressed yes. A new display announced S-rank completion achieved, new title, specialized skill, and new artifacts received. Shanghai looked at the screen full of text with a displeased expression, asking himself loudly, "Why isn't there an artifact upgrade ticket or an artifact exchange ticket?" The concept of world anchor appeared on the screen. He scratched his head and sighed, admitting, "Though the effect of this world anchor is very significant, I can't use it right now." The scene shifts to the hallway outside. Shanghai's room suddenly emitted a blue light. It was Hao Kite with boss's pet sitting on his shoulder, appearing before him. Shanghai held a bottle of water and asked the two of them, "Did Basa ever tell you about the Zhuor's blood kinship vengeance clause?" Boss's pet spoke up, denying, "No, unlike Boss Basa, after he killed and toyed with that Zhuor merchant, no matter how he searched afterward, he never encountered anyone from that Zhuor clan again." Shanghai pondered, this must be another use for the hostile marking spell, helping clan members avoid overly powerful enemies. To be sure, he told Hao Kite to stand guard, while he would deal with any Zhuor kinsman who came looking for trouble. Hao Kite quickly replied, "No problem." At this moment, below the building with its illuminated apartments, several strangers stepped out of a car, looking up as if searching for someone. Quinn frowned and muttered to herself, "No matter how far you hide, you will still be found by us." She directed Nilan and Darn to break through the main door, while she and Hella would assault from above. Shanghai, unaware of what was happening, was still sound asleep. Meanwhile, Hao Kite and Boss's pet were resting while keeping watch. Hao Kite's eyes widened as he detected an intruder. He took a step down, his unusual movement making Boss's pet stop eating. Hao Kite's aura changed. He spoke in a low voice to the monkey, "Go wake Shanghai. The enemy has arrived." Outside, Nilan and Doran were trying to use magic to unlock his door. As he cast the Void Ring spell, the muffled sound could reduce noise. Nilan extended his hand and, able to solve it, unconsciously smiled. Once done, he gestured, "All right." Darn immediately nodded. The spell Darn used next emitted a yellow light, called the Second Ringwood spell, which could unlock or free a door, chest, or closed equipment, including magical locks. The cost was a distinct resounding noise. As soon as the door slowly opened, a sword pierced through the wooden door, thrusting towards Darn. catching him off guard and immediately stunning him. Nilan panicked when he saw Darren fatally stabbed. Inside the doorway, Hao Kayat, holding the sword, said in a low voice, "One down, my power has also increased by 1 now." Boss's pet was trying to wake Shanghai. He rubbed his eyes and asked confusedly, "What are you doing?" He quickly yelled, "Nilan's here. Boss Hao Kayat told me to wake you up." Shanghai fully woke up, startled and stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, there was a noise on the ceiling and cracks appeared as if something was about to fall. Still in shock, he quickly looked up. Shanghai pulled up his blanket, readying for battle, and a flickering light emanated around him. The ceiling had been broken. There was a monster waiting upstairs, and 2 figures simultaneously jumped down. They quickly landed on the ground just as he put on his armor. Hela scoffed, "So this is him, the human adventurer who killed Doni." Quinn angrily reminded him, "Don't be careless, he might have a gun on him too." Shanghai glared at them, muttering to himself, "Just how strong are these to track me and the spider monster upstairs?" Many red notifications appeared on the system panel, making him hesitate and think, "So many warnings popping up for me." Shanghai suddenly yelled, "Change," then he vanished from Quinn and Hela's sight. He was stunned by his action, invisibility magic. Could it be that this human adventurer's profession is also? The spider blocking the hole in the ceiling continued. "It's a magic item. The invisibility cloak he's wearing. It has high-level invisibility enchantment." While they were fumbling around searching for him, Shanghai jumped off the bed, glanced back, and silently speculated, "So this is the caliber of an underworld expert? They saw through my tricks so quickly." She angrily raised her hand in the air and cursed him, "Trying invisibility in front of Track Ni. That's really showing off your slight skill before an expert." She angrily raised her hand in midair and cursed him. Quinn called the demon fire magic a one-ring spell that makes all creatures and items within its range emit a faint light. When the spell was deployed, he was immediately discovered. Hela pointed at Shanghai. He jumped up, like someone shooting multiple arrows towards Shanghai. He leaned back to dodge in a state of panic and fear. Shanghai looked at the arrows, calculating in his mind. The scene shifts to a place where the sky is gloomy and gray. There were graves with crosses on top, and in the distance, someone was walking. A gasp was heard in the silent space. Bintrong looked at his gradually disappearing body, smiled, and asked. Shanghai appeared with Bintrong, exuding charisma. This astonished Quinn, leaving her speechless. Hela immediately became afraid and dared not underestimate him. Shanghai vigorously shot at them, and now everything in the house was in ruins. Shanghai, with a worried expression, turned his head and told Boss's pet, who was hiding behind the door, "You guys go back first." It spoke worriedly, looking extremely confused. He was annoyed by Boss's pet's sluggish attitude and loudly threatened. It was scared and dared not argue, quickly running off. While dodging bullets, Hela wondered. Quinn, struggling, replied. Shanghai tried his best to hit them, but it didn't seem to work as desired. He then secretly planned something else. The spider above, using magic sensing, figured out Shanghai's next move and immediately thought of a way to stop him. It used a 4-ring spell, Magic Devour, directly targeting him. A warning appeared on the screen. Shanghai looked up at that spider, full of frustration. He angrily glared at it. The knight's helmet wasn't affected either, so there's a high probability it only targets magic rings. While Shanghai was in a daze, Quinn jumped next to the wall, intending to ambush him from behind. She recited some terrifying magic chant. It was a darkness spell aimed at Shanghai, centered on the caster, which, during its formation, would make the area around the enemy feel like it was in complete darkness. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. Quinn smiled triumphantly. Heller was satisfied. We've coordinated this battle strategy many times, and we've killed countless foreign adventurers like you, unless you have true sight or extremely high perception. The spider continued to use its key move, seeing objects in the dark, to guide Heller. He responded and swung his whip, a very violent movement. The whip had firmly latched onto the gun in Shanghai's hand, surprising him. Shanghai focused on analyzing. Trinhai curved a dangerous smile at the corner of his lips. On this side, Hala was struggling to hold the whip firmly, shouting loudly, "I've got the weapon, hurry up." Quinn immediately rushed over to support her teammate, but as she was about to make a move, something made her freeze. Trinhai had already combined his moves to deal with them and said scornfully, "This has no effect on me." Then he disappeared again in the blink of an eye. The spider, surprised, reminded Heller to be careful of Trinhai. He had switched to a crossbow, his face showing dissatisfaction at not getting his way. He calmly dodged the arrows, gradually approaching Heller. The spider realized something and told him, "This human adventurer is a rare individual with high perception. Dark magic has no effect on him." But by this time, Trinhai was very close to Hela and was about to launch an attack. His eyes exuded murderous intent, wanting to deal with one person first. Hela suddenly raised his hands in surrender, looking very pitiful. Before he could finish his sentence, Trinhai gave him no more opportunity to speak. Hela's head spun a few times in the air before falling to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. He coldly asked, after killing the target, "Does the skill end?" The quest board displayed a hint. Kill a strong enemy more than 3 levels higher than yourself. Willpower +1. Having received the answer, Trinhai slowly looked towards the lone figure still in the room. Quinn's body trembled, filled with fear. Trinhai smiled lightly, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. And then she was the next one to fall beneath his sword. Quinn urgently shouted in the room, "Wait, I surrender." Trinhai's stiff body let out aloud. She sweated as she explained, "I am willing to pay soul currency as war compensation, and I will not bother you again after this." He curled the corner of his lips. "Is that all? I still have the weak and powerless curse that your kin cast on me." Quinn quickly raised her white hands and said, "That's easy to deal with. My contract Spirit knows foreign magic, Magic Devour." Trinhai's body was covered in sticky red marks. He stared intently at her. "Then what about the symbols you use to locate me? Can those also be removed?" Across from him, Quinn pulled out a scroll. "Okay, the hostile marking spell is a product of triggering the blood vendetta clause in the clan contract. I can tear up the triggered clan contract in front of you." Trinhai said nothing more, only observing Quinn carefully. She decisively patted her chest, guaranteeing, "Trust me, accepting my surrender is beneficial to you. If I die, then the one who will carry out the blood vendetta against you will be my mother, who is already half a step into legend." Trinhai subtly lowered his gaze, flashing a mocking smile. "I accept your surrender, but I don't need the soul currency you mentioned. I need the skill books for the weak and powerless curse and the dark magic you cast earlier." Having successfully negotiated, Quinn finally smiled happily. "No problem." A second later, Trinhai received a system notification. The curse has been removed. The adventurer's attributes are increasing again. He quietly looked up at the spider in the hole in the ceiling. This spider monster was unexpectedly useful. If I get the chance, I'll also find a contract spirit that can remove magic. Across from him, Quinn showed Trinhai the scroll with the elf characters on it. "This is Ipala's clan contract." After he finished reading it, she took the other half of the paper and decisively tore it in two. Quinn's body immediately convulsed, but she still managed to tear up the entire contract. Streams of binding magic enveloped Quinn's body, causing her to collapse. Trinhai exclaimed in surprise, "You are." Quinn quickly raised her hand to stop Trinhai from coming closer. Tearing up the clan contract requires enduring a long period of heartbreaking pain. Please allow me to cast the spell to avoid the price, and then I will pay the war compensation. He paused for a moment when he heard that, but then agreed. From Quinn's lips, incantations in the Elvish language immediately escaped. Just a moment later, jade green magic flashed, and Quinn's body completely transformed into a female form. Foreign shape-shifting magic transforms the target into another type of creature. If a creature form of the same species, but different from the original gender is chosen, a gender change can be performed. Trinhai's lips twitched as he thought, "Hey, is that real or fake?" Outwardly, he asked in great surprise, "Did you change your gender?" She was still Ipola, a level 12 armistice rank. Quinn put her hands on her hips, flipped her hair, and casually replied, "That's right, the Chagner clan I belong to can freely change genders. I am no longer a female Ipola clan member, and I no longer have to pay the price for tearing up the clan contract." Trinhai also felt relieved. So that's how it is. No wonder even Bassa, a legendary undead, was fooled by Chagner. If I hadn't known this beforehand. Who would have thought Chagner could rely on gender transformation to avoid the contract's backlash? He silently added in his mind, "It seems I'll have to be a bit wary if I ever sign a contract with you in the future." On the dark national road, a car was speeding like the wind. Nilan was still driving beside her. Quinn made a phone call. That's right, Sinsla and Florin were killed. The opponent not only had extremely high perception, but also could forcibly kill Sinsla even when weakened by a powerless soft curse. The situation forced me to surrender proactively and tear up the clan contract. The person on the other end of the line calmly took a sip of water. It seems we've still underestimated this world. Later, when you're on escape and clearance missions, try to avoid direct conflicts with local adventurers. Belina frowned slightly and added, "Also, put the matter of stealing core technology aside for now. We'll discuss it after we delve deeper into this world." The car continued to turn a corner, and Quinn's voice echoed, "Understood, Mom." A few days later, in a stormy sea with turbulent waves, a figure stood atop a wave. The miracle-born Trinhai was enthusiastically surfing. The system displayed the guide, Deathwalker's 8 trials, water spirit completed, speed +1. It was still drizzling. Trinhai dragged the board back to the beach. The system displayed the information, Deathwalker perception +5. 8 trials activated. Completing the 5th trial, wind movement, will grant +1 speed. The content is wingsuiting on Mount Abissa. He looked at the notification, mouth agape in disbelief. Speed again? No, I already have 19 speed. Another one and it'll be full. Opposite Trinhai, two people also slowly approached. Trinhai, our next extreme sport challenge is wingsuiting on Abissa. The starting point is at Wallen Falls near the Fuso Gorge. Ken grinned as he added for Pfizer. Coincidentally, Color Auction House in Switzerland has an auction theme related to the underground city next week. We plan to check it out on the way. Trinhai gently rubbed his chin in thought, his eyes filled with interest. An auction? In Switzerland, night had fallen and the city lights illuminated the entire area. Trinhai, along with Ken and Pfizer, walked busily towards the building promoting the auction. The three walked in without hesitation. There were quite a few people outside the building too. Once inside, a female staff member who was attending to guests quickly spotted the three of them. She stepped forward and greeted them with a polite smile. "Hello!" Pfizer glanced indifferently at the female staff member. "We want to participate in next week's themed auction. Where do we go for identity verification?" The professional female staff member turned around. "This way, please follow me." Trinhai continued walking but asked Ken with some curiosity, "Why do they need identity verification?" He chuckled and explained, "Because a themed auction related to the underground city will attract eagles and wolves. For the safety of guests, the auction house needs to verify the identities of auction participants beforehand to filter out notorious wanted criminals on the list." He couldn't help but retort, confused, "But some people can still sneak in, right?" Ken slightly raised an eyebrow, looking knowing. "I don't deny that, but for the auction house, they just need to make guests believe dangerous elements have been blocked at the door. As for whether the danger is truly eliminated or not, who cares?" Looking at Trinhai's profile and the dungeon he cleared, the female auction house staff member exclaimed, "Are you the first person to pass through the grave field?" Trinhai raised one eyebrow, puzzled. "Yes," he mused, "this reaction. So, that's what the grave field in Switzerland is known for?" Ken excitedly slung an arm around Trinhai's shoulder. "No, didn't the state adventurer from your hometown tell you? That's a recognized difficulty level no less than Nightmare, dubbed the nearly impassable Hell Dungeon." Phi also glanced at Trinhai, adding, "It's the main refresh zone of the grave field." Before, Many promising newcomers in Europe wanted to clear it to prove their talent, but without exception, they all became legendary stopping points. If Jahavi knew you were the first to clear the grave field, he'd definitely regret not offering an unprecedented grand contract in history at that time. To make you Red Bull's ace, Trinhai listened, then subtly pouted in disbelief. Ken pulled closer to Trinhai's neck and grinned. You secretly told me, after clearing a dungeon, it's rumored the system will compensate with an upgrade ticket for artifacts. Is that true? But before Trinhai could say anything, another staff member from behind announced, "Excuse me, here is the list of auction items you requested. Please take a look." He produced a booklet. Trinhai saw the staff member offer it and quickly took it. Ken leaned over to peek, exclaiming, "There are some big items up for auction this time." Fi still frowned at the staff member. "Can we still join the auction team now? We have an artifact we'd like to consign." The male staff member was also very accommodating. "Okay, I'll go call the appraiser." While flipping through the list, Trinhai's eyes fell on item number 26, Protective Ring, grants the wearer a chance to be immune to low-level magic and curses. Ken pouted in disgust. "You want to buy that, but the use case for this magic protection ring is very narrow, and it's just a chance of protection." Trinhai glanced at the person next to him, "Mainly because I'm lacking protective artifacts right now, especially against magic." He only sighed in response. When he saw someone being led over, Fi interjected, "You two, bring out the items you want to sell. The appraiser is here." Trinhai was also surprised for a moment, then uttered an "oh" as if he understood. A moment later, all three were in the appraiser's appraisal room. The appraiser, wearing learned spectacles, examined the mask, continuously praising it as interesting. Because the user's appraisal skill was boosted by 2 points with the glasses, he could thoroughly examine the properties of the emotionless mask. Once worn, the user will be unable to generate emotions. In Ken's hand was the flame sword, which could imbue fire magic and provide illumination when activated. It also frightens giant demons and suppresses cold creatures. He lamented, "Seriously, 3 good weapons like this, and you don't want them anymore?" Trinhai subtly curved his lips. "For someone like me, who can't imbue it with magic, its value is actually not as high as the protective ring you just saw. I'm not short on weapons, so it's better to turn it into money to buy defensive gear." Ken still begrudged the sword, retorting, "You don't know how to appraise items. That ring can't even compare to it." In another area outside, a person sat like a wandering minstrel. The person's phone chimed with a message, so he took it out to check. Inside was a message from Intelligence Seller H. "The first person to clear the grave field has appeared in Teelithn. Do you want his intelligence?" The person paused, lost in thought. Appearing in Teelithn at this time, is it to attend colors-themed auction? He was the S-Class wanted criminal Black Laurel. Watto, a level 15 adventurer. You are the Shadow Dragon's attendant. Watto hesitated, then bought the intelligence, learning that Fi and Ken, adventurers under Red Bull, had also come to Teelithn. Guessing they would participate in extreme sports in Switzerland before the color auction, he messaged back, requesting photos and related documents for the intelligence. In Willunta Valley, Switzerland, the silhouettes of 3 people waited on a cliff. Fi had already put on his wingsuit. He turned to check on Trinhai and Ken. "Are you ready?" He pulled down his goggles, then hummed in response to Fi. Fi shouted, "Then let's go." The 3 of them resolutely leaped down the cliff. The silhouettes of the 3 people falling also fell into the lens of another. Watto, holding binoculars, pondered, 3 people, it must be them. He put the binoculars away and took out a stringed instrument, an epic-grade artifact, the Dragon's Roar Zither. The body of the instrument was made from the spine of a shadow dragon. When played, it releases the remaining dragon might, causing suppression against lower races. Melodies resonated along the strings under Watto's fingers. Nidix's bloodline summoning gate appeared. Nidix's shadow dragon guard, Ntin, can summon an ancient shadow dragon through this, a bloodline descendant of Nidix's Ntin. The door bearing the shadow dragon's mark slowly opened with the sound. Watto sinisterly spoke, "Descendant of Lord Nidix, Ntin, Please help me obtain the artifact upgrade ticket and complete the Shadow Dragon attendance promotion ritual. Long, narrow eyes slowly opened in the darkness, accompanied by a low voice. Alright. On Trinhai's side, all three had safely landed on the plane. His system also announced the 8 trials of the Death Walker, Wind Fury, have been completed. Speed +1, Trinhai pushed up his goggles, looking at the next mission's information. Besides the old information, a new item had been updated. The 8 trials of the Death Walker have been activated. Complete 6 ice trials to gain 1 speed point. The content is fast-paced skiing on Mount Ami. Trinhai clutched his head, crying out in despair in his heart. It never ends, does it? My speed is already maxed out, and they're adding more. Suddenly, Fi noticed something strange. Wait, that is. Trinhai also paid attention, looking in his direction. All three looked up at the huge dragon above them and screamed in surprise. A dragon! A pair of human legs appeared on the dragon's back. Watto, holding the instrument, ordered the Shadow Dragon, HMM, go greet them first. This was the creature summoned from the instrument, the legendary Shadow Dragon, challenge level 17. As soon as Watto finished speaking, the Shadow Dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a gigantic column of fire. Ken and Fi could only scream, running for their lives. But despite running slowly, they saw nothing. They both turned their heads back simultaneously, their heads filled with question marks. The Shadow Dragon wasn't chasing them at all, but was only breathing fire and chasing the other person. The miraculous survivor, Trinhai, was currently shouting about his bad luck, running wildly under the dragon's flames. Watto, standing on the Shadow Dragon's back, also marveled, a national-grade supernova whose speed has reached the racial limit? No wonder he could clear the cemetery pass. He kept staring at the tip of the flame, right on Trinhai's heels. But in just a blink of an eye, Trinhai vanished from the world like a wisp of smoke. Watto's eyes widened in shock. He disappeared. But he quickly regained his composure. Let me think. The main professions for adventurers specializing in speed are generally rogues, rangers, or their variants. So, is it an invisibility spell? Watto rotated the instrument and plucked a resounding note. A sudden surge of magic diffused around him. By the time the magic swept across another corner of the plane, Watto had found Trinhai, who was originally invisible. He curled his lips into a triumphant smile. Found him. He then pointed the direction to the Shadow Dragon. The instrument is pointing that way. Trinhai was startled by this. He didn't know how to express his amazement, only able to gape. No way, you can find me even with that. In another place, crosses filled the cold mounds. Kira gently looked up as if sensing something. This opponent is very strong. Trinhai had summoned Kurod's Dream Drink, tearing through the wind. He quickly told it to the nearest city. Dream Drink neighed in agreement, as if it had heard. As he ran, Trinhai looked back at the relentless pursuer behind him. Above them, the Shadow Dragon continued to hover, pressing down. He gritted his teeth, truly cautious. He'd clearly summoned a legendary Shadow Dragon as a helper, and that summoner still insisted on fighting from the air, not giving me any chance. And he had that strange accordion-like item in his hand, which simultaneously provided to effects, reconnaissance, and unleashing dragon's might to suppress enemies. It must be an epic tier item. No doubt. If I fight him head-on, I'll have no chance of winning. Even if I'm lucky enough to use the item exchange ticket to trade the Eternal Needle for an epic tier item to counter dragon's special attacks, it probably won't do any good. Trinhai resolutely turned around, drew his bow and arrow. He thought determinedly, I'll just try one last shot, see if I can land a critical hit and defeat that summoner. If I can't kill him, then I'll just have to figure out how to escape. A brilliant golden arrow left the bow, soaring through the wind, aiming directly at Watto, who was standing on the Shadow Dragon's back. An item appeared on Watto's hand, the Philosopher's Bracelet. The wearer could passively deflect arrows shot by enemies towards them. He subtly smirked. The bracelet created a magical barrier, deflecting the arrow in another direction. Trinhai's lips twitched in helplessness. Even magical items to counter fast arrows were prepared. So, Guided spells probably wouldn't work either. He sighed, tapping the letter on Dream Drink's back. There's no other way. A card appeared in Trinhai's hand. It was an invitation to the Skeleton Legion's dinner, received after clearing the graveyard dungeon. After opening it, the next phase of the dungeon could begin, the Skeleton Legion's dinner party. Trinhai didn't hesitate and shouted, "I want to attend the Skeleton Legion's dinner party." The space in front of Dream Drink was suddenly cleaved into a plus sign. The space gate opened wider and wider, with an unusually powerful magical aura inside. Watto caught up, but Dream Drink seemed to have already stepped 1 foot into the gate. He could only watch helplessly. Watto was both furious and astonished. That kid actually has the key to open the second phase of the dungeon. In the Skeleton Legion's Undead Kingdom, a path led straight to the castle. Midway, a space gate opened, exactly like the one on the plane. Trinhai cautiously looked around, reining in Dream Drink. He frowned tightly, staring at the system panel. The Skeleton Legion's Dinner Party Challenge Level 10 is a one-round quest. The escape objective is to attend the party, and the continuous objective is to win favor with the Skeleton Legion. Completing it will grant plus to charm and +1 reputation with the kings of the Undead Kingdom. It took Trinhai a moment to vaguely realize that although this dungeon involved the Skeleton Legion, a super powerful sounding entity, the quest content didn't seem dangerous. Nevertheless, he still calculated and prepared an escape card, but then reconsidered, deciding that he probably wouldn't need to use the Traveler's Forced Escape card. Suddenly, another space gate opened in the sky of the Undead Kingdom. A dark emissary swooped down directly at Dream Drink's feet, making it leap in another direction. The Night Emissary, a legendary challenge level 16 creature, appeared and politely bowed to Trinhai. "Was it you who activated the Skeleton Legion's dinner invitation card? I am my master's envoy." Trinhai cautiously looked at him, thinking, "I just got here, and an emissary is already flying down to greet me." This dungeon. Outside the plains, the Shadow Dragon and Watto had landed and waited for a long time. Watto decisively jumped off its back, standing beneath the Shadow Dragon's chest. He stared dejectedly at the gate that still hadn't closed in front of him. Watto pondered, analyzing. According to the dungeon history of the first clearers, this graveyard dungeon, the second phase dungeon he has, can basically be confirmed to have been obtained in the graveyard. As a year-round novice dominating the graveyard leaderboard, which has a dungeon clearing difficulty in the top 5, the difficulty of its second phase quest is certainly top tier as well. You absolutely must not die in this dungeon. At this moment, the scene simultaneously shifted to inside the castle of the Undead Kingdom. The Dark Emissary knelt on one knee respectfully, "Master, the guest has been brought." Trinhai, behind him, also knelt down in a similar greeting. The one sitting on the throne above merely said indifferently, "You've worked hard." He slowly stood up from the throne, his hands nothing but bones. With light, slow steps, he descended from the dais. Trinhai subtly lifted his head as he saw the figure approaching, his eyes, filled with curiosity, rising to look straight ahead. Instantly, a series of system notifications prevented Trinhai from acting on his own, forcing him to continue bowing his head. Trinhai sweated and gritted his teeth. A legendary level existence? Huh. This Skeleton County Lord. Could he be a deity on the same level as the Death Lord? Hai Chumu. In the Skeleton Great Lord's glowing red eyes, a green light of 4-ring magic flashed. Advanced appraisal spell. After casting, it can reveal more complete information about the target. If the target is a creature, it can reveal its race, challenge level, and basic attributes. A series of Trinhai's basic information appeared before his eyes. Human race, level 9. He slightly marveled, his speed and perception both reaching the human limit. Suddenly, he saw the Skeleton Great Lord pause for a moment and rub his chin. The additional information revealed, a pursuer of the abyss. The second stage of a ranger's career progression, with the title Arch Nemesis of Char, that also puzzled Trinhai. Suddenly, the Skeleton Great Lord turned back. Syria. Beside the throne, a figure in a maid's outfit appeared. Syria, a legendary phantom, Challenge level 16. Now serving as the Skeleton Great Lord's chief maid, she obediently spoke up. The Skeleton Great Lord slowly placed his dry hand on Trinhai's shoulder and ordered her, "Take the guest to rest." Syria's eyes slowly lifted. "Yes, master." Along the old but neat corridor with dim light, Trinhai walked behind Syria. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon an object mounted on the wall. Looking at the emotionless angel with white wings, seemingly fixed to the wall, he hesitantly asked, "This is?" Syria looked up at the angel. Ever since the door to other realms opened, they often appear. Occasionally, some fools who aren't quite right in the head run into Master's realm and offend him. After they die, Master chooses rare individuals among them to make into specimens and displays them in the exhibition corridor. The one you see is an angel specimen from the heavens. Trinhai's face turned pale upon hearing this. He nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At the graveyard, a familiar spatial portal silently opened. A figure appeared within the space. The dark emissary slowly stepped out of the portal. He pulled out a pendant with a stone tablet acting as a compass. The dark emissary put his face close to the stone and asked, "Which way is KH Law GC?" The pendant swayed slightly like a pendulum, then stopped in one direction. The dark emissary looked up into the distance doubtfully. "That way?" When he found KH Law GC, he saw him sitting and playing a mournful tune. The sound echoed throughout the graveyard, carrying a desolate loneliness. The dark emissary scratched his head and walked over. "You're really leisurely." KHA Law GC frowned tightly and glared at him, asking curtly, "Something wrong?" The dark emissary chuckled. "The human adventurer who escaped your grasp activated the dinner party invitation. The Great Lord likes him very much. He told me to inform you all to come to the realm for the feast." KHA Law GC heard this and jumped to his feet. "No Cadonas and Syria issue more invitations than I do, so how are you so sure?" The dark emissary laughed heartily and interrupted him, as if it were obvious, "Because when I went to greet him, I saw that kid riding a nightmare among us. Only the graveyard under your charge settles nightmare mounts." At a table in the Skeleton Great Lord's castle, Syria bowed and placed a cup of tea in front of Trinhai. "Please enjoy." Inside the cup was a blood-red liquid with several floating eyeball pearls. Trinhai's face turned pale. His lips pressed tightly. Beads of sweat appeared as he questioned his existence. Can this really be drunk?" Seeing his hesitation, Syria held the tray, understood his meaning, and suggested, "You don't like blood tea? Then wait a moment, I'll change it for you to another cup." Trinhai raised his hand, smiling as he refused. "No need, I'm not thirsty right now. You go attend to other matters first. I don't need help for now." Syria looked at him and replied, "Yes, sir." Then she turned her face away, but still stood beside Trinhai as before, not moving an inch. Trinhai hesitated slightly, glancing at Syria and suggesting, "Actually, you don't need to stand beside me all the time." But then Syria directed Trinhai's gaze towards the phantoms behind the glass window in front. "You are the master's important guest. Ensuring you are not harmed by evil spirits and living items in the ancient castle is my job." He almost bit his tongue when he saw them. "Is that so? Well then, thank you." Outside, a celestial Pegasus flew in circles over the plains, guided by a person. That person was the level 17 Sky Oracle Lucas, a national adventurer from Switzerland, whose main profession was a firmament contractor. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Am I still late?" A moment later, Lucas still stroked the Pegasus and said, "Let's check somewhere else." Wado silently watched the Pegasus's distant silhouette. He had donned an epic-level artifact, the Sorcerer's Veil. Everything covered by the veil remained hidden. Only individuals whose perception broke through racial extreme limits could detect the problem. After a long while, he finally pulled off the large veil. They finally left. His dangerous gaze darted backwards. "Next, I just need to guard here." Patiently waiting for that kid to complete the escape mission, Wado also meticulously recovered the spatial gate with the Sorcerer's Veil. At the castle of the Undead Kingdom, the lights were brightly lit. A long banquet table had been prepared inside, with Trinhai seated at the end. and from beginning to end were the Skeleton Great Lord and others of certain status in the Undead Kingdom. Crimson Marquis Philodemer, the manager of the level 15 Blood City, spoke first. Truly surprising. I didn't expect the first to use the invitation to be an adventurer by our side. Undead Knight Crod, the manager of the graveyard, pondered, then decisively closed his eyes, not bothering to speak. Ancient Werewolf Ufukin, the manager of the Moon Altar, rested his chin on his hand as if watching a show, thinking, among us, Crod's graveyard has the most rigorous difficulty. A low-level adventurer could actually survive escaping from him. Cannot be underestimated. Trin Hai, for his part, swallowed nervously, looking at each person. Is this real or fake? So many legends. Is this still a level 10 dungeon? Selene, however, had a different thought. She guessed Trin Hai had beautified many female elves, which was why he looked so ugly. She was the vengeful elf, Selene, the manager of the abandoned monastery. Her suspicion was strong, so she used the 3-ring spell to investigate, mainly a spell that makes elven murderers uglier and uglier, with permanent effect. Mad scientist Frankenstone, the manager of the bell tower, merely silently wiped his screws. The last person was Undadmage Nokodonas, manager of the Necromancy School's Mage Tower, a level 16 dungeon. He used a 7-ring perfect appraisal spell to check Trin Hai's attributes and concluded, Death Walker, recorded in the Herd chapter, has research value. After a moment, the dark emissary approached the Skeleton Great Lord and whispered. His red eyes glanced slightly. You mean, Alakino and Kelaux can't make it? He hastily added, the dungeons they manage are currently in their opening cycle, my lord. The Skeleton Great Lord waved his bony hand. I know, you may withdraw. The dark emissary bowed deeply and withdrew. The maid successively pushed the food carts to the banquet table. When the food covers were opened by the maid right in front of Trin Hai, the system also popped up a notification, escape mission completed. Trin Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the escape mission is complete. Even if things go south later, I can still use the forced escape card and leave as a mage. But before that, these dark dishes. In front of Trin Hai was a strange dish with a sauce as green as poison. The Skeleton Legion noticed his hesitation and wondered, why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Trin Hai could only force a smile. I'm not sure if my stomach can digest them. Seeing this, Philodemer glanced over, full of encouragement. Don't worry, although they don't look very appetizing. But for an adventurer at your stage, eating them will bring absolute upgrades beyond your imagination. Don't disappoint the Legion's good intentions. Even after hearing that, Trin Hai personally still hesitated. So, is that so? The Skeleton Legion then chided Philodemer. Don't say such things. I actually quite wanted to see our guest's reaction after eating them. On his side, Trin Hai was still swallowing saliva, mentally lecturing himself. If I refuse again, it won't be pleasing them, but angering them. In the end, he still made up his mind, swallowing with a lump in his throat. He picked up the knife and fork and slowly cut the meat from the rib bone. Once Trin Hai made up his mind, he was quick, cutting the meat and rapidly chewing it in his mouth. His taste buds instantly ignited and his eyes sparkled. Moments later, all the strange dishes at Trin Hai's spot on the table were cleared by him, along with a series of notifications adding points to his racial limit stats, speed, physique, and perception each increased by 1. Trin Hai's eyes widened. He was stunned, thinking, this is too exaggerated. Every single dish can upgrade the user's basic attribute limits. The more I look at this, the more it seems like the first meal. They're not going to tell me and catch a law GC to fight to the death later, are they? Thinking of this possibility, Trin Hai's sweat continued to pour, his jaw clenched, trembling. KHA Law GC, as if reading minds, spoke up at that moment, startling Trin Hai. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, we don't intend to take your life. On the contrary, we want to invite you to join the nation of the undead. Trin Hai was momentarily stunned. What do you mean join? Nokodonas, sitting opposite him, spoke up. Let me explain then, guest. The human nation you are in has surely seen many entrances and exits to other nations, but you don't know why they appeared, do you? He hesitated for a moment upon hearing the man speak, but then replied, yes. Nokodonis then continued, in fact, such a phenomenon occurs once every 10,000 years. In the initial stage of this phenomenon, a gate will appear between nations that can only accommodate a few individuals passing through. The first to cross the gate will become adventurers, gaining power from other nations. At this stage, due to the gate's level and population limit, strong nations find it difficult to intervene too much in weaker nations, but over time, the gate's restrictions will open further. War between nations is inevitable in the later stages. Even the gods themselves will be drawn into a full-scale war with known or unknown nations. Trinhai was horrified upon hearing this. He then silently listened as KH Logisi continued to prepare for the coming national war and to seize the opportunity in this once-in-10,000-year reform to ascend to godhood. The nation of the undead urgently needs adventurers with extraordinary potential like you. Trinhai was dazed, remembering those attacks. He hadn't realized that the global entrances were just an appetizer, and even more brutal, full-scale war lay ahead. I wonder if the government knows about this? Yufukin, who was eating ravenously nearby, also glanced at Trinhai when he saw him lost in thought. He then chuckled cheerfully. Are you worried that after joining us, you'll have to leave your homeland and abandon your people? Don't worry, before the nation of the undead goes to war with other nations, you'll have a great deal of freedom. We won't force you to stay here. Philodemir also raised his cup and sipped, and your homeland also lacks the elements of godhood that we need, so it won't become our target. Therefore, you also don't need to worry about which side to take if the nation of the undead goes to war with your homeland. Trinhai felt somewhat relieved. Thank you for clarifying. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him. His eyes reflected the red glow of the system notification. Above, it was no longer an inquiry or offering a choice, but only for words. Agree with them. Outside on the plains, it was already dark. A pot of soup was placed over the campfire. Wado played his instrument while drinking water, the melody resonating gently with his finger movements. That melody directly transmitted to the tier to underworld gate that Wado had hidden within the mage's curtain. His eyes were bloodshot with resentment. The gate of an adventurer skilled in stealth is still very difficult to guard. Not only can't I blink, but I also have to pluck a string every few seconds. Once this is over, I must find a wondrous item that can provide true sight to compensate for this weakness. Just then, the spatial gate suddenly reacted. Wado joyfully jumped up. That kid completed the escape mission and came out of it. From within the gate, Trinhai gently leaped out of the space. His face hesitated slightly as he looked forward. By this time, Wado had pulled out his instrument again and also put away the mage's curtain. Trinhai curled his lips in annoyance, waving his hand to take out his tools. I knew it. You couldn't possibly give up the chase just because I hid in the underground city. His voice was like calling out to a nation-level inverted realm artifact, the primal particle ring, whose main effect is to open a door to the inverted realm. One can invite or be invited, accepting passage to another realm, like shadow dragons summoned to the human realm. A primal one. Wado continued to strum his instrument, summoning shadow dragons. Trinhai's eyes darkened. I invite the realm of argument and ignorance. Two summoning gates appeared consecutively right above him. Wado saw that and was also bewildered, grinding his teeth furiously. A summon channel. It seems the national level supernova from China gained quite a lot in the second phase of the tomb's underground city. His eyes full of greed, he demanded, descendant of the great heroic lord, please help me seize everything this adventurer possesses. The shadow dragon still slowly emerged, agreeing as before. Alright. The two gates on Trinhai's side also creaked open. The person's voice asked incredulously, you, a level 17 shadow dragon? Why would you provoke an enemy with such a huge level difference compared to yourself? Femur answered Nokodonas on Trinhai's behalf. Didn't you look closely? That shadow dragon, like us, was also summoned to this human realm. The 7-ring perfect appraisal spell flashed in Nokodonis' eyes again. Wado, hiding behind the mage's curtain, still had all his attributes revealed. Human race, level 15, Shadow Dragon attendant profession, strength 16, speed 16, constitution 16, intelligence 18. Perception 14. Nokodonis couldn't help but scoff. Indeed, his basic attributes are extremely ordinary, a level 15 Shadow Dragon attendant, although I've never encountered this profession before. But it must be sacrificing summoning breath, some kind of advanced profession, a type of summoning that lowers the difficulty of summoning Shadow Dragons. I guess he can summon at most one legendary Shadow Dragon. Wado, standing below, obviously heard every word. He was horrified. The strengths and weaknesses of a Shadow Dragon attendant have been seen through. What is the background of the helper he found? At this moment, Nokodonis turned to Femur to discuss. Don't intervene. I've been researching the transformation ritual of the dragon, which is familiar recently, and this Shadow Dragon is perfect for experimentation. He only narrowed his eyes slightly and glared at him. Alright, but you have to share the dragon blood with me, okay? Nokodonis calmly replied. Deal. The once proud Shadow Dragon, now like a fish on a cutting board, was utterly enraged. It puffed out its chest and opened its mouth, letting out a massive fireball. Then it flapped its wings, pushing it towards Trenhai, Nokodonis, and Femur. Trenhai startled and yelled at him, careful. But Nokodonis just casually swung his scepter, then told him, relax. The 7-ring spell under the hood that obscured his face, his power emanated as if unreal. The dispelling energy completely extinguished the fireball like a gust of wind, not even having time to touch the corner of Nokodonis' robe. The Shadow Dragon was utterly astonished to see its fireball blown away like a worthless toy. Even Wado couldn't believe it, gasping loudly, what? Trenhai, of course, was no exception. He turned to Femur and asked, what did he do? He smiled dangerously down at him. It's just a normal dispelling spell. Speaking of which, that legendary Shadow Dragon is truly unlucky. Meeting a sub-energy master like Nokodonis, its full power probably won't even be able to be exerted beyond 20%. The moment Nokodonis dispelled the Shadow Dragon's breath, Wado realized that the assistant Trenhai had found was probably stronger than the Shadow Dragon he had summoned. He fearfully calculated, and they can both break through my mage's shield. I lack other escape methods. I definitely can't escape, Wado knew clearly. When facing an enemy of this caliber, the priority is no longer how to win, but how to survive against the enemy's legend. But he had dug his own grave, with no way out, yet he still racked his brain. That's right, even when pushed to such a desperate situation, Wado still didn't fall into a fatal trap. He was just one step away from becoming a legend, and actually knew two ways to advance to an ultimate intermediate profession. One method required using the betraying master effect of a secondary profession. First, break the contract with the ancient Shadow Dragon in Nihawk. Then ally with other legendary powerhouses to hunt a fake Shadow Dragon. And use the legendary artifact obtained from Trenhai to upgrade the quality of the Blood Dragon, raising it from a level 18 false Shadow Dragon embryo to a level 20 ancient Shadow Dragon embryo. Finally, bathe in dragon blood to advance into an ancient Shadow Dragon bloodline dragon-blooded sorcerer. If all goes well, then by bathing in the bloodline of an ancient Shadow Dragon to advance into a dragon-blooded sorcerer, I will certainly become a high-level legend. The other method required accepting the help of the Shadowland Queen, cooperating with the core of a secondary profession to become a permanent Dark Guard of the Shadowland Queen. For Wado, the ceiling of a permanent Dark Guard was lower than that of a blood-bathed dragon-blooded sorcerer of an ancient Shadow Dragon. Moreover, once he chose this profession, he would be permanently bound to the Shadowland and the Shadowland Queen, making his fate difficult to control. But the ironic thing was, joining the Shadowland to become a legend under the Shadowland Queen had, on the contrary, become the only path to survival Wado could think of at the moment. Holding the ticket in his hand, Wado thought, I originally didn't want to go down this path, but circumstances force me to advance into a permanent dark guard and seek the queen's protection. However, man proposes, no Cadonas disposes. The arm holding Watto's artifact ticket was instantly severed by his opponent, blood splattered, and the mage's shield was also pulled down. His eyes widened in horror as he watched his own red blood. Femur took Watto's arm and the mage's shield. He mockingly added, although I feel that whatever you do, it won't change the outcome for you and that shadow dragon, I don't want to see a worm struggling. Could you please be good and stand here without moving? With that, he disgustedly threw the arm to the ground. Watto's blood continued to gush, but he could do nothing but watch. The sharp pain was tightly suppressed between his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, and his face was twisted. On this side, no Cadonas also dealt with the shadow dragon swiftly, using the 7-ring magic prison spell to subdue it. He rubbed his chin, calculating, normally, a 7-ring magic prison should not be so strenuous to trap a level 17 shadow dragon. Could it be that this shadow dragon is nearing old age? He clapped his hands together excitedly, thinking, I found a huge bargain. If I ask the great army for a time chamber to accelerate this shadow dragon's maturity, and then turn it into a dragon lich. Once the plan was conceived, he instantly darted away, only leaving the words, Femur, you'll get the dragon blood from me in a while. You help him clean up the mess. I have something to do, so I'm leaving first. Femur, as if already knowing it would happen, just half closed his eyes and replied to him, all right. As soon as he got the answer, no Cadonas immediately swung his staff, taking the shadow dragon on the ground with him, to the undead nation of the skeleton army. In an instant, both of them vanished right before Shanghai's eyes, a bright pillar of light blinding the entire sky. Femur, behind him, also spoke up, I should go now too. He raised the wizard's curtain. Consider this artifact my fee for helping you. Is that all right? Shanghai chuckled softly. Even if you didn't say it, I would have reminded you to take some local specialties with you. Femur inwardly praised him softly, quite sensible, compared to the adventurers before. After receiving power, they act as if they're extraordinary. This kid might even live until the day he transforms his potential. He's worth investing in. He slowly turned around. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you one more piece of advice before I go. Seeing this, Shanghai also looked at him seriously. Please tell me. Femur stared intently at him and warned, although you were granted the point ring by the great army earlier, don't become careless because of it. What the undead nation needs is a legendary powerhouse who can face all challenges alone. If you rely on it too much and your growth speed doesn't keep up with the great army's expectations for you, then I probably don't need to explain what will happen later, do I? As soon as the last word was spoken, Shanghai was drenched in sweat. I knew it. The reason these legendary powerhouses treat me so well is entirely because of the potential I've shown. Once my progress doesn't keep up with their expectations, what awaits me is probably being skinned, boned, and eaten clean. Outwardly, he remained calm, showing he understood. Thank you for the reminder. From now on, I will absolutely not bother you unless it's a last resort. Femur threw Watto down in front of Shanghai, thinking, you're quite something. I'll leave this level 15 summoner for you to handle. Before leaving, he turned back. When you're free, remember to find me in the great city I managed to have tea. About the blood separation. With that, a pillar of light, just like when no Cadonas returned to his nation earlier, flashed, and Femur's figure gradually faded. Only two people remained. Shanghai rubbed his chin, thoughtfully looking down at Watto below. He panicked, trying to plead, "See, can we reconcile?" The ring on his hand flashed again. At this point, I'm afraid you're joking. His magic ring performed the permanent solidification command spell, a 5-ring spell with a 24-hour cooldown. Watto's body sat up at Shanghai's will. Alright, let's talk for a bit. You and I have no enmity, so why did you attack me? Watto forced his eyes open and looked at him. Because I need the artifact upgrade ticket you received after clearing the graveyard. Shanghai was slightly startled. He scratched his head in confusion. How long ago was that? Why do you think I would still have it now? The man gritted his teeth and replied, "It doesn't matter whether it's been used or not. As long as the artifact that you enhanced with the artifact upgrade ticket is still in your possession. I can use the artifact exchange ticket to swap that artifact and receive the artifact upgrade tick." It returns. Shanghai rubbed his chin in thought. An artifact return ticket. Huh, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Watto's eyes lit up. At Su Leishi's underground city, the last item in the related themed auction was an artifact return ticket. Finally, the memory returned. That was when Ken excitedly squeezed next to Shanghai to look at the auction list. Yes, I saw it in the auction item list. He put his hands on his hips in disbelief. So after robbing me, you're not done. You were also planning to rob the organizers of this auction? Watto tried to keep his lips sealed, but still answered when asked, "No need for such trouble. I just need to ask the intelligence cooperation shop to help me find the buyer of the artifact exchange tick. And then rob them." Shanghai pointed a furious finger at his face. "Selling intelligence? Huh, so he also sold my intelligence in Su Leishi to you?" Watto's face briefly fell, revealing a worried look. "Yes, but I don't know from whom he got your intelligence." Shanghai continued to ponder absent-mindedly, tilting his lips slightly. Seeing that he didn't ask anything, Watto's eyes flickered slightly. "Any more questions?" Shanghai said nothing more, only pulled out a horn and puffed out his cheeks to blow it. Hawkeye had emerged from the spatial gate at the sound of the horn. "Lord Shanghai, you called for me?" He quickly asked it. "How many times have you upgraded the attributes of the Black Knight's sword?" Hawkeye pondered for a long time. Then it raised four fingers. "4 times, Lord." Shanghai smiled smugly. "So, it can be upgraded one more time. I remember last time you awakened your talent because you killed Drecker, who was above your level. So, this expert adventurer who can summon a legendary dragon shadow was also killed by you." Hawkeye didn't hesitate, approached Watto, drew his sword, and said, "Cabo, endless gratitude." His eyes gleamed, but his body remained motionless. But the next second, the command spell was instantly dispelled. He suddenly raised his other hand to block the sword, nearly making both Shanghai and Hawkeye's heart stop. "Don't kill me. I can sign a soul contract. I'll give you all my assets in exchange for my life." Shanghai's face was cold as he glared at Watto, then ordered Hawkeye do it. It obeyed, striking down with a sword. Watto's head and his schemes officially logged out of the server. As he perished, the epic artifact, the Dragon Flute Harp, appeared before Shanghai. This harp is made from the spine of a shadow dragon. When played, it releases a surging dragon's might, imposing suppression on common and lower-ranked races. Seeing its information, Shanghai frowned slightly, recalling when he had to use Dream Hazard to escape. "No wonder my legs felt weak then. Turns out I was suppressed by the dragon's power." At this moment, Hawkeye squatted beside Watto and called Shanghai, "Cabo, Lord Shanghai, there's a piece of equipment here that you might find interesting." He raised an eyebrow, put away the harp, and walked towards it. Hawkeye held up a bracelet, an artifact equipment, the folded wrist guard. The wearer passively redirects arrows shot by enemies towards themselves. Seeing it, he exclaimed, "It's this one. This is exactly what I need." Then Shanghai decisively put it on his right hand. He then asked Hawkeye, "Oh, right. Did you receive a new talent this time?" It curved its lips into a joyful smile. "Cabo, yes, my lord." On this side, Paz's pet was still sitting on Watto, eating snacks, while Hawkeye on the other side continued to chatter with Shanghai about its skills. He analyzed seriously. It can check if the immortal Hawkeye has a chance to appear around himself when ambushing enemies, and when encountering a higher-level superior race. It can ignore racial suppression and set its own status against the enemy at the highest level. Hawkeye struck a pose, ready to show off its muscles. "Cabo, that's right, my lord." Shanghai saw it but said nothing. He just pondered silently. If only looking at the effects, Cabolin's talent and the adventurer title are almost identical. However, the talent received is even more restrictive, but if compared, they can be stacked. Shanghai remembered and asked it, Oh, right, you said earlier that to become a heroic Kabbalion, besides talent, you also need to awaken your true name. Do you know how to awaken your true name now? Haokite scratched its head dejectedly. Kabbalion, I don't know, my lord. Shanghai smiled softly and promised, then I'll ask for you later. He added in his mind, although the association doesn't seem to know much about how to become a heroic race. But his skeleton army and the legends under his command have extensive knowledge. They surely know the secret of the true name. Suddenly, a shout echoed, startling Shanghai and Haokite. Watto is dead? Above their heads were Fei Ma and the person named Lucas, who were always hunting Watto. Shanghai hurriedly turned back and asked Haokite, Haokite, has your immortal talent been activated by the ambush on the relay station yet? It also hesitated, not drawing its sword. Kabbalion, no, my lord Shanghai. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. So it seems they're not with them. This person must be the Swiss government adventurer that Fei just called. On the other side, Lucas jumped off Feima's back, landing gently on the ground. Seeing Watto's lifeless body lying behind Shanghai and Haokite, he stared at them in disbelief. Did you kill the person on the ground? Shanghai and Haokite simultaneously spun their heads around as if searching. Besides us, is there anyone else around? Or do you believe in the level determinism, thinking that since he could summon a level 17 Shadow Dragon, he couldn't possibly lose to an adventurer like me, who isn't even an expert level? Outwardly, Lucas smiled amiably. You misunderstand. I just want to confirm ownership of the bounty. But in his heart, he was screaming, isn't it because your level is too low? Although you're a national super rookie, reversing Watto's defeat across so many levels is something no one would believe if told. In Sully's world in Switzerland, at the military supply restaurant, 3 people sat at a table discussing business. The person opposite spoke bluntly, I refuse. Ken unexpectedly spoke loudly. Why aren't you and that Watto both level 15? The man ate his skewered meat and replied, level 15s are different. I can only go this far, but he chose to pursue a limited ultimate profession for a higher threshold without leveling up. And haven't you already contacted Lucas? As long as that Chinese guy named Shanghai can hold out until Lucas arrives, he'll survive. Speaking of which, what's the relationship between this adventurer named Shanghai and you? You even used connections to ask me. Fei spoke indifferently. He's a friend we made in Balasawe. If we hadn't warmly invited him, he wouldn't have come to Sully's world to participate in this dungeon-themed auction. The person was surprised. An auction? Wait, don't tell me you drag him into Color's identity verification? Fei frowned slightly and looked over. Is there a problem with that? That person was the Arctic Spectre Alliance. The adventurer star Red Bull. He gently wiped his mouth. A big problem, although for you. Colors themed auction is a good opportunity to strengthen yourselves and broaden your horizons, but for some adventurers, this place is a den of dragons and a tiger's lair. Ken couldn't help but be startled and puzzled. How so? Alliance winked at him. Such a large auction is almost certain to attract mid-level and low-level adventurers carrying artifact upgrade cards, or ultra-high-value artifact exchange cards, after they rigorously verify their identity at the auction. Through Color's internal staff, intelligence providers acquire intelligence on the participants and sell their information to wanted criminals like Watto. I guess your friend must have obtained an artifact upgrade card, which is why he attracted Watto. At a table not far from them, someone overheard everything. Lucas had already turned pale. Shanghai subtly glanced at Ken and Fei behind him. So that's how my information was leaked. He quickly smiled to ease the tension. I'll make Color give you an explanation for this. By then, even Watto's bounty will be settled for you. Shanghai propped his chin, narrowing his eyes and smiling at Lucas. Then I'll wait and see. At Color's themed auction house, the auctioneer's voice echoed in the hall. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Color Sully's themed auction related to the dungeon. I am the auctioneer Isabella. Isabella is Color's European vice president, primarily responsible for subterranean correlations, antiques, jewelry, and art products. After the introduction, a new staff member pushed out an item under her guidance. Below, I will introduce lot number 1 to everyone. This is a female merperson from the level 14 subterranean city of the underwater metropolis, Otis. Please note, the strength of this lot is between an elite and an expert-level adventurer. If your strength is not sufficient to control this merperson, you might consider lot number 9, the Master-Slave Contract. Ken, sitting in the front row, unexpectedly gaped. Is this really the same merperson? The picture in the auction catalog is far inferior to its current appearance. Faye narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking down, it's likely that a specialist, hoping to fetch a good price at this auction, permanently applied a human enchanting spell to it. The human enchanting spell is a type of magic that can enhance one's image and favorability in the eyes of others. Merpeople that fit common aesthetics are already rare, let alone having their charm permanently enhanced. Considering the wealth and fanaticism of merperson enthusiasts, this merperson will undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price later. Isabella shouted from the podium, starting bid 50 night market coins. The auction begins. Under the bright white neon lights, bids echoed throughout the hall one after another. 55, 75, up to 150 night market coins. A voice beside Faye spoke up, "That's too exaggerated. It's only the first item, and everyone's already bidding so fiercely." He approached, somewhat annoyed. "Didn't you hear what I said? Rare items are valuable, plus all the merperson collectors in Europe are here. Under the stimulation of the human enchanting spell, these merperson fanatics are bidding without any reason." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Ken, who had been stunned and silent until now. Both of them gasped in surprise upon seeing Shanghai wink. "Wait, Shanghai." Ken leaned forward first. "How did you survive?" Shanghai sat down next to him casually. "Did you forget I'm a national adventurer? My artifact upgrade ticket was used for the Turning Subterranean event back home. That wanted criminal couldn't get anything he wanted from me, so there's no need to risk becoming enemies with the Chinese Adventurers Association by continuing to hunt me down." Before that, at the entrance of the auction hall, Shanghai had met Lucas again. He offered a card. "This artifact return card is color's compensation for you. Can I pay Watto's bounty in night market coins?" Shanghai nodded, satisfied, taking the card, "No problem." Suddenly, he asked curiously, "I remember the second to last item at this auction house is an artifact return card. Color's compensation for me is also this. Is it true that the difficulty of obtaining an artifact return card is much lower than an artifact upgrade card?" Lucas smiled and explained, "Actually, the difficulty is the same. Artifact upgrade cards aren't seen on the market because they've already been used. Consider it compensation for items dropped after the appearance of level 1 to 5 subterranean cities, bro." Newcomers who obtain an artifact upgrade card almost always use it to quickly enhance their competitiveness in the short term. They won't save it until it can unleash its greatest value. Shanghai winked at him. "There's no other way. After all, compared to a vague future, the present that you can grasp is more worth caring about. And epic-level artifacts can be upgraded with artifact upgrade cards, right? So using it sooner or later doesn't feel like a big difference." "Of course. If you mean that in an emergency, an artifact upgrade card can be combined with one's high charm to obtain an artifact that can solve the current difficulty, then I have nothing to say." Lucas sighed helplessly. "It's not about that. You'll know when you upgrade to the ultimate profession." Back in reality, Shanghai pondered. From his words, it feels like the artifact upgrade card must have other uses. "Good thing I didn't discard that strange, peculiar healing potion fragment. I'll find an opportunity to return it later," a voice beside him called out. "Shanghai." Seeing no reaction from him, Ken whistled. "Shanghai." Shanghai startled and turned. "Oh, sorry." He pointed towards the auction podium. "The defense ring auction has begun." On the podium, Isabella raised her hand and introduced, "Auction item number 26 is a defense ring that can help its user withstand low-level spells and curses. Upon inspection, this ring has a clear protective effect against 3 circle spells and those below 3 circles. Starting bid is 15 night market coins. The auction begins. Below, bids kept coming in. 16 coins, 18 coins, then 19 coins. Someone below suddenly shouted, 30 coins. Shanghai, sitting below, repeated, I bid 30 coins. Behind him, someone spoke up again, 31. Annoyed, Shanghai decisively raised his card and shouted, 50. Isabella quickly asked, Mr. No, 96 bids 50 night market coins. Mr. No, 122. Would you like to try 51 coins? That person silently lowered their sign, showing no intention to compete. As Shanghai snorted and sat down, he overheard people not far away discussing, the item that was stolen from me. I think this ring's value is only 24 or 27 night market coins. Why are they willing to bid beyond its true value for such a functional artifact? Or is there something I don't understand? The person next to him glanced at him and chuckled. Didn't you hear when the auctioneer introduced this ring? Besides blocking low-level spells, it can also suppress curses. For adventurers who often deal with curses, or those eager to escape them, bidding a bit higher to get a curse-blocking ring, which isn't common on the market, is actually reasonable. That person nodded, so that's it. Isabella on the podium also struck the gavel. Sold. Let's congratulate Mr. No, 96. The auction was over and people bustled in and out of the Color Building's entrance. A moment later, Shanghai, Ken, and Gig also emerged last. Shanghai glanced at them and asked again, are you guys really not coming with me to Mount Abyss for speed skiing? Gig spoke for both of them. This activity has had too many successful challengers. It's almost impossible to trigger the attribute enhancement effect of extreme sports anymore. Shanghai just nodded without pressing further. Is that so? Then he decisively left, waving to them both. It was then that Ken, beside him, curiously asked Gig, even though Abyss speed skiing truly has no effect on us, it doesn't really prevent us from going with him, does it? Gig glared at him sternly. Do you remember at the auction, I went to the restroom once? Ken narrowed his eyes slightly, replying suspiciously, yes, why? Gig recalled, I went to find Alliance then. I asked him to investigate something for me. Guess what he found? He couldn't help but ask him curiously, what did he find? Gig calmly stated the next sentence, which startled Ken. The association has rescinded Watto's bounty. Ken suddenly understood, so this is the real reason Shanghai survived, besides the artifact upgrade ticket he used. And Lucas arriving in time from the Greater Sphere, persuading Watto to give up by exchanging for the bounty withdrawal? Gig helplessly glanced at him. Although Lucas is a legendary level adventurer, he doesn't have such great authority to withdraw an S-class wanted criminal's bounty. The bounty is gone because Watto is dead. These words left Ken speechless in astonishment. Gig put his hands in his pockets and spoke steadily. Before, I had a question. Why was Shanghai, a national-level supernova who was still growing, released by the Chinese Adventure Association? It turns out it's because he already has the combat power of a legendary level. Ken's pupils constricted. Wait, isn't Shanghai's level not even as high as ours yet? Moreover, his main profession clearly hasn't reached stage 2. Saying he has legendary level combat power might be a bit of an overstatement. He glared at him slightly. Otherwise, how do you explain Watto's death? That Black Laurel was a peak level summoner who could summon a legendary level 17 Shadow Dragon. His real combat experience was rich, and his life-saving methods were top-notch. If he died at the hands of an elite or expert-level adventurer, that would truly be a pipe dream. Ken still tried to refute, that's true, but when we were in the demon's lair, I didn't feel Shanghai was that strong. Gig also nodded slightly and added his speculation. This shows that his combat strategy is mainly based on artifacts or the care of a god. If it's the former, then White most likely died at the hands of some epic-level artifact's initial manifestation. If it's the latter, then I suspect that the reason why China's Adventurers Guild allowed him to leave the country might not be without the thought of probing and gathering intelligence on the divine behind Shanghai. Hearing this, do you still think we should get close to someone like Shanghai, who has attracted the attention of all sides and is about to become the eye of the storm? On a snow-white mountain, handfuls of snow were tumbling down with the movements of the person above. Shanghai lowered his center of gravity, gripping the snowboard. As soon as he finished, the system popped up, suggesting 8 trials for the Death Walker. Ice solidification completed. Speed +1. He slid straight down a long path, his speed gradually slowing. The next mission also appeared on the board. 8 trials of the Death Walker now activated. Completing the 7th trial, Master of Fate, will grant 1 strength point. The content of Master of Fate is to free climb Venezuela's Angel Falls. Shanghai pushed up his glasses in disbelief. The next stop is Venezuela? Next to the waterfall was a sheer cliff, where a person was strenuously climbing, a safety rope tied to their waist. That person was the world climbing champion, Ian Anna. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind him. What a coincidence! You're also climbing Angel Falls. Shanghai, climbing the mountain at an astonishing speed, still had time to greet him. Anna nearly bit his tongue. He stared wide-eyed at Shanghai. Is this person crazy? Shanghai didn't even need a safety rope, leaping like a frog on the sheer cliff face. He's using a free solo climbing technique at this speed. He was terrified. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die like this. Anna clung to the cliff face. He stared blankly as Shanghai, suspended in mid-air, leaped to his level. Then he paused as if to catch his breath, then tilted his head and told him, "I'll go ahead." His body clung to the cliff like a gecko to a wall. Then he leaped again, leaving Anna far behind. Upon reaching the summit, Shanghai's system immediately announced, 8 trials of the Death Walker, Master of Fate completed. Strength +1, he ruffled his hair, exasperatedly looking at the next line. Are you kidding me? The final trial wants me to jump from here. The final mission is, completing the 8 trials, Ultimate Trust will grant 1 life point. The content is to perform a high-altitude back dive off Venezuela's Angel Falls. Completing the trial will advance to stage 209. And Hun Poet, Shanghai yelled, this waterfall is 800 to 900 meters high. Even if I'm a miracle survivor, I won't survive this. He squatted down dejectedly. If only the strange healing potion hadn't broken. The artifact upgrade ticket I just got hasn't even cooled down yet, and I have to use it already. The strange healing potion, combined with his miracle survivor ability, could help Shanghai complete the ultimate trust. After Shanghai used the return artifact card he got from the broken heel. Ink potion! He scratched his head in frustration, and even if I use it, it's not guaranteed I'll get an artifact that helps me complete the final trial. Why couldn't the Northern City compensation give something that adventurers could choose themselves? At this, Shanghai seemed to remember something and froze. Wait a minute! Isn't this it? He pulled out an equipment prayer ticket. Upon use, it can be exchanged for equipment that currently satisfies the adventurer's requirements. Please note, once the adventurer's prayer exceeds the scope of the prayer ticket, the ticket cannot be exchanged and cannot be used again. He pressed it and shouted loudly, I need a piece of equipment that can protect me even if I fall from a height of 900 meters. The ticket immediately shone with a dazzling light, as if transforming. In Trinhai's hand, a pendant shaped like an angel wing was returned. After being worn, a single ethereal wing of a fallen angel would appear on the user's back. The single wing would materialize according to the user's command. It had relatively weak flight ability, extremely strong defense, and fire-resistant capabilities. Trinhai's eyes widened, and he laughed. Oh, I hit the jackpot. This earring, besides defense and fire resistance, can also fly. He quickly put on that earring, his actions very decisive. After putting it on, Trinhai immediately gave the command, deploy! A pure black single wing grew from Trinhai's back, on the side where he wore the earring. As soon as he looked back, Trinhai admired himself. Oh my, so handsome. He quickly turned around, his feet tapping lightly. Well then, and Hun Thi Non, I'm coming. Trinhai's body leaned backward, falling freely from the top of the waterfall. The climber Ono was still slowly climbing while thinking. I heard that Redwood-sponsored adventurer is said to travel the world undertaking extreme feats that few can accomplish to challenge them. Elves, could that child be? But suddenly, something shot down with unexpected speed. Startling Ongna, only some dark feathers remained in the air. Trinhai maintained his backward posture, his head pointing down towards the waterfall below. The speed increased the closer he got to the bottom. The intersection of the waterfall and the river was right before his eyes. Trinhai clenched his brows tightly and shouted, "Protect me." The black single wing quickly wrapped around him. It blocked all the impact when he hit the river's surface. A huge splash erupted, along with scattered feathers. In the Adventure of China building, a female employee called out, "Yao Wenjiang, someone's looking for you." Even though he had many questions in his mind, he still went to the reception room. Trinhai had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wenjiang, he put down his teacup and said, "Long time no see." He was stunned when he saw him. "Trinhai!" He stood up to greet him. "I asked Mr. Trin. He said you were transferred to Fuzhou." Seeing Wenjiang remain silent, Trinhai decisively suggested, "Want to go out for a walk?" He continued to stare silently at Trinhai. He took that as agreement. 2 cans of water clattered into the vending machine's collection box. Trinhai pulled out a can and asked Wenjiang, "Only sugar-free. Is that okay?" He smiled politely, "Anything is fine with me," then raised his hand to take the can of water. Both sat down on the wooden bench next to the vending machine. Trinhai was still relaxed, but the other person seemed to have a lot on his mind. After a while, Trinhai spoke, "Are you and Duong keen relatives?" Trinhai watched Wenjiang, who admitted, "Yes, cousins." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What kind of person is he in your eyes?" Van Trong didn't hesitate to use every critical word, saying he was extremely selfish, would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and possessed undisguised ambition and great power. Not to mention his non-existent sense of responsibility. He's probably the second national adventurer with hope of becoming the head of the East China region. Trinhai crossed his arms as if chatting, "That powerful, huh? So, who's the first?" He immediately affirmed, "It's you." The answer made Trinhai bewildered. Van Trong also started to smile more openly and added, "Don't worry, I've never told anyone about my comparison of you guys. Tankin probably won't pick a fight with you." Roughly, Trinhai was silent for a moment, then understood. "I feel like you, Brother Trong, are caught in a very awkward position between us." Van Trong's gaze was still lowered. "That's right, being his cousin is really tough. He often forces me to do things I don't want to do." The morning atmosphere on campus was truly comfortable. Both fell silent simultaneously. Suddenly, Van Trong turned to look at Trinhai again and called out, "Trinhai." He also wondered and turned to look at him. Even without speaking, Trinhai knew he was listening. Van Trong furrowed his brows tightly and advised, "Don't confront Tang Qin. Although your potential is absolutely greater than his, the time you've been a state adventurer is too short. Once he knows you have the potential to threaten his position with his personality, he absolutely won't let you continue to grow." Trinhai smiled faintly, a familiar expression appearing in his eyes. They both sat relaxing for a while longer. Trinhai sincerely said, "I understand, thank you." At another meeting, Non Quan asked Trinhai with a slight surprise, "Why are you back already? Isn't it not even a month yet?" His hand was still holding the teacup he was about to drink from. Trinhai crossed his arms and leaned against the door, grinning slyly. "Next year, aren't you going to focus on conquering the underground city? So shouldn't I finish my work and come back early?" After finishing his tea, he put the cup down and inquired, "By the way, the news of you counter-killing the S-rank wanted criminal in Suli has already reached home. Elder Hong Tian is very curious how you managed it." Non Quan narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "This time, was it the divine spirit who fought for you again?" Trinhai scratched his cheek awkwardly. "That's a long story." He pondered, then asked a question. "Oh right, Brother Trin, do you know about the nation war?" Non Quan's pupils contracted. His words were like thunder in a clear sky. "This word, where did you hear it from?" A long time later in Non Quan's office, he slowly summarized. So at that time, to escape the pursuit of that S-rank wanted criminal, you used the key to open the second phase of the underground city, which you obtained at the graveyard. Then you learned about the nation war from the boss of that underground city, and they invited you to join their nation of the undead. The S-rank wanted criminal waiting near the exit of the underground city was thus caught in the crossfire and was killed by the nation of the undead. I summarized correctly, didn't I? Trinhai nodded and smiled. That's right. Non-Quan fell into contemplation again. In that case, it seems the graveyard issue is also a clear truth now. Because it's a special underground city designed specifically for cross-nation expeditions, that's why the difficulty gap between new and old adventurers is so vast. Trinhai quickly asked about his concern. So what about joining the nation of the undead? He just shrugged indifferently. I don't think it's a big deal. After all, at that time, it would have been very difficult for you to pass the challenge without doing so. And I guess the higher-ups probably won't deal with this. On one hand, you've already proven yourself trustworthy in the Merman Underground City incident. For one, the nation war is currently known only to a select few. Even I was only allowed to access these matters because I might be succeeding Elder Home Tyan. So you don't need to worry about this. Trinhai then breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Suddenly, Non-Quan raised an eyebrow and added, speaking of which, the matter you asked me to inquire about last time has a result. He uttered a brief "oh" and then listened as he continued. Besides what I told you initially, that adventurers who reach a specially designated level can receive attribute points. And also, where the received attribute points are specifically added will be influenced by the main profession. There are also 3 other ways to gain attribute points. The first type is killing enemies with a challenge level at least 3 levels higher than oneself. The second type is a temporary alteration quest, and also, after the alteration, the quest's difficulty far exceeds the current limit an adventurer can withstand. The last type is completing the continuous quests of the second phase of the underground city. Trinhai exclaimed joyfully, so that's how it is. Thank you, and Trin. Non-Quan gave a small smile and said, it's nothing. He then changed the subject. Right. Has Wu family's younger sister looked for you recently? Trinhai was stunned again after hearing that. On the same day, at Vantiu City Hospital, Trinhai sat on a bench in the courtyard with Nurse and Anne. Your brother is trapped in the underground city? Wait, isn't he a level 18 adventurer? At such a high level, logically speaking, he should have quite a lot of good items. Couldn't he have prepared one for himself? Knowing what Trinhai was about to say, Annan sadly interrupted him. The one you're talking about is my second brother. The one trapped in the underground city is my third brother. Trinhai scratched his head and awkwardly laughed. My bad. I got it wrong. Seeing her continued sadness, Trinhai offered to help. About what level is your third brother's underground city? If it's not above level 10, I might be able to help. Annan happily looked over at him. Suddenly, another voice sounded not far away. Speaking for her, you said that yourself, didn't you? I am Ho Dong Tiger, Wu Ho, Vice President of the Federation of the Disabled, level 18 adventurer, Wu Ho announced cheerfully. If I wasn't afraid your brother-in-law would also fall into the Shadow Queen's gladiator arena, I would have come looking for you sooner. Annan shyly called out to him, trying to interrupt. Trinhai was suddenly surprised. The Shadow Queen's gladiator arena? Wu Ho crossed his arms and added a few more details. It's the underground city where Wu Kuai went. The underground city's reversal event caused severe psychological trauma to my younger brother's wyvern companion previously to help it regain its confidence. My younger brother led the way into the Shadow Queen's level 10 Shadow City combat arena. Originally, everything went very smoothly, and Go Kuai continuously fought and won, and his companion, Ya Long, also gradually overcame his trauma. Trinhai interjected doubtfully. Then they ran into an unbeatable foe and were beaten so badly they developed psychological trauma. Huh? And Go-Ho lightly closed his eyes and sighed. If that were the case, it would actually be easy to handle. The actual situation is, The Shadow Queen is particularly fond of gladiators with outstanding appearances and great strength. Unfortunately, this idiot Ngo Kwai became too famous in the combat arena and was taken a fancy to. Trinhai's lips twitched. Just because of that? Ngo didn't blame him and agreed. Quite unexpected, right? Wait until your level is a bit higher and you can challenge the expert level Shadow City, then you'll understand. There are plenty of adventurers who, because of a small matter, provoke a major character unrelated to the main plot, and ultimately can't complete their quests. He nodded in understanding. I see, so you want me to speak to that queen and figure out how to redeem Ngo Kwai. He chuckled and pulled out a forced escape card for spellcasters. No need, you just need to find Ngo Kwai and give him this forced escape card. Trinhai walked out of the spatial gate leading to the Shadow City alone. An enormous number of various species participated in the challenge. Just as Trinhai was lost in thought, someone approached and politely called out, "Sir." Trinhai had to use a round of magic to understand the language before hearing her say, "Just arrived here to register." He nodded blankly, yes." Upon reaching the registration counter, the mysterious Shadowland visa officer, the hooded cloak, asked Trinhai, "First time here?" Trinhai answered without hesitation, "That's right." She pushed out a new piece of paper and instructed, "Fill in your name, level, and also your race." As he picked up the quill pen to write, Trinhai looked up and asked her, "I have to fill in my race too?" The Shadowland visa officer looked down at him. "If you don't want to go up against a giant, then I suggest you register truthfully." As soon as he heard that, Trinhai's face turned pale, and he filled in the remaining sections. It is said that every day, hundreds of powerful individuals from various kingdoms come to the Shadow Queen's combat arena to demonstrate their skills. Here, gladiators who win 10 consecutive matches can even become guests of the Queen. The announcer's voice boomed. "Let's welcome the bloodthirsty wolf from the Dark Current tribe." The werewolf, Bloodthirsty Bulakegwa, cheers echoed throughout the fortress. Bloodthirsty Bulakegwa, challenging level 10 with a combat arena record of 2 wins, no losses. He confidently walked out to the sound of cheers. The wolf's mouth literally stretched to its ears in a smile. Such enthusiastic cheers. It seems my performance in the previous 2 matches has won over the audience here. The announcer continued to introduce, along with Bulakegwa's opponent tonight, the human gladiator from the Ironwood Forest, Trinhai. Trinhai glanced at the quest board. Challenging 8 out of 20 people was the permanent residency escape quest. Winning 1 round was the rotation escape quest to clear the stage. He had to become a star of the combat arena. Trinhai scratched his head in confusion. That's strange. Why doesn't this quest interface show the remaining challenge attempts and the rotation countdown this time? Across from him, an aroma wafted into Bulakegwa's nose. It was Trinhai's scent. He narrowed his eyes slightly, calculating, aside from a faint fishy smell, I can barely detect any blood scent on this human. It seems he's probably not the type who has fought countless battles. On the fortress's observation deck, the audience continuously cheered, "Go, Bulakegwa, kill him." He stood at the edge of the arena and called out to Trinhai, "Hey, human. If you want to surrender, do it now. Otherwise, once we start fighting, I won't hold back." With that, Bulakegwa spread out his sharp, red claws. Trinhai narrowed his eyes mockingly. "Thanks for the reminder, but I doubt you're my opponent." Having already won 2 matches, how could Bulakegwa tolerate such a provocation? But he still couldn't do anything to him. The enthusiastic announcer on the platform said, "I'll count to 3, then this gladiatorial match officially begins." At the count of 3, Bulakegwa had already prepared his stance. "Arrogant kid, I hope your strength matches your boasts." On this side, Trinhai calmly opened his item box. The opponent for the first round probably isn't very strong. That should work. It just so happens to prevent my profession and basic attributes from being revealed. As soon as the referee finished saying 1, Bulakegwa lunged forward like a hungry wolf. Trinhai also took out the legendary Stitch Zither with the flow. As soon as his fingers plucked the strings, a series of clear sounds rang out. That series of sounds knocked Bulakegwa far away, catching him off guard. Seeing his legs trembling as he stepped forward, Trinhai slightly curved his lips. Can't stand steady anymore, huh? Behind Trinhai, the shadow dragon formed from the musical notes appeared before Bulakegwa. He softly said, "You must know, right? If I keep fighting, it'll be hard for me to hold back. It's not shameful to bow before an enemy much stronger than yourself, is it?" Bulakegwa nearly bit his tongue. His jaw clenched tight, and a layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Bulakegwa's knees hit the arena floor with a thud, and he knelt down. His previous mighty voice was gone, and his body was hunched over as he tremblingly shouted, "I surrender." The audience members all ruffled their hair, completely bewildered. The bald referee stammered, How decisive and quick." The human gladiator Trinhai defeated Bulakegwa just by looking at him. It seems we all underestimated this powerhouse from the Iron Forest. Everyone on the platform had their own thoughts, except for one person who subtly curved his lips with interest. "I originally just wanted to take a look at this renowned guy." The direwolf Bulakegwa seems to have embarked on the path of a hero. His eyes landed on the last figure in the arena. Who knew there would be such a pleasant surprise? Considering his main weapon is likely a bone-stringed zither that can unleash dragon's might. Your profession is most likely a bard or some advanced class of bard. Alifi, the Baker-level challenger, level 10, gladiator arena record 13 wins, 0 losses, frowned slightly. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask Lorraine." Since he's also a bard, he should know how to deal with a bard who can unleash dragon's might in combat. The person he just mentioned was the Golden Line Jiyuin Lorraine, a wine speaker challenger, level 10, gladiator arena record 8 wins, 2 losses. He was still plucking his zither and singing, making all the surrounding girls clutch their throbbing hearts. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd and stood far from Lorraine. "Excuse me." He saw the newcomer and casually spoke. "Something wrong?" Alifi, with his hands hidden in his cloak, tilted his head up. "There's a bard in the gladiator arena who can unleash dragon's might in combat. I think we'll be meeting him soon. For this type of opponent, do you have any good countermeasures?" Lorraine pondered for a moment. "The gladiator arena has prepared the next match. Let's invite the human gladiator from the Iron Forest." The mysterious guest, Trinhai. Trinhai walked out as the referee introduced him. He couldn't help but be surprised. "I've only fought one match, and I already have a nickname?" Currently, he is the mysterious guest Trinhai, challenger level 10, gladiator arena record 1 win, 0 losses. The referee excitedly spread his arms, along with Trinhai's opponent tonight, the warrior from the Dwarf Kingdom, Iron Arm Bulurden. A dwarf stepped out in iron armor and carrying a large axe. Iron Arm Bulurden, bronze rank challenger level 10, gladiator arena record for wins, 1 loss. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Trinhai. "Iron Forest, huh?" Bulurden suddenly remembered that person. "If I'm not mistaken, that Subdragon Knight also came from this nation." Although there are no records related to the Iron Forest in the National Handbook of the Bronze Clan, but a nation that sends out Subdragon Knights and bards who can play dragon might here to train. Its foundation is clearly not ordinary. This Iron Forest is likely a powerful nation that can rival the Shadow Wisdom Nation. The two stood opposite each other below the arena, and above in the stands, another pair was watching them. LCC Luan smiled slightly and praised, "This duel is well arranged." Alifi frowned slightly, looking at him. "What do you mean?" LCC Luan looked towards Bulurden and began to analyze. Bulurden, hollow bronze, comes from the Dwarf Kingdom. As far as I know, the hollow bronze dwarves are famous for their forging and wealth, and for tens of thousands of years, they have always been attacked by evil dragons. This long history of warfare has created a dwarf system that disregards dragon might. Facing an opponent like Bulurden, hollow bronze, the bard you're interested in will likely be forced to use his true abilities. Alifi looked down seriously. "So that's how it is." On this side, the referee continued to count from 3 to 1. Bulurden's axe-wielding hand gripped tightly, ready for battle. Trinhai also placed his hand on the zither strings, ready to pluck them at any moment. As soon as the start signal sounded, Bulurden charged forward like lightning. Trinhai calmly plucked the zither. thinking to himself in frustration, seriously, why are both of them so impatient? But when he saw the radiating dragon might not stop Balerdan at all, Trinhai was stunned again. He's not suppressed. Could it be that this dwarf also has a skill like superior over inferior, or has sparred with a legend? The sharp axe blade came down with astonishing speed and force. Trinhai was forced to put away his zither and jump backward to dodge. The referee laughed out loud, commenting, as expected of Iron Arm, as expected of Balerdan, Hollow Bronze. The melodies that terrified Bulik Kwa could not affect this fearless warrior from the Dwarf Kingdom at all. Bulik Kwa in the stands angrily shouted at the referee, "If you don't know, don't talk nonsense." Okay, that was Dragon Might. Seeing Bulik Kwa still there and glaring at him, the referee's face turned pale and he fell silent. Balerdan stared intently at Trinhai, who was opening something in the system. He shouldered his axe and sneered, "Are you surprised? Your Dragon Might has no effect on me at all." Trinhai pulled out a familiar horn and repeated his words, "Surprised? I guess so." Even the referee broke out in a sweat looking at the next scene. What a bold decision. To counter Balerdan, Hollow Bronze, contestant Trinhai chose to summon Cabalin to assist in the fight. The hero stepped out valiantly at the sound of the horn Trinhai played. The referee commented, confused, "Is this the decisive move, or is it contestant Trinhai's ultimate skill?" Bulik Kwa in the stands gritted his teeth, answering himself mentally, "It's clearly the decisive move." As soon as he saw the hero, he knew that Cabalin was no ordinary being. If I'm not mistaken, it has also advanced. Below the arena, Trinhai spoke concisely, "That dwarf is yours if you can't take him down. I'll use this to talk to you. Let's join forces and kill him." He took out a small whistle, a leader's whistle. Whoever has it can transmit combat commands to their king through its sound. The hero clenched his fist, showing his determination. "Cabo, yes, Master Trinhai." Balerdan on the opposite side watched the hero's every move with a slightly serious expression. He gritted his teeth, a hint of worry in his heart. "I can't be careless with this Cabalin. Very powerful." The magic radiating round the hero made him shiver just by looking at it. Alifi observed intently and then compared, saying with his first instinct, "This Cabalin feels almost like Bulik Kwa to me." LCC Luan looked at him, puzzled. "Bulik Kwa? You mean this Cabalin has already stepped onto the path of heroes?" The battle below began again. Haokit leaped up. His heavy longs were poised to strike down at Balerdan. LCC Luan up here couldn't help but wonder, but an individual who has stepped onto the path of heroes, would they truly be willing to be a subordinate under someone else? Alifi next to him continued, "Perhaps that contestant Trinhai possesses a kingly demeanor." The referee continuously commentated on the match with enthusiasm. Who would have thought that the assistant contestant Trinhai summoned would be so reliable? Even that iron-fisted one is being suppressed to the point of being unable to retaliate. While strenuously parrying Haokite's moves, Balerdan's gaze still subtly darted towards the other side of the arena. He watched Trinhai leisurely tossing and catching the leader's whistle. He stopped his actions when he felt that gaze. This dwarf, he's very good at defense. Even with Haokite's powerful attacks, he still has enough presence of mind to observe me. But your performance in the match has caught my attention. This is as far as it goes. Finishing his thought, he drew out a bow and arrow set and raised it. The leader's whistle on Trinhai's lips let out a beep, signaling Haokit to move aside. It heard the whistle and immediately understood. "Cabo, move aside." "All right." Balerdan suddenly retreated backward. "So you finally couldn't resist making your move?" At the same time, Trinhai's bow drawing arm released. However, that arrow tearing through the air still couldn't hit Balerdan because he had simultaneously moved away from his original position. Trinhai's eyes widened in surprise. Impressive, he almost synchronously moved away, just like Haokit, whom I warned. This dwarf warrior is probably the opponent with the best defensive details I've encountered so far. Haokit quickly retreated. "Cabo, my lord, how should we fight next?" Trinhai blew the whistle again. "You applied or act pressure. I'll seize the opportunity." It nodded slightly upon hearing that. Cabo understood. Balerdan tensed, awaiting their next move, using a whistle to convey commands. It seems they are very skilled at coordinated combat. I'll have to divert some extra focus to observe. However, How Kid quickly charged forward to attack, taking Balerdan slightly by surprise. He recoiled backward, dodging the sharp, clean sword strike. Balerdan's mind was constantly calculating. This Cabalin's attack method is rather monotonous. It's relatively easy to deal with. What I need to be wary of is. However, the very next second, a dazzling yellow streak shot towards Balerdan. He flinched, swinging his hand up to tightly grasp the incoming object. The arrow in his hand seared his flesh, sizzling loudly. Balerdan gritted his teeth, looking at the arrow near his nose. How dangerous! He was still fearful in his heart. Just a moment longer, and Howkit would have closed in from behind. He silently cursed. Not good. Balerdan's body couldn't react that quickly. The axe was already raised, but the sword strike still smoothly came down. Balerdan's large axe instantly broke in half, and blood spurted out as his armor was torn apart. He angrily wondered. Not even a moment's distraction is allowed. The heavy dwarf's body fell with a thud in front of Howkit. The referee's voice, along with the cheers of the audience, rang out. Victory and defeat are decided. The winner of this duel is the gladiator from the Iron Steel Forest, Trinhai. Trinhai clenched his fist and raised it high, displaying the victor's dominance. LCC Luan glanced at Olifai and asked, Olifai, suppose you encountered them, how would you deal with it? He winked and immediately replied, if it were me, I'd probably choose to draw Gladiator Trinhai into close combat. But the premise is that he's not good at close combat. Hearing this answer, LCC Luan fell into deep thought again. After the match, Trinhai walked straight into the tunnel. Suddenly, he stopped, puzzled, as a stranger from afar spoke. Hello, Mr. Trinhai. That person was Liu Lai. She smiled brightly. I am Liu Lai, the personal assistant for the gladiator arena. Trinhai lazily asked back, so gladiators have assistants, then why didn't you come find me last round? She didn't hesitate to get straight to the point, because most gladiators, after passing their rookie protection period, will have their gladiator status revoked if their win rate is not over half. To avoid wasting human resources, the gladiator arena only assigns gladiator assistants to those who have won 2 matches. Liu Lai recalled Trinhai's brilliance in the arena and continued, normally, you would meet your assistant after your next gladiator match. But your performance in the match attracted my attention, so I found a way to become your assistant before anyone else. Seeing her interest, he became even more puzzled. You think so highly of me, but when I fought that werewolf, I didn't show anything special. Liu Lai's face darkened, revealing bright eyes. Precisely because you deliberately concealed it, I value you so highly. Hearing these words, Trinhai became vigilant. Liu Lai returned to her normal demeanor and said, you must have realized that here, strange items. The tactics and skills gladiators use will be guarded against by opponents in subsequent matches. Those gladiators who win 10 matches become gladiator arena stars. They are all tactical masters who conceal their information to the extreme. In my opinion, you have such potential, so I am willing to invest in this potential. Hearing that, Trinhai pondered, so, to become a gladiator arena star, I have to win 10 matches here? Then he directly asked, is winning 10 matches very difficult to achieve? Liu Lai smiled brightly and cheerfully. To make gladiator matches more entertaining, the arena always prioritizes the quality of the match when arranging opponents for gladiators. She recalled some previous gladiator matches and continued, also, because gladiators with a win rate of less than half will have their gladiator status revoked by the arena. Therefore, gladiators with a high win rate are actually very rare. Liu Lai smiled, looking at him as she concluded, on average, only 1 star who wins 10 matches can emerge from every 500 gladiators. Hearing the surprising number, Trinhai's eyes widened. So that's how it is. That truly is a significant achievement. Suddenly, Liu Lai's eyes shone like stars, exactly so, corresponding to this honor. Gladiators with high win rates have a very high social status in the Shadow Country. and their assistants can also gain many benefits from this. She also straightforwardly stated her main objective. This is why I rushed to become your personal assistant. So, Mr. Trinhai, you can trust me completely. Whatever I can do, I will definitely try my best to fulfill your requests. Trinhai heard that and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Requests? He tentatively made a suggestion. Can you contact the gladiator from the Iron Steel Forest? A moment later, at a tavern in town, Tringbo held a cup of water and asked, "You're looking for me?" Trinhai, facing him, grinned and replied, "That's right, I have something I want to ask, Senior." The man readily agreed to his request. Go ahead, we're from the same hometown. It's only right to help each other out. Before Trinhai could reply, Tringbo let out a sigh. But I didn't expect you to challenge the Queen of Shadow Country's gladiator arena during this special period. Aren't you afraid that making a name for yourself here will make you a target for the Great Firebird after you leave? Trinhai chuckled awkwardly to brush it off. It probably won't come to that, right? He looked at Tringbo again and continued, "Speaking of which, Senior, how many wins do you have now?" He casually replied, holding his water glass. "For wins, 2 losses. Hearing that, Trinhai's eyes immediately widened. "To losses?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "Do you think I've lost too much?" Hearing that, he awkwardly forced a smile. Tringbo understood what he meant and offered some advice. "You'll understand after you play a few more matches. The difficulty of clearing dungeons in this underground city will fluctuate according to your performance in duels. The better you perform, and the more you win, the harder it will be to clear dungeons, because the arena will assign opponents and loot based on your performance. If you keep winning, sooner or later you'll face gladiators stronger than you." Not stopping there, Tringbo also pointed out a few tricks to Trinhai. If that's the case, why not control your win rate? When you encounter a tough opponent, go easy and lose. As long as you ensure at least 1 win, you'll always be matched with opponents who are strong but not too difficult to deal with. Trinhai responded with interest. "So that's how it works. I've learned something new. Thank you, Tringbo." He waved his hand and chuckled. "No need to be so polite." Trinhai then asked another question. "By the way, Tringbo, do you know where Inchkwai is now?" He frowned in confusion. Because he kept winning so strongly in the arena, the Shadow Queen took him away. Tringbo provided more information. "If you want to find him, the most efficient way is to become famous in the arena and attract the Queen's attention." His next words stunned him. "But if you do, you might end up like Inchkwai." Trinhai's gaze lowered as he pondered. "Continuous wins, huh?" Seeing him fall into thought, Tringbo raised an eyebrow and called out loudly, "No, Junior, I was just saying it casually." "Why are you actually starting to think about it? What's your relationship with Inchkwai that you have to save him so badly?" Back in the arena, the announcer's voice boomed. "We invite the representative of the Squirrel Energy School, the legendary speed mage of the arena." Immediately, the entire arena roared the name Adelian. Then he appeared with an arrogant demeanor. At this moment, Liu Lai told Trinhai, "Your opponent this time is someone who has a habit of preparing spells during the countdown. After the battle begins, he releases the magic to seize the tempo. He's a practical combat mage." She also offered her assessment. "He will definitely target your harp for being too cumbersome, unable to move while playing and attacking forcefully." Trinhai didn't pay much attention and walked straight to the arena. The announcer's voice boomed, "And Adelian's opponent tonight." As he walked out, the announcer continued to loudly introduce Trinhai from the Steel Forest. Boulderden outside looked down the tunnel and thought, "He's facing Adelian this early?" He frowned and gritted his teeth. "It seems your winning streak is about to end here." The announcer shouted, "Both contestants, prepare." At this point, both sides were ready. While the announcer was still counting down, Adelian had already prepared his spell. On the other side, Trinhai was also ready, thinking, Liu Lai was right, this guy is going to jump the gun. Adelian waved his wand, summoning a 3-ring spell, Electric Lightning. It swirled in a spiral, hurtling towards Trinhai, who curled his lips and prepared to counterattack. In an instant, A powerful lightning bolt streaked past, and Trinhai quickly dodged it. Seeing this, Adelian sneered. Just as expected, it's the second stage advanced profession of the poetic bard, H.A. Chong Ngamdu. He swung his wand harder to control the lightning, though it's a strange branch I've never encountered. But no matter what, the poetic bard's magic isn't outstanding, and its weakness in close combat remains. Adelian smirked confidently. As long as I don't give him a chance for a Kabalan swap summoning, then this battle is mine for sure. On the other side, Trinhai desperately dodged while thinking, is the magic he's casting one ring or more than 2 rings? Looking at him, he calculated, feeling that if it was 3 rings, he could use a defensive ring to counter it, but if it was more than 3 rings, Trinhai's eyes suddenly changed, then the protective ring probably can't be used. Not only that, using it would also reveal the information that I have a low-level magic protective ring. He immediately changed direction, rejecting his previous thought. It's still better to use the Deathworm summoning spell. Thinking of this, Trinhai stopped and shouted loudly. Adelian no longer looked composed, but widened his eyes in surprise. A mouthful of sharp teeth shot up from under the ground. Boulderden, observing from outside, broke out in a cold sweat. Even LCC Luan was equally surprised. Seeing this, the host stammered. On Trinhai's side, he ordered the worm in front of him. LCC Luan commented from above. Olifai, next to him, didn't take his eyes off the arena and replied. Before knowing that Trinhai could summon a leader-level Deathworm, this mountain worm attack, he certainly couldn't dodge it. LCC Luan agreed. Looking at Trinhai's smiling face, and the bag of animal feed in his hand, LCC Luan secretly thought, no one in the arena would probably want to fight this gladiator who has won 6/6 matches. After that, he told Olifai. He glanced at LCC Luan and reassured him. Hearing this, LCC Luan replied, half closing his eyes. At this moment, the little worm had spit out the unconscious Adelian, while the people in the stands were still cheering Trinhai's name. As for him, standing in front of Adelian, he thought to himself, if I hadn't happened to grasp the Deathworm summoning spell, which counters mages, it would have surely taken some effort to defeat him. I feel like I need to ask Liu Lai for a low-level magic map. Although I have a defensive ring with me, I need to know which magic spells it can defend against and which it cannot. After that, Trinhai walked into the tunnel again. Liu Lai, waiting, joyfully congratulated him. He bowed his head and replied. Trinhai walked directly past Liu Lai and said. She immediately smiled brightly. Suddenly, Liu Lai delivered news that stunned him. Trinhai turned his head and asked. Liu Lai explained with a little embarrassment. Although there are still some strong gladiators at the arena with 6 or 7 wins who hope to accumulate more wins in the near future. But to avoid you, they will surely lower their flags and watch for a while. Hearing this, Trinhai looked displeased. Liu Lai immediately reassured him. The arena requires gladiators to participate in at least 1 regular match per week. You can get an opponent through regular matches. It's expected that you'll have your 4th match next week. A hint of sadness clouded his eyes as he thought. Thinking, Trinhai inquired. Liu Lai clenched her fists confidently and replied, but I don't recommend you do that because these people are in a similar situation to you. No one is willing to fight them. They can only rely on regular matches to gradually accumulate wins and become 10-win gladiators in the future. Trinhai said very resolutely. Seeing his stubbornness, Liu Lai couldn't refuse and agreed with him. A moment later, the announcer's voice rang out again, announcing, let us invite the human gladiator from the Steel Forest, the mysterious guest, Trinhai. He stepped out of the tunnel, standing tall. On the other side, his opponent was introduced, along with Mr. Trinhai's opponent tonight, the singer from the Elf Empire. The announcer shouted loudly, Di Yuyan LCC Luan, the defensive bard. LCC Luan frowned in annoyance, so we still ended up meeting. The announcer continued to shout, then let's not say much more. While the entire arena was counting down, both carefully observed each other. LCC Luan assessed his opponent, Soul Soothing Poet, just by the name. This is likely an advanced class of the Wandering Poet, and most probably an entrance path. LCC Luan calculated his strategy mentally, considering basic attributes, growth, and professional skills. If he takes the entrance path, he's definitely not as good as me, a combat-oriented sword bard, as long as I drag this gladiator match into close combat. My chances of winning will be higher than his. The announcer immediately gave the starting signal that all viewers had been waiting for. Trinhai, hearing this, immediately strummed his harp, but something made him flinch and pause for a beat. It turned out that LCC Luan's sound and technique on the lute were more skilled. As he played his lute with flair, he said, "Almost all wandering poets dream of slaying a dragon, but only those who steadfastly believe that one day they will join forces with their comrades to defeat an evil dragon. Practice day after day on how to neutralize dragon's might with musical law. And I am exactly that kind of wandering poet." Trinhai then put away his harp and exclaimed, "So that's how it is. Thank you for the guidance." He conjured another familiar weapon. The announcer above excitedly shouted, "Is it coming soon? Is the strong one who once suppressed Balerden the one who shares a void about to step onto Her Majesty the Queen's gladiatorial arena once again?" LCC Luan frowned at this. He also put away his lute and took out a sword and a staff. The announcer was incredibly surprised. "What is contestant LCC Luan doing? Aren't you going to stop contestant Trinhai?" How Kit, summoned by Trinhai, looked around. "Is he our opponent this time, Lord Trinhai?" Trinhai quickly prepared his weapon carefully and replied, "Yes, old rules. You apply direct pressure. I'll use a magic bow to find an opportunity." How Kit received the order and quickly prepared to charge forward. LCC Luan, holding his weapon firmly, spoke another truth. "You know, for gladiators with many wins, strategies that have been revealed often no longer work." How Kit, confused, asked Trinhai, "Is he talking to us?" He reassured him, "Ignore him. We'll stick to our rhythm." LCC Luan swung his staff very confidently. "For example, right now, I command you to return to where you came from." Suddenly, How Kit stopped and no longer attacked him. It actually turned around. Trinhai, who was blowing his whistle to control it, was completely stunned. The MC excitedly yelled, "Unbelievable! Under Mr. LCC Luan's persuasion, Mr. Trinhai's assistant, How Kit is actually leaving. Is this the communication ability of a wandering poet? It's so powerful." Trinhai was annoyed. No wonder he didn't stop me when I blew the bone flute. So he's taking How Kit away on purpose. He gritted his teeth and glared cautiously at LCC Luan in front of him. "Looks like I need to pay attention from now on. I must be careful about opponents using magic to turn my summons against me." LCC Luan confidently winked. "Come on, use the leader-level insect summoning spell with which you defeated a Delian yesterday against me." Trinhai drew his bow and arrow, gritting his teeth. "I refuse." He speculated, so confident. "It seems he has a way to deal with my death insect summoning spell." Trinhai shot an arrow, "Then let me see the basis of your confidence." As the arrow flew towards him, LCC Luan smiled, tilted his head, and dodged it. Trinhai felt his opponent was extraordinary. Indeed, this elf's specialty was speed. If I had used my death insect summoning spell on him just now, he would absolutely have dodged it. Then it was LCC Luan's turn to charge forward and counterattack. His audience watching from above smiled proudly. Orify gritted her teeth with a gleeful expression. "Yes, that's how you should fight. Draw him into close combat. Use your sword bard's advantage to utterly defeat him." Trinhai isn't easy to deal with. He immediately pulled out his hot stuff. "You thought I wasn't good at close combat and wanted to close the distance to decide victory, huh?" As LCC Luan flew in, Trinhai kept firing continuously. "A very good idea, but the premise is that you can withstand a rain of bullets from the Iron Forest gun." Seeing this, LCC Luan was stunned, pausing for a beat. Dodging this was harder than those huge, slow, easy-to-see arrows from before. He growled in frustration. "Damn it. What kind of weapon is that? It fires faster than Tricken's crossbow. and it doesn't even seem to need reloading. But firing the gun was just to lead LCC Luan away from the net. As he jumped around dodging bullets, he stepped right into a trap. By the time LCC Luan realized it, it was too late. The giant worm immediately shot straight up from underground. The host was astonished and shouted, "Could it be that Mr. LCC Luan is also about to fall to Mr. Trinhai tonight? Is it true that no one can stop Mr. Trinhai's winning streak?" But then they saw LCC Luan emerge from within the wall again. He stepped out and said, "I didn't expect you to hide such a formidable weapon." The host discussed, "So that's it, I understand. What Mr. LCC Luan left earlier was a teleportation gate. This is specifically designed to counter Mr. Trinhai's Death Insect summoning spell. This duel is not over yet. It's not time for it to end." LCC Luan frowned. "I really almost lost." LCC Luan still had to praise his hot stuff. "That weapon is terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, it's epic tier." Trinhai smiled. "No, it's just a rare tier item, a specialty of my hometown." LCC Luan immediately furrowed his brow in alert. Such a powerful mid-range weapon from the Iron Forest is only rare tier. What a terrifying nation. Those watching from above were still amazed. Trinhai's sneak attack was blocked so easily. Are all the gladiators from High Wind School that strong? Adelian, sitting nearby, secretly assessed, is this their first time seeing a High Wind School gladiator in a duel? Those who can ensure a win rate and achieve a high win here. Without exception, they possess extremely strong individual power and are master strategists who can devise targeted tactics based on their opponent's information before the match. In their eyes, victory or defeat is actually decided long before they even step into the arena. Liu Lai was still watching from inside. She frowned and thought, although the winning streak you chose to distribute at a higher level will have greater significance and attract more attention from the queen, the cost is that your next opponents will all be 10-win caliber. They can't be easily defeated with one or two sneak attacks. Liu Lai recalled earlier and lamented, "A weapon like the one you used earlier, if switched to a slightly weaker 7-win gladiator, would have been enough to decide the match with one blow. But against a gladiator with LCC Luan's speed and rich experience, it couldn't win. It was a wasted card. I hope this setback can make you clearly see your place. Perhaps in the Iron Forest, you are an undisputed prodigy, but the Queen's Arena is not lacking in stronger champions from other nations who are more excellent than you." LCC Luan then made a suggestion, a friendly recommendation: surrender. Trinhai maintained his stance with determined eyes. LCC Luan added, "Although I believe you certainly have other cards up your sleeve, as fellow bards, I, with the sword bard profession, cannot lose to someone who chose a non-combat advanced profession like you." He conjured a gate behind Trinhai and tried to distract him. "If you keep fighting, you'll only wastefully reveal information." He knew nothing, only wanting to pull the trigger. "Thanks for the reminder, but I still want to try." LCC Luan had now prepared the teleportation gate under his feet, so he continued to shout loudly to draw attention. It was only then that Trinhai panicked, realizing he was slipping into the gate right under his feet. LCC Luan used it to teleport behind him in a flash. Trinhai immediately turned around with a worried look on his face. LCC Luan charged forward, sword in hand, shouting, "That's checkmate." The host discussed again. Opponent Trinhai really shouldn't have been so careless. His lack of vigilance towards LCC Luan's staff will likely cause him to suffer his first defeat. But he was quickly shocked and had to retract his words. Then he shouted again. Mr. Trinhai blocked LCC Luan's shirt windsword strike. Orify, watching this scene, was extremely worried, and Adelian was also very shocked. Trinhai pulled out his scythe so quickly to counter, and asked, almost warning him, "Brother, did you really think I'm not good at close combat?" Not only was he good, but he almost overwhelmed LCC Luan when the two fought like this. LCC Luan couldn't believe it and shouted, "No way, you chose the charm path, so why do you have such excellent close combat strength?" Trinhai smirked as if certain of victory. Guess. LCC Luan didn't expect him to be so fast. If he couldn't block the attacks in time, How would he have time to guess? Trinhai was like a fish in water in this battle, clearly seeing. Under the focused gaze of my newly upgraded future vision, I can clearly see what you'll do 3 seconds from now. You can't escape. The host broke out in a cold sweat for him. Unbelievable. It turns out Mr. Trinhai possesses such incredible combat skills. We've all been fooled. Orify, watching from above, only now realized a move was missing from the plan. I can't believe that in the 3 previous duels, Trinhai painstakingly avoided close combat. Yet close combat is what he's best at. Not only were his strength and speed superior to LCC Luan's, but he could also accurately predict LCC Luan's next move. This made it impossible for LCC Luan to escape Trinhai no matter how hard he tried, and he couldn't regain his momentum. Give up, LCC Luan. You have no chance of winning anymore. Not long after, he also dropped his weapon and immediately raised his hands. LCC Luan actually surrendered. I give up. After all, his scythe was already near LCC Luan's neck, just waiting for LCC Luan to say those words to retract his weapon. Trinhai smiled and humbly replied to his opponent, "You're too kind." The host immediately shouted, "Let's all congratulate contestant Trinhai, the mysterious guest from the Steel Forest, for achieving 4 consecutive victories." Trinhai also raised his hand high to respond to the audience. LCC Luan couldn't help but admire him. "I lost again. Why do I always encounter such strange monsters?" So he kindly extended his hand to Trinhai. "Do you want to have a drink with me and my friend later? I know a pub with really good barley wine." Trinhai immediately accepted his invitation. Liu Lai witnessed this result, feeling both addicted and shy. Watching LCC Luan lead him happily off the arena, she thought, "I can't believe even LCC Luan wasn't his opponent." What is the origin of this Steel Forest country to have consecutively produced 2 adventurers that the queen would notice? The dark night was dark everywhere, with only 1 pub still open. Trinhai poured wine directly into his mouth. This truly was an extremely refreshing feeling. Sitting opposite were LCC Luan and Aoli Fai. LCC Luan smiled and asked, "It's not bad, is it?" Trinhai didn't need any flowery words. He simply gave a thumbs up in appreciation. LCC Luan began to praise, "Speaking of which, your Steel Forest is quite formidable, not to mention Night Rong home from a while ago. Your skill level feels even stronger than his. And it's an advanced profession I've never even heard of. Such a powerful country. Why have I never heard its name before?" Trinhai just chuckled and scratched his head. "That, I don't know." He watched LCC Luan drink so much continuously. Then he comfortably told his story. "After I finish the national missions of the Shadow Nation, I'll go back to the Golden Forest and ask the gatekeeper if there's a way to the Steel Forest Nation. Such a powerful, yet not well-known, nation must surely have many epic stories worth compiling into war songs, waiting for me to read. I can't miss it." Aolify heard him and chimed in, "We'll go together then. I also want to test my skills against the strong warriors of this nation." Trinhai smiled warmly. "All right, then I'll be in charge of the reception, ensuring both guests and hosts have a great time." He remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, right?" Trinhai asked with a smile, "That Knight Along you mentioned earlier is actually my friend. Do you know where he is now?" Aolify immediately replied, "Are you talking about Wu Kuai? The queen has taken an interest in him. He's probably undergoing dragon training now." Trinhai asked in surprise, "Dragon trial?" LCC Luan then explained for him, "It's the advancement trial for the ultimate common profession, extreme dragon cavalry, on the path of a warrior. As to major peak-robbing forces of the Shadow Plane, the Shadow Nation and the Shadow Dragon Clan have always maintained a friendly relationship. As long as a candidate cavalry recommended by the Shadow Nation can pass the trial, this ancient Shadow Dragon will not prevent outstanding juniors in the clan from forming a civic dragon rider contract with the Shadow Nation." LCC Luan added, "But to receive the queen's favor, your friend will have to become a citizen of the Shadow Nation." Trinhai didn't expect such a detailed answer, so he gave a wry smile. Is that how it is? LCC Luan, still enthusiastic, added, although the Shadow Nation's queen doesn't mind citizens living in other nations for a long time. When the war between the Shadow Nation and other nations breaks out, your friend must return to fight. That's the only price to pay. Alifai also raised his glass and added, actually, the gladiatorial arena attracts many strong warriors from other nations to the Shadow Nation. The main reason is that the Shadow Nation can provide several kinds of excellent ultimate common professions. He took another sip and continued, besides national wars, the Queen doesn't impose too many restrictions on her citizens. Among nations that offer legendary opportunities, the Shadow Nation is considered to have the best reputation. Trinhai's eyes were truly opened. So that's how it is. He asked him with a smile, so which ultimate common profession did you choose? Alifai was frank, I didn't choose any. I don't like any of the ultimate common professions here. LCC Luan, tipsy, jumped off his seat and came closer to him, asking, by the way, Brother Trinhai, will you still be assigned to fight tomorrow? Trinhai answered concisely, probably. Why? Alifai and LCC Luan exchanged glances. Then they both looked at him and said in unison, if you encounter someone named Track from the Chas tomorrow, don't push yourself too hard. Surrender at an appropriate moment. Trinhai, hearing this, asked in confusion, why? LCC Luan then elaborated, because he's different from us. Gladiators usually try their best to avoid death matches. On one hand, everyone has friends who came with them, and if you accidentally kill someone, you have to consider how to deal with the revenge from the deceased's comrades. On the other hand, once a gladiator has killed someone in the arena, everyone automatically assumes he will kill again in future matches, so they won't go easy on him when they meet him. Alifai also explained, normally, on average, only one death occurs every 100 gladiatorial matches, but those Chas are different in the 10 matches he's participated in. For gladiators have died by his hand. LCC Luan chuckled. His only defeat was when Alifai wanted to teach him a lesson, but as soon as that match started, he surrendered proactively, not giving Alifai a chance to discipline him. And that Track has a very bad habit. He targets newcomers who lack gladiatorial experience but have a very high win rate. Your win against me has probably attracted his attention. I bet he'll actively request to be matched against you tomorrow. LCC Luan gave a wry smile, though saying this might seem to boost others' morale and diminish our own prestige. We bards, when facing that Track, will truly be completely suppressed. Surrendering is not a loss of face. Trinhai just raised his cup. I understand, thank you. Outside, a person in a cloak was walking into a narrow alley. Sensing someone following him, he stopped. He quietly prompted them, come out. Two figures emerged with weapons in hand. The one in the iron helmet shouted, Chas, go to hell and atone for your sins. They didn't even bother to look back, just slightly curled their lips in a sneer. Teammates of a good-for-nothing are all good-for-nothings too. You think 2 against 1 means you can beat me. No wonder you're a dim-witted barbarian. The guy in the iron helmet's face swelled with anger upon hearing this. Both of them, weapons in hand, charged at him. I'll tear your mouth apart. CAC Cha again sneered contemptuously. A second later, Ui Lan appeared with an annoyed expression. Looking around at the scattered bodies lying everywhere, he kindly asked, do I need to clean this place up? CAC Cha turned to Ui Lan and said, you have time for this. Why don't you help me? Are there any popular new people recently? Lu Wulai asked back with a surprised look. You're telling me to gather information about new talents for CAC Cha. Trinhai naturally confirmed, if possible, show me videos of his previous duels. She thought to herself, was a player Lak Luan who reminded him? If so, then even though the outcome of the previous duel was beyond my expectations, at least the result is good. He then requested more. If there's no recording, then show me the moves and artifact materials he used in his previous duels. Lu Wulai heard and immediately pulled out a book, responding, actually, I was about to show you his duel recording, because he might very well be your opponent in your next duel. In the dark, the two of them were still carefully choosing a match to watch. After Trin Hai made his decision, Lulai immediately opened the book to that page, and a dazzling light suddenly appeared. The surroundings also nearly changed, which surprised him greatly. They could now directly witness the story. A loud voice announced to everyone, "Let us invite the singer from the Spirit Empire." Trin Hai seemed to burst, unable to believe his ears. "Even the sound is recorded?" Lulai slowly explained, "Not just the sound, the temperature and smell at that time were also preserved as much as possible, so you don't have to worry about missing any information." He understood and continued to ask, "So, are all dual recordings like this recorded?" She replied helplessly, "A page containing a video corresponds to a 3-ring magic book page. Even England is not rich enough to preserve videos of all matches." After hearing this, Trin Hai pondered, "That means at least a player with potential is qualified to be recorded. I suppose I only gained this qualification after defeating Lac Luan. So CAC Cha probably doesn't have a video of my duels to watch." Seeing him lost in thought, Lulai quickly reminded him that the duel was starting. At this moment, CAC Cha was rushing towards Lac Luan at lightning speed. He chuckled with satisfaction, knowing the move he was using would weaken his opponent. Lac Luan was undisturbed, slowly playing counterattack notes on the keyboard. CAC Cha couldn't help but get angry, grinding his teeth. Trin Hai observed in surprise, "I don't know if it's an illusion, but Lac Luan in this duel seems to be much faster than when he fought me." Lulai immediately confirmed, "It's not an illusion. The war song player Lac Luan is currently playing is called Victory Poem, which can significantly increase his speed, strength, and attack rate. He found something a bit confusing, but when he fought me, why didn't he use this? If the war song stops, will the enhancement be cut off?" She smiled gently and replied, "You guessed it. That's exactly how minstrel poets work. Although they possess many powerful war songs, the limitation that the encouragement disappears when the war song stops makes it very difficult for them to fully utilize it in one-on-one combat." Lac Luan thought cautiously, "So, if the magic misses me, they open a dark magic spell right there to lure me into stepping inside?" He smirked, as if everything was within his grasp. Suddenly, sharp weapons shot out from CAC Cha's side. Lac Luan saw it and couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds. He couldn't dodge the attack in time and was wounded. Lulai remarked, Lac Luan was injured in the calf by this one strike, which reduced his speed, forcing him to surrender. Shifting to another development, the match referee began. Player Trin Hai is different from usual, entering the arena with a knight's dance. Could this be the strategy he has set for player CAC Cha? Lac Luan was utterly surprised, unable to believe what was right before his eyes. Aolify felt that this match was now incredibly captivating. She couldn't take her eyes off it. CAC Cha scornfully said, "That terrifying speed and processing power, and it's still not your final move. Just how many secrets are you still hiding?" He tried his best to find information about Trin Hai. He didn't want to waste time, so he decisively ordered the match to begin. CAC Cha was filled with rage. Looking this formidable, he can't be a wandering poet. He's clearly an advanced ranger, a ranger follower, and even a top-ranked follower of the Netherworld. Everyone focused on the thrilling match before them under the referee's guidance. The atmosphere was silent, giving way to his countdown. Trin Hai had also prepared his crafted armguard. CAC Cha was now wary. Fighting a follower of the Netherworld, basic dark arts are useless, but this human's raw strength and speed are terrifyingly high. Quickly, Trin Hai rode his warhorse and charged at him. On the other side, CAC Cha also powerfully launched sharp blades. He was completely unaffected, thanks to his protective armguard. Trin Hai now raised his sharp blade, intending to strike him. With just one strike, CAC Cha's body was cut in half. He skillfully moved on to the next step, using the Turing illusionary footwork spell. Trin Hai discovered it, with a rather surprised expression. CAC Cha felt quite helpless because he couldn't attack his opponent. Did he prepare an armguard that could deflect poisoned arrows beforehand? His heart was filled with rage, and he continuously launched palm strikes towards Trin Hai. But on this side, he remained completely unaffected. Caec's jaw dropped, seeing his opponent so cunning. Trinhai now turned to look at him coldly, simultaneously taking out a protective ring. His tone became dangerous. Now I know why high-ranking gladiators here always prefer pre-planned battles. As soon as he finished speaking, Trinhai fired at Caec Cha. Just the deflection armguard and the protective ring, these two items have sealed off your usual tactics. You're just one win away from being a star gladiator. And in the video matches I've seen, your displayed close combat skill isn't enough to contend with me. So, you should probably use that, right? He gritted his teeth, as if trying to make a final decision. Caec Cha unleashed his dark arts, and the energy around him now surged with immense power. The referee also exclaimed, "Is it coming? No one has ever achieved victory after Caec Cha unleashes his dark arts. Will contestant Trinhai be the exception?" Outside, Aoli urged him, "Why stop? Keep pressuring him. You've pushed him this far. Why give him a chance to recover?" Trinhai pondered. This time, there's no red warning frame. It seems this drill and his summoned assistant pose a threat as great as Mogre. But it's also possible he has advanced to a soul-pacifying poet, far stronger than my Mogre was at that time. The infernal demon lord asked in a low voice, "Why haven't you become a star gladiator yet, Caec Cha?" He recounted with resentment, "The previous gladiator match was truly unexpected." After hearing this, the man no longer reproached him. A powerful beam of light suddenly shot towards the infernal demon lord. He blocked it with his bare hands, despite its infinite power. A thought flashed in his mind. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. The infernal demon lord, with trembling hands, turned to Caec Cha and asked, "Can he see me?" He confirmed without hesitation and stated Trinhai's perception score. He seemed unable to hide his astonishment, speechless. He, on this side, struggled, unable to hit them. Trinhai pondered, "This time it's tough. It's not convenient to use the phonograph in this situation, but if I call Hao Kit, I'm afraid he won't be able to defeat the opponent's summoned assistant and will die in this gladiator arena." His expression was resolute. He took out the ghost frame to fight. Turning back time to half a month ago, Trinhai was at the inaugural Angel Waterfall. A notification appeared on the screen, stating that he had completed the mission. Trinhai, submerged in the water, couldn't help but be overjoyed. He wondered slightly, what exactly was the reward after completing 8 trials? Let me check, my physique is still 16. Could it be that life plus 1 just means 1 extra life? Trinhai didn't believe it and tried to meticulously check the information again. Suddenly the system prompted. Checking revealed the adventurer has completed the trials. Would you like to promote Death Walker to Soul Pacifier Poet? Trinhai now decided to promote to Soul Pacifier Poet. It was as if his surroundings changed, with musical notes constantly moving. Trinhai was astonished. Compared to when he changed professions to Death Walker, this time the commotion was clearly much smaller. Is Soul Pacifier Poet perhaps a non-combat class? After a long while, Soul Pacifier Poet was now activated. He carefully read each of its functions listed on the panel. Trinhai frowned. It truly is a non-combat-oriented path. Why do others, when advancing their main strategic class, see clear improvements, while I, advancing my main class, become weaker? The only good news is that this class seems related to death. I can go to the realm of the undead and ask the skeleton lord. If it truly has no prospects, then I'll just focus on cultivating the Valiant Knight trials later. This Psyker's Quill, this trial can probably be passed. Finally, Trinhai raised the blue jade ring, deciding to go ask. A few seconds later, he vanished, heading to the realm of the undead. The scene shifted to a dark and utterly gloomy place. Inside the castle, the skeleton lord sat on a chair, slowly contemplating the term Soul Pacifier Poet. Trinhai respectfully asked him, "Lord, do you have any knowledge of this class?" The skeleton lord hesitated for a moment, remaining silent for a long time. He looked at him with eyes full of anticipation for an answer. The skeleton lord sighed, "In the path of legends I command, there is no path of the Soul Pacifier Poet. I recommend you inquire with Nokodonas, he can probably help you." Trinhai then quickly arrived at the midge tower of the necromancy school. Nokodonas, with a cold demeanor, said, "You want my help to examine the main class you advance to?" He immediately asked in return, probing the other's thoughts. Nokodonas had no intention of refusing. "It's a good opportunity for me to examine a variant class one haven't seen before." Trinhai found the term variant class quite confusing. He quickly explained, the realm you were in before had not yet experienced realm wars, so the classification of classes was still in an exploratory stage. In truth, the adventurer's initial classes can be divided into 12 standard classes and their variants. Variants are not necessarily stronger than their corresponding standard classes. They are just a few with more extreme abilities and characteristics. Trinhai was still confused. "So my initial class, Deathwalker, and my current soul pacifier Poet," Nokodonas interjected, "are both variants, judging by their names and attribute point distribution. Deathwalker is likely a variant of the standard Ranger class, and Soul Pacifier Poet is likely a variant of the standard Bard class. I have to say, an off-spec advancement like yours is something I've never seen before." He was extremely flustered, anxiously asking, "Will it affect my future development?" He calmly replied, "I was just lamenting that others who take off-spec advancements do so out of necessity for legendary achievements, but you, purely by chance, gain the greatest benefit." Trinhai didn't understand what was happening at all, his face bewildered. Nokodonas patiently explained, "Because in this Deathwalker phase, you've already enhanced the speed and perception of the Ranger's main class advancement to the racial attribute limit. If you had upgraded normally, you would have ended up with wasted attribute points. Don't celebrate yet, off-spec advancements actually have weaknesses." After hearing that, Trinhai tried to suppress his excitement. He slowly said, "Suppose your initial class was Warrior, then you advanced off-spec into a mage. If all the warrior skills you inherited were combat-oriented, what would happen in the end?" He then pondered in his mind, thinking he would become a melee mage. Nokodonas calmly pointed out, "You would lack combat-oriented skills from the class advancement path. In terms of melee combat, you certainly wouldn't be as good as a regular warrior advancement. But if you gave up inheriting warrior skills and switched to being a mage, you'd then lack the initial class skills that a mage could inherit." Trinhai hesitated, replying, "So, it's best if I choose skills that can complement Soul Pacifier Poet." He was still unsure, but "I don't know what Soul Pacifier Poet can help the deceased realize." Trinhai suddenly remembered a trick settling up and cried out in surprise. He immediately fumbled to open the system. "I haven't settled up the skeleton army's feast yet." After a few operations, Trinhai finally finished. He smiled confidently. "High willpower isn't just suitable for artifact upgrade tickets, and equipment prayer tickets. It can also be used when settling quests." Nokodonas saw Trinhai's joyous expression and probed, "Did you get Soul Pacifier Poet skills?" He didn't hide anything. One is a higher tier replacement for communicate with the dead, to converse with spirits. The other is, after using the soul pacifying melody to bring peace to a spirit, the target must act once on my behalf. Nokodonas seemed speechless as he listened to Trinhai describe its functions. He asked again with surprise, not hearing Trinhai mention any restrictions. Trinhai calmly checked the system again and confirmed. Nokodonas pointed towards the giant skeleton of the shadow dragon and suggested, "Then try it on that." Trinhai was incredibly tiny standing before that skeleton. Seeing him look bewildered for a few seconds, Nokodonas asked, "Don't you recognize it? It's the shadow dragon summoned by the shadow dragon vassal to hunt you down." On the surface, he was calm, but inwardly, Trinhai couldn't stop cursing. "You scraped it down to just bones. How could I recognize it?" He asked softly, "I remember you said you wanted to transform into a dragon witch. Did you succeed?" Nokodonas didn't hesitate to reply that the plan had failed. His voice was pensive. "The dragon witch transformation ritual requires the cooperation of a giant dragon. It was determined to die, so I could only retreat and advance, transforming it into a skeleton dragon." Trinhai realized something and shouted, "So you told me to use the soul-pacifying melody on it because you wanted to?" Nokodonis indifferently stated, "When this one was alive, it was very hostile towards me and refused to cooperate with my experiments. It just so happens that the soul pacifier poet you advanced into is good at comforting, so I want you to try and see if you can dispel its resentment." Seeing him hesitant, he reassured him, "It's okay if you mess up, I'll just give it to Corral then." Trinhai heard that and began the procedure. He still couldn't believe it. "I can't believe my first soul-pacifying target is the spirit of a legendary shadow dragon." Trinhai's movements were slow, focusing on the mouth organ in his hand. Soothing sounds then rang out. Time seemed to stand still, giving way to the melodious music. Nokodonis observed from beginning to end, suddenly startled. A golden rice field appeared, an incredibly beautiful scene. In the distance, the clatter of windmills blended with nature, creating a very poetic scene. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration, trying not to miss any detail. Is this the soul-soothing poet? It seems that even if this newcomer's future development isn't as expected, his characteristics as a soul-soothing poet are enough for him to secure a place under the Great Army. Shadow Dragon's eyes quickly lit up, as if resurrected. It spoke in a sorrowful voice, a very unique rhythm. It reminded me of the time I lived with my siblings. Shadow Dragon stared at Trinhai, asking him what this music was. Trinhai paused, exuding an air of poise. He eagerly told it that this was a song of home. Images of its siblings suddenly appeared clearly in its mind. Shadow Dragon bent down and instructed, "The music is beautiful. As payment for playing it, if you ever run into trouble, you can come find me. I will help you once." Trinhai responded with a sincere nod. It suddenly called out Nokodonis' name loudly, as if wanting to say something. Shadow Dragon's face was stern. "Out of respect for the music you brought, I agreed to join the realm of the departed, but I will not cooperate with your experiments." Nokodonis didn't force it, letting it make its own decision. Shadow Dragon let out a strong snort, as if not caring about his words. Its soul gradually vanished in an instant. The giant skeleton crashed down, leaving Trinhai stunned. He immediately turned to Nokodonis to ask about the current situation. He casually replied, "It's probably recalling some childhood memories it just remembered. Leave it be. Do you want some blood tea?" Upon hearing the words blood tea, Trinhai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Nokodonis gently poured the tea. "Regarding your main profession, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" He didn't hesitate, decisively choosing the good news. He then revealed, "The soul-soothing poet in the second stage of career advancement that I know can also be called peak, considering you rely on the realm of the departed. There's no shortage of targets to soothe souls. You'll almost certainly never lose to anyone in a profession below the legendary level." Trinhai's eyes lit up with joy, and he asked about the bad news. Nokodonis analyzed, "The characteristics of the soul-soothing poet and its exclusive skills are too unique, narrowing your choices for an ultimate profession." He showed no fear, confidently asking him for details. He issued a warning, "If you don't want to waste the exclusive skills of the soul-soothing poet, then you can only choose an ultimate profession within the death domain." Back in reality, Trinhai held up a mirror with the image of a one-eyed giant champion and shouted, "Pay the soul-soothing fee." That guy quickly appeared, his face extremely terrifying. "You guys still refuse to show your faces to confront Trinhai." Infernal Demon Lord Zhao Ma sternly turned to question them. What is his speed? He gritted his teeth in annoyance, reluctantly answering him. Infernal Demon Lord Zhao Ma couldn't help but be startled by the opponent's immense power. He quietly told them to surrender. The guy went crazy. "I surrendered last round. If I surrender at the start of this round, the arena's referee panel will consider it negative play and deduct a win." Suddenly, the referee's surprised voice rang out, drawing their attention. "I can't believe it. This is the XTH assistant Mr. Trinhai has found. Could it be that Mr. Trinhai's main profession is actually a summoner?" He then asked his two companions, "Can you see the one in the shadows?" The one-eyed giant champion now stared intently at them. A few seconds later, he replied, "I can see him clearly. You're fumbling round over here. These stats aren't right, are they?" How does the spirit of the one-eyed giant champion have 26 strength and 22 constitution. Trinhai warned him to be careful and immediately started the battle. He charged forward on horseback, exuding confidence. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord mused, "That must be the spirit of the One-Eyed Giant Champion. You're no match for it. Use the maze step to handle it completely. I'll go kill that human gladiator." The companion quickly agreed, completely following his instructions. Trinhai heard their exchange and couldn't help but disdain them. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord quickly parried his sword strike. He arrogantly said, "Even if your two basic attribute points are already 20, challenging at level 10 or even level 15 is probably too conceited." He calmly replied that level doesn't determine anything. Trinhai thought to himself, this guy's strength is almost equal to Manha and T. If it's a direct fight, I don't stand a chance. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord screamed furiously, charging at him simultaneously. Trinhai vanished in a flash, and a sudden black light enveloped the Demon Lord's blade. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord's words were cut short when he saw Trinhai's figure in front of him. He snarled, ordering him not to interfere in this duel. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord was now completely under a spell, his mind no longer rational. Trinhai glanced at him and calmly retorted, "Perhaps I truly have reason to be arrogant." He blew a whistle to signal the One-Eyed Giant Champion. The Giant Champion advanced towards the companion, who now looked very small. The companion strenuously threatened him. "Are you really okay not to retreat and help? Your master is no match for my sect master." The One-Eyed Giant Champion sneered. "You're mistaken, he's not my master, and furthermore." He moved closer and closer to the companion, making him fearful. The companion secretly speculated, what is he doing? Or, does the One-Eyed Giant Champion always like to attack like this before a fight? Suddenly, his body shot into the air. The One-Eyed Giant Champion swung his axe and said, "Our fight won't waste too much of my time." A powerful axe blow struck the companion's back directly, his bones feeling as if they would shatter. He continued by unleashing the Touring Maze Step spell. He was very lucky to land safely on the ground. The companion was utterly enraged, having almost lost his life. Suddenly, something in front of him startled him. Dozens of blades continuously shot towards the companion from somewhere. He skillfully anticipated them and found a way to escape. Trinhai couldn't help but sigh from afar. He's been discovered. It seems this companion's perception isn't low. He quickly informed his comrade of the situation. Trinhai kindly said, "This companion already knows the maze step. He can instantly appear in a safe position within his line of sight before you hit him." He felt a strange dark aura behind him and immediately turned to look. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord had regained his lucidity, his appearance grotesque, as if he wanted to swallow Trinhai alive. He still couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why he had become so powerful. The Infernal Horned Demon Lord didn't wait for Trinhai to react, immediately unleashing his infernal roar. A startled voice rang out from the stands. What was that sound just now? It sounded a bit like. The fathers seemed to have reached a conclusion as well. It seems after this match, the fact that I can summon an infernal lord can no longer be hidden. Laklun angrily shouted, "I told you so. That time he fought me. He definitely called for assistance, and you still didn't believe me." Alifei thought to himself, "I can't believe even I was fooled by you. You use your rogue fighting style against gladiators you're assigned to, so you don't waste precious magic slots using basic appraisal spells on them, thus protecting your false intelligence that you were actually a dark sorcerer. Then, through dark magic and brutal killing, you made everyone think that all the gladiators who willingly entered the dark magic you created were killed by you. Could it be that they discovered something they shouldn't have, and that's why they were silenced? If it weren't for this Trinhai, you're super, so much so that even I couldn't figure you out. I'm afraid you would have truly relied on this trick to hide your identity, secured 10 victories, and become the star gladiator of the Shadow Nation. Looking at it this way, it's no wonder you surrendered immediately when you fought me, because after using advanced appraisal magic to check my basic attributes, you found you couldn't guarantee a win." All the previous events were now understood by Alifei. To avoid revealing the trump card, the Infernal Lord, and being assigned opponents of the same rank in subsequent gladiator matches by the arena, he resolutely chose to surrender. At the same time, Trin Hai had deduced something. No, according to the documents, it's for Lu Lai. Even if this horned demon race has certain resistance to magic, it shouldn't have escaped the command spell so quickly. He sped up his horse to move. When the distance was just right, Trin Hai blew his signal whistle. Exchange opponents. Help me block the horned demon behind me. The one-eyed giant champion immediately blocked the way. The infernal horned demon lord roared in anger. Get out! But of course, that command was completely ineffective. I refuse. He had no choice but to deal with the obstacle in front of him. You want to die. The sharp spike was swept past, but was blocked by the opponent. Meanwhile, Trin Hai was desperately running towards this side. The fathers found it rather amusing. You realized that one-eyed undead giant couldn't deal with me immediately, so you came here yourself? But I won't become your breakthrough point, and my sect master will definitely deal with the assistant you found before I'm captured by you. He pulled a gun from his person. Annoying! The bullets quickly pierced the figure in front, but instinct told him that things wouldn't stop there. Trin Hai spun the gun around to his back. The bullets flew to where the fathers were preparing to jump down. Suddenly having his movements grasped annoyed him a bit. The intensity of the match caught the attention of the audience in the stands. That person couldn't help but exclaim, "What terrifying suppression! Even the fathers can only tiredly flee under the offensive of contestant Trin Hai. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would truly find it hard to believe." Back on the stage, the fathers grumbled, "How amusing, they think you've pushed me to a dead end. But in reality, it's your life and your countdown that are at stake." A life I frowned in horror. Unbelievable. Even if the fathers are spellcasters, he shouldn't have so many magic slots to continuously cast Maze Step. Where did this guy find so many artifacts that can cast Maze Step? A mysterious person replied, "Not necessarily an artifact." Yuilan stroked his beard and explained, "I guess the father's original profession was a maze bone practitioner, because this profession has a very special, unique skill. When casting Maze Step, it won't consume their own magic slots, only stamina. If his original profession was a maze bone practitioner and he inherited this unique skill when he advanced to the second stage of his profession, then he could achieve the current effect without relying on artifacts." Locke chuckled inwardly, "But I didn't expect even a renowned gladiator like you to come watch the match." He calmly replied, "Who said my profession is an arcane scholar? A contestant like Cheng Hai has grasped a completely new variant. I certainly can't miss his gladiator match." While they were still discussing, streaks of system light appeared on Cheng Hai's side. The fathers asked smugly, "Giving up already? Then perhaps consider surrendering. After all, you have no chance of winning anymore." Cheng Hai spoke in his deep voice. "This time, I'm confident." Then he recalculated once more. "If I hadn't experimented with the stolen strategy from Locke, but directly commanded Zhuo not to use Maze Step, this gladiatorial match would have ended much sooner." The result was being one move short, encountering the high perception of the gladiatorial demon, which, combined with its racial traits, magical resistance, and the ability to escape command, proved problematic. Experience is the best teacher. Next time I use this strategy, I'll definitely confirm the opponent's perception first. The fathers impatiently urged, "Are you done thinking?" Cheng Hai still chose to remain silent. "Once this gladiatorial match ends, I'll go ask Liu Zhuo how he knew my basic attributes." His eyes flashed with deadly red light. "Get him." In another catacomb space, information had been relayed. The captain coldly grunted in agreement. Then the captain's illusion whispered to him, "His Maze Step definitely has some limitation. Your previous fighting style was fine, but the pressure you put on him wasn't enough. A small adjustment is needed." Cheng Hai coldly asked, "How do I adjust?" The fathers found his actions puzzling. He suddenly felt an invisible terror. Who is he talking to? The captain imbued power into Cheng Hai's words. "I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't want to die, surrender now." The fathers' entire bodies twitched from the unexpected assertiveness. Next, Shanghai summoned his gun, 5-4. His heart began to panic. He's telling me to surrender again? He found out I cast Mei's Step consumed stamina, and I don't have much stamina left. No, it's also possible he's just putting on a show. Finally, Shanghai counted to 1. Alright, you can go die. A volley of bullets unexpectedly flew towards him. The fathers also reacted very quickly and teleported. The race between bullets and person then ensued. Bullets continuously pierced through his figure. In an instant, the fathers were no longer on the stage. Of course, this situation caused debate. After Shanghai thought for a long time, it seemed he hadn't changed his strategy. On the contrary, Locke saw through it. Actually, there's a change. The distance the fathers can cast Mei's Step has shortened. And I feel that after thinking for a while, Shanghai seems to be able to find his landing point right when the fathers cast Mei's Step. Immediately after, Alifai also showed agreement. Your feeling isn't wrong. He suddenly felt his mind clear up. So, this is the pre-read you mentioned before? He added a few more details. Yes, to be frank, it's about predicting his next move through the opponent's gaze, body language, and intention. Although the fathers showed almost no body language cues when casting Mei's Step, one only needs to grasp the intention behind their Mei's Step. Then, by following the extension of his gaze at that moment, it wasn't hard to guess the landing spot. After all, the teleportation range of Mei's Step is limited. LCC Luan doubted, that sounds very difficult. Can you do it? Alifai replied softly, as far as I know, this is a field that only legendary warriors and Tang monks can reach, so how exactly did you do it? But a few seconds later, he realized that Shanghai's ability to accurately predict the father's landing spots was mainly due to the combat experience of Li Xian's body and the legendary undead. Lord Rod. Based on the will of the immortal shaman's body, Shanghai could accurately grasp the father's intention when casting Mei's Step. The will of the immortal shaman's body divines the target's sole intention, thereby revealing the target's movement trajectory for the next 3 seconds. Combined with the combat experience of the legendary undead, Lord Rod, Shanghai could accurately predict the approximate area where the fathers would land. Combined with his own super high perception, fast positioning, and pursuit. Just a few minutes after the struggle, the fathers felt very wrong. Why? All the landing spots I choose are in your blind spot. Even if you have 20 obstruction points, you shouldn't be able to find me this quickly, right? LCC Luan asked curiously, could it be that Shanghai's luck was just very good today, and he just happened to guess everything right? He immediately retorted, that's like flipping a coin 50 times in a row and getting heads every time. Do you find that believable? He was convinced that's true. Just then, Ui Lin jumped up. I know, it's item location spell. Surprise flashed in Alifai's mind. Item location spell? He then explained, this spell can help the caster locate an item they've encountered or are familiar with within a certain range, and it happens to be on the spell list for bards. If player Shanghai thought for a long time and used item location spell on the father's knives or clothes, then he could indeed precisely know the direction where the fathers cast Mei's Step. LCC Luan seemed disbelieving, so it can be used like that? If that's the case, the grand prizes of dark magic are not just about demonic flame spell. Using item location spell works too, and it's even more discreet. Back to the match, the fathers had started to pant. Shanghai calmly pursued with bullets. Your breathing is erratic, although you tried your best to cover it up. Your breathing can't lie. So the cost of casting Mei's Step is actually stamina. Now you're using Mei's Step to change your speed to dodge my bullets because your stamina is too depleted. You probably don't have many more casts left. They can only secretly hope. I only have about 5 uses of the Mi Tong steps left. Next, if it's not necessary, I'll have to use them sparingly. Sect Master, you need to be a bit faster. Just as they focused their gaze, Shanghai made a new move. He delivered a palm strike to him. Did I allow you to stop using Mei's Step? Spiritual energy suddenly surged, so he could only choose to turn. Oh no! Because of that one blow, the system announced a decrease in strength and speed. Shanghai calmly asked him, Now I wonder how you'll dodge this. The fathers froze completely, unconsciously sensing danger.